Family, who understands? This morning I was still struggling with my graduation thesis, and in the evening I became a wanted criminal in the entire universe. I am an ordinary time traveler. Others travel through time with a system in their left hand and a school beauty in their right hand, but I am bound to a passive skill called crow's mouth at the beginning. As long as I write Purple Star will explode in my paper, the sun will really start to expand. When I stood at the defense site and passionately announced that the blue planet will explode within 500 years, the whole classroom fell silent. I thought they were impressed by my academic charm, but the dean of the department slammed the table and scolded me. "Your paper is more outrageous than the voice of China." Who could have thought? 3 days later, the sun suddenly turned into a giant salted egg yolk. I was standing on the balcony of my dormitory, looking at the sun that was bigger than my face. And suddenly I had an idea. It turns out that my thesis is not academic garbage, but a doomsday prophecy. System Dad, you should have told me earlier. Wouldn't it be better for me to just broadcast a live broadcast to predict the end of the world than to write a thesis? When I woke up, an interstellar train suddenly floated in the sky. Yes, it was a flying train. A mechanical voice rang in my ears. "Purple Star passengers, please board the train in an orderly manner. The next stop is Lioli continent." I laughed out loud on the spot. It turns out that I'm not a prophet, but a scientist on the Blue Star Express. Looking back now, it all seemed like an absurd dream. I, whose thesis was rejected, suddenly became the key figure in saving the world. The mentor who always said I was fantastic was hugging my thighs and crying to get in the car, and the goddess Ishu from the sports college who always said she wanted to hit and rule me was now wearing a bikini and carrying a bazooka and insisted on teaming up with me to clear dungeons. When the train started, I suddenly found out that all the data in my thesis were invalid. It turned out that the explosion of the blue star was not the end, but the departure signal of the interstellar train. What's even more outrageous is that the conductor of the train was actually the solar vibration data written in my thesis. Now, I am sitting in the VIP compartment of the interstellar train, looking at the blue star gradually shrinking outside the window, and suddenly I understand. It turns out that the golden finger of the time traveler is to turn everyone's stupid remarks into reality. System Dad, can you give me a more normal task next time? For example, let the school beauty confess actively or something like that. Oh, by the way, the whole universe is looking for me now because they say I tampered with the universe's operating data. But who would have thought that I only brought forward the doomsday of 500 years to 3 days? Chapter 3, The Conductor of Train D, 1314. I sat in a spacious cockpit, my head still buzzing, and I had no idea what was going on. What is this place? How did I get here? I looked down through the porthole and saw a purple planet shaking in the scorching sun, as if there was some strange toy inside. No, this seems to be a perspective from space. But am I not in school? I rubbed my eyes, trying to wake myself up. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in my ears. "Congratulations, Master, for being selected as the conductor. You will be responsible for the operation of Train D 1314. Conductor." I shook my head and finally remembered what the train meant. Am I on an interstellar train? I said to myself. A huge light screen suddenly unfolded, showing the three-dimensional model of the purple star in the train. What is this? For 1,000 trains are transporting passengers. I looked at everything in front of me in confusion. The train was stuck in the atmosphere, and countless spacecraft were constantly shuttling back and forth. It took me some time to finally accept this reality, and then I asked, do other trains have conductors too? There is no conductor for other trains. The intelligent assistant replied coldly. In other words, I am the only conductor in the entire Purple Star, but I can only operate this train. What's wrong with the intelligent brain? Why did it awaken the golden finger only now? I was full of questions. The mechanical voice did not answer my question, but continued to prompt. Please ask if you would like to load the Fuyao intelligent brain. If you refuse, you will completely abandon the intelligent brain. Load immediately. I had almost no hesitation. As soon as I finished speaking, a dense stream of data entered my head. It felt like tentacles were extending around me, connecting to every part of the train. Fuyao has taken control of the train and is modifying the settings according to the owner's habits. I closed my eyes and felt the data stream coming in. What a magical experience. If I could go back half a day, I would definitely be able to write the most perfect paper and leave Li Daguang speechless. I couldn't help but smile. Bang! I slapped myself. It's already this late, and I'm still thinking about my thesis. I sighed and shook my head. Fuyao, Give me the basic information about the train. Wait, it's too complicated. Simplify it. Soon, a simplified list unfolded before his eyes. Train Fiao, intelligent brain. No, D1314. Level, bronze, 0 stars. Owner, Chun, an ordinary human. Load, 1 million people. Actual load, 0 people. Not including the conductor. Defense 0, firepower. Level 0, power. Level 0, energy, 20%. Remaining, status 100%. Perfect. A lot of information. The train has 10 carriages, each of which can accommodate 100,000 people. I looked around and saw that the train had a private area for the conductor, right next to the cockpit. But I was too lazy to take a closer look, and that wasn't what I cared about the most right now. What should I do now? The train came so suddenly that I had no time to think. Fortunately, I have Fuyao, and I can control everything. I said to myself. The information on the screen continued to scroll. The purple star will explode in 2.5 hours. You need to send all spacecraft to the surface to transport passengers until the train is full. This is too hasty. I was panicking. Reminder, the more passengers there are, the more potential the train has for development. Fuyao continued to explain. This train will go to Lioli continent, and there are 728,436 star roads to choose from. You need to confirm the train route, which will help upgrade the train grade and attract more passengers. What is Lioli continent? I asked quickly. Fuyao has no relevant information, but I can give you 30,000 reasonable guesses. Fuyao's answer made me feel helpless. Forget it. Let's go pick them up directly. We'll give priority to Yuancheng in Xia country. I gave the order. Then, the doors of the train compartments opened, and spaceships flew out one after another, heading towards Purple Star. We need to see the rest of the cockpit. I stood up, stretched my body, and looked around. There's only one seat for the conductor in the cockpit, no co-pilot. Looking around, I can easily tell the function of each button and instrument. However, in fact, I don't need to do it. Fuyao will help me plan it one by one. Let's go out and have a look. I walked to the cabin door, passed through the silver-white corridor, and came to my private space. The layout inside was very spacious, and the walls were warm-colored, which looked very comfortable. Bedroom, kitchen, study, what is the biggest round room? I asked. That's the gravity room. You can practice in it. Fuyao answered. Practice. I was a little curious, but I didn't ask any more questions. I continued to walk around. Although the space was large, I always felt that something was missing. There is no food in the kitchen and no books in the study. It feels like this place is just an empty shell. I couldn't help but sigh. Walking further in, I came to a huge hall like a reception room. Walking further, I passed through a long corridor and finally reached the tall glass door. I opened the glass door and walked out, and a mechanical prompt sounded in my ears. Welcome to apron number 1. Looking back, I saw the words, passengers not allowed, clearly written on the glass door. What if the passenger breaks in violently? I couldn't help but ask. The passenger has no right to enter the owner's private area. Otherwise, he will be killed directly. Fuyao's answer made me feel relieved. The apron was empty, with a floating platform next to it. I stepped onto the platform, flew across a large empty area, and finally arrived at the first carriage. There are 7 steel gates in the carriage, all of which are now open. The neatly arranged seats in the carriage are like the hard seats on the high-speed train and seem a bit deserted. Passengers can only sit in the carriages? I asked. If the train is upgraded to silver level, a wider space can be added on the top, such as a passenger bedroom. Fuyao continued to explain. Forget it. Let's not consider these for now. As long as the passengers have seats, it's fine. I shook my head. Ding, ding, ding. Reminder to the master. The first group of passengers are about to board. The prompt on the screen reminded me to quickly return to the cockpit. We finally waited for the first group of passengers. We have to be careful. I didn't want to reveal my identity, and although I was not afraid of exposing my identity, I was still cautious. Not long after, a spaceship numbered F3456789 successfully docked at the apron. Welcome passengers aboard Interstellar train D1314. Please leave the spaceship and go to the carriage as soon as possible. Do not stay on the apron or corridor for a long time. I watched from the cockpit and saw the hatches on both sides of the spacecraft open, with silver ladders extended out. The Purple Star passengers were both terrified and curious, and they all got off the spacecraft. Is this the interior of the train? Li Jiaoshou, what you said before was not quite right. Li Deguang in the crowd looked a little unhappy. He muttered to himself, the outer layer of the train is made of bronze. Logically, The interior should be very poor. Who knew it was decorated with silver? You were talking so loudly before, boasting that you had a very awesome student. Now it seems that you were just bragging. Someone teased him. Li Deguang remained silent and followed the crowd in with a dark face. I watched all this and couldn't help but feel amused, but I didn't intervene. The old guy is actually the first one to come up. What luck. I couldn't help but smile. Fuyao, monitor the entire train and notify me immediately if you find a girl named Zishu. Also, monitor Yang Yuan and the others as well. Now that I have a way to save my life, I will naturally not miss the opportunity to protect my own people. Chapter 4: Large-Scale Plundering of Planetary Supplies. Outside the central park of Yuancheng, groups of people gathered here, looking up at the spaceships flying in the sky, their eyes full of desire. But no matter how many spaceships there is not enough capacity. The train will not take away all the Purple Star people, and its total capacity is destined to only save a part of them. The students on the periphery were squeezed until their faces turned blue, and they were exhausted physically and mentally. Haven't you seen Lao Chun yet? Yang Yuan shouted loudly, his voice hoarse, and his shiny forehead was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. I didn't see him, Lao Liang asked Zishu. Yu Guan shouted from the crowd. Liang Yu looked like he was almost out of breath, but he still looked back and finally saw Zishu protecting other girls not far away. Zishu, Chunin called you before he disappeared. Did he go to look for you? Liang Yu asked. Zishu's lips were chapped and her face was pale. She shook her head and said, I was just about to ask you, is he not out? I'll go back to school to look for him. The disaster came too quickly, and the students of Yuancheng University of Technology could only search for the spacecraft in groups and had no time to take care of anything else. The spaceship is coming. Zishu, don't leave. Yang Yuan looked at a fiery red spaceship flying rapidly in the sky. The crowd was instantly excited, and everyone rushed to the central park regardless of everything. Occasionally someone would fall down, screaming a few times before nothing happened. As the Earth's crust shook, tall buildings on both sides would occasionally collapse, and the people who had been squeezed together could not escape, and in the end they could only be crushed into pulp amidst their desperate screams. The end of the world is coming, survival is becoming more and more difficult, and death is imminent. Zishu, you girls come to the front, we will squeeze through. Several tall boys from the sports college shouted and tried to organize the students. However, to everyone's despair, the spacecraft did not stop in the central park, but flew over their heads at high speed. Finally, the spacecraft hovered outside the supermarket. The hatch opened, and a large number of exquisite silver robots quickly jumped down and entered the already dilapidated supermarket. I was sitting in the train cockpit, and the screen in front of me showed the vision of these robots. Take away all the rice. Who knows if we'll ever get to eat rice again? I couldn't help but laugh. I want the potato chips, and I want the spicy strips. Take all the beer away. Even though it's made with simple craftsmanship, it tastes like Purple Star after all. I'll never get to drink it again. I want everything, not just food, but even daily necessities. Then go to the next supermarket. Oh, Fuyao, find out the food reserves in Yuancheng. I commanded. Soon after, the screen showed the food storage point of Yuancheng, where rice, wheat, and various meats were stored. Send a few more spaceships to move as much as possible. I ordered. The train can accommodate up to 1 million people, while the spaceship can carry up to 10,000 passengers at a time, so 100 spaceships can be fully loaded in one trip. But I was not in a hurry to load more passengers on the spacecraft. Instead, I want to stock up on food. Food in hand, peace of mind. I thought to myself that having enough food was the most important thing. The first spaceship was for the train captain. I didn't use it to transport large items, but more for daily necessities. When it was almost done, I controlled the spaceship back to my home. The community had long been in ruins, and the robots struggled to get in and rescue some photos and souvenirs. Take the computer away. It contains 800 gigabytes of videos I treasure. I can't throw it away. After doing all this, the temperature of the Purple Star had risen to 60 degrees, and there was a risk of explosion at any time. Let's leave, it's almost time. I hummed a little tune as the spacecraft gradually rose. Although there are still many people who cannot escape, it has nothing to do with me. I have saved millions of people. In theory, I don't need these people. When the spacecraft climbed to 100 meters, I suddenly noticed some familiar faces. Fuyao, why haven't Zishu and Yang Yuan boarded yet? I asked in confusion. The master didn't set their information data in advance, so the spacecraft can't search for a fixed point. Fuyao answered calmly. Fuck, why didn't you warn me earlier? return the spacecraft, and take them away. I was a little angry and ordered hurriedly. The surface temperature was getting higher and higher, and people's consciousness began to blur. Crowds of people were crowded together, and the Central Park became a steam oven, with their skin all burnt to a crisp. Zishu, hold on. Maybe there will be a spaceship to rescue us. The student in front of him said with tears in his eyes. Zishu tried to squeeze out a path, but accidentally injured his lungs and fell into a semi-dizzy state. The students in the front cried, "Where are the spaceships? There are none. They will not come to save us anymore. We are all going to die here." They could clearly see that the trains in the clouds were closing their hatches one after another, and the returning spacecraft never came out. In other words, the train was full and there was no room for them. The square was filled with cries and shouts, and some people even committed suicide in despair. Yang Yuan supported the exhausted Liang Yu and prepared to take a short rest in the shade. He would rather die than die from the heat. Suddenly, someone shouted in the distance, the spaceship is coming again." The desperate square suddenly boiled, and thousands of people waved and shouted, hoping that the spaceship would dock quickly. I asked Fu Yao in the cockpit, "How many seats are left on my train?" "There are 384 seats left." Fu Yao answered calmly. "Can it be overloaded?" I asked. "The train can be underloaded, but it cannot be overloaded. This is a basic rule and cannot be violated. If the owner wants to accommodate more passengers, please upgrade the train level." Fu Yao replied, "Forget about that for now. Pick up Yang Yuan and the others first." I ordered. The spacecraft hovered at a height of 5 meters, and the ladder was quickly extended down, specifically aimed at the student area. However, the crowd was too crowded and pushed the thin students away. "Send out the robots to suppress them." I ordered. "Should the robots start the combat mode?" Fu Yao asked. I shook my head. "Don't open it for now. Let's see how the situation develops. By the way, you said before that the number of passengers determines the future potential of the train. So what kind of passengers are most beneficial to me?" "Young, smart, and talented passengers are the most valuable assets." Fu Yao replied. "It seems that it is right to take these students away. It is in my interest." I nodded. Dozens of robots quickly jumped down and forcibly pushed the crowd away. "You, get on board," the robot commanded. Yang Yuan and the others were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect to have such good luck. "Don't just stand there, get on board," I shouted. About 100 students immediately supported each other and walked towards the ladder. "Zishu, we are saved, wake up." Yang Yuan shouted excitedly. Zishu regained some energy and followed his classmates to climb up the ladder. I wonder if Chun has boarded the train. She looked back on the ladder, her eyes full of hope and a little uneasiness. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "That kid must have died a long time ago. He deserves it for showing off his knowledge all day long." The speaker was Fong Sheng, who was still wearing gold and silver even when fleeing. He saw the crowd outside with eyes full of desire and hatred and said arrogantly, "Are you angry? You're a bunch of untouchables. We are college students and intellectuals. Who do you think you are? You deserve to be left here and wait for death." Fuck Li AI. That woman was crushed to death by a building before he could even get his hands on her. He was about to continue climbing up, but suddenly felt that he had lost control and was thrown away by the robot. "Hey, what are you doing? Help," he screamed. The crowd outside had gone crazy, and after grabbing him, they trampled on him wantonly, and his screams were gradually drowned out. I was in the cockpit, feeling happy. "Do you really think I have no temper? I didn't bother with you before because I didn't care. Now you use my spaceship and scold me. Then go to hell." I sneered. "If you have a grudge, you must take revenge, and you can't leave in space." Chapter 5. The train sets sail, aiming for the Sea of Stars. As students board the spaceship one after another, the riot in the square still does not subside. "Why are they the only ones allowed to go up? What about us?" someone shouted. "Don't panic. These robots are just empty shells. We can control the spacecraft if we rush over," another person shouted excitedly. The crowd suddenly became more violent, and countless people rushed towards the robot with crazy lights in their eyes. However, as several laser beams accurately cut through the crowd at the front, they immediately quieted down and calmed down. "There are 217 places left for this train, and we need to select them." A mechanical voice came coldly. Although this was a cruel move, I had no other choice. I couldn't kick the passengers off the train. I could only try to pick out those who were valuable to take away. When they heard that there were still 200 spots left, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heated. "Are you controlled by aliens? Choose me. I could do anything for you, someone shouted while kneeling. Alien boss, choose me. I can meet all your requirements. Another person also shouted. I'm a star. My status is higher than theirs. Choose me, a woman said eagerly. I scanned everyone through the camera of the spacecraft, but I didn't see any familiar faces. It is detected that the owner has a physical liking for beautiful women. It is recommended to select a beautiful woman from the remaining quota to raise as a pet. Fu Yao's voice sounded in his mind. I couldn't help but curl my lips. What's wrong with beautiful women? Will hell my future? Issue in order to give priority to talents with high IQs, especially engineers in various industries. After the order was issued, the mood at the scene fluctuated again, and the riots became more serious. I was too lazy to appease these people. I would kill anyone who dared to cause trouble. They would die if they stayed. As more and more high IQ talents boarded the ship, the number of places became fewer and fewer. At this time, an accident happened. Can I let my child and wife get on board? I'll give them my place. The child can't take up a seat, just let her mother hold her. A man with a sallow face knelt on the ground and begged. I pulled up his information. Cheng Guoyang, senior management engineer. Is management useful? I wondered. In fact, I wanted to be a mechanical or electrical engineer. Tip to the owner, management talents are more useful than others. Because trains do not require passengers to participate in maintenance or manufacturing. In other words, management talents are more suitable than mechanical engineers. Forget it, install them all. His family can take up 3 places. Hurry up, I don't have any fixed standards, just go with my preferences. Finally, the passenger quota was filled, the spaceship took the robot away, and flew into the red sky amid countless curses. In the cockpit, all the screens were turned off, and I stretched comfortably. How many robots are there on the train? I asked Fu Yao. There are currently 40,000 robots, of which 20,000 are service robots responsible for maintaining order in the carriages. There are also 10,000 engineering robots responsible for factory manufacturing, all of which are currently idle. There are also 5,000 combat robots and 5,000 mining robots. If the master needs it, production can continue, provided that there are enough resources. Where can all these robots be produced? I continued to ask. Fu Yao called up the perspective view of the train. The first floor is the passenger floor, which has 10 carriages, including an exclusive area for the conductor. The basement floor is the storage floor, where all materials and resources are temporarily stored, and where factories and production lines are also located. The second negative floor is the power layer, which stores the energy of the entire train and is responsible for the operation of the train. The third negative floor is the defense layer, which is the strongest defensive position of the train. It stores warships and combat robots. Currently, there are only 10 escort-class warships. Currently, the train has 4 floors, and if it is upgraded, more floors or more carriages can be added. What resources do I have now? What can I make? I asked. Master currently only has passengers and supplies transported from Purple Star and no other manufacturing resources. The choice of Star Road means the amount of resources along the way. Before arriving at Liuli Continent, try to improve the overall strength of the train to reduce the threat of unknown things. I don't have a star map. How do I know which star path to choose? I frowned. Fu Yao has its own star map. Do you agree to load it? Fu Yao prompted. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a star map? Load it quickly, I said anxiously. After a while, a huge starry sky pattern appeared in front of me. Just by reaching out and touching it, I could get basic information about the relevant area. Planets, nebulae, galaxies, whether there are resources, whether there are planets with life. Although it is not clear enough, we can roughly know. It's 3 million light years away from Liuli Continent. No matter how fast the train goes, it can't exceed the speed of light. How can I possibly get there in my lifetime? I was a little stunned. There are jump nodes in the starry sky, and millions of light years can be reached in an instant. Our mission is to find these jump nodes. I suggest that the master awaken the extraordinary as soon as possible. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan. Fu Yao continued to make suggestions. What is the extraordinary? What is the level? I asked. Compared to star beasts and stars, ordinary creatures are too weak and need to absorb super energy to evolve. The extraordinary levels are Ascender, Star Walker, Star Crosser, Star Melter, Star Devourer. How long can you live as an Ascender? I asked curiously. For those who ascend to the sky, their lifespan increases by 100 years for each level they ascend. For those who walk on the stars, their lifespan increases by 1,000 years for each level they ascend. For those who cross the stars, their lifespan increases by 10,000 years for each level they ascend, and so on. If you become the legendary god of the starry sky, you can gain eternal life. I was so excited that I asked, how strong is the ascender? The essence of transcendence is to strengthen the body and evolve the blood. The ascender will strengthen the skin, muscles, blood, and even every cell of the whole body. When you can cross the starry sky without protection, you are a star walker. When you can devour star resources to strengthen your body, you are a star crosser. When you can fuse planets, you are a star fuser. I was so excited that I asked, how do I awaken? Master needs to find energy crystals. Currently, no energy crystals have been found in the galaxy. After learning this, I took the elevator to the negative first floor. There was a floating platform here, which took me around for a tour. All my supplies were piled under the cockpit, while the wider area was empty. Under Carriage 1, I saw the huge machine shop where all the robots came from. Manufacturing robots requires resources. If you want a more advanced robot, the owner needs to obtain a rare manufacturing manual. Under the second carriage is the spacecraft manufacturing factory, and under each of the subsequent carriages are various factories. The large area between the factories is the storage point for supplies. Since production hadn't started yet, the entire underground floor looked eerie, which gave me goosebumps. Let's go back. The train is about to depart, I whispered. When I passed by the supply storage room, I asked the service robot to carry things up there to fill up my living area. The robots can also cook, which I'm very pleased with. Load all of Zixing's recipes into them, I said to Fuyao. Recipe loaded, Fuyao replied. After dinner, I lay on the soft sofa and asked Fuyao to turn on the cameras in various places on the train and play the images of Zixing. At this time, the purple star has expanded to its limit. All life on its surface has long been extinct. The purple color no longer exists, and only red magma remains. Suddenly, the purple star exploded silently like a balloon. Is it over? Actually, there's no special feeling, just like a small ball exploding in front of my eyes. I muttered to myself. Let's go, I whispered. The power layer at the bottom started to work, and the train was ready to take off. What star route do the other trains take? I asked. Most trains take the main route number 7. Main road number 7 refers to the main path leading to the Lioli continent on the star map. Which one should we take? I asked. The calculations have been completed. Taking main road number 18 is more in your interest. Main route 18 deviates from the path of Lioli continent, but it will bring more rewards. Then choose 18 degrees and set off. I said decisively. So, I chose a different route from other trains and headed towards the boundless deep space. Chapter 6 suggests keeping a few pets. The most beautiful fireworks that the Purple Star people have ever seen are the moments when the Purple Star explodes. In the carriage, many people burst into tears as they watch their homes turn into red dust and be gradually swallowed by the expanding sun. We can never go back. Who knows where to go now? Does anyone have antipyretics? She has a high fever. In the back area of the 10th carriage, Zishu's face was purple, and she was lying in the arms of her female classmate Xia Ying, shivering with cold. Although the train was air-conditioned and the temperature was suitable, Zishu had injured her lungs before and inhaled a lot of hot air, causing considerable damage to her body. Yang Yuan and others quickly gathered around and hurriedly laid Zishu horizontally on the seat. Her breathing is very disordered. It's bad. She may have injured her lungs. What should I do? Is there a doctor here? Yang Yuan shouted loudly. He shouted for a long time and even spat out blood foam at the end, but no one responded. After such a drastic change, everyone was trying to protect themselves, and no one cared about the lives of others. Old Yang, what's wrong with you? Yuan asked in surprise. Yang Yuan chuckled and said he was bumped by some jerk when he was getting on a bus. It's not a big deal. Let's go to the front and ask. There must be a doctor there. Before we left our seats, a robot came over from the aisle. The robot scanned us and confirmed our identities. Liang Yu was terrified and said quickly, "We didn't break the rules. This girl is dying. Can you save her?" The robot is a service-oriented one, proficient in various basic abilities, and treatment is no problem. As we watched in horror, the robot took out an injection and injected it into Zishu's arm. Just take a nap. Take it and eat it right away. The robot handed Yang Yuan a blue pill. Yang Yuan hesitated, but the pain in his chest surged, and he finally swallowed it. Hey, I feel much better after eating, as if there's a cool air flowing through my body. By the way, are those robots flight attendants? The service is so good, he said in surprise. Others around have been paying attention to this place and put forward their own requests. I feel a little uncomfortable too. Can you give me some medicine? I'm hungry. Is there any food? I'm a little thirsty. Can you give me some water? I want to go to the bathroom. Where is it? The robot replied one by one in a cold voice. The train does not provide any supplies. Passengers are requested to prepare their own. There are hundreds of drinking water points in each carriage, which are unlimited but cannot be wasted. Toilets are everywhere. Urinating or defecating anywhere will be considered a violation. A man was dissatisfied. But why give a medicine? The robot's eyes flashed red, and the laser transmitter on its shoulder began to charge. The man was so scared that he quickly retracted his head. In the cockpit, I was silent for a while. Call up the physical condition of Zishu and Yang Yuan. I was relieved to learn that both of them were recovering. How strong is the service robot? I asked. The service robot has a micro laser transmitter on its shoulder, a retractable alloy sword on its waist, and bronze-gray daggers on both arms. On the whole, although these robots are service-oriented, they can easily deal with ordinary people, and 1 against 10 is not a problem. There's an enforcement team in each carriage, whose members are also service robots, and their combat power is slightly stronger than ordinary robots. After confirming that everything was fine inside the train, I called up the external images. I could see the sea of stars in all directions, and the train was speeding through the nebula at a speed of 1/10 the speed of light. At such a high speed, the train did not fall apart. I am curious about the manufacturing technology of the train. Fuyao, if I give you enough materials, can you copy the train? Forget it if you can't. I'm just asking casually. Then where can we get more resources? I continued to ask. There are a lot of resource stars in the surrounding starry sky, and you can stop at any time to resupply. But considering the basic principle of keeping passengers alive, it is recommended to find a life star before stopping. Since we have brought so many passengers, we can't let them starve to death. I opened the star map and looked for the nearest life planet, which turned out to be 3 light years away. 3 light years? By the time the train arrives, everyone will have turned into bones. I laughed at myself. The star map is old, and the planet information recorded is limited to super life, and there is no record of planets with low-level life. How far can the train scan the starry sky? I continued to ask. The high-precision radar on the train can detect a radius of 1 billion kilometers, with an error of no more than 30 million kilometers and a response time of about 5 seconds. Then use full power detection and try to find a life planet as quickly as possible. I ordered. I know the passenger situation best. Who has time to bring supplies while escaping? Not everyone has the leisurely opportunity one have. The rest of the journey became boring. At first, I was very interested in the various data of the stars and sat in front of the screen to study them carefully. But I soon discovered that any data could be analyzed instantly by Fu Yao, and I only needed to look at the results. I feel bored after just half a day. What should I do in the future? I sighed. I returned to the living area, turned on the computer, and played my own private movie collection. Detected that the owner is bored, suggested raising a few human pets. Forget about humans, but if we encounter alien races in the future, I can consider it. I muttered boredly. Hey, why is there a large space behind a practice room? What is it for? I suddenly remembered a question. If you take the front of the car as the positive direction, the practice room is on the right, and further to the right is the unknown area. I hurried to check, and Fuyao opened the glass doors along the way. The area was about several thousand square meters, with cages of various sizes and many small rooms with simple interior layouts. This is the owner's pet area, where you can raise various pets to entertain you. This is really thoughtful. I couldn't help but sigh. Walking further in from the pet area, I came to a place similar to an observation deck. Here, I can sit and ride the floating platform to the top of the train with a very real starry sky above my head. But the train runs too fast, and there is no time to observe the stars around. I reached out and knocked on the glass cover, a little worried that it would break. It's not fun, let's get off, I said disappointedly. So, I went to the living room, which was equivalent to the first floor of my private area. The living room was furnished with sofas and other furniture from Zixing, and even a lot of antiques from museums. Those rooms around here are bedrooms, prepared for guests? I asked. Remind the host, these bedrooms are prepared for your family. That's very thoughtful. How about asking Zishu and the others to come over? I thought, forget it. I can't trust them to that level. I shook my head. After I had a thorough understanding of my living area, I decided to go back to the upper floor to watch movies and rest. However, after watching too many of these short movies, I felt a little bored and I felt that I should watch something more interesting. The first day passed like this. I went to bed according to my normal schedule and felt relatively calm. Chapter 7: The train docks in the star system and collects energy. Recovery calendar year, January 1st. 02. 7 hours, 33 minutes, and 25 seconds. There was an impatient atmosphere in the carriage. Everyone was extremely hungry, and I was almost unable to hold on any longer. Who has any food left? Can I borrow some? I heard Lee Degwang's voice was a little loud, and he seemed very anxious. There was a long queue at the drinking water station, and everyone could only drink water to fill their stomachs. Those who have access to food basically hide their food very carefully, and no one dares to take it out openly. Do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? You young people can hold on, but we old bones can't. Young man over there, are you eating bread? Give me some. Li Degwang almost shouted. As a professor, his pride had long gone, and staying alive was his only goal now. Who knew when the train would stop? If it continued like this, many people might not be able to hold on. The young man who was called swallowed the bread immediately, not daring to look at others, for fear that it would be snatched away. Li Degwang muttered indignantly, "The world is going downhill. It's really going downhill." Not far away by the window, a group of dubious men were surrounding a couple. "I saw there was food in your bag. Take it out for me," one of the men threatened in a low voice. The woman clasped her hands together with a pleading expression. "This is the child's snack. Please leave it for him." The child in her arms was only 7 years old, and his little body was shaking with fear. Who knows how long the child can live? It's useless to keep him. Hand him over quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. The man's eyes were full of threats. The woman held the backpack tightly under her body. The men's eyes turned cold, and they seemed ready to snatch it away. At this moment, the child accidentally pressed the button on the seat next to him, and a clear alarm sounded immediately. Not long after, several law enforcement robots rushed over, scanning the carriage with their red eyes. Who called the police? The father raised his hand, tremblingly. "I called the police. These people wanted to steal our things." The robots said coldly. "According to the conductor's regulations, fighting and robbing other people's property are prohibited in the carriage. The first violation will result in solitary confinement. The second will be punished, and the third will be eliminated." Upon seeing this, the thugs immediately lowered their heads and admitted defeat. They were then taken away by the robots and sent to a detention room outside the carriage, where they would be kept for at least 3 hours. After the robot left, the carriage suddenly became lively. Did you hear that? There's a conductor. Is he an alien? I wonder what he looks like. Would the conductor like women? I'm so beautiful. Maybe I can be his wife. I heard that there's a restricted area over there on the apron with a lot of robot guards. That should be where the conductor lives. This topic spread quickly in the carriage and soon reached the 10th carriage. "Zishu, you are so beautiful. It would be great if the conductor noticed you. Then we would suffer less." After hearing this, Zishu turned his face dark and punched Yang Yuan without any hesitation. Talk less and save energy. Most people had no food, so they either drank water at the drinking fountain or lay on their seats in a daze. The female classmate next to me saw that I looked a little tired and asked in a low voice, "Are you still thinking about Shonen?" I lowered my head silently, pursed my cracked lips gently, and shook my head. "I'm not thinking about him. I just feel a little sorry. He was the first person to discover that the purple star might explode, and he might have become a great scientist in the future. It's a pity that he couldn't escape. Don't say such depressing words. He may be on another train. You may meet him again in the future." I smiled bitterly. In the vast sea of stars, it would take thousands or tens of thousands of years. How could we possibly meet again? Actually, I was quite happy yesterday because I was finally sure that he and the AI had nothing to do with each other. I didn't expect that. Warning, the train's energy has dropped to 10%. In the cockpit, I looked at the data of the energy system and my heart tightened. "Where can I get energy?" I asked hurriedly. A standard star system was discovered 800 million kilometers away, where energy can be replenished. "Then hurry over there." I gave the order. As the train approached the star system, the blazing light immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was a star similar to the sun, and the light it emitted was very dazzling, as if it was going to illuminate everything. The train has entered the star system, and we should have found a resource star. If there is life there, maybe we can find food to survive, an astronomy enthusiast said excitedly. However, Fuyao's detection results came out. This galaxy is full of meteorites and asteroids, and there's no sign of life. The train continued to move forward, and half an hour later, we successfully parked in the star's orbit, only 90 million kilometers away from the star's surface. Why can I see directly? I couldn't help asking. The glass of the train is made of special materials, which can prevent any interference from particle rays or electromagnetic waves, and you will not be affected in any way. The train has entered the preset track. Do you want to start energy collection? I looked at the prompts on the screen and couldn't help but feel curious. So I asked Fuyao to start energy collection. A panoramic view of the train was displayed on the screen. The doors on both sides of the power compartment slowly opened, and several pipe-like objects stretched out, like pythons extending towards the stars. The pipes don't look large in the image, but the zoom scale next to them shows that they are hundreds of meters in diameter. When the tube approaches a star, the head explodes like a flower, extending a large number of claws and tightly grasping the surface of the star. What does this mean? Is it to absorb energy directly? I asked in surprise. The train's kinetic energy comes from nuclear fusion. We will directly absorb energy from the fusion elements of stars. This is the most convenient way. Convenient? Are you sure? I asked. I think there are many fusion elements on other planets, and although mining is difficult, it is at least safer. Now, the train directly absorbs energy from the stars, which is really crazy. But considering the mysterious nature of the train, nothing seems to be normal anymore. How long does it take to replenish the energy? I asked. If it's just replenishing the energy reserve, it only takes 2 hours. If it's replenishing the fuel inventory, it takes 4 hours. Then replenish it completely and fill up all the stocks. I decided to let Fuyao continue to execute without hesitation. Since I had 4 hours, I immediately decided to send out exploration ships and mining ships to collect resources from nearby asteroids. The galaxy has a complex environment. It is recommended to send warships to escort and clear the debris on the route. Okay, let's do it. I agreed. The spacecraft was traveling at an extremely fast speed and arrived at the nearest asteroid 10 minutes later. There were a large number of minerals there, which are the resources I needed. After Fuyao analyzed it, it displayed the specific information of the minerals and told me that these minerals could be used to manufacture various equipment, especially warships and spaceships. Why do some minerals only have numbers, but no names? I asked in confusion. For example, minerals number 47 and number 65. The former is the basic material for building warships, and the latter can be used to strengthen the outer defense of trains. There are many different civilizations in the universe, and minerals are named in many different ways. Numbers are the most universal way. Do other civilizations use numbers in the same way? I continue to ask, almost because mathematics is the most basic subject in the universe. Almost all civilizations have their own mathematical system, but the way of expression is different. Mining robots quickly began working on various asteroids, transporting batches of collected minerals back to the train. I also activated the factory in the storage cabin. At present, we mainly produce mining robots and transport ships. I know clearly that only with sufficient resources can we continue to develop. Just like playing a game, without sufficient infrastructure, nothing can move forward. Chapter 8. Opening a train bank and opening up the train market. What are the trains doing? Everyone was getting more and more anxious, leaning over the portholes to look out. Although we saw the spacecraft shuttling back and forth, we had no idea what they were carrying. A smart passenger analyzed. Obviously, the train also needs energy, probably to transport fuel. The train has such a powerful power, it should be nuclear fusion powered. Those pipes should be used to transport fuel. I guess those spaceships are used to transport minerals, probably for the purpose of continuing to build the train. Oh my God, is the train going to be expanded? Some people discussed in a low voice in horror. Some people were discussing the operation of the train, while others were worried about survival. What should we do if the train stops here? Are we going to die? Someone said in despair. The train can't just ignore us. It can't let us escape from Purple Star in vain. Otherwise, this escape will have little meaning. For hours passed quickly in this endless discussion, and the train finally started again, with a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. The train has 100% energy reserve and 100% raw material storage. The robot and spaceship factories are working at full capacity and are expected to produce 20,000 mining robots and 50 cargo spaceships. These cargo ships are different from passenger ships. They cannot carry people. Seeing these data, I was relieved. At least as long as there is enough energy, everything will go smoothly. The next goal is to search for a life planet with all our strength. If we can't find one, they won't be able to hold on, and I can't just give my supplies to them for nothing. I said in a deep voice. Another day passed, and on the third day after the destruction of Purple Star, the train finally detected a life-bearing planet located in a young star system. Name, none, number, S360E57284996, classification, planet, mass, 8.43970 times 10 superscript 2 kg diameter, 195,462 kilometers, surface temperature, 46 degrees Celsius, rotation period, 59 hours, 25 minutes, 39 seconds, intelligent life, none. A large amount of life has been detected on this planet. It is recommended to immediately send warships and transport ships to collect resources. The screen showed the shape of the planet, which was oval in shape and green in color. Green represented plants, and the presence of plants often meant the presence of animals. Can ordinary people land on this planet? I couldn't help but ask. If so, I would like to take the passengers up there and let them collect resources themselves. The environment of this planet is very different from that of Purple Star, and the people of Purple Star cannot survive. It has been detected that there are many kinds of microorganisms on this planet, and it is easy for deadly infectious diseases to break out among passengers. It is not recommended for them to come into contact with each other in person. I frowned. Although the Life Star is good, it is not good news that I cannot land on it. Fu Yao quickly gave a solution. The first is to awaken the extraordinary abilities of the passengers so that they can resist the pressure of the planet and the invasion of viruses. The second is to mass-produce protective clothing to completely isolate them from the planetary environment. I roll my eyes. These suggestions are nonsense. I can't even awaken myself. How can they find energy crystals? As for the protective suits, let's not talk about whether there are materials to make them. Even if they can be made, what can they do? Let them go on a trip. After thinking about it, I made a decision. Let the robots collect a lot of resources and then use the train to process them into food. But there's a problem. I don't want to do charity, and it doesn't seem reasonable to provide free services to passengers. I have been pondering the rules of the train these days, and my understanding is gradually deepening. In fact, the train is not to take passengers to escape, but more like to transport a carload of labor. And these laborers are too weak at this stage and need more training. It is recommended that the owners set up a currency system and open a train market, Fu Yao suggested. I immediately read the information provided by Fu Yao, and then I realized that the train itself was developing in these directions. It just depends on when I started. Okay, then set the currency to star coins, and passengers can borrow money to buy food. In the first carriage, everyone was so hungry that they were almost dizzy. Water alone could not relieve their hunger. In a corner, a group of pale men gathered together and discussed in a low voice. Instead of waiting to die, we might as well give it a try. We need to gather more people to attack the train conductor's restricted area. My guess is that there may be food hidden there. Even if there is no food, we can find other resources after controlling the train. A timid passenger said tremblingly, "But those robots have weapons. We can't defeat them at all. And we don't know how many robots there are in the train. Do you want to sit here and wait to die? I'm going to die anyway, so I'll fight." Tian Wei said fiercely. Tian Wei is 1.9 meters tall, with a sturdy physique, and looks quite threatening. Lien, go find out the situation of the robot guards near the restricted area and see how many there are. Lien was thin and hunched over due to hunger, but after receiving the order, he immediately walked through the gate of the first carriage. After passing through the gate, he did not reach the apron immediately, but entered a large number of vacant areas, and he did not know what those places were used for. However, to Lian's surprise, many newly built cabins suddenly appeared in these vacant areas, and robots were busy decorating them around them. He saw that the cabin on the far left was completely open, with the words "Train Bank" written on the door, flashing and particularly eye-catching. What is this place? Let me take a look. Lien rubbed his stomach and couldn't help but run over. When he approached, he heard a voice prompt. "Welcome passengers to the bank. Please enter the lobby to handle business." There's a bank in the train? He was a little surprised. Seeing that the robot guards nearby didn't react, Lien walked in boldly. This place is completely different from the bank on Purple Star. There are no traditional windows inside, but transparent compartments. Each compartment has simple equipment that looks like an ATM. The train bank provides services to all passengers, including deposits, withdrawals, loans, and other operations. Various operating instructions are displayed on the large screen in front, teaching passengers how to use the equipment. Have my savings on Zixing also been transferred? Lien was full of anticipation. He entered the nearest compartment, and after some simple operations, his account balance was displayed on the screen. 0 coins. What are star coins used for? Lien asked. The robot's voice system responded. Star coins can be used for all kinds of consumption on the train, including buying weapons, daily necessities, energy, food, etc. in the market. Seeing the word food, Lian's eyes widened, and he couldn't wait to ask, is there really food? How can I get star coins? There is currently no way to earn star coins on the train. Passengers are advised to take out loans. Ordinary people have a loan limit of 500 star coins. Lien was surprised and said, it is indeed the style of the bank. How to borrow? Give me some first to try. He had nothing, so he just gave it a try. A few minutes later, Lian's account showed a balance of 50 star coins. Can I buy food now? Lien asked. The market is fully open, and passengers are advised to try it. The machine replied. Lien hurriedly left the bank and walked towards the market next door. It's so convenient that there's a market next to the bank. Lien muttered. The market looked very large, like a supermarket. Lien approached and saw that there were 3 silver passages in the market. In front of each passage, there were 2 robot guards, armed and ready to go. Can I go in? Lien stood in front of the first passage. The robot stood like a statue, completely unresponsive. However, the market system gave a reminder. Welcome passengers to market number 1. Chapter 9. Discovering Energy Crystal or Awakening the Extraordinary. Were the main foods. I drank the Coke that Zixing brought while chewing the tenderloin that had just been grilled in the kitchen. The source of the meat was a fat animal similar to a pig, which could be as large as several thousand pounds, but a few bullets could kill it. Food includes meat and vegetarian food. Meat is mainly from various animals. All disinfection and sterilization have been done, and all are cooked. Vegetarian food is mainly ferns, which are processed into pancakes. There are large quantities and can be sold cheaply. There are also many special fruits on the planet, but the quantity is small. They will be sold as rare food. I nodded. Fuyao arranged everything in an orderly manner. Turn up the footage. I'll see if anyone has entered the market. The screen was brought up, showing the situation in market number 1. Lien was walking cautiously in the aisle. He was obviously a little nervous, fearing that a gun would suddenly appear from the camera on the wall. The display screens on the walls on both sides of the passage kept updating the types of food in the market. Lian's eyes widened. If these foods really exist, as long as they can fill me up, I would be willing to die. He seemed to have made up his mind, and he quickened his pace, finally walking out of the passage. In front of him were countless neatly arranged shelves, on which were written the types of food. Cooked meat, vegetarian cakes, fruits, clothes, drinks, medicines. In addition to food, I have also started other factories. For example, clothing factories, beverage factories, and pharmaceutical manufacturing centers. In the future, we will also start to sell special products such as weapons. Sure enough, there is food. I knew that the train wouldn't let us starve to death. Lien drooled as he walked quickly towards the cooked meat shelf. He saw the densely packed meat on it and picked up the most expensive high-quality meat without hesitation. High-quality meat, 0.5 star coins per pound. Ordinary meat, 0.2 star coins per pound. Second-quality meat, 0.1 star coins per pound. This is too cheap. Give me a pound of high-quality meat. He scanned the face recognition. The glass cabinet opened, and a piece of fragrant lean meat was delivered, which looked very good. Lien didn't even look at it. He just held the meat and started to eat it, his mouth full of oil. 3 minutes later, he had finished a pound of meat, but he didn't feel full. Another piece. At this time, the system kindly reminded him, eating some vegetarian food is more beneficial to your physical and mental health. Lien was a little reluctant, but he still walked to the vegetarian shelf and spent 0.1 star coins to buy 5 pancakes. Because the quantity was too large, he could only eat one. When everything quieted down, Lien touched his stomach and felt like he had just had a good dream. He no longer felt hungry. I have to check my account balance. He took the vegetarian cake and ran to the bank to check his balance. The result showed that he had 49.2 star coins left, which was real. Good boy, I can borrow up to 500 star coins, so I won't starve to death. Lien was overjoyed and ran back to the car. The atmosphere in the carriage was still dull, and Tianwei was gathering more people. Lien, you've been gone for so long. What are you holding in your hand? Lien burped and threw the vegetarian cake to him. The fragrance of the vegetarian cake instantly spread, and the passengers around him widened their eyes when they saw it. Cake! Where did the food come from? The scene suddenly became chaotic, and everyone wanted to scramble for it. Tian Wei quickly grabbed the plain cake in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth desperately. Others swarmed over to grab the food. A few seconds later, the alliance that had just been established collapsed. Don't rob. There are a lot of things over there. Go buy them yourself. Where are they? Just outside the train. There are new banks and markets on the train. Tian Wei explained it in a few words, and the others' eyes lit up and they ran out immediately, each of them flashing with desire. In the cockpit, I observed the turmoil in the carriages and ordered Fuyao to send more robots to maintain order. If someone did not follow the rules, they would be put in solitary confinement for 3 hours. First I borrow money, then I pay it back, and the interest is generated every day. How come I am becoming more and more like a capitalist? Li Yin was so anxious that he did not read the loan terms clearly. In fact, the more you borrow, the higher the interest you will incur. Under normal circumstances, you should borrow according to your needs. However, Chen certainly would not remind them that the current situation was more favorable to me. Continue to collect supplies and reserve the amount consumed by the passengers for a month. Don't waste time. I instructed. For the next half month, the train continued along the planned route, only replenishing its energy once and without stopping. One day, half a month later, the train finally stopped again. Strong super energy radiation detected in the galaxy ahead. There is a high probability of energy crystal or... Hearing this news, I immediately became energetic. The discovery of the energy crystal mine is of vital importance to me. Only if I awaken the extraordinary can I dare to sail for a long time, otherwise I can't stop my aging body. The train replenishes energy on site while mining energy crystals and other minerals, I instructed. At present, there are already 50,000 mining robots, which are enough to meet the daily resource needs. If we continue to manufacture, we will need a complete set of spacecraft, but the current resource consumption of the train is not enough to support it. 2 hours later, the first spaceship loaded with energy crystals returned successfully and entered the storage layer from the lower hatch of carriage number 1. I immediately went to check it out. The energy crystals were stacked in a special compartment, and the pure, blue solid objects exuded a strange luster. How to awaken? I asked. There's a chance of awakening by absorbing the energy of energy crystals. It is recommended to divide the energy crystals into basic units. Each unit of energy crystal is approximately 2.5 grams in size, which is about the size of a fingernail. I waited for a while, and the robot handed the divided energy crystals to me. You can awaken with just this little bit. Any life that absorbs energy crystals will awaken, but some are faster and some are slower. The master is extremely talented. This one is enough for you to awaken. I held the energy crystal in my right hand, and the cool touch made me feel very comfortable. After contact, the energy crystal began to automatically decompose. As my skin came into contact, it entered my pores, seeped into my blood vessels, and quickly flowed throughout my body. It's so cold. No, it's so hot. The awakening process was not easy. The alternating hot and cold sensations made me frown, and I felt a sharp pain in my blood vessels. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long. After about 2 minutes, I felt a sense of emptiness, as if my whole body was free from gravity, and I felt indescribably relaxed. Through a series of tests, I found that I could now easily jump 5 meters high and run at a very fast speed. I tried to punch the sofa, and it tore it in the middle. Is this what it means to be extraordinary? All the attributes of my body have been greatly improved. Can I now enter and exit various planets at will? You are currently just a space climber. Only when you become a star walker can you enter and exit any planet at will. But if the planet has a basic environment suitable for life, you can bear the gravity different from that of the purple planet and adapt to any viruses and bacteria. I continued to move my body, feeling great. It was like I had suddenly gained unlimited power, and any movement became so easy. How many energy crystals can I collect? I asked. Based on the total amount of energy crystals on this planet, approximately 20 million units of energy crystals can be collected. Haha, if I absorb all of them, can I directly upgrade to a Star Walker? Then I can freely travel in the starry sky. Just thinking about it is great. But Fuyao poured cold water on me. Ascendants need to gradually strengthen every cell in their bodies. This strengthening takes time and cannot be achieved in a rush. Based on your talent and physical fitness, you can absorb a maximum of 10 units of energy crystals per day. Only 10? Why would I need so many? I immediately lost interest. But soon, I had a new idea. Put the energy crystals on the shelves at a price of 10 star coins. I need the passengers to become extraordinary as soon as possible, and they must have the ability to explore. Not all planets are suitable for robot exploration. In some places, electromagnetic interference is strong, which can easily cause robots to lose signals. Therefore, letting passengers go out for exploration is the trend of the future. Chapter 10. Union System, Mission System, Spaceship Rental System, Recovery Calendar, January 1st, 18th. In the market of Carriage 10, the atmosphere was a little strange. Many people gathered in front of the shelves of energy crystals, discussing. What is energy crystal? It's worth 10 star coins. You're crazy. 10 star coins can buy 20 kilograms of high-quality meat. I think it's just an IQ tax. No one will buy it. Indeed, everyone in the 10 carriages knew that there was a new product on the market, and there was a lot of discussion about Nanjing, but no one dared to buy it rashly. Everyone was waiting and watching, and no one dared to try it easily. I didn't give any hints and allowed them to make their own decisions. When I am bored, it is also a pleasure to observe the reactions of these passengers. I gradually like this feeling of being high above. I even noticed that Zishu seemed eager to try, but she was stopped by her classmate Xiaoying. Don't waste it. 10 star coins can keep you alive for a long time. Zishu's eyes sparkled, but trains don't carry waste. The energy crystal must have a special function. Do you think that if you swallow it, you will never be hungry again? Xiaoying rolled her eyes at her and said, if there really is such a magical pill, it wouldn't be too much to sell it for 1,000 star coins. Don't forget, the star coins were borrowed, and we still owe money. Xia Ying's words dispelled many people's curiosity about Nanjing. The upper limit of the loan has always been an unknown, and no one knows what will happen if it exceeds the upper limit. While everyone was discussing, suddenly a thin boy pushed through the crowd, walked to the shelf with a stern face, and bought the energy crystals skillfully and quickly. Wow, someone is buying energy crystals. Soon a lot of people gathered around, and everyone was curious to know what the energy crystals were used for. The boy picked up the energy crystal and observed it curiously. Although he himself did not know the function of the energy crystal, he just simply wanted to do something. Anyway, life was bad enough, and it didn't matter if he died early or was reborn early. Not far away, the bald man poked his head and asked, "Little brother, do you know what the energy crystal is used for?" He tried to shrink his body as far as possible, obviously afraid that the explosion of the energy crystal would affect him. The boy did not respond, but he felt his palms were cold, without any abnormal feeling. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the side. "Oh my God, look, it's crystallized." The crystallized substance quickly entered the boy's body, and the blood vessels in his arm actually showed a blue luster. The onlookers around began to speculate. It could be some kind of radioactive mineral. It's over. He may be receiving a large dose of radiation. It could also be a particle weapon. He triggered some mechanism, and it is entering his body. Could it be micronuclear fusion? That blue light may be a sign of a fusion reaction. The last sentence instantly made the atmosphere tense, and everyone ran out in fear. Zishu and the others did not run away, because they knew that the energy crystal entering the boy's body could not be a nuclear fusion reaction, but more like the integration of some special substance. It's just that they don't know what the effect of this substance is. Suddenly, the boy's face turned extremely ugly, and his whole body emitted a blue light. He took a breath, holding back the severe pain in his body, and did not make a sound. He is triggering a reaction and may explode. A folk scientist seemed very confident and started to popularize science in the market, scaring the people around him so much that they fled in panic. Some even began to wail and curse, and conflicts even broke out, attracting the attention of the market guards. "Sister Shu, it won't really explode, will it?" Yang Yuan asked anxiously as he looked at the situation in front of him. Zishu asked calmly, "What do you study?" "I study nuclear physics, didn't you know that?" "Yes, I know that sports are unreliable. How dare you believe it?" Yang Yuan chuckled and said, "I sleep in class, pick up girls after class, and I haven't even turned a few pages of the book on nuclear physics." Yuguan interrupted, "I can testify that he really hasn't turned the book. He's a complete waste." Don't kick me. I'm telling the truth." Everyone was playing around for a while, and the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. But at this time, Xiaoying reminded everyone that the boy seemed to be undergoing strange changes. They looked over and found that the boy was no longer in the pain he was in before. His pale face had regained its color, and his whole body was filled with a strange sense of strength. He clenched his hands, and the sound of banging echoed in the market. Someone asked hurriedly, "How do you feel now?" The young man said with a strange expression, "I seem to have become stronger." He was originally as thin as a willow in the wind, but now the muscles on his arms are obviously bulging, and his height seems to have increased by 4 or 5 centimeters. His whole temperament and image have undergone earth-shaking changes. At this moment, the train's reminder sounded. The first extraordinary person was born among the passengers, and the extraordinary ranking list was opened. The train officially opened the Union system, mission system, and spaceship rental system. The market officially launched various lethal weapons, and only extraordinary people have the right to purchase them. Following the release of these tips, the market shelves were suddenly replenished with a number of weapon products, including sci-fi-looking guns and swords. Zishu tried to buy it, but when she saw the price, she immediately gave up the idea. A bronze alloy sword costs 50 star coins. Isn't that too expensive? A K3 kinetic pistol only costs 5 star coins. Is a sword more expensive than a gun? She tried to buy it, but it showed that she didn't have permission. Then, the train issued another reminder. Only extraordinary people can register for Union. There is no limit on the number of people. Only extraordinary people can do train tasks, and they will be rewarded with star coins or rare items after completing the tasks. Only extraordinary people can rent a spaceship to leave the train for adventure, and any resources collected will be split 30% with the train taking 30%. Only extraordinary people can go to other carriages, but they cannot stay there for a long time. Only extraordinary people have the opportunity to be received by the train conductor and receive rewards from the train conductor. As soon as these reminders came out, the train compartments suddenly became silent, and after a long time, they began to get noisy. Oh my God, the extraordinary people actually have so many permissions. It turns out that we can rent spacecraft to land on alien planets. If we can find rare resources, it will be easy to pay off the loan and even make money. Many people began to imagine themselves earning tens of thousands of star coins, their faces flushed with excitement. But there's a prerequisite: you must awaken. Awakening requires energy crystals. From all aspects, awakening the extraordinary is beneficial and has no harm. As a result, everyone rushed to the market frantically, fearing that the energy crystals would be sold out. The second person to awaken was Zishu, and she became the second person on the list. Every time a transcendent awakened, their name would be displayed on the list, which made the atmosphere in the entire carriage unprecedentedly tense, and no one wanted to fall behind. In fact, there are very few people who can quickly absorb energy crystals and awaken immediately. Most people need a long time to absorb energy crystals, and the awakening time ranges from half an hour to 24 hours. An hour later, the train released the Union list. The first Union was Night, and its president was Xiao Zhan, the boy who first awakened to the supernatural. Soon, a second Union appeared called Science, and its president was Zishu. Next came the Heroic Union and the Hope Union, which were led by Tianwei and Chun Guoliang respectively. Now that we have a union, how do we rent a spaceship? We have to wait until the train stops. How can we get out if it doesn't? The Science Union has started recruiting people, and we accept everyone. Zishu is very smart. After registering the union, he immediately recruited members in the 10th carriage. Because registering a union required paying 100 star coins, most people did not dare to register, so they chose to join other unions. Therefore, the number of union members in the top 10 gradually increased. However, Xiao Zhan's Night Union has not recruited anyone, and he seems a little lonely. Chapter 11 Train Stops, Rent a Spaceship. Give me Xiao Zhan's information. China was very interested in this person. Information shows that Xiao Zhan is an orphan and has never had any relatives or friend around him. He is adventurous and bold. He's a talented person, but too extreme. Keep an eye on him and see how he develops in the future. In addition to Xiao Zhan, Chunin paid special attention to the top 10 presidents: Zishu, Tianwei, King Guoliang, Xia Fen. I know that Zishu is extraordinary. This girl has a bright future. Let her develop. I won't interfere for the time being. Tianwei's character is not very good, but he has talent. Let's see if he will change in the future. Give him more opportunities. Chen Guoliang gave me a big surprise. His awakening speed was very fast and the quality was very high. He should be the most powerful among all the extraordinary people except me. I am looking forward to his future. Xiaofeng used to be a special forces soldier, right? Xiaofeng was once an instructor of the Shenlong Special Forces of Xia State, but resigned due to an accident. His union is taken in many Special Forces soldiers. Since you're a Special Forces soldier, you're more suitable for harsh environments. Give me more information. The carriages were bustling with activity, but the next piece of information released made many people feel depressed. If passengers exceed the loan limit and are unable to repay, they will be treated as garbage and kicked out of the train. Next, a new list, the wealth list, appeared at the front of each carriage where the lists were announced. The above shows the assets of each passenger, almost all of which are negative. People scrolled down and found that the last person on the list was Xiao Zhan, who owed 272 star coins. My God, where did he spend it? I just saw him buy a combat knife and a gun, and he was practicing shooting at the Union. The Union provides a shooting range. He's crazy. If the train doesn't stop for a long time, he will kill himself. But Xiao Zhan's performance reminded many people, such as Zishu. She immediately went to buy equipment, a bronze-gold alloy sword, an AK-3 pistol, which made her fully armed. The shooting range is on the side of the Union building and is divided into several isolated areas that can only accommodate more than 10 people training at the same time. Xiao Zhan. Zishu greeted. Xiao Zhan just fired a few shots, turned his head and took a look, and was prompted. 1-star coin can buy 2 magazines, each with 20 bullets. Please be careful. Thanks for the reminder. I thought you always had a cold personality. Xiao Zhan stopped talking and practiced with his sword. After becoming a transcendent, his physical attributes were greatly enhanced, making him look like a martial arts master. In the following 3 or 4 days, the number of awakened extraordinary people gradually exceeded 50,000, but most of them did not dare to register a union and only dared to join it. There are not many people with a fighting spirit. Only a few are willing to buy weapons and train themselves. Most are very conservative. In the cockpit, Chenin was angry at Yang Yuan and the others for not fighting back. It's not as good as Zishu, a girl. Others dare to fight, but they are timid and do nothing. Yang Yuan and others have awakened, but like the conservative crowd, they dare not exercise actively, but instead spend their days curled up in their seats. As a good friend, Chenin sincerely hopes that they can stand up. Fuyao, how far is it to the life planet you discovered? You can arrive in half an hour. Okay, let's make the announcement right away. After a while, announcements of train stops were heard in each carriage. The train will stop in half an hour. Please rent a spaceship in advance and prepare for the adventure. As soon as the notice came out, the whole train became lively. Those who are already extraordinary quickly make preparations, while those who are not extraordinary are filled with regret. They endure the pain and continue to spend money to buy energy crystals, determined to awaken at all costs. In carriage number 10, Zishu urgently gathered Union members. Everyone, don't waste time. Those who don't have weapons should go buy them. Those who have weapons should follow me to rent a spaceship. I guess the number is small. However, when she arrived at the helipad, Zishu discovered that there were many spaceships here of various models and sizes. There's a rental center on the side of the apron. The robot introduced to Zishu. Currently, there are only 2 types of spacecraft, F-399 and A-106, and both have 3 sizes, large, medium, and small. Zishu discovered that the spaceship that had picked them up was a large F-399 spaceship, and there were about 10 of them on the scene. What is the difference between the 2 models of spacecraft? How much do they cost? F-399 is a multi-purpose transport ship. Its passenger cabin can accommodate from 1,000 to 10,000 people. Its cargo hold can accommodate from 50 to 500 tons. This type of ship also has good offensive and defensive capabilities and can be used for space combat. The rental prices range from 500, 1,000, and 5,000 star coins, respectively. A-106 is an ordinary transport ship. The passenger cabin can accommodate 500 to 5,000 people, and the cargo hold can accommodate 10 to 100 tons. The ship is equipped with a light laser cannon, but it has no standard offensive and defensive capabilities. It is not recommended to directly participate in the war. The rental prices are 200, 500, and 3,000 star coins from low to high. Zishu seemed to be thinking about something and roughly understood the characteristics of each spaceship. Sister Shu, how about we rent an A-106? A smaller model will do. Zishu, there are currently 300 people in our union, and the small model of A-106 is indeed enough for us. But what if we encounter danger? Who knows what the world is like outside the train? I want a small F-399 spacecraft, but I don't have that much loan balance. Can a few people pool together? The robot spoke gently, reminding, the union has a loan limit of up to 5,000, which is not limited to individuals. In addition, there is no need for an additional loan process to rent a spaceship. The train will deduct it directly. That's convenient. How do I rent it? Zishu doesn't need to do anything. Just scan her face to confirm her identity information. After a while, she received an ID card with her and the spacecraft's information on it. Am I the captain now? Wait, I have another question. How long will the lease of the ship last? The minimum lease period for leasing a spacecraft is 1 day. If you wish to renew the lease, it is recommended that you complete the formalities and pay the fee in advance. Zishu was dumbfounded. After spending 500 star coins, he could only use the spaceship for 1 day. If there is no gain on this day, it is a waste. The train is so dark. I don't know who the conductor is. I'm going to kick his ass. Her companion Xia quickly covered her mouth. Don't be so blunt. What if someone hears you? In fact, the robot had already heard it and immediately said with a serious face, "Sorry, you've been blacklisted by the train and can no longer use any rental services." Zishu was stunned, her heart pounding with fear. However, before she could beg for mercy, the robot gave her a stiff smile. It was just a joke. The conductor reminds you that if you say bad things about him again, you should do it in private. Zishu's face turned pale, and he shook his head repeatedly. I won't say it again. Master Conductor, I said something careless. Please don't take it to heart. I am sorry. Of course, Chun wouldn't be angry. He was just joking to scare her. Chapter 12 Train releases tasks. You can earn star coins. The train has entered the star's orbit, ready to absorb energy. The exploration ship has been dispatched and will send back relevant information about the life planet within 10 minutes. The train's radar level is not high and can only detect the type and general situation of the planet. If you want to know whether there are minerals on the planet, whether there's special life, or whether there's civilization on the surface, you need to send an exploration ship close to release the robot and then explore at close range after landing. Half an hour later, a lot of information was transmitted back to the train. Basic information of the planet has been obtained, and the list is being generated. Name none. No, S365-729-125. Classification planet. Mass 7.1154 times 10 superscript 2 kg. Un diameter 20.765 km. Surface temperature 28 degrees Celsius. Rotation period 18 hours, 25 minutes, and 39 seconds. Intelligent life none. This planet is suitable for human landing. The presence of star beasts has been detected. The level is the first level of wilderness. Wait, you haven't told me the level of the star beast yet. Star beasts are divided into different levels like the extraordinary ones, namely, savage level, commander level, star level, monarch level, etc. Each level is divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the extraordinary ones. This is a strict division verified by countless extraordinary civilizations, and a master does not need to have any doubts. Where did I question it? Is there a second-level extraordinary being on this planet? Not found yet. If you don't find any, it means there might be one. Immediately pack up the information and put in the market. You can sell it for 1 star coin. Every time you encounter a similar planet in the future, you can sell the information. Master is really smart. Shannon couldn't tell whether this was praise or sarcasm. As various unions leased spacecraft, they were all waiting for the train to open its hatches. The train then gave a prompt, saying that the information of the target planet was available on the market. Therefore, all the trade unions rushed to purchase the information, which is a query tool similar to a mobile phone, which can be opened at any time to view the information stored in it. Zishu bound her own identity, and after opening it with her fingerprint, a palm-sized light screen popped up, displaying the information she wanted to know. Are there aliens on the planet? You can query with voice. The content was immediately displayed on the light screen, and there were no aliens. Yang Yuan couldn't wait to ask, are there any monsters up there? As various questions were answered, they were full of anticipation for the planet they were about to visit. 10 minutes later, the train gave a mission reminder. The train mission has been released. Please go and claim it, Guild President. Zishu and other guild masters immediately rushed to the area where tasks were posted and saw a huge screen with more than a dozen items listed on it. Task 1. Hunt star beasts and hand in at least 50 complete brains. Reward. 5 star coins. This task can be claimed unlimitedly. Task 2. Collect 1 ton of natural objects containing superpowers, including minerals. Reward. 5 star coins. This task can be claimed unlimitedly. Task 3. Collect 3 types of biological genes, and you will be rewarded with 10 star coins. If someone has already collected them in advance, the subsequent task submission will be invalid. Task 4. Collect 1 ton of edible plants. Reward: 3 star coins. This task can be claimed unlimitedly. All in all, the task is highly biased. Some guilds can fight continuously or collect continuously, and can always find their own survival mode. Zishu took on all the tasks. I can earn 3 star coins for every ton of plants I collect. My spaceship has a cargo capacity of 50 tons, so a round trip would earn me 150 star coins, right? She was overjoyed, but soon realized something was wrong. We need to identify whether the plants are edible and then spend time manually collecting them. 50 tons of them will probably take us a whole day, which is really not cost effective. So it's best to kill the star beasts. 50 brains are 5 star coins, and 500 are 50 star coins. It seems not easy at all. As expected, the conductor doesn't want to take any loss at all. Zishu didn't dare to complain loudly and just spoke in a low voice. After struggling here for more than 10 minutes, the hatch of the apron was finally opened. All the unions quickly boarded the spacecraft to do the final inspection. Basically, all unions rent small spaceships, and the Science Union spaceship is parked at the front position. Everyone went in from the suspended ladder. The structure inside was not much different from the spaceship that had landed on the train before. The whole body is decorated with white and silver, without any unnecessary items, which makes it look extremely simple. The spaceship has a cargo hold and a passenger cabin. The front is the cockpit, and only the captain can go in. Yang Yuan, take your men to the cargo hold. Zing, go and take a look at the cocoon room inside the passenger cabin. Zishu gave orders. The so-called cocoon is a small bedroom similar to a honeycomb where you could sleep. Most people had nothing to do, so they leaned over the windows to look at the scenery outside. The spacecraft was still on the tarmac. Zishu entered the cockpit alone, and the complicated dashboard made her scalp tingle. Fortunately, the spacecraft has basic intelligence and can operate fully automatically, so she only needs to give commands. After learning this, Zishu asked the spacecraft to turn on its detection system. The radar detection range is only 500,000 kilometers, but it is more than enough. Spacecraft activated. Set landing point to planet S360 EE57229125. Then, the spacecraft moved automatically along the track to the last gate of the train. Bite! With a slight sound, the gate opened and a scorching light shone in from outside. It was a fiery red star. The spacecraft has left the train and is charging step by step. It will reach its maximum speed within 5 seconds. The spacecraft is sailing at full speed and will reach the target planet's atmosphere in 24 minutes and 36 seconds. Zishu didn't care about this because her eyes were outside the porthole. What a huge train. Its height is estimated to be several thousand meters. She couldn't see her whole body clearly in the carriage, but now she had come outside and was shocked by the size of the train. Behind the train is a huge sea of fire, which is a star that continuously releases energy outwards. Zishu looked at the starry sky on the other side. It was vast and boundless, with countless stars. What a wonderful sight. She stared blankly for a long time, then opened the cabin door and went to the passenger cabin. Others were more shocked than her. They were either chatting in twos or threes, or staring at the scene outside in a daze. That kind of deep, lonely, and empty feeling can make your scalp tingle. Cough, cough, cough. It's a meeting. Seeing the president speak, others gathered around. These people are all extraordinary beings who awakened earlier, which means they are all talented and will become core members of the Union in the future. Zishu attaches great importance to them. It cost me 100 star coins to register the Union and another 500 to rent the spaceship. The first 100 is on my head, but the second 500 is on the Union. If anything goes wrong, we all need to share the responsibility. No one knows whether we can find enough resources on the planet, but I want to remind you that this time we're not here for fun. We are here to survive, and we're trying our best to stay alive. Look at the starry sky outside. If you don't want to be left behind by the train, I suggest you pay attention. Next, I hope everyone can express their opinions on how to explore unknown planets. Everyone started discussing and had their own ideas. Right now, it seems that it is most cost-effective to do things according to the mission guidance. I have calculated that if we complete all the tasks, we can get more than 700 star coins today. After deducting the rental fee, it will be pure profit. But if you take into account the loss of weapons, you won't make much money. The first time is mainly to adapt to the environment. I believe it will get better and better in the future. Sister Shu, what do you say? Zishu drew the sword from his waist and wiped it on his sleeve. I have nothing to say, just do it. Chapter 13, This Life Planet, is bright green. As the train conductor, I have already seen clearly how the various guilds act. Chen Guoyang is the best. He made the 500 people so excited that even if they were asked to go to war right away, I'm afraid no one would frown. Tian Wei is a man with a weak brain. He only knows how to use brute force to threaten others. He is too authoritarian and insists on what he says. Zishu's strength is that he listens to his subordinates' opinions. Xiao Zhan is very interesting. He rented an A-106 spacecraft and went out alone. He is really brave. Fu Yao came to the conclusion based on big data analysis. Chen Guiyang's Hope Guild has the most development potential, and Zishu's Science Guild has the highest average talent, ranking second. What do you think, Fu Yao? I smiled, raised my eyebrows, and asked casually, Master, your private spaceship is ready. Do you want to land on the planet? Not for now. Let them go on the adventure first. I shook my head and stopped paying attention to how those guilds were fighting. I returned to my own private area, feeling more and more lonely alone. As you said, I need a pet. Continued loneliness will affect my mental state. I sighed in my heart, and my voice unconsciously lowered. The owner can choose XX pets from the passengers. This is a reasonable suggestion after a deep study of your spirit. Ahem, cough, cough. Please be more tactful when speaking next time. Understand. I responded helplessly. The owner has a need and suggests that it be solved between passengers. Is this a euphemism enough? Don't bother me. I need to practice. I waved my hand irritably, pointing to the gravity room. After entering the gravity room, I chose to turn on 5 times the gravity, intending to use this to accelerate the strengthening of my body. Set the gravity to 5 times, I ordered. Bang! There was such strong pressure coming from above that I almost couldn't bear it. It's a bit heavy, but it feels good, I muttered to myself and began to train with all my strength, using various instruments to exercise. In the starry sky, nearly 1,000 spaceships were approaching the green planet. There seemed to be a lot of spaceships, but they are inconspicuous among the countless meteorites. Bang, bang, bang. If encountering a meteorite that cannot be avoided, the spacecraft will automatically attack and clear obstacles along the way. By the porthole, some figures were impatiently clinging to the windows, their eyes full of curiosity and fear. What makes us curious is the exploration of unknown planets, while what makes us fearful is facing unknown dangers. As the spacecraft gradually approached the planet, everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the green grasslands. Only the color green can make them excited. When the spacecraft reaches the atmosphere, its speed begins to gradually slow down and enters cruise mode. The spacecraft has been captured by the planet. Captain, please confirm the landing point. If there is no point, the spacecraft will cruise until the energy is exhausted. Zishu immediately rushed to the cockpit and asked, Can you show me the map of the planet? The screen of the spacecraft immediately displayed a plan view of the planet, which showed that the planet had 3 continents, distributed at different longitudes and latitudes. There were still many red dots flashing on the map, and I couldn't help but ask, What do these red dots mean? The screen gave a prompt that the red dots were the landing points of other spacecraft and had been selected. So that's how it is. Why does it feel like I'm playing a game? Zishu said with a smile. She was not in a hurry. After studying the information for a while, she finally determined that the landing point was at 30 degrees north latitude, towards the southwest side of the northern continent. The landing point has been determined, and the spacecraft is landing. As the spacecraft gradually approached the surface, we were delighted to find that the surface was actually a grassland. So bright green. What a beautiful planet. It seems that there are many planets like Purple Star in the universe, but we were too weak to discover them before. Everyone was discussing it, their faces full of excitement and anticipation. Are the star beasts on the planet strong? Can we defeat them? Don't worry about it for now, just go up first. The spacecraft landed steadily. The hatch opened, and the ladder was lowered. The ladder landed steadily on the soft grass, feeling extremely smooth to the touch. Zishu walked in front. She pretended to be calm and slowly went down the spiral staircase. When she reached the middle, she suddenly leaped and landed steadily on the lawn from a height of 5 meters. Sister Shu, how did you learn Qigong? Yang Yuan asked in surprise. Zishu said happily, You can try it. The gravity here is lower than that of Zixing. She jumped a few times on the spot, jumping about 3 or 4 meters high. The gravity here is much lighter, So the jumping force is increased. I smiled slightly and saw that they were eager to try. Then everyone tried to jump, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed and happy. Zishu looked around. The grassland was endless, and we didn't know how to explore it for the time being. Just walking around like this? She said. A group of people began to walk around, but found nothing, and finally gathered back next to the spaceship. There's no need for us to come down. We could take a spaceship to patrol, and then go down to hunt when we see prey. This is more efficient. Liang, you made a clever suggestion. Zishu nodded. Yes, everyone get on board. After that, the spacecraft flew at a low altitude and carefully searched the surface. During this time, we found some creatures, but these creatures were too few to be worth the spacecraft stopping. After more than 10 minutes, the herd of animals was finally discovered ahead. Its body is like a wolf, its limbs are like a lizard, and its impact force is very strong. Its name is Lizard Wolf. This is the information given by the train. Zisha reminded. Lizard Wolf? What a weird name. But there are quite a lot of them. Let's do it, Yang Yuan said excitedly. The decision was made immediately. The spacecraft docked nearby, and more than 300 people went down together without having to stay behind. Everyone was equipped with swords and pistols. At this time, everyone took out their pistols, loaded their ammunition, and made the most careful preparations. 3 minutes later, a wolf howl echoed across the grassland. Before we could attack, groups of lizard wolves rushed over, obviously treating us as prey. At this time, regular training becomes crucial. Zishu hit the target with almost every shot, while the others shot randomly, wasting a lot of bullets and hitting only a few targets. Don't panic, concentrate your firepower, shoot at intervals, and don't use up all your bullets at once. Your magazines are not bought in vain. Zishu turned into a commander, directing everyone, barely maintaining the situation and preventing the lizard wolf from approaching. These lizard wolves had obviously never seen humans before. They just charged forward madly and ended up falling down one by one. 10 minutes later, the lizard wolf was finally scared away, and everyone gained confidence in themselves and knew how to fight. Zishu commanded, leave 20 people to carry the prey onto the spaceship, and the others will continue to hunt and kill them all. In the tropical area of the central continent, Chun Guoyang hid in the valley with 500 people. The blood-eyed python is extremely ferocious. We can't fight it head-on. We have to set a trap first. Everyone, work harder and share the energy crystals you earn equally. No one can take less. But if anyone slacks off, the brothers will be watching. Someone immediately responded, listen to the president. Hurry up and dig the trap. If there are any scoundrels, I will shoot them directly. Chun Guoyang used a combination of threats and sweet treats to manage these people strictly. Half an hour later, more than a dozen traps had been set. Chun Guoyang went personally to lure the enemy, while the others ambushed around them. President, be careful. Members expressed their concerns and demonstrated their spirit of solidarity. Chapter 14 Energy Crystal, or worth 500 star coins. On the river bank of the southern continent of the planet, I led a group of people to try to make fishing nets out of ferns. There are a lot of big fish in the river. No matter whether we can complete the mission or not, at least there is food. Damn, I'm about to vomit eating the same kind of meat on the train every day. Tian Wei cursed, holding a piece of grass in his mouth. 3,000 kilometers east of here, Xia Feng and his 200 men were traveling through the primeval forest. That's a group of unicorn rabbits, a type of star beast that can be hunted to complete missions. But President, these rabbits are very fast. Can we catch up with them? Try it. There are not only rabbits in the forest, but prey all around. Different guilds went to different places, and most people gained something. Only a few people failed and were attacked by powerful star beasts. For example, Xiaojin. He was brave and moved through the swamps fully armed, and was attacked from time to time by water snakes or swarms of mosquitoes the size of fists. He did flinch, but thinking of the great rewards ahead, he decided to give it a try. The spacecraft detection system showed that there were special energy fluctuations in this swamp, and there was a high possibility that substances containing super energy existed. If you want to fight hard, then you have to fight hard. Xiao Zhan registered a union, leased a spaceship, and had already used up all his loan balance. If I don't gain enough today, I have no intention of returning to the train. Swish! Vines dropped from the sky, making a hissing sound as they got closer. Xiaojin was very calm. He swung his knife and killed the poisonous snake hanging on the vine. What a strange venomous snake, he muttered. This poisonous snake has an oval head and long, thin wings on its back, but it cannot fly. It has scales on its body and looks a bit like a pangolin. It's a pity that these venomous snakes are not star beasts, so their brains are useless. As for collecting genes, Xiao Zhen had no interest in it all. He just wanted to find something big and give a challenge. After traveling for several thousand meters, Xiao Zhen finally arrived at his destination. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked to find that there was no special substance at all. It was clearly a mouse. Fuck, there's no such rat in the train's documentation. The mouse was the size of tiger, with a white head and long fangs sticking out with blood clinging to them. Although Xiao Zhen was brave, his legs became weak when he saw the giant rat. He suddenly felt uneasy and prepared to retreat quietly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, the mouse was too sensitive and had already noticed his movements. It leaped up and pounced toward Xiao Zhen like a big bird. Bang, bang, bang. As Xiao Zhen retreated, he took out his pistol and fired, almost emptying the magazine. The mouse was injured, but the more it was injured, the angrier it became. It let out an angry roar and burrowed underground. Xiao Zhen was covered in cold sweat. He quickly put away his pistol, drew out his sword and held it tightly with both hands, stood on a higher brown stone, and stared at the ground below. 5 seconds later, with a muffled sound, a rat crawled out from the ground and suddenly attacked Xiao Zhen from behind. Attacked the back door? Xiao Zhen rolled forward, stood up after a few rounds of force release, then dodged sideways, cleverly avoiding the attack of the rat. It's not a simple star beast. It's higher level than me. Xiao Zhen knew that he had to try his best, otherwise he would probably be exhausted by this giant rat. The worst thing was that he didn't know if there were any similar creatures nearby. Come on, kill me if you dare. The mouse obviously didn't understand, but it could sense Xiao Zhen's hostility. Call out. It leaped forward with incredible speed. However, Xiao Zhen suddenly bent down, chopped upwards with his sword, and actually cut into the mouse's abdomen. I knew this was your weakness. Open it for me. The blade was pulled forward fiercely, cutting open the mouse's abdomen, and the colorful internal organs fell out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse screamed miserably and tried to escape underground, but Xiao Zhen reacted and grabbed its tail and pulled it out. The dead rat should be worth money. Xiao Zhen said this, pulling the almost dead mouse back to the spaceship. After he threw the rat's corpse aside, he found that there was a cut on his sword, and Xiao Zhen suddenly wanted to cry. This is the product that costs 50 star coins? This broken train is such a ripoff. He cursed angrily and gritted his teeth as he carried the rat's body onto the spaceship. After a short rest, Xiao Zhen returned to his original position. The train showed that the special energy fluctuations were still there. Do mice have a nest? As a result, Xiao Zhen did not find a rat's nest, but found an energy crystal mine. There were blue stones set in a complex metal deposit. Xiao Zhen was overjoyed and broke off a piece to try to absorb it, but immediately shook his head and threw it away. Too many impurities, unable to absorb. Looks like I can only use it to complete the mission. Now that the energy crystal mine has been discovered, Xiao Zhen no longer looks for more prey, but instead hurries to transport the ore. 2 hours later, he returned to the train with the spacecraft, which was not fully loaded. He is the first one to come back, and so fast. I looked at Xiao Zhen, feeling a little surprised. What surprised me even more was that Xiao Zhen, by himself, actually killed a star beast close to the second level. Through the screen, I saw Xiao Zhen dock the spaceship on the apron, intending to drag the corpse to the mission hall to submit the mission. However, the robots have come over, indicating that they will directly evaluate Xiao Zhen's resources. The corpse of the three-headed star beast cannot complete any tasks, but it can be sold to the train for a total of 0.5 star coins. Do you want to sell it? Xiao Zhen was too lazy to argue, so he nodded and agreed to the sale. You have 3 tons of energy crystal ore, which can be used to complete 3 resource collection tasks and harvest 15 star coins. Do you want to submit? Xiao Zhen nodded with a dark face. It cost him 200 star coins to rent the spaceship and 50 star coins to damage the sword. He really suffered a huge loss this time. It seems that we can't do it alone. We need to recruit more talents. Just as Xiao Zhen was about to go recruit people, the robot asked again, "Have you discovered the energy crystal mine?" Xiao Zhen considered it cautiously for a moment and then nodded. The robot replied, "If you find a mineral deposit, you can hand over the coordinates to the train and you will receive a reward." "How much reward can I get?" Xiao Zhen asked. 500 star coins, the robot replied. Xiao Zhen took a breath and nodded immediately. I'll give you the coordinates right away. After he handed in the coordinates, he had an extra 500 star coins in his account. After deducting his debts, he was just able to maintain balance and even top the rich list. Now that he was debt-free, Xiao Zhan felt much more relaxed. In the cockpit, I asked Fu Yao to add some rules. As long as you discover a rare mineral deposit, you will be rewarded if you hand in the coordinates. Set it as mission number 15, and it will be valid for a long time. After setting it up, I said, I found that many people don't know how to collect because we haven't set a more detailed exchange price. For example, some special plants, although not involved in the mission, can be purchased by the train at a high price if they are collected. Reminder to the owner, you can manufacture watches in large quantities. One is to monitor everyone in real time, and the other is to allow them to obtain new information at any time and receive new tasks at any time. What's surveillance? I care about them. If there are enough materials, then make them quickly. Chapter 15. Immortality is so boring. Just living for a few 100 million years will be enough. The news that Xiao Zhan topped the wealth list quickly caused a sensation on the train. Everyone knew that he had obtained a lot of resources from his planet by himself. Therefore, when Xiao Zhan planned to return to the planet again, many newly awakened extraordinary people rushed to join his guild, and soon a team of 100 people was formed. I'm going to take these people out with me this time to try to get more gains. Xiao Zhan was ready to start again, but found that a new item was suddenly available in the market: watches. The watch can be connected to the train at any time, and passengers can also communicate with each other. This is a good thing and should be an essential tool for us. Xiao Zhan decisively bought one and put it on his hand. He found that it could not only connect to the train's public network, but also search for a large amount of information and receive tasks from a long distance. If the internet becomes more abundant in the future, this thing will be no different from a mobile phone. I have the same idea and am planning to let Fu Yao continue to add resources to make this network a super network of trains, incorporating the activities of all passengers. Half a day later, the spacecraft kept returning, and the train began to remind everyone of the importance of watches, and passengers rushed to buy them. This makes the connection between us closer. With instant communication tools, everyone can know at any time whether the materials they collect are effective, which greatly improves efficiency. Sister Shu, the watch is so useful. Zishu was hunting outside when suddenly a light screen popped up from her left wristwatch, scaring away the star beast hiding in the bushes. Don't bother me. Train, can the watch block communications? The watch responded, please select someone to block. Zishu not only blocked Yang Yuan, but also temporarily blocked everyone else, planning to open up communication after finishing the hunt. Not long ago, she discovered a small animal that was the size of a squirrel, but had a tail like a fox. As expected, the name is Fox Rat. The purchase price of the train is 3 star coins, which is considered to be top-notch. Zishu leaped nimbly in the grass, as light as a flying wild goose. She is currently one of the most skilled transcendents in utilizing the planet's low gravity. After some searching, she finally found the Fox Rat. That guy is very sensitive. He probably ran away. It's all Yang Yuan's fault. Zishu couldn't help but mutter. The watch suddenly gave a coordinate reminder, and Zishu was surprised. Oh, you can still help me find prey? In fact, it was not the watch that found it, but I gave the reminder with the help of Fu Yao. Since passengers started wearing watches on a large scale, it is like I have laid out countless monitors on this planet and can easily obtain the passenger's visual information. This girl is really confused sometimes. The prey was clearly hiding in the bushes under the big leaves, but she didn't see it. After a hard battle, Zishu finally succeeded in capturing the Fox Rat and earned 3 star coins. According to the Union's distribution rules, each person's individual hunting results belong to himself, and only the resources from collective hunting will be distributed together. I have a debt to pay, and I have to work harder. If only I could find more fox rats. Just as he finished speaking, the watch gave a new coordinate reminder, all of which were fox rats. Fuck, this is going to be famous. Zishu smiled happily. Fu Yao, what products can be made with the resources they handed over? I was sitting in the driver's seat, holding a happy soda in my hand, and in front of me was a full screen showing the passengers' adventure scenes. The Star Beast's brain can produce medicines, some of which have therapeutic effects, while others can refresh the mind. These medicines will be put on the market and sold to passengers. The fur can be used to make clothes. The passengers haven't changed their clothes for a long time, so new clothes are a necessity. The genes of animals and plants will be studied in depth, and various strengthening drugs will be developed in the future to specifically enhance the special abilities of extraordinary people. What can fox rats extract? Vulpes are extremely fast and can directly create speed-up potions. After taking them, they will increase the speed of extraordinary people in a short period of time. No wonder this thing is so valuable. I said softly. All the prices were not set by me at random. I made the final decision only after Fuyao gave me a reference price. In the next half day, the Union spaceships returned continuously, and their efficiency was much higher than in the first half day. Even they started out at night. Night refers to the night on the planet. For the train, there is no distinction between day and night. The top few unions have almost paid off their debts and have a surplus. The momentum is good, and I hope they can keep up the good work. The train plans to stay in this system for a few days. We should make an announcement and will not leave for the time being. I won't go out today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I sighed. Chunin had a normal sleep. After getting up the next day, I first studied the results of the various unions last night, and then drove my own private spaceship with 500 robot bodyguards to the Life Star. To ensure safety, I even took 2 frigates and hid them in the meteorite group outside the Life Star. There are too many things involved. I have to be careful. I thought to myself, the green planet is right before my eyes, and my mood becomes very good. I deliberately avoided other teams, chose the latitude of 30 degrees north where the temperature was suitable, and came to a forest. Start searching for prey nearby immediately. I gave the order. This time, my purpose was not to hunt, but to relax and exercise my fighting ability. As the order was given, the radar began to detect the surrounding area within 100 miles and confirmed that there was no threat. 500 robots quickly spread out and created a safe zone within 10 miles around me to ensure that no accidents would occur. Master, I know this is not cowardice, it is caution. I smiled. Actually, I'm just a coward. With such good conditions, it would be a shame to die. Others are already dancing on the edge of a knife. It's worth fighting for. Why should I risk my life? The longer I live, the stronger I will be. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years, I want to live for a long time. Fuyao, do you think I can do it? I firmly believe that the master will become the god of the starry sky, thereby controlling his own destiny and gaining complete immortality. I shook my head and laughed. Eternal life is so boring. Just living for a few 100 million years will be enough. If the owner finds it boring, he can collect more beautiful pets and even create a pet empire in the future. I was stunned for a moment, then responded in a feigned anger. Don't you have anything else to say? This is a direct reflection of the master's innermost thoughts. I have not used any words to embellish it. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with it. After all, Fuyao is an intelligent dialogue system, and its level of understanding of humans may not be very high. Not long after, I encountered a group of lizard wolves. Although I've seen it many times before, it's only when I see it myself that I realize how strange it is. The combination of lizard and wolf is truly magical. I didn't use any weapons. I just charged into the wolf pack and punched them with my fists, killing them so hard that blood splattered everywhere and corpses were scattered all over the ground. The lizard wolf is too weak. I'm almost at the 2nd level of strength now. Is there any stronger one nearby? There's a red bear 300 meters to the left, at the peak strength of the 1st level. Okay, target locked. 10 minutes later, I was being chased by a 5-meter-tall red-skinned bear. Are you sure this is the peak of the 1st level? It is indeed a level. I had no choice but to use weapons to barely stand a chance of fighting. With the combined power of laser weapons and silver-level swords, I quickly killed the red bear. Laser weapons are really powerful. One shot can cause serious injuries. A silver-level sword should be able to kill 3rd and 4th level star beasts. It feels a shame to kill only a 1st level one. Master, using external forces cannot achieve the purpose of cultivation. The weapon is not mine. The knife is not mine either. All yours. That's right. Since they're all mine, it's not borrowing external forces. I couldn't help but smile and continue to command Fuyao to find more such star beasts. Chapter 16, you are on your way to becoming a tyrant. President, someone died. Zishu, who was hunting in the forest, felt nervous and asked hurriedly, who died? Zhao Wei. How did he die? We found a very powerful red, clouded leopard over there. We can't defeat it, so we came here to find the president. The others have already rushed over. Zishu quickly followed and found that the guild members were scattered everywhere, forming teams of 2 or 3, barely resisting the attacks of the red clouded leopard. It was a cheetah with red clouds on its body. It was extremely fast and could jump onto a tree with a few leaps. Then it attacked the humans huddled around it with the force of a mountain. Yang Yuan, be careful, Zishu shouted. Yang Yuan held a knife in his right hand and a wooden sign he made in his left hand. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the falling red, clouded leopard. Snap! The wooden sign was torn into pieces, and Yang Yuan quickly rolled over to avoid it. What the hell is this? It's too strong. The red clouded leopard was more agile than Yang Yuan. It quickly changed its position and pressed forward, trying to tear Yang Yuan to pieces. Call out! Zishu ran over and swept the sword in his hand with all his might, hitting the red, clouded leopard's side abdomen. Sister Shu, you arrived just in time. This thing can't be penetrated by a gun, and it can't be cut open by a knife. It's ridiculously strong. Zishu's knife hit the red, clouded leopard, but it only shook slightly and remained as still as a mountain, pacing slowly with bloody foam at the corners of its mouth. Zishu knew that this red, clouded leopard was strong in speed and aggressiveness, and its defense was not as exaggerated as Yang Yuan said. Next, Zishu began to fight with it in a mobile manner, occasionally slashing it with a knife, gradually depleting its physical strength. Others were also helping, and the red clouded leopard was under a lot less pressure. As expected of Sister Shu, she awakened at the same time as us and landed on the planet together. But she's like a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier. She is so strong. The red clouded leopard, who overpowered dozens of men, was actually evenly matched with Zishu, and it was difficult to tell who would win. At the same time, 10 miles away, I was surprised to find that the location I chose was so close to Zishu's science guild. Should I contact them? I thought to myself. Fuyao has analyzed the master's psychological state. You need people of the same kind, otherwise you may develop into a tyrant. Is this how tyrants emerge? I responded unhappily. Then, I thought about it carefully. As long as my identity was not exposed, I could go wherever I wanted and talk to whoever I wanted. There was no need to be shy about anything. The train had been sailing for more than half a month, and I felt more and more lonely as I chatted to Fuyao in the cockpit every day. Fuyao, register a guild for me, named Red Sun, and keep my ranking around 100. Let me be on the extraordinary list and the rich list, ranking around 1,000. All robots disperse. Do not approach without my order, and do not get close to others. Replace my pistol and bronze sword. That would be more reasonable. I started changing myself until I looked like an ordinary passenger. It was detected that the Science Guild was fighting against the Double Star Beast, and 2 people have died. Dead people archive information. Death is so common in this galaxy that I had expected it. In my opinion, among the millions of people today, only half will survive in the end, and those losers are destined to be background boards. 10 minutes later, I arrived near the Science Guild's battlefield. With the information provided by Fuyao, I could easily obtain the on-site footage. Zishu was still fighting with the red clouded leopard, but was clearly gradually losing ground. She wants to consume the red cloud leopard's physical strength, but in fact, the red cloud leopard's physical strength is much stronger than hers. Fuyao, can I beat her? I asked excitedly. The master's combat power is stronger than the red clouded leopard. You can easily defeat it. Your private spaceship is suspended in the sky, and a particle gun is already aimed at its prey. If the owner is in any danger, I will kill him. Very safe, I'll go then. After putting on my space shoes, I started to speed up, approaching the battlefield as fast as lightning. At this time, Zishu was exhausted and was discussing with the team members about replacing him. Let's play a round-robin game to wear it down. Yuguan, the rest of you stay over there and don't let this guy get away. Zishu has confirmed that the red clouded leopard is a double star beast. If she kills it, she will definitely be able to sell it for a good price when she returns. She can't wait to end the battle. However, just as they were about to change positions, I suddenly appeared in front of them and cut off the red clouded leopard's front legs with one knife. The red clouded leopard's pupils constricted, and it dragged its remaining legs backward, trying to escape. Who is this? What a fast speed. He's coming up. Holy shit. Are you sure he's holding a bronze sword? Why can he break through the red cloud leopard's defense? People exclaimed in amazement, their eyes filled with shock. When Zishu saw this scene, her eyes widened and she was completely unable to react. Chun Chunin. Hearing her trembling call, I turned around and glared at her, saying coldly, "Can you use your brain? If you can't win, just run away. Don't try to be brave." As long as you are alive, you can have as many resources as you want in the future. But if you die, even if I give you the whole starry sky, it will be useless. It was a familiar tone, but this time it seemed more domineering than before, and Zishu was actually a little panicked. I ignored her excitement and that of Yang Yuan and the others. I quickly forced the red clouded leopard into a corner and killed it with one blow. Cool. This time, I did not use any weapons beyond my level, but relied entirely on my own strength to kill the red clouded leopard. In fact, the red clouded leopard only has 30% of its strength left. Even if the master doesn't take action, they can still defeat it. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Keep yourself silent for 10 minutes. After calming down a little, Zishu and others came over. Chunin, why are you here too? Are you alone? Zishu's face flushed, and she was so excited that she spoke incoherently. Of course I'm not alone. I'm in the first carriage and have my own guild. Yang Yuan, Yuguan, Liang Yu, it's good enough as long as they're alive. Although I know of their existence every day, it is only now that I feel comfortable with actual contact with them. After all, humans are social animals, and they can only be complete when they integrate into the crowd. Yang Yuan came close to me and gave me a hug, then let go after a long while. Old Chun, why did you run to the first carriage? We thought you died in the dormitory building. I was the first one to discover the crisis, so I couldn't die so easily. There were too many people, and we got separated. Then I took the school bus and went straight to the airport, which is why I missed you. Liang Yu's face was full of envy. Old Chun is really lucky. You don't know that we almost couldn't get up. By the way, he suddenly lowered his voice, leaned close to me, and said, Sister Shu keeps talking about you. She's almost going crazy. This was not a quiet voice. Everyone around could hear it. Zishu kicked him directly, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. I didn't have any other thoughts. I just wanted to integrate into the life on the train through them. Next, we worked together to move the red clouded leopard's body onto the spacecraft. Chunin, where's your team? Zishu asked again. My team won't come over to avoid causing conflict, you know. But I'm free, so I can hunt with you and give you some guidance. Chapter 17, Starry Sky Annihilation, Emergency Departure. Perhaps because of my presence, Zishu became unusually brave and hardly encountered any opponent that could give her any effort. The first level of transcendence is mainly about strengthening physical strength. You can find a breathing rhythm that suits you in your daily life, which can speed up your recovery. I explained patiently. Do you have any extra energy crystals? If not, go to the market and buy some. Try to absorb at least one every day. The watch has a built-in detection function, so I usually turn it on when I have nothing to do. Don't worry about energy consumption. The train will charge the watch for free. With my guidance, Zishu's team gradually became more formal, and things went well. In the afternoon, Zishu drove the spaceship back to the train and handed in the collected resources for tasks or exchanged them directly. When they tallied up the results, they found that they had earned 600 energy crystals from just this trip. Chunin, what's your account balance? I'll transfer some to you. She offered. No need, just take care of yourself. If you have money, use it to upgrade your equipment, don't save it. Saving money is the stupidest thing to do. I replied indifferently. I didn't continue to go to the planet with Zishu's team. Instead, I returned to the cockpit and began to learn in detail about all the guild's gains today. Most of the guilds that registered yesterday have turned losses into profits today. The richest one now is Chun Guiyang's Hope Guild. Wow, it actually has a deposit of 2,000 star coins. Fuyao, is my product price too low? I said with a self-deprecating smile. Suggested price increase. I'm just kidding. That's not the case. The bronze sword and K3 pistol are of poor quality. They can be upgraded, which will just consume their savings. Chung Guiyang's spaceship had just returned to the train, and he changed to a medium-sized transport ship, which could carry up to 200 tons of cargo each time. Brother Liang, why don't you take a break for a few hours, and I will lead the team? The vice president suggested when he saw that Chun Guiyang looked unhappy. Chun Guiyang shook his head. I heard that there is a stimulant potion on the market. I'll just go buy some. I'm different from you. If you eat well, your whole family will not be hungry. I have a wife and children. Chun Guiyang brought his baby on board, so his wife couldn't go out and had to stay on the train to look after the child. That's why he kept working so hard. The team members were inspired by him and worked hard. When he arrived at the market, Chun Guiyang discovered a new product. Bronze Saber 2.0 upgraded version, worth 100 star coins. K103 automatic rifle, worth 20 star coins. He thought about it and bought 5 2.0 swords 10 rifles, and ammunition. The guild's assets dropped significantly in an instant. President, we found a group of star beasts in the desert. We estimate that there are thousands of them. The leader may be a second-level one. The subordinates who stayed on the planet sent a message, and Chun Guoyang decided to buy 10 more rifles. The more you invest, the more you earn. You can't save money. He immediately drove the spaceship back and started hunting. The leaders of other guilds have adopted similar strategies. As long as the debt is paid off and there is money on hand, we will immediately replenish weapons and equipment and strive to improve the combat effectiveness of core members, so as to ensure the continued healthy development of the guild. A few days later, I went out again, but instead of looking for Zishu, I chose to gain experience on my own. On the 5th day of the stop, almost everyone on the train had awakened, and the number of guilds reached as many as 8,000. But most guilds are still relatively small, and over time, they will gradually be swallowed up by larger guilds. Considering the increasing demand for spacecraft leasing, I ordered the factory to work overtime to ensure that there are enough small and medium-sized spacecraft. At this point, I checked the wealth list again. The Hope Guild ranked first with 15,000 star coins, and the Science Guild ranked second with 12,000 star coins. Next is Xiao Zhun's Knight Guild, with a deposit of 9,000 star coins. The Xiongba Guild, which I had previously favored, actually only had 2,000 in deposits. Tian Wei is a guy who doesn't understand management and is unwilling to listen to other people's advice. He spends the money he earns recklessly or uses money to attract extraordinary people to join, resulting in a very unhealthy future for the guild. Master, do you need any guidance? No need. If he is incompetent, he is incompetent. Someone will replace him later. I looked at the screen and saw densely packed red dots on the target planet. Each red dot represented a passenger, and the number had exceeded 500,000. It will only take half a month for them to clear the planet, and then we can set sail. It seems that the various guilds are developing, but in fact they're all working for me, and all resources will eventually be gathered in the storage layer of the train. And I can manipulate prices at any time simply by controlling the products in the market. Just when I was about to go for a stroll again, Fuyao brought me bad news. The exploration spacecraft 5 billion kilometers behind us has discovered something unusual. The starry sky is disappearing towards us. What is starry sky annihilation? Fuyao gave an animated demonstration, showing endless black waves sweeping in and destroying everything. Whether it is a nebula, a planet, or a black hole, nothing can escape the power of annihilation. Oh my God, even the black hole was shattered. What a powerful force. I will give 300 guesses. I looked at the speculations, and one of them convinced me the most. The universe is being destroyed. The explosion of the purple star is a precursor, and this destructive force will extend along our route, forcing me to not stay in one place for a long time. Shit, the sense of crisis came immediately. I was quite relaxed. Fuyao, calculate the annihilation time. Starry sky annihilation will arrive in this galaxy in 5 hours. It is recommended that the owner set off in 4.5 hours. It's too risky. Issue a notice immediately. The train will depart in 3 hours. Ask everyone to return immediately. If any abnormal problems occur, please provide feedback in time. I am issuing this urgent advisory to have all unchartered ships on standby to assist. As soon as this announcement was released, the passengers who were busy on the planet were shocked. They had never expected such a situation to happen. President, what should we do? The Science Guild has just discovered a group of star beasts and is preparing to encircle and suppress them. Zishu immediately called up the information on her watch to check the urgency of the announcement. The notice clearly stated that this was the highest level of emergency and the train would definitely depart in 3 hours without any waiting. What else can we do? Get back to the train immediately. Those with brains would pack up and return home immediately without coveting the resources that were about to be obtained. Over the next 3 hours, the spacecraft lined up to enter the tarmac like migratory birds returning to their nests. Those who had a hand in their tasks were handing in their tasks, and those who had extra supplies were selling them directly, and the carriages were bustling with activity. I admire my foresight because it would take a lot of time for the spacecraft to get back in line, and if I followed Fuyao's arrangements, time would become very tight. However, just before 3 hours, Fuyao reported a problem. 2,000 people did not return. What do they mean? I asked. These people do not plan to return to the train. They want to stay on the planet and create a new civilization. I was stunned for a moment, then sneered. You really take yourself seriously. What a drama. Should we send a spacecraft to bring them back by force? No need. Since they are looking for death, let them go. I will kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. The train is ready to set sail. Retrieve the exploration spacecraft in all directions, but leave one here. Fuyao immediately understood what I meant and started to make arrangements. Chapter 18 Death is needed to maintain the master's authority. What happened? Why are they so anxious? In the carriage, the passengers were talking about it, and everyone had a lot of questions in their heads. I don't know what's going on, but since the train is about to depart, we just follow it. Is there something wrong with the conductor? Maybe. Otherwise, there would be no reason to leave so suddenly. It's a pity that my camp was originally thought to last for half a month, so it took a lot of effort. Are you stupid? Why build a camp when you have a spaceship? The crowd was noisy for more than 10 minutes until the train finally officially departed. Everyone looked out the porthole at the green planet that was gradually moving away, with countless reluctance in their eyes. I wonder if there will be planets like this in the future. There must be. The universe is so big. That's hard to say. We sailed for half a month before we encountered a planet suitable for landing. I don't know how long it will take for the next one to land. People sighed and missed the green star which was gradually disappearing. Boom! Suddenly, huge screens appeared in every corner of the train, ensuring that everyone could see them. Everyone's attention was quickly drawn to the screen, which showed a scene of many people building houses. Are there movies on the train? It's not a movie. It seems to be the surface of a green planet. Everyone calls this planet the green star. Is there anyone left? Obviously, someone is still here. Damn, I forgot about that. Why go back to the train when there's a planet suitable for living? A word of advice can wake people up from their dreams. Many people feel endless regret and hate themselves for not being smart enough. Who knows where the train will take us? We might as well stay on Green Star. I envy them. They don't need to keep traveling. They just need to stay on Green Star and survive. Maybe a new civilization will be born in a few thousand years. The picture shows the beautiful scenery on the green planet, which is extremely beautiful. Occasionally, when we run into people we know, these scenes will cause a sensation in each carriage. Li Daguang, why did he stay? In carriage number 10, Yang Yuan and others were very surprised. Yu Guan muttered, "This old man's character is not very good, but his brain is good. He is worthy of being called a beast." Zishu rubbed his temples, leaned back in his seat to rest, and said casually, "Don't envy others. Everyone has their own future. Maybe the next stop of the train is a better world. It may not be good for them to stay in Green Star." Sister Shu is right. Those people have lost their ambition and will be useless even if they follow the train. We are different. We want to explore the stars and the sea without end. Stop being so immature. Someone go to the market and buy some food. I am hungry. Let's buy some fruit. Now that the guild has money, these elders have spending quotas. Zishu added, "Buy me 2 cakes. Sister Shu, don't you want to eat something good? I've been eating too much meat these days. Let's slow down a bit." As he was speaking, Yang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the screen." The field of vision quickly expanded, and the picture retreated from the surface with birds singing and flowers blooming to outside the planet. What's wrong? Green Star is indeed beautiful. And then what? Sister Shu, look behind the green star. What's that? Many people noticed that there was a large area of black behind the green star, like a giant beast from the abyss, rapidly devouring the green star. The screen turned again, showing a large amount of images on the green planet. At this time, the people on the green star no longer smiled, but fell into panic and confusion, looking at the dark sky and trembling. On the grassland, Li Daguang was so scared that he knelt on his knees, his eyes full of horror. He watched the sky being swallowed by darkness, layer by layer as if glass was shattering, seeming extremely unreal. No wonder the train ran away. There was a disaster. Oh my God, if there was a disaster, why didn't the train make it clear? Li Daguang ran towards the east, followed by a group of people, as if this would help him catch up with the departing train. But in reality, it was all meaningless. Soon, they were swallowed by darkness, and their bodies dissolved layer by layer. In the cockpit, Fuyao provided analytical data. In fact, if the owner can explain it clearly in advance, most of them will leave. I said calmly, "Why should I explain? I'm not an NPC, so I have no obligation to explain to them. I need them to follow my orders. If I say go, they go. If I say go out, they go out. Otherwise, my authority will gradually weaken, and they will gradually ignore my existence. Do you understand?" Fuyao understands that in order to maintain the master's authority, Death must be used as a stimulus. This may sound strange, but it's actually very simple. I just want them to be afraid of me and obey me in the future. Otherwise, I'll have to explain everything to them, and I'm not a GM. As annihilation approaches, all images are interrupted one after another, and only endless darkness remains. I asked Fuyao to release the announcement. The universe is collapsing along our route. We cannot stop it or avoid it. We can only keep sailing forward. If anyone wants to leave midway, they can apply at any time. The conductor allows anyone to leave freely. Having witnessed the destruction of Green Star, who would dare to miss it now? The carriages were dead silent. People stared and swallowed their saliva. Snap! Give yourself 2 slaps. Luckily, I didn't act too smart. Oh my God, the starry sky is collapsing. This means we have to keep moving forward on the train. If we stop for too long, we will die. Why is this happening? People are desperate and they can't see their future. Pessimism spread quickly and the carriage was filled with a depressing atmosphere. That won't do. We must keep a good mood during a long voyage. I gave orders to Fuyao. Soon, new functions were added to each carriage. The train has an open dining area where passengers can customize their favorite food and even have the opportunity to buy Purple Star food. The train has opened an entertainment area and launched various virtual games, so passengers can spend their travel time playing games. After learning this information, the carriage was in an uproar again, and many people ran out to see what the new facilities were. The dining area is located next to the market and occupies a large area. There are many neat shops inside, and there are robot chefs. No matter what food the customer wants, as long as the ingredients are available, it can be made. The food looks delicious, but it's too expensive to eat. Only the top leaders of each guild can consume it. Zishu took Yang Yuan and others in and found a ramen restaurant in a shop that looked like a corridor. There's actually Purple Star ramen. Yang Yuan's mouth was drooling, and he hurriedly said, "Buy it quickly. There are only 50 bowls a day." Upon learning that the noodles were limited in quantity, wealthy people rushed to buy them, saying they must try them. For those who don't have much money, they have to save it for the rest of the voyage and dare not spend it carelessly. Only Purple Star food has a limited supply, while other foods can be supplied unlimitedly. The price difference is huge. It's normal. After all, the Purple Star food has become extinct, and the more you eat, the less there is. The noodles are here. Each person had a bowl of noodles, which was actually worth 3-star coins. It smells so good. No one dared to eat in big mouthfuls, but instead took small sips to taste the food. In addition to noodles, the store also offers some stir-fried dishes, but they are more expensive. At the same time, more people flocked to the entertainment area and began to enjoy their time with virtual games. Chapter 19: Discovery of New Planets with Life. The entertainment area is located opposite the dining area. It is colorfully decorated and there are various virtual screens showing game advertisements everywhere, giving it a full sense of science fiction. Welcome to the Game City. It turns out that the gaming area is divided into multiple areas. The place you first enter is the Gaming City, and there are chess and card rooms and other entertainment options next to it. Many passengers came to see the new experience. They followed the robot into the Game City, followed by bursts of exclamations. What you see is a huge ball of light suspended in the middle, shining brightly. There are various game projects around, waiting for players to experience them. The director of the Game City is a silver-black robot, which begins the introduction in a magnetic tone. On the left is the PC area, which has thousands of computers. You can play all the online games on Purple Star, and new games will be added gradually in the future. The charge is 0.5 star coins per hour. Next to the PC area is the physical sensing area, where players can exercise to avoid physical deterioration during the long voyage. It costs 1 star coin per hour. The right side is the virtual area. Currently, only 200 virtual helmets are available, 2 star coins per hour. There are other novel games that are charged by the number of times, and everyone can explore them on their own. After saying this, the robot left, and the passengers were free to move around. I miss Zixing's game so much. Hurry up and grab a computer. Crowds poured into the PC area like a tide, and soon all the computers were occupied. Computers are cheap and fun, so ordinary people are more willing to spend money here. After everyone turns on their computer, the scanner automatically obtains everyone's information and charges according to the duration. Fuck, you guys are too fast. Who can give me a machine? Why do I feel like I'm back on Purple Star? When I was a kid, I often had to stand in the back and watch when I went to the internet cafe to wait for the computer. Alas, things have changed. There are still many people standing in the back watching, and the PC area is gradually becoming lively. In addition, many people go directly to the virtual area as they are more eager for virtual games. Supernatural Battle? What kind of game is this? Just try it and you'll know. There is only this one game in the game of the moment, and everyone is eager to try it out. In Chun An's living room, he was holding a beautiful purple gold helmet and liked it more and more the more he looked at it. When I was on Earth, I always hoped that one day I could play a game like this, but the technology at that time simply couldn't make it happen. Can this helmet be used to cheat? The purple gold helmet is exclusive to the owner. You can change the settings at will. The game is yours, of course you can cheat. It's just a joke. The game of Super Battle requires real-time data transmission. It would be boring if you cheat. Let's go in and take a look. Chunin put on the helmet, lay on the sofa, and his consciousness instantly entered the virtual world. He stepped on the stars, walked freely, and was in the bright, starry sky. Welcome, players, to enter the world of extraordinary battles. The helmet will collect your extraordinary information and build a matching model. You can fight with any player here and hone your combat power. Superb battles have a combat power ranking, which will show your combat power. Chunin felt a cool breeze as the helmet scanned his body data. After a while, his extraordinary model was established. Name Chunin. Race, Purple Star. Occupation, President of the Red Sun Guild. Level, Ascendant, Level 1. Seeing a pile of messy information, Chunin immediately modified the settings and hid all the specific combat power data. From now on, no data will be displayed in the game. Just display the level. After all, this is not a real game, and combat effectiveness should not be linked to data, as this will affect the performance of ordinary players. Do you want to ask if the player has started matching? No match. Give me a human machine to try. The scene changed, and Chunin came to a high platform suspended on the top of the stars, called Top of the Stars, which is a battle place that every player may come to. His opponent is a transcendent model, similar to him, with similar combat power. No weapons for now. The two men began fighting with bare hands. Although Chunin was hit several times, he did not feel that he was at a disadvantage at all. Fuyao, are you controlling me? Are you deliberately bullying me? The level of the bot was too high and it knew all of Chunin's moves, so it was impossible to defeat him. Master, you have wronged me. It was the secondary intelligence of the extraordinary fighting that was fighting against you. I did not interfere. You're kidding. You're also a sub-intelligence. Lower your level immediately, and you're half as bad as me. So, Chunin began to abuse the human machine crazily and felt extremely refreshed. Open the leaderboard. Swish, swish, swish. Several lists popped up. Battle power ranking, battle number ranking, level ranking. Currently, only the combat power list is of reference value, and the number one is actually Xiaojin. He is worthy of being the first passenger to awaken, maintaining a high combat level that is unreachable in the game. However, since not many people play the extraordinary battle now, it is still unknown whether Xiaojin can always maintain the first position. In the carriage, a few people experienced the extraordinary battle and immediately spread the news. Everyone just found out that there's a game in the entertainment area that can simulate the battles between extraordinary people in real time, which is very helpful in improving combat effectiveness. You see, the extraordinary list in the carriage has now been merged with the extraordinary battle list. In other words, the results of the extraordinary battle will determine everyone's ranking. What's the point of ranking? It's a symbol of status after all. If we can get into the top 10, the number of registered guild members will double in a minute. For the next half day, the extraordinary battle became a hot topic in the carriage, and almost everyone was paying attention. The list was constantly updated and basically stabilized after half a day. The first place is Xiao Zhen, the second is Chun Wuliang, the third is Zi Shu, and the fourth is Xiaofeng. Chunin also ranked himself on the list, but only ranked over 100th. Yang Yuan was shocked by this. Old Chun is so strong. Why didn't he make it into the top 10? Zi Shu said, you have to play at least 3 games and get a rating of more than 90 points to have a chance to enter the top 10. I guess Chunin didn't take it too seriously. So, the credibility of the extraordinary list is not high. It's still very high. At least most people will take it seriously. The higher the ranking, the more opportunities there are. I heard that the top 10 will be summoned by the conductor in the future. Really? Holy shit, go fight a few more games. If you don't have the ability, you can make up for it with numbers. The carriage was bustling with activity, and the previous depression was swept away. For the next half month, everyone was almost immersed in the various entertainment activities on the train, and the order of the train was gradually improved. On the 15th day of the new journey, Shannon broke through to the second level in the gravity room. His superpowers were like boiling magma, and his skin felt hot as if he was shedding his skin and being reborn. You need to strengthen your skin to ascend to the second level. Please work harder, Master. After practicing for half a day, Fuyao gave a reminder. A planet with life was discovered 1 billion kilometers away. Should we stop? Shannon became more excited. We have to stop. Many passengers have used up their savings, and they need to make money. How far is starry annihilation from us? The train speed exceeds the speed of annihilation, so we have about half a month's time. That's good. Do a good job of detection and report in time. The train is ready to dock in the target system. Chapter 20. Start a civilization war and destroy giant lizard civilization. Name on targa. No, S360-5729266. Classification planet. Mass 12.60, 479 times 1,024 kilograms. Un diameter 51.278 chilometri. Surface temperature 19 degrees Celsius. Rotation period 35 hours, 12 minutes and 9 seconds. Intelligent Life Monitor Lizard. The basic information sent back by the exploration spacecraft showed that the giant lizard star was a unique planet with a primitive giant lizard civilization. Why is their name? The planet with civilization will be given a name. The planet has a primitive level of giant lizard civilization. Monitor lizard? I checked the images from the front line and saw a giant lizard creature with an average length of more than 10 meters, living in various tribes. It is precisely because of these tribes and their own simple writing that they are considered civilized. The super energy on giant lizard star is rich, which means that its civilization is not easy to provoke. I asked, is the giant lizard a supernatural being or a star beast? Anyone classified as civilized is considered a transcendent being, not a star beast. In other words, we will face an extraordinary civilization? Yes, the lowest level of extraordinary civilization, about level 0.2. So weak, not even level 1. What level are we? We are level 0.3. Well, we are all the same. We should immediately explore the entire planet and find out the number and strength of giant lizard civilizations. The train stops in the star's orbit and becomes the closest celestial body to the star. The system is clean, with a total of 20 planets, and the giant lizard is located in the 4th orbit. Almost every planet has good resources, so all spacecraft are dispatched to collect resources and transport necessary materials back. All the major guilds are ready to lease spaceships, and the top guilds are even planning to lease 2 medium-sized spaceships. Why don't you open a hatch? Everyone has already purchased weapons and equipment, but in order to maximize the use of the spacecraft rental time, they decided to wait until the hatch is opened before renting it, thus gaining a few more minutes. The hatch has not been opened yet because there's too much information from the giant lizard star, and I'm sorting it out one by one. 30,000 tribes, large and small, with a total population of more than 5 million. Although most of them are small lizards, even the small lizards are more than 10 meters long. This is not the green star we knew before. I am worried that the passengers may suffer heavy losses. At this stage, there are no new passengers joining, and too much loss is not conducive to the development of the train. It is recommended that the masters start a civilization war. What's the meaning? If you want to upgrade your train to Bronze 1 star, you must meet 3 conditions. 1. All passengers awaken to be extraordinary and have 100,000-2 ND level. 2. The train's combat capability must reach the 1st level, which requires it to have kinetic weapons of different levels and at least 50 frigate-class warships. 3. Participate in at least 1 civilization war and win, including wars between trains. I pondered for a moment. So, war is inevitable. How do we start a war of civilization? By issuing war missions. The market will supply weapons in unlimited quantities and lower the price appropriately, and the guild's loan quota will be temporarily canceled. If necessary, the master can send warships or robots to directly participate in the war. Okay, I agree. Let's start a civilized war. Please select the war mode: plunder, occupation, or destruction. I understand. The plundering level means taking resources and running away. The occupation level means occupying a planet and enslaving civilization, and the destruction level means destroying the opponent in all aspects. Which mode do you think I should choose? It is recommended to choose the destruction level, because the giant lizard civilization has low IQ and high combat power. The risk of enslavement is too high, so it is most appropriate to destroy it directly. I thought about it and agreed with Fu Yao's suggestion. There are two prerequisites for enslaving other civilizations. One is absolute, overwhelming strength, and the other is the ability to communicate. I don't have either of these two conditions, so it's more appropriate to eliminate the threat directly. Outside the tarmac, the guilds were eagerly waiting. The train hasn't stopped for a long time. I have to go out and kill the star beast. I have to do it quickly. I owe the train 300 star coins. If it doesn't stop, I'm afraid I'll be finished. Look outside. Damn, why is the battleship sailing out? Everyone knows that the train has battleships, but they are rarely deployed. This time it was different. More than 10 warships sailed out, and the surrounding reconnaissance spacecraft followed closely behind. The lineup was extremely powerful. Just as everyone was speculating, the train issued a series of announcements. The target planet is called Giant Lizard Planet. Some information has been sent to everyone's watch. The train conductor is preparing to launch a war against the giant lizard civilization. Passengers can participate as appropriate. Next, train resources will be used for civilization wars, and the market will be adjusted accordingly. During the war, all entertainment areas are closed. The price of weapons on the market has been reduced by 20%, and they are available in unlimited quantities. Loan quotas for all passengers and guilds are temporarily canceled. The price of spaceship rental is reduced by 50%. It is recommended that large guilds rent large spaceships. War mission has been released. Please check it yourself. This announcement left everyone stunned, but they reacted quickly and checked the tasks on their watches. Main quest: destroy the giant lizard civilization. The standard is to destroy all tribes and kill 90% of the giant lizards. After completing the quest, all participating guilds will share 1 million star coins according to their contribution. The prize pool will increase as the war continues. 1 million star coins, this is not even the final reward. Monitor Lizard? This is clearly an ATM, damn it. Ho ho ho, hurry up and start the fight. I can't wait. Don't worry, there are still side quests to come. Side quest 1. There are 35,247 tribes on Giant Lizard Star, numbered in order of strength. All guilds must accept the quest. You can choose any target, and reselection is prohibited. After completing the quest, you will receive star coins as a reward. Tip: the top 10 tribes can be selected by multiple guilds. It is recommended that large guilds take small guilds with them. Side quest 2. There is a 2-star extraordinary person in the powerful tribe. You can get a separate reward after killing him. Side quest 3. The corpses of monitor lizards can be sold to the train, and the train will purchase unlimited quantities. Side mission 4. Collect information about the giant lizard civilization, including text, habits, etc. The train will give rewards based on importance. Although there were still many routine tasks, everyone no longer cared and rushed to take on war missions. You guys are moving too fast. Aren't there any tribes left after the 30,000th place? Most guilds are relatively weak, so they choose to attack the weak tribes first to see how the situation develops. The big guilds directly select the top 100 tribes. Sister Shu, how about we do the first 10 first? Zishu shook his head. Don't worry, there are too many tribes and not enough guilds, so we will definitely not be able to complete the first round of tasks. We can fight one first, and then take on the next one step by step, mainly to test the strength of the giant lizard. Yang Yuan gave a thumbs up. Sister Shu is still awesome. At this time, someone shouted, there are a lot of new equipment on the market. Let's go buy them. After receiving the task, the guilds immediately rushed to the market, while some smart guilds went to the bank first. Now that loan quotas have been canceled, many people have decided to give it a try. Chapter 21. The struggle between civilizations is a life and death struggle. Version 1.0 Alloy Shield, one-handed and two-handed, priced at 5-star coins and 10-star coins respectively. The price of the 1.0 version of the dark purple armor is 25-star coins. Why is the version number written in front of it? Someone else said, it will definitely be upgraded in the future, just like the K3 pistol, which has a 2.0 version. I see. Look here. Damn. Version 1.0 of the C-36 high explosive bomb only costs 10-star coins. Version 1.0 of the J-12 rocket launcher costs 50-star coins and comes with 5 shells. I find that the new weapons are more powerful, but the price is very low. It may just be a special period, and it may go up in the future. The markets were crowded with people, and the guilds were frantically buying. The market in carriage number 10 is very fierce because there are several large guilds here. Chen Guiyang, Zishu, Xiaozhen, the top 3 guild presidents met by chance, and they all restrained their subordinates from fighting and obeying the order. You too. How about we join forces to take over tribe number 1? Xiaozhen suggested. He loves adventures, and that's why he has developed so well. Chen Guiyang was more conservative, and he refused decisively. We can cooperate in the future, but now is the beginning. I don't dare to take risks. President Z, what do you say? Zishu, I have the same idea as you. I will not touch the first 10 for now. I will take over the 27th tribe. Xiaozhen chuckled and said, I didn't pick up the first 10 either, but I picked up number 11. Everyone, I'll go first. He arrived at the market first, so he finished his purchases first. After completing the purchase, Zishu hurried to the helipad, where a spaceship had already been rented. Then it was Chen Guiyang's turn. Everyone, hurry up and buy. 1 set of armor for each person, 50 sets of alloy shields, and other weapons according to the number of people. Buy as much ammunition as possible. Chen Guiyang was willing to spend money and spent all his savings without taking out a loan. President, many people's swords are badly worn out. Do they need to be replaced? Chen Guiyang glared. Don't forget the rules I set before. The sword is a necessity. If it breaks, replace it. If you don't have enough money, take out a loan. Even though we bought so many hot weapons, I doubt they will be enough. In the end, we will still have to fight hand to hand. From the perspective of cost effectiveness, cold weapons are more cost effective, while hot weapons are too expensive. After all the war supplies were prepared, Chen Guiyang took 2,000 people from his guild onto a rented large spaceship and flew towards the giant lizard star. There are 2 vice presidents, Han Dong and Chu Du. Han Dong looks big and strong, but he is a thoughtful person, and he did some calculation for Chen Guiyang. President, we have spent a lot this time, and this is just the beginning. If the harvest is not enough, the guild will be in big trouble. Without waiting for Chen Guiyang to reply, the bespectacled Chu Du said, Don't worry about the current loss. This is a war of civilizations. If you think about it carefully, you will know that it is not simple. Since the train has opened up unlimited resources to us, it means that we can use them. Shen Guiyang, could you ease hiked? Hey, here comes the information. There was no mission information in their watches before, and it was just added. Chen Guiyang opened the task and found the information of tribe number 17. They picked up number 17. According to the data, the tribe is located in the forest of the northern hemisphere. There are about 800 monitor lizards. There may be 2 existences. Han Dong was surprised. Only 800? Don't underestimate the giant lizards. They're stronger than star beasts of the same level. For us, at least 3 people can deal with 1 giant lizard, and that's when we use thermal weapons. I have a map here. Call each team to the tactics room, and we will study it carefully. I hope the guild will be managed according to teams, with a team leader in charge of 10 people and a team leader in charge of 100 people. So there are now a total of 20 teams. After all the captains arrived at the tactical room, Chen Guiyang pointed to the map and expressed his ideas. The terrain of the giant lizard tribe is not complicated. They live by the lake and build houses with stones. But because there is a forest around, our spacecraft cannot land nearby. According to my idea, it is best to lure them out and set traps to kill them in batches. Chen Guiyang is good at using strategies and traps. President, according to the map, our landing point is several kilometers away from the tribe. Can we lead them out? It may be difficult to lure them out. Since they are also intelligent creatures, I'm worried that they will set traps in the forest, which will be disadvantageous to us. We bought a lot of bombs this time, and the spacecraft itself has its own attack system. We can bomb from high altitude first, then land directly at the lakeside, and then storm. Everyone expressed their opinions, making the situation gradually clear. In the cockpit, Chen was checking the plans of each team, and sure enough, Chen Guiyang's side was the most stable. Master, shall we join the war? Don't join for now. If I join, I won't be able to play. War is the best training ground. After this war, each guild should grow greatly. There's no need to let robots share the experience. Chen has already fully understood the giant lizard star and can dispatch warships and robots to destroy it at any time. But this is too direct and will not achieve the purpose of civilized war. Keep watching and see what they can come up with. Chen asked the robot to bring popcorn and Coke and watch the movies happily. They were all blockbusters. Sister Shu, the target is in the mountains. I suggest carpet bombing first, and then advance layer by layer from the mountain pass. Liang Yu is now the military advisor of the Science Association and has put forward many feasible suggestions. Okay, I'll do as you say. The spacecraft has arrived high above the giant lizard star. The ground was densely forested, not green, but an unpleasant yellowish color. The spacecraft flew towards the target point and finally saw the real body of the monitor lizard when it got close. There were several monitor lizards preying on their prey. They were running on all fours, their huge bodies showing excellent balance. Their heads are pointed, with bloody mouths wide open and densely packed teeth that send chills down one's spine. If we don't have weapons, we'll just be food. Monitor lizards are also extraordinary. They have extremely keen hearing. When they sense movement above them, they abandon their prey and raise their upper bodies to watch. Shichichi, quack, quack, quack. This is the language of monitor lizards, and it probably means that they are very shocked because they have never seen such huge bird creatures in the sky. Ga, ga, ga. The older monitor lizard screamed in fear and ran towards the forest. Simple emotions told them that the big bird could not enter the forest. However, as the sound of da was heard, bullets were fired from both sides of the spacecraft, killing the monitors accurately. Sister Shu, since they are also an intelligent civilization, wouldn't it be too cruel to kill them like this? Ziying's face turned pale. She felt a little uncomfortable with the fearful look in the giant lizard's eyes when it died. Zishu looked back at the others, most of whom looked unhappy. I'm glad that you're kind, but I'm also disappointed. Kind people don't live long. Civilizations are always in a life and death struggle. If we switch places, do you think the giant lizard will sympathize with us? Yang Yuan added, sympathy is bullshit. We are here to survive, not to go sightseeing. I want to remind you that war will kill people, and those giant lizards will rush to eat you. Also, if there are not enough star coins after the war, some of you may be expelled from the train and die as garbage in the starry sky. Don't think I'm exaggerating. This is the truth. Sister Shu, am I right? Zishu nodded and continued to steer the spaceship closer to the tribe. Chapter 22, Tian Wei, a hopeless case. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. Guns, bombs, rockets. The Science Guild used the spaceship as a support to launch an airstrike on the giant lizard tribe below. It was an almost one-sided battle. But there's a problem. Adult monitor lizards have thick skin and flesh, making it difficult for bullets to penetrate them. As for high-explosive bombs, they can only blow rocks and trees all over the sky and kill some small lizards by the way. They are unlikely to pose a threat to adult monitor lizards. Sister Shu, fire. Okay, let's try 2 shots. The Science Guild spaceship is a medium-sized F-399 multi-purpose transport ship with guns on the left and right wings, as well as conventional laser cannons. As the order was given, the 2 laser cannons quickly charged and fired at the 2 most arrogant giant lizards below. There was a flash of light and a roar of anger. The monitor lizard was blown to pieces, and a big hole was blown out on the ground beneath its feet. Fuck, so fierce. Sister Shu, how about trying the main gun? The main gun of the spacecraft is the electromagnetic dragon cannon on the head, which is far more powerful than conventional laser cannons. But the problem is that the medium-sized spacecraft can only be launched twice in total, and this is the configuration obtained when leasing. If you want more launch opportunities, you must purchase them at a high price and replace them with war-grade energy modules. Zishu shook her head. The main gun only has 2 shots, so it can't be used casually. How many times can a laser cannon fire? Liang Yu replied. If overheating is not a concern, the laser cannon can theoretically fire continuously, but it will consume the energy of the spacecraft itself, so we need to be cautious. The spacecraft has no backup energy, and there is no charging station on the planet, so it would be very troublesome if the energy was lost. Then fire a few more shots, mainly targeting the adult monitor lizards. The monitor lizards were indeed smart. They knew how powerful the spaceships in the sky were, so they all headed underground. There are caves underground, and that is also their home. Boom, boom, boom. After 4 consecutive shots from the laser cannon, the spacecraft indicated that the barrel was overheated and needed to be cooled for half an hour. That's it for now. We're going to land. There was a landing point nearby, and Zishu told everyone to put on their armor. You should have read the information. The monitor lizard's weaknesses are their necks and joints. If you can hit them with a gun, that's great. If you can't hit them, just use a close combat. You can always kill them with a knife. Everyone, monitor lizards are not star beasts. They have brains. Be careful. Zishu was very solemn, and the others did not laugh or joke, but followed him fully armed. On the other side, when they found that there were no more artillery attacks overhead, the tribal chief roared and called his people together. They wanted to kill the invaders and then dry them all as food. Roar, roar, roar. The monitor lizards crawled out from the ground. The shattered bodies of their companions made their eyes red and their skin turned dark red, showing that they were extremely angry. The war is about to break out, but the most nervous person is Chunin. Those guys look very vicious. Can the Science Guild defeat them? We have analyzed all the shortcomings of the Monitor Lizard. With the combat power of the Science Guild, we can solve them. It is estimated that about 20 people will be sacrificed. 20 die here, 20 die there. What if there aren't enough people at the end? If the Master encounters a high IQ civilization that he is interested in, he can take them in as passengers. If the giant lizard civilization cannot communicate, the Master can also take some away. I see. I understand. As he was speaking, the middle picture showed that Zishu took the lead, wearing dark purple armor and jumping high, falling into the group of giant lizards like a Valkyrie. Even though the giant lizard was huge, it was still unable to withstand Zishu's heavy blows. Inspired by this, the others rushed forward with howls and crushed the Monitor Lizard with absolute dominance. Yang Yuan is the most cunning guy. He actually hid on the side to bully the little lizard. Chunin watched for a while and confirmed that the Science Association had completely taken control of the situation. Suddenly, Fuyao prompted that 30 members of a guild were killed instantly. 30 people? Cut the picture for me. The screen of the Science Association was split open, and a new screen appeared in front of him. The background is nighttime, as it is in the Southern Hemisphere. You could see flames everywhere, guns firing wildly, and fire spots everywhere. Boom! As the light flashed, the jungle seemed to return to daytime. What was just fired was a laser cannon, targeting a 20-meter-long super monitor lizard in the forest. It was this giant lizard that suddenly appeared and killed 30 people in seconds. Which guild? No matter how many people there are, you can't waste them like this. Chunin was very angry. All the passengers were his laborers. How could they die so easily? Hero Guild. He chose tribe number 7. Fuck, I knew it was Tian Wei, that loser. He only knows how to spend money to recruit people, but he is reluctant to equip all members. Most members don't even have armor. If they don't die, who will die? The key is that this guy has no self-awareness and chose tribe number 7 to die. Since the guild system was opened, the Shionba Guild has recruited the most people and had the highest casualty rate. Chen has long been unhappy with Tian Wei. If he is still alive after the war, we will find an excuse to remove him. We will never let him continue to be the president. Other guilds were afraid that too many of their people would die, but Tian Wei, that bastard, actually risked his men's lives to explore the way. This was the main reason for the high casualty rate. At this moment on the corresponding battlefield, Tian Wei roared angrily like a mad tiger. Come on, everyone. I'm not buying you weapons just to watch the show. Thousands of people surrounded them, and the bullets had long been used up, so it came to the point of hand-to-hand combat. But facing such a ferocious giant lizard, going forward means death. Who would dare to obey orders? Vice President Liu Chung clenched his fists, and his right arm holding the knife had several cuts on it, and blood was flowing out. President, I suggest we use the main guns to attack. We can't let any more lives go in. Tian Wei's eyes widened with anger, and he yelled, "What do you know?" He then muttered to himself, "The guild is in too much debt. If more people die, we can get a smaller share of the debt. That's a good thing. There's no need for compensation anyway." Liu Cheng was dumbfounded. He finally understood Tian Wei's thoughts. Tian Wei is exploiting loopholes in the rules and using human lives to exchange for his own interests. The key point is that this guy just kept it in his heart, but he actually said it out loud for Liu Cheng to hear. "President, we can't do this. Just one shot from the main gun could severely damage the giant lizard. Main guns don't cost money. Hurry up, and I'll follow closely behind." Having said that, Tian Wei, who was wearing full protective gear, had no intention of taking action. He was still giving orders passionately. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Liu Cheng looked back at his brothers and gave them a fierce look. Everyone understood and gradually surrounded Tian Wei. Just when Tian Wei was most angry, Liu Cheng suddenly pounced over and pulled out a pistol. Bang! The bullet exploded between Tian Wei's eyebrows, and he couldn't believe it. Tian Wei could no longer utter a complete sentence. Others heard the gunshots and looked towards the chaotic area, not knowing what was going on. Liu Cheng stood up, raised his arms, and said loudly, Tianwei died unexpectedly, and now I will temporarily take over as the president. Everyone retreat to a safe area, and the spacecraft is ready to fire the main gun. Many people understood that something had changed, but they already had resentment towards Tianwei, so they didn't care about the real situation. The most important thing was to retreat quickly and save their lives. Chapter 23. Flooding the Desert Giant Lizard, Xiaozhen's Strategy. Call up Liu Qing's information. Chen was very interested in this person. He is decisive in killing, quick in reaction, and a talented person. Tianwei's murder was not a big deal, and Chen felt relieved. After checking the information, I learned that Liu Cheng used to be a security guard and has good physical fitness. After boarding the train, he awakened earlier, so he became the vice president of the Xiongba Guild. The Xiongba Guild failed to kill the double giant lizard, and all members have retreated. Even the main gun can't kill him. The F-399's main gun is not powerful enough, and the double giant lizard has super strong cortical defense. He seems to have evolved extraordinary armor. The Xiongba Guild did not give up the mission, but prepared to return to the train to replenish ammunition while thinking of other solutions. Tianwei's death was tacitly ignored by everyone, and Liu Cheng was elected as the official president. Chen watched for a while, then called up other images. Some small guilds have completed the mission, but the energy crystals they gained were not many. There are also guilds that fought hard and were torn apart by the giant lizards, with both sides suffering losses. Overall, humans still have the advantage. Bring up the image of Xiafeng. Outside the mountains in the northern hemisphere, Xiafeng swung his sword and killed an adult monitor lizard that was several times larger than himself, and blood splattered 3 feet away. Their painting style is different from others. They appear cold and murderous, and the whole team has the image of an iron-blooded army. Xiafeng put away his knife, and his face, which had been chopped by axes and cut by knives, looked like a sculpture in the wind and rain, extremely vicissitudes of life. President, everything has been resolved. They are attacking tribe number 14. Their method is to kill them separately instead of rushing all at once to the main nest. 3 hours have passed since the beginning, and 1/5 of the tribe of more than 1,000 giant lizards have been killed by them. Everyone gather together, go over the mountain to the other side, and lure out another group. Yes, everyone quickly gathered together, formed a standard military formation, and marched quickly. Their spirit was amazing. Chen zoomed in the picture and observed the expressions of the others. None of them showed any impatience, and they all obeyed Xiafeng's control. Fuyao are all the people in Xiafeng's Shenlong Guild Special Forces. There are only a dozen Special Forces soldiers, but the rest are almost all military personnel. Xiafeng specially screened them when selecting members. That's not surprising. Pay more attention and tell me if there's anything unusual. Pull up the footage from the Night Guild. Xiao Zhan is really brave. He actually accepted the mission from Tribe Number 11. Tribe Number 11 is in the desert of the Northern Hemisphere. There are more than 3,000 giant lizards, among which there are definitely dual existences. More than 2,000 people from the Night Guild were hiding behind a huge sand dune and did not dare to fight their way out. Brother Xiao, why aren't you starting yet? They had already carried out a round of bombing half an hour ago and finally lured out the double giant lizard, so they quickly ran away. The double desert monitor could jump high and almost hit the spaceship. Xiaozhen sat there, playing with sand with his hands tirelessly, with a childlike smile on his face. Look, the sand here is exceptionally smooth and feels so good. The younger brother touched his bald head and was speechless about Xiaozhen. Brother, stop playing with sand. What should I do? Xiaozhen raised his head and looked around, then reached out and patted the bald man on the head. You're the only one who can't help it? Look at the brothers. They're all lying down and sleeping. Who's complaining? Hurry up and set up sentry. If the giant lizard comes, we'll just run away. But we can't kill the giant lizard by running away. We have to complete the mission. Otherwise, without the star coin income, we will be crushed by debt. By the way, brother, where is our spaceship? It's so comfortable to sleep in the spaceship. It's so hot here. The bald man is called Zhu Daming. He is the first member accepted by Xiaozhen. Because of his frankness, he was appointed as the vice president. But this guy gets impatient easily, and Xiaozhen often criticizes him. The spaceship has a mission, wait. Task. Chunin, who was watching the scene, asked Fuyao, where is his spaceship? The Night Guild rented a large spaceship and returned to the train not long ago. It was loaded with water on the tarmac, estimated to be 400 tons. Chunin immediately understood Xiao Zhen's intention and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You really think the water on the train is free, right? The train has a special water reservoir. The water either comes from life planets or solid liquids mined from the starry sky, are then refined into pure water. To be honest, Chen felt a little distressed that Xiao Zhan wasted so much purified water. We'll have to find a way to get the money back later. Xiao Zhan in the desert waited for a long time, and the spacecraft finally returned. He immediately jumped up, leaving a human-shaped hole in the sand. Brothers, get up and get going. The drowsy Zhu Daming suddenly became alert and called for others to gather together. Brother Xiao, are you going to charge in? Xiao Zhan said, everyone check your armor. The brothers in charge of defense check your shields, and everyone else reload their rifle magazines. We will surround them and fight later. The spacecraft did not land, but chose to fly over the giant lizard tribe. I saw the hatches on both sides opened, revealing huge pipes. Wow, the water poured down like a waterfall, not only shocking the monitor lizard, but also the people of the Night Guild. Brother Xiao, so this is what we are waiting for. Xiao Zhan said, don't just think about charging all day long. Study the information on the watch more. It is clearly written on it that desert monitors are afraid of heavy rain because water will make the sand stick together or even collapse, making it difficult for them to move. At that time, the monitors will be pure targets, and we can just kill them. Although 400 tons of water is not a lot, it can also affect their living environment. Everyone suddenly understood and admired Xiao Zhan very much. When all 400 tons of water were poured down, the core area of the monitor lizard tribe temporarily became a swamp. Many monitor lizards were trapped in it, and their movements were greatly affected. The Night Guild had already occupied the hill, so now they could just stand out and shoot. Don't F Astra's King save your bullets. Shoot them all up as soon as possible. Remember, money can be earned, weapons can be bought, but once a life is gone, it's gone for real, and you can never get it back. So, use all kinds of hot weapons as much as you can, and only consider close combat after you've used them up. But Brother Xiao, what should we do with the second-level monitor lizard? Bullets can't penetrate it, and rockets are useless. Xiao Zhan looked up at the sky and saw the main gun extending from the bow of the spacecraft. The main gun of the large spacecraft can fire 4 times. Use all of them to attack the double-layer giant lizard. Even if it fails to kill it, it will seriously injure it. In the cockpit, Chunin watched with great interest. I have to say that this kid Xiao Zhan is becoming more and more to his liking, and is completely different from someone like Tianwei. That's right, I've already provided you with unlimited weapons. Just use them as much as you can, and come back to buy more when you're done. Master, the Night Guild is under great pressure from loans. You can only earn money if you can borrow. In the past on Purple Star, all the rich people borrowed billions from a bank and lived a carefree life. I'm not afraid of them taking out loans. I'm just afraid of them saving. There are enough resources on the train to support not only 1 million people, but even if you add a 0 at the end, it can still support 1 million people. Chen kept watching Xiao Zhan afterwards. He successfully cleared out tribe number 11 with incredible efficiency. You know, Zishu hasn't even finished defeating tribe number 27. Notify the Night Guild of the completion of their mission and display their gains. Chapter 24 Medical Assistance Centers and Care Homes. The Night Guild successfully destroyed tribe number 11 and received a reward of 46,000 star coins, and each person received an additional 200 star coins. The Night Guild has obtained a coupon, and within the next 24 hours, all weapons purchased will be 50% off. Everyone's watches receive the news at the same time and express shock. More than 40,000 star coins can not only make back the investment, but also make a huge profit. This is all we have on the 11th. The reward for the top 10 tribes must be more than 50,000. The 50% discount is too much. Does it mean that the train wants us to buy more weapons? I envy you. Let's work hard and try to get a big task next time. Different people have different opinions. For Zishu, she wants to know more about how Xiao Zhan did it, because she has not been able to conquer tribe number 27 until now. Not long ago, a double giant lizard appeared in the tribe, fought them off, and then it was difficult for them to fight back. Xiao Zhan, how did you do it? Zishu sent a private message using her watch. Xiao Zhan was resting in the spaceship at this time and had not accepted any new tasks for the time being. He blocked messages from strangers, but Zishu and other presidents had already added each other as friends and could communicate at any time. After Xiao Zhan explained the reason, Zishu suddenly understood. It turns out that our exam is open book. Since the information is already available, we should make good use of it. So, Zishu took a temporary break and devoted herself to studying the data. Chen knew all this, but he didn't remind anyone. At the moment, the people I'm focusing on each have their own strengths and weaknesses. Zishu is brave enough and has the demeanor of a Valkyrie. But her shortcoming is that she is careless and would rather act than think. Fortunately, Liangyu is by her side to give her advice, so she doesn't make mistakes. Xiaozhen's strengths are his quick mind and extraordinary courage. But sometimes he is too withdrawn, and even if the guild has more people, he still can't fully integrate into it. Chen Guoyang's strengths are his wisdom, but his weaknesses are his overcaution, which can even be described as cowardly at times. He lacks courage. Xia Feng is a typical soldier with a strong character, integrity, and loyalty. I don't see any obvious shortcomings at the moment. And Lu Cheng, who is decisive in killing and doing things, should have a good future. In addition to the 5 people mentioned above, Chen also paid attention to more than 10 people. Although their qualifications were not so good, they would have a good future. They just haven't made their mark yet. After studying for most of the day, Chen shifted his attention back to the interior of the train. Some things could not be delayed and had to be resolved. There are currently 3,670 children on the train and 720 injured people who cannot leave. These 2 types of people have no ability to make money. Those who have relatives can still help them, but those who don't have relatives can only get by with loans. But Chen knew that many people were actually just waiting to die, and they had no ability to repay the loan. Most of the children have families, but most of the injured are single. Master, do you want to start free medical care? Do you need to turn on? The owner can provide basic medical assistance to the injured, and it is more beneficial for you to help them recover. But free assistance does not mean completely free. If better medicine or equipment is needed for treatment, you will definitely need to spend money to buy it. Chen understood what Fu Yao meant and agreed after thinking about it. It is important to ensure the quick recovery of the more than 700 injured people. What about the children? They won't grow up in a short period of time, and they will drag down the adults. To put it inhumanely, if there had been enough time when the purple star exploded, Chen would definitely have screened the passengers boarding the train and would not have allowed the elderly and children. But then again, as the voyage time increases, the passengers will reproduce with each other, and there will be more and more children. We should take corresponding measures in advance. Remind the Master, since the beginning of the resurrection calendar, many additional rules have appeared in the universe, one of which is that extraordinary people are forbidden to give birth to offspring, and this rule will continue until the end of the resurrection calendar. Ordinary creatures are not restricted. Chen was shocked. How do you know that? This rule has spread throughout the universe, and I have captured it long ago. Outrageous. What other rules are there? These are the rules you already know. For example, trains cannot change their final stops. Train upgrades increase the number of passengers, etc. Chen calmed down for a long time and asked, if we can't have children, won't our clan be exterminated? If you try to extend your lifespan as much as possible, why would your clan be wiped out? Your answer leaves me speechless. So, children are actually very precious. What should I do? It is recommended that the owner set up a special childcare agency on the train. On the surface, it is to help take care of the children, but in fact it is to educate them and make them loyal supporters of the train. If a train guard is established in the future, they are more suitable than ordinary passengers. Chen frosted his chin, thought for a while, and agreed with these suggestions. Okay, let's do as you say. It will be established immediately. Soon after, the train made an announcement. First, passengers can get free medical assistance. Second, each carriage has a daycare center for children under 10 years old, so parents can leave their children there with peace of mind. The medical aid center is a medium-sized building to the left of the bank. Most of the wounded in the carriages were just eating and waiting to die. When they heard that there was help available, they immediately ran to the corresponding rescue center. No one would give up if there was a chance to survive. The hosting facility is located in a corner close to the apron, occupying a large area, almost the same size as the entertainment area. The after-school care center in each carriage is set up to accommodate thousands of people, and it is definitely not fully utilized now. However, in reality, most parents are not willing to hand their children over and would rather sacrifice their own time. They don't trust those cold robots to take good care of their children. Chen did not force them to do anything and let them choose for themselves. All the facilities were provided anyway. Later, Chen Guoyang returned to the spaceship. Having just finished defeating the tribe, he was ready to rest for 2 hours. Back in the carriage, he took his child from his wife's arms, his face full of doting. Only at this moment did he feel that everything he had done was meaningful. His wife felt very distressed and stroked Chun Guoyang's back. Are you hurt? The back was stained with blood. Chun Guoyang smiled and said, It's the blood of the giant lizard, not mine. Go to the market and buy me 2 new sets of clothes. My wife didn't go there yet, but talked about the medical assistance center and the daycare center. Is there medical assistance? That's great. My legs hurt a little, so I'd go check it out. The wife frowned. You still say it's okay? By the way, I want to send the child to a daycare center and then go out with you to fight. Is that okay? I've been to the daycare center. It's very professional, and they can even take better care of the child than I can. Don't rush to refuse. The train has given us a lot of benefits, and it will definitely not be bad for the child. Don't you agree? Chun Guoyang did not rush to agree, but went to the rescue center first. There are a large number of machines and equipment in the rescue center, and all common diseases can be cured quickly. Can cancer be cured? Chun Guoyang asked the robot doctor inside. The robot replied, Superhumans don't get cancer. Okay, what about a viral invasion? Just kill the virus. Unless it's an extraordinary virus that requires more rigorous medical research. But as long as you don't die instantly, we can find a treatment. Chun Guoyang laughed and said, That's true. If the disease can't even cure you, it means it's serious enough to kill you quickly. If it doesn't kill you, maybe it can be cured. Thank you. His leg was only an external injury. After spraying some medicine, he felt numb and his flesh and blood were repairing. Chapter 25. Trains don't keep useless people. Those who slack off will eventually be expelled. After leaving the medical assistance center, his wife urged Chun Guoyang to go to a daycare center. On the way, Chun Guoyang expressed his true thoughts. You can't imagine how dangerous it is out there. I'm actually more afraid that something might happen to you, understand? People die every day now. Even I can't guarantee absolute safety. The wife asked, If something happens to you, who will take care of us? I have a chance now, so that I can get familiar with the situation as soon as possible. No matter who gets into trouble, they can take care of our son, right? This convinced Chun Guoyang. There is no difference between a daycare center and a kindergarten. The biggest difference is that there are no beautiful female teachers here, only robots. After some communication, Chun Guoyang agreed to leave the child here. It is not a permanent care. Parents can pick up their children at any time, and the principle is that it should not affect normal work. Chun Guoyang was very famous, and his deeds spread quickly. Seeing that Chun Guoyang dared to take care of children, others followed suit, freeing up more labor force. How many people are left on the train who have never left? Chun asked Fuyao. About 4,000 people. Why did he go out? They dare not go out and have been living on loans. They always consume the minimum, and some even only eat 1 cake a day. According to this lifestyle, 500 star coins can keep them alive for several years. Chun couldn't tolerate openly fleecing people. Any passenger with hands and feet must go out to work. The trains cannot support waste. How can we solve this problem? It is recommended that the owner charge a fare. There is no charge when the train is sailing, but when the train stops, each passenger will be charged a maintenance fee of 1 star coin per day. This 1 star coin is not worth mentioning for passengers who go out to fight, but it is fatal to those who do not go out. Chun added, Children who enter the daycare center are free of charge at any time. Passengers who spend a long time in the entertainment area will be charged an energy fee of 0.5 star coins per day. Many of the 4,000 people who were unwilling to go out were addicted to games, and some even ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in the game city. Chun could not tolerate this. As these contents are released, most people don't care, but they are very fatal to those who are giving up. They panicked and had to find a way to make money. Otherwise, they would soon run out of money. Afterwards, many people applied to join the guild, hoping to make some money. However, even so, there are still hundreds of people who remain indifferent and continue their bad lives. Fuyao, how long can they last? They can only last a month at most, at which time they will reach the loan limit and trigger the penalty. Don't show any mercy. Expel them directly and broadcast the whole process to the whole train. The train rules must be followed to prevent anyone from taking advantage of loopholes. The first day of the expedition to Giant Lizard Star passed just like that, and most of the guilds completed their missions and gained a lot. Only a few guilds encountered tough problems, and it took a long time to find a solution. The next day, when Chun woke up, he learned that the big guilds were attacking the top 10 giant lizard tribes. As suggested before, it is almost always the large guilds that bring small guilds to take on quests together, with thousands of people forming alliances. How many alliances are there currently? The Hope Alliance of the Hope Guild, with a total of 16,000 members, has gathered 24 guilds. They are attacking tribe number 9. The Dark Knight Alliance of the Dark Knight Guild, with a total of 13,000 people, has gathered 18 guilds. They are attacking tribe number 4. Before the 7th tribe was defeated, the Shonba Guild had gathered 17,000 people, and 20 guilds joined. The Science Guild is attacking number 6. The alliance has 10,000 members and has brought together 12 guilds. The Shunlong Guild is attacking number 5. The alliance has 8,000 members, including 7 guilds, and no small guilds. More than 80 small and medium-sized guilds formed an alliance of 30,000 people and attacked tribe number 8. No guild dared to take on the top 3 tribes for the time being, because data show that these tribes had at least 8,000 giant lizards and at most 20,000. Show the images of the 5 major leagues. I want to watch them together. The tactics of each alliance are no different from before. They first carpet bomb the enemy, and then form teams to clear out the enemy, which is quite efficient. It can also be seen that the styles of each alliance are influenced by the Grand Guild, and their war efficiency varies. Half a day later, the Hope Guild was the first to complete the task. Chun Guoyang seemed to have suddenly gained courage and took advantage of the monitor lizard's flaws to launch a targeted attack on it. After completing the task, he also summarized his experience and made it public on the train network so that other guilds could learn from it. In fact, it's quite simple to sum it up. We use our numbers to split into combat teams of 3 or 4 people. Some of the team members are responsible for defense, some are responsible for close combat, and some are responsible for long-range harassment. In this way, they can maximize their efficiency and kill the giant lizards in a targeted manner. Chunin greatly admired this approach and collected it as a classic battle example. The other guilds followed suit, conquering the monitor lizard tribes one by one. However, just as they were preparing to attack the first 3 tribes, these 3 tribes actually merged. The monitor lizards have special means of observation. They know that the major tribes are suffering a fatal blow, so they temporarily unite. So, Chunin simply combined the tasks of the 3 tribes into one task. The guilds did not dare to act recklessly and temporarily gathered in a distant place for consultation. It was already night in the northern hemisphere, and dozens of guild leaders were grilling and conducting research around a campfire. After the 3 tribes united, the total number exceeded 50,000. Converted into human combat power, it is equivalent to 200,000 people. Xiao Zhan said, "Originally, each tribe had its own shortcomings, but now that the 3 tribes have merged, their shortcomings have been greatly weakened and are not so easy to deal with. It's quite strange that the 3 strongest tribes on Giant Lizard Star are so close to each other. I didn't notice it before. It is precisely because of the close distance that they can merge quickly, otherwise the guilds can intercept separately." Zishu said to Chun Guoyang, "How about we attack according to your method? Bomb first, then separate and strangle." Chun Guoyang shook his head. "That was when we had an absolute advantage in military strength. We still have many guilds on the way. When we gather together, our number will exceed 200,000, which is still an advantage." This sounded reasonable. Chun Guoyang felt something was wrong, but couldn't explain why. Xiaofeng, who knew more about war, said, "Due to the terrain restrictions, the war has a contact surface." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he said carefully, "It's like a battlefield this big. If the enemy has few people and we have many, it's easy to separate them. But if the size of the battlefield remains the same and the number of enemies increases significantly, ours also increases significantly. But we can't deploy so many soldiers, so the advantage in manpower cannot be reflected." Zishu suddenly realized, to put it bluntly, it's a question of combat efficiency. We appear to have 200,000 people, but in reality, we can only deploy 50,000 or 60,000 people because of the terrain restrictions. There is no room for more people to play. Chapter 26, The Civilization War, is over. Share the rewards. Chen Guiyang turned on his watch and displayed the map on a light screen. The location is in the mountains. According to Xiaofeng, it would be difficult to strangle them even if we threw in 500,000 people, let alone 200,000. The problem is very troublesome. It's not that the monitor lizards cannot be wiped out, but no one wants to suffer too much loss. In the following night, the various guilds gradually gathered their forces, reaching as many as 300,000. Basically, all the large and medium-sized guilds have come. However, they still haven't found a suitable solution. Chunin is also paying attention. If the guilds really can't defeat them, he will send out warships. We can't let the guild attack by force, otherwise the losses will be too great. However, when daybreak came, they found a solution. Fire attack. It is autumn on Giant Lizard Planet. The trees are dry and all they need is a fire to light them up. They were really courting death by hiding in the mountains. They couldn't escape after the fire started. What we have to do is simple. We will block all the major mountain passes and kill anyone who comes out. The proposal came from Xiaozhen. Everyone felt a chill down their spine when they saw his smiling face. This guy must be no good. He was the type who was ruthless and would do anything to achieve his goals. Chun Guoyang had doubts. Will the train conductor blame me for burning the mountain? They were unsure of Chun An's temper. However, someone soon discovered that incendiary bombs had been launched in the market. It seems the conductor agrees. Let's go back and buy some incendiary bombs. Buy more and share the cost. In the cockpit, Chun highly appreciated the strategy of fire attack. There is no morality in a civilized war. Everything is done to complete the mission. The giant lizard planet will be annihilated in the end anyway, let alone burning the mountain. What would happen even if the entire planet was burned? Everything went smoothly afterwards. The incendiary bombs were in place, and all we had to do was wait for the battle to begin. January 21st, noon on Varanus. The major guilds spread out and surrounded the mountain. The 300,000 men were divided into 6 teams of 50,000 men each, blocking the 6 main exits from the mountain. They communicated with their watches. The east side is ready to fight at any time. The southeast side is ready. North side is ready. West side is ready. The south side is ready. The southwest side is ready. Let's get started. As soon as Chun Guoyang issued the final order, he saw dozens of small spaceships flying out and approaching the middle of the mountain from all directions. They indiscriminately dropped incendiary bombs along the way, which soon caused a fire that exploded in the mountains. The thick smoke was dispersed by the wind and waves, and the scene was spectacular. It is dry in this season, the fire is getting bigger and bigger, and trees are falling down in large numbers. The monitor lizard that was scouting around discovered the fire and immediately went back to report to the 3 clan leaders. Although they are intelligent, they are not smart enough to understand human intentions. So they ordered everyone to hide behind the mountain as much as possible, thinking that the fire could not reach them. However, the spaceship in the sky soon flew to the other side of the mountain, causing fires in all directions and creating a destructive trend. Finally, the clan leaders sensed something was wrong and quickly ordered a breakout. The monitor lizard team was in chaos, breaking out from all directions without a unified direction. In fact, the guilds overlooked a problem. If these giant lizards were too united and left in one direction, that direction might not be able to be defended, resulting in heavy losses. Fortunately, this did not happen. Outside the valley on the west side, rows of armored warriors holding double-handed shields blocked the valley entrance. Behind them stood countless people, each holding a rifle fully equipped with bullets. Zishu stood on a high place and saw a giant lizard running out of the smoke and dust. Here we are, get ready, shoot in rounds. The monitor lizards don't care whether there is danger ahead. Facing the raging fire, they must charge forward with all their might. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were like thunder. No matter how hard the monitor lizard shell was, it would still fall down in disgrace. Chun in the cockpit was filled with emotion. In the end, it all depends on technology. Even if we win this war, there is nothing to be proud of. We were the last one to be defeated. He didn't even fight in the war. Reminder to the master, we are level 0.3 and the monitor lizard is level 0.2. We can win even without technology. The levels are so strict. What is considered a level 1 civilization? Level 1 civilization and level 1 extraordinary civilization are not the same concept. The former evaluates the overall level, including technology. The latter only evaluates the extraordinary level. When enough passengers upgrade to Star Walkers, we will be a level 1 extraordinary civilization. I see. At this time, unusual movements were heard on the screen. Some level 2 giant lizards emerged from the mountains and broke through the defense line with their powerful strength. Fortunately, the guilds used various weapons to besiege and kill them one by one. By the second half of the war, when some people were promoted to the second level, the war became easier and easier. At 1800 hours on the 21st, the coalition forces of the 3 major tribes were declared destroyed. No one could have imagined it would be so simple. But the price was that the largest mountainous area in the northern hemisphere of the giant lizard star was reduced to scorched earth, and thick black smoke rushed into the sky, affecting the atmosphere. But compared with victory, this price is nothing to worry about. What's going on? The main mission is not completed. People were looking forward to the rewards after completing the main quest, but they didn't realize it was not completed. Look carefully. There are two conditions for the main mission. One is to destroy all tribes, and the other is to kill 90% of the giant lizards. The first condition has been achieved, but the second condition is probably not completed. It's simple. We just need to hunt around. Therefore, the next task for the guilds is to hunt giant lizards and other star beasts everywhere, doing regular tasks while completing the main task. Finally, at 9 o'clock on the 22nd, the main mission was declared completed. The giant lizard civilization was destroyed and the state of war ended. Congratulations to all guilds for joining together to complete the main mission. A total of 10 million star coins will be shared according to the contribution. Oh my god, the prize pool has increased to 10 million? How did it increase? Who cares? The more the better. The next step is the profit sharing. Chun enlists the list, and everyone can view it. First, Hope Guild received 120,415 star coins. Second, Night Guild received 118,600 star coins. Third, Science Guild received 113,205 star coins. Fourth, Wanfang Guild received 110,560 star coins. Fifth, Shunlong Guild received 109,985 star coins. Sixth, Lily Guild received 107,542 star coins. People were stunned that there were 12 guilds that offered rewards of over 100,000, including the well-known Hope and Night, as well as the up-and-coming Lily. On the contrary, the previously arrogant Xiongba Guild failed to make the list, ranking only after 15th place. It's not that Lu Cheng is not capable, but that Tian Wei's previous measures reduced too many points and his overall contribution is not high. In addition to these large guilds, medium-sized guilds can also obtain tens of thousands of star coins, so overall it is not a loss. Master, how can you be willing to give so many star coins? First, they are too heavily in debt. After paying off their debts, they need to be left with enough star coins to build the guild, otherwise it will be difficult to maintain. Secondly, star coins are just data. Gradually increasing them can motivate them. Fuyao, adjust all market prices and put new products on the shelves, involving all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Now that you have money, you must spend it. Money is not given for free and must be spent. Even though the guilds have saved so much, it is actually not enough to spend. Chapter 27. Sister is rich now. It's no problem for her to support you. After the end of the Civilization War, the giant lizard star became the back garden of the train, and everything returned to normal. Hunt for hunting, gather resources for gathering, and continue to complete tasks to make money. What makes passengers happy is that the products in the market are becoming more and more abundant, making them unable to resist shopping. For example, there are a wide variety of foods with various flavors and types. No longer just simple barbecue or vegetarian cakes. There are more styles of clothing, and they're no longer just black or white. Those who have money can buy nice and sturdy ones, and those who don't have money can find some cheap ones. Each has its own unique characteristics. In addition, more potions were added to the market, many of which came from research on monitor lizards, such as physical strength increase, and so on. For extraordinary people, no matter how many weapons they have, they are not as strong as themselves. Many people spent their money on improving their physical fitness, so in the 3 days after the end of the war, more and more people were promoted to the second level. The second level extraordinary people almost crushed the star beasts of the giant lizard star, and even saved on thermal weapons. In view of these circumstances, weapons production on the train was temporarily halted because they could not be consumed. Chunin focused his main task on manufacturing warships and began to consider the issue of upgrading the train. Fuyao, have all the people become extraordinary, especially those children? After being strengthened by super energy injection, even babies have been promoted to extraordinary. Chunin was very satisfied, so the train star upgrade only needs to meet 2 conditions. One is that the second level extraordinary reaches 100,000. With the current blowout upgrade speed, it can be completed within a week. As for the 50 frigates, it is estimated that it will take a long time. The train's manufacturing capacity is not as strong as imagined, and currently only 2 frigate-class battleships can be produced every day. It's okay. I have plenty of time. 10 days later, the number of second-level extraordinary people reached 100,000, but there were only 35 warships. Chunin officially reached the third level and began to strengthen his flesh and blood. In the training room, Chunin stretched out his hand and pinched his skin and asked Fuyao, "Are you sure my skin strengthening was successful? Why do I feel no different from before?" The strengthening process is ongoing all the time and will not stop just because you reach level 3. Your skin can now withstand ordinary kinetic bullets, which is a sign of successful strengthening. Understand, the strengthening process is endless. Can I use my body to block nuclear bombs in the future? The nuclear bomb is too low level. You can even enter and exit the star at will. This is a realm that all extraordinary people can reach. Just as he said this, Fuyao reminded him that Zishu was looking for him. Why did she come to me? During these 10 days, Chunin talked to her twice and even went to play on the monitor lizard. But there was no other meaning because Chunin had also chatted with Xiao Zhan and others, so they could be considered as having a preliminary acquaintance. Let's go and have a look. It's boring to practice all the time. Chunin did not take the front passage, but entered carriage number 9 from the basement level, and then entered the living area of carriage number 10 from carriage number 9. The so-called living area refers to the area between the carriages, where the market, entertainment area, etc. are located. Living area number 10 is extremely prosperous. People come and go, dressed in red and green, just like the normal world on Purple Star. In some places, people even set up stalls to sell goods and trade with each other. These people think that the purchase price of the train is too low, so they will increase the price to sell some special items. Chun would not interfere or stop it, as long as it was reasonable. Chun in here. Zishu waved. She was wearing a purple combat uniform that looked very cool. She was handsome, heroic, and beautiful. Almost all the eyes of passers-by were on her. Since everyone knew she was Zishu, they only dared to peek at her secretly. Everyone is looking at you. You're a celebrity on the train now. Zishu smiled and put her arm around Chunin, saying she would treat him to a good meal. You have a lot of money. Sister, I am now richer than I was on Purple Star. Not only can I treat you to a meal, I can even support you. Chunin was surprised. It seems like I could be a gigolo. Sure, as long as you want to eat. Chunin felt very comfortable and found the feeling that Zishu had on Zixing. They eat both meat and vegetables and talk nonsense. They are all passionate people. The two entered the dining area and found a place where they could cook a big meal. While waiting, Chunin asked, "Is your guild busy?" "Of course I am busy, but I have handed all the work over to Yang Yuan and the others. They can't ask me to follow them every time. By the way, how is your guild going? If it's not going well, you can join the Science Guild, and I will let you be the vice president." Chunin took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "I'm doing pretty well. Look at the rankings. Hongri is at least ranked 100th. My guild is in the top 3. She looked proud and took out some candy from her pocket. "This is Zixing's candy. It's very valuable. I only bought a little at the market. I couldn't bear to give it to Zing." Chunin didn't refuse and took one and put it in his mouth. This kind of candy was not worth much before, but it is very expensive now. It's not that the production process is difficult, but no matter how it is made, the taste cannot be restored. Chunin doesn't have much stock left, so he only releases a little bit for sale occasionally to spice up the market. "Chunin, if Zixing recovers, we can still go back. Will you go back?" Chunin pretended to think, then answered, "To be honest, if that situation really happens, I won't go back. Rather than spending my whole life on Purple Star, it's better to make a splash in the starry sky. What about you?" Zishu's eyebrows were beaming with joy, and she was sipping a candy in her mouth, which was so sweet that her eyes were about to squint. "Me too. Here, I am the president. But on Purple Star, I am just an ordinary athlete. I have worked hard for half my life and ended up with nothing. Instead, I overdrew my body in advance. Let's have 2 glasses of wine and toast to our common interests. There's a lot of wine in the market because there are a lot of fruits on the giant lizard star that can be used for brewing." Each person drank a glass of fruit wine, and then the delicious food arrived. The so-called delicacies are actually various cooking methods of star beast meat, which are full of fragrance. Zishu was shocked. This table of food is worth 10 star coins. It can't be wasted. Chunin asked her, "How much savings do you have now?" Maybe 5 or 6,000. This is not a lie. 5 or 6,000 is her small treasury. If the guild's deposit is included, it will be even more. Chunin showed his surprise at the right time, which made Zishu very satisfied. After dinner, Zishu took Chunin out to play. "There's someone singing over there. Let's go check it out." As the content in the train becomes increasingly richer, many interesting entertainment activities have emerged for passengers. He used to be a singer, and now he sets up a stall to sing to enrich the passengers' spare time, and he often gets a lot of money. There are also those who are good at dancing or various shows. As long as they have a skill, they will never starve to death. From afar, Chen had heard the singing, beautiful, lingering, and refreshing. No wonder so many people like to listen to it. It is really easy to be moved when such songs soothe the soul after fighting. Fu Yao, at a KTV in the entertainment area. He gave the order in his head. Chapter 28. Improve the rules and punish wandering guilds. The singer's name is Wan Jia. She used to be a star, and her songs are beautiful. I didn't expect that she would be in the same car with us. We were very lucky. Looking ahead through the crowd, there was a girl with short hair singing loudly. Are you her fan? It wasn't before, but it is now. After listening for a while, the singing suddenly stopped, and there seemed to be a conflict among the crowd. What's going on? Zishu looked grim. The two squeezed into the crowd and found several armored transcendents who stopped the singer and said that this piece of land belonged to their guild and no one else was allowed to use it at will. Zishu said angrily, "Those are members of the Wandering Guild. They never go out to do missions and only know how to occupy territory. What's the meaning? There are many places in the living area without buildings, so everyone can use them. However, there are no exact rules for the train, so some guilds found loopholes and occupied these areas, then rented them out to others who were in urgent need." Hearing this, Chanan asked Fu Yao in his mind, "Why didn't you tell me? These situations comply with the rules, and there is no need to disturb you." That's true. If I notify him every time something small happens, he'll be annoyed to death. Zishu continued to tell him, "The president of the Wandering Guild is Zhao Jun, and he is a disgusting person. He uses his power to attract girls to join the guild, and then uses tricks to force those girls to submit. Wan Jie is the girl he likes, so he always comes to make trouble, forcing her to join the Wandering Guild. Wan Jie didn't join any other guilds. She joined a small guild before, but was overwhelmed by wandering, and no other guild took her in afterwards. I just found out about this, otherwise I would have taken her in. It's not too late to know now, go ahead." Afterwards, Zishu pushed through the crowd and said carelessly, "Who are you to dare to touch my people? Who are you?" Someone turned around and asked. But after seeing Zishu's dress and appearance, he was so scared that his face turned tense. President Z, I'm sorry for not recognizing a great man." Zishu kicked the rude man and sent him flying 10 meters away. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. These people have a captain who is also at the second level of cultivation. He was not afraid of Zishu and said coldly, "Isn't this inappropriate? President Z, we didn't provoke you. Wan Jie is from my guild, and you still say you didn't provoke her?" The captain smiled and said, "President Z is joking. You can open your watch and take a look. The extraordinary list clearly shows that Wan Jie has not joined any guild." Zishu walked towards Wan Jie, grabbed her hand, and said loudly, "She is a member of my guild from now on. Don't you accept it?" The man looked unhappy, but there was nothing to say, so he could only accept the defeat. "Okay, then please leave. This is the territory of our Wandering Guild." Zishu was about to take Wan Jie away, but at this time a train announcement came. The guild is not allowed to maliciously occupy public areas. Violators will be fined, and the guild will be disbanded in serious cases. If you need a site temporarily, you can go to the guild center to apply. The Wandering Guild violated the rules and was fined 5,000 star coins. When the announcement came out, the people in the Wandering Guild were stunned. Zishu felt happy and laughed. "Do you really think you can take advantage of the train? The train conductor is very smart." The people on the opposite side left in disgrace, and the crowd gradually dispersed. "Thank you for your help, President." Wan Jie was extremely grateful. "Haha, it's a small matter. You will be mine from now on, and I will definitely help you. Chunin, come here, it's okay." Chunin was communicating with Fu Yao, talking about the activities of the Wandering Guild. "We should make rules where necessary, and not let bad apples spoil the whole bunch. Let robots do the inspections, and if there are really a lot of violations, then impose heavy penalties. Chunin allows evil to exist on the train, but it cannot be too arrogant." Hearing Zishu's call, he immediately trotted over. "Great, that solves it. Wan Jie is actually average-looking, far inferior to Zishu." Zishu said, "It's not me who is good, it's the conductor. I just notified Yang Yuan. Let's wait for a while." Yes, he is awesome." After chatting for a while, Yang Yuan came. "Take Wan Jie to register." Yang Yuan was overjoyed. "Teacher Wan Jie, I am your fan. Wenjie was flattered and behaved very modestly. Hey, are you only looking at beauties? Chen complained. Yang Yuan reached out and gave Chen a light fist, then said with a smile, Don't make trouble. You have Zishu, and I'm still single. Teacher Wenjie, shall I take you there? Wenjie. Thank you, Teacher Yang. You're welcome. Yang Yuan is also quite famous. After all, he is the vice president of the Science Association. After they left, Zishu took Chun and to continue their tour. There are more and more trains, and we can't run them all in a short time. Let's go play some games. In the extraordinary fighting game, Chun defeated Zishu twice and then led him the third time. The two took off their helmets, and Zishu looked suspicious. I suspect you didn't use your full strength the third time. I was lucky the first 2 times, but the third time is my true strength. It's getting late, so why don't we just leave it at that for today? The time is displayed in the train. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening on February 3rd. According to the biological clock of the Purple Star people, it is time to rest. Zishu still held on to Chun and whispered, Don't worry. Is there anything else? What's up? Come with me. Zishu led him out of the entertainment area and turned right into another area blocked by multiple gates. There's a display screen above the gate with 3 words on it. Physiological area. Why did you bring me here? Chun looked strange. Zishu muttered, I didn't ask you to be responsible. The so-called physiological area was set up by Chun 5 days ago because he found that many people were too energetic and often went to planets to meet their needs. In this case, Chun simply set up a menstrual area and decorated it in the form of a hotel room. The price here is very expensive and only rich people can use it. In a harmonious society, we must guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Chapter 29, Flying a Spaceship with Zishu. Zishu wants to learn how to fly a spaceship, and Chun decides to teach her well. After 2 hours of teaching, Zishu asked, If we were on Purple Star, would you marry me? Chun let the spacecraft cruise automatically and replied, Yes. What if we're on a train? Won't. Zishu smiled and asked why. Chun looked far away and said, The purpose of marriage is to use social rules to restrain 2 people, so as to form a social consensus, so as to reproduce offspring and allow the race to continue normally. However, times have changed. We cannot reproduce offspring, which means that marriage has completely lost its restraining effect. In this case, the backward rule of marriage should be abandoned. What do you think? Wow, you are indeed a theoretical researcher, and you have a lot of theories to explain. I agree, you're right. Marriage, as a binding rule of civilization, will no longer exist the moment civilization is broken. But everyone will feel lonely and need companionship. This kind of companionship has nothing to do with marriage. Can we form this kind of companionship relationship? Chun gave her a hug and replied, You can always come to me if you need me. In fact, Chun's thinking changes faster than others. One is because he has Fu Yao's guidance, and the other is because he himself is standing on a higher dimension. Civilization is broken, reproduction is prohibited, so there is no need for relationships between men and women, and even gender distinctions are unnecessary. Chun believes that there must be single-sex or mixed-sex races in the universe. Due to these changes in concepts, he will not restrict himself, nor will he deliberately distinguish between men and women and treat everyone equally. These views would definitely not be told to Zishu. Chun waited until she fell asleep and then left quietly. Fuyao, set that room to be permanently booked. Understood, that is where the master reproduces. Don't be so vulgar. We are discussing the philosophy of life and studying the truth of all things. The harmony of yin and yang is very important for the extraordinary, and you certainly need it. With your noble status as the master, it is recommended that you raise more excellent female creatures and do not limit yourself to a single species. It is crucial for your evolution. Chunin, any words you say will be awkward. What do you mean by not limiting yourself to a single race? Give me some examples. For example, harmonizing the yin and yang with the mermaids will make it easier for you to absorb superpowers. Harmonizing the yin and yang with the lizardmen will make your skin stronger faster. Harmonizing the yin and yang with mechanical creatures will help you train your spiritual will. Wait, a robot? Chun's worldview completely collapsed, and it was really hard for him to imagine that scene. There are many ways to reconcile yin and yang, and you Purple Star people only use the most basic methods. The mutual entanglement on the spiritual level is actually the most moving. If you encounter a mechanical creature in the future, I can teach you step by step. Having said that, Chunin was very much looking forward to it. By the way, since you are an intelligent computer, can you do it? My spirit is too strong. I'm worried you can't bear it. Is she shy? Chunin felt a sense of accomplishment for being able to make the intelligent brain shy. Fuyao, do you have a gender? Are you male or female? Fuyao's voice has always been mechanical, and it is impossible to tell her gender. Everything has yin and yang. Of course I have a gender. I am female. It's a pity that I don't have a carbon-based body. Otherwise, I would be willing to use the most low-end method to reconcile yin and yang for my master. Damn it, you ruined the term harmony between yin and yang. Huh, don't use the mechanical voice next time. Use the normal one instead. Okay, is this okay? It suddenly changed into the voice of a cute girl, which scared Chunin. Don't pinch it, try to be normal. I actually like Yujia. Fuyao immediately changed her style, making Chunin feel comfortable. After returning to the private area, Chunin entered the training room to practice, and everything was normal. However, only 2 hours later, Fuyao woke him up. Starry sky annihilation will arrive in this galaxy in 7 hours. Chunin knew he had to leave. Issue an announcement that the train will leave in 5 hours. After the announcement was made, all guilds got busy. 5 hours is not a short time, so collect the important resources as soon as possible. If you don't have resources, you can collect some food nearby. For the guild, picking fruits directly on the giant lizard star is definitely more cost-effective than buying them on the train. But the problem is that the train does not provide any fresh-keeping service, and the food stored by the guild itself cannot be consumed for too long and will eventually have to be purchased. Chunin has strict control in this regard, and refrigeration equipment will never appear on the market. 5 hours passed quickly, and all the spacecraft returned to the train. No one was left outside. After all, they had learned from the previous experience. The train is about to depart. The next stop is unknown. Please control your consumption. After the train departs, the daily fare will no longer be deducted. As the train started moving, the giant lizard star became farther and farther away. After the example of the green star, people have little attachment to the giant lizard star. It's a pity that such a beautiful planet will eventually be annihilated. After the train drove far away, the giant lizard star was swallowed by darkness and turned into interstellar dust. Next comes the train life. Unlike the boring life before, the trains now are bustling and lively, and a long voyage has become a pleasure. After all, it's rare to have some rest. On the 4th day of the journey, the train stopped again. But passengers don't need to get out because the train has been upgraded. Chapter 30 Train Upgrades 1 star, passenger capacity doubles. Reminder to the owner that the train has met all the star upgrade conditions. 1. All passengers awaken to extraordinary levels and have more than 100,000 second-level ascensions. 2. The train has participated in a civilization war and won. 3. The train's war capability is rated first class. In summary, the train will soon be upgraded to bronze 1 star. Chunin waited for a long time and asked, "How should I operate?" "Please have a good rest. The train will be automatically upgraded, and no one is allowed to enter or exit during the process." Although he couldn't get out, Chunin could understand the situation through detection equipment everywhere. The train was seen entering a huge nebula, hiding itself, and then opening the layers below. 50 frigates were scattered everywhere, and various spacecraft carried mining robots out to collect special minerals. What surprised Chun and the most was that countless mechanical arms extended from the defense layer at the bottom of the train to transform the train. What are the main aspects of the transformation? The train will add carriages and enhance defense and power systems. Won't the original carriages be remodeled? The original carriages only have basic configurations, such as defense added. If more modifications are needed, such as expanding the carriages, the trains will need to continue to upgrade their stars. No relevant information is available yet. Chunin didn't ask any more questions. Everything would be clear after the transformation was completed. For the rest of the day, Chunin mostly practiced, only occasionally going to the cockpit to check on his progress. Carriage 11, Car 12, and so on are gradually being built, seamlessly connecting with the original train. Chunin could vaguely feel that there seemed to be a unique force in the starry sky that assisted the train transformation and greatly shortened the time. At the end of the day, on February 8th, the train was finally upgraded to 1 star. Chunin saw from a screen that the appearance of the train had not changed much, but it was obviously thicker with more devices on the top and sides. The most obvious thing is the 10 additional carriages behind. Give me a list of the trains. Train Fuyao, intelligent brain. No de 1314. Level, bronze, 1 star. Level 0.4, extraordinary civilization. Master Chen, superhuman. Load 2, 000,000 people. Actual load, 956,002 people, excluding the conductor. Defense level 1. Firepower, level 1. Power, level 1. Energy 15% remaining. Status 100% perfect. More information is required. The train's overall defense reaches level 1, which can perfectly shield the detection of super creatures. The train's firepower has been upgraded to level 1, mainly in the body and roof. 2,000 laser cannons have been added to the body, and 200 electromagnetic railguns have been added to the roof. Train power upgraded to level 1. Speed increased by 30%. The train's energy reserves have doubled, and now more energy is needed to support consumption. 10 new carriages are added to the train, allowing the owner to carry more passengers. The train's radar has been upgraded, and the detection range has increased to 2 billion kilometers. It took Chen a long time to digest all the changes. I have a question. Since the train can enter and exit the stars at will, its defense should be very strong. Why does it seem that it is not strong? The rules are as follows. Okay, you can shut me up with the word rules. In other words, the train can be breached. Superstar beasts, super civilizations, or trains far superior to ours can all defeat us. Therefore, please work hard to make the train stronger. At the same time, increase the number of passengers and let them form an army to protect the train. Chen finally understood how important passengers are. They have a symbiotic relationship with the train and protect each other. Can the train's artillery be used at will? Requires energy consumption. You can use it if there is enough energy. But how come there is only 15% left? Most of it is consumed in 1-star upgrade, and we have to collect it again. Reminder to the owner. The energy remaining percentage has decreased because the train's energy reserves have increased. That's right. Let's look for stars right away. As for the renovation of the new carriage, we can wait until the energy is full. The train then announces the star upgrade results to all passengers. Each carriage was bustling with activity. The stronger the trains are, the safer we are, and that's a good thing. There is a living area behind carriage 10, which leads directly to carriage 11. But it is blocked now, so we can't get through. Since there are new carriages, can we apply for a replacement? I don't understand. There are only so many people. Why do we need so many carriages? Stupid. It's obvious that the train will take more passengers. Oh my God. If that's the case, will the train be upgraded to a behemoth in the future? The number of passengers will increase from 1 million to 2 million, then to tens of millions, and then to hundreds of millions. This is a good thing. It means the guild can recruit more members and our lives will be better. As the first batch of passengers, the Purple Star people will definitely enjoy many benefits. Passengers arriving later, regardless of their race, are naturally at a disadvantage. In carriage number 10, Zishu and others went to the living area of carriage number 11 for a walk, but they could not go into the carriage because the gate was closed tightly. Yuguan said excitedly, "This is great. It means it will be more convenient for us to go to the living area in the future, and we don't have to travel too far." They were located at the end of carriage 10 and had to walk through a long corridor every time they went to the living area. When carriage number 11 opens, they could just walk out. Who knows when it will open? If it is not opened up, the living area will not be built, and there will be a large open space here. Yan Yuan said, "We can use the helipad here in the future. Haha, no need to fight for it anymore." All in all, it is convenient in every way, and they are looking forward to the completion of the construction. Half a day later, the train, which had been sailing for 5 hours, docked in the star's orbit to absorb energy. Why is it still 4 hours? The new carriages also have pipes, which means the energy absorption efficiency is doubled. Chunin asked, "Is the storage layer larger? We can store more materials and build more factories in the future." Yes, we can have factories. But before that, let's build the living quarters in the last 10 carriages so that the next batch of passengers can move in directly with their bags, which is very convenient. Now that there was enough energy, Chunin began to build the interior of the train. He also issued an announcement that passengers must strictly abide by the regulations and cannot transfer to new carriages. 4 hours later, the fully energized train set sail. The living area of carriage number 11 has also been built, attracting many passengers from carriage number 10 to experience it. In fact, it is no different from other living areas. They just want convenience and speed. What followed was a long voyage. during which we replenished energy once on the way, but did not discover any life planets. It was not until 12 days later, on February 20th, that the train detected a life-bearing planet. The train is entering the star orbit. When the train entered the orbit, it happened to pass near the planet, and Fuyao directly released the reconnaissance spacecraft. The passengers cheered excitedly. Outside the window was a beautiful blue planet, which must have an intelligent civilization. Chapter 31, Yu Civilization, the Wushan Empire. Under the blue starry sky, the imperial palace of the Wushan Empire was decorated with red and colorful decorations and was extremely bustling. From the palace gate to the Great Witch Hall, long, colorful silk threads were hung with red lanterns with strange symbols written on them. The symbol is the writing of the Yu people, meaning longevity. In the Great Witch Hall, lingering music with heat waves rushed out from the hall door, and the palace maids and eunuchs were busy all the time. This is the king of coral in the West Sea. I sent people to fish for it for half a month before I finally got it. I wish your majesty a long life and a long life. Sitting at the head of the hall was the emperor wearing a dragon robe. He looked very old, and his face was full of wrinkles from smiling. That's thoughtful. Sit down. The gifts from various places had been piled up into a small mountain in the hall, and the eunuchs serving had to take away some of them. At this time, a eunuch read out the imperial decree. Your Majesty is celebrating his 80th birthday. The whole world is celebrating, and a general amnesty will be granted to the whole country. The ministers waited for a while and were surprised to find that Yu Ling ended like this. An old minister trembled and walked out of his seat, bowed to the old emperor and said, Your Majesty, everyone in the world can be pardoned, except the evildoers. Please think twice. The old emperor slapped his forehead and said cheerfully, I've been so confused because of my birthday. He then looked at the eunuch beside him and asked with a stern face, I can't remember. Do you remember too? The eunuch was so frightened that he quickly said in a loud voice, Your Majesty has issued an order to grant amnesty to the whole nation, except for the evildoers. Everyone was satisfied, and the atmosphere in the hall continued to be harmonious. Just when they were talking about the evil followers, someone asked, What should we do with the 3,000 evil followers we caught earlier? Just investigate and deal with them according to the law. As for the bandit leader, he should be executed by slow slicing, and his entire clan should be exterminated. The speaker was an official in charge of imperial law, and his remarks were refuted by other officials. The bandit leader Ling Zheng is from the Ling family, a hereditary marquisate, who would dare to kill all three of his clans. Moreover, the fact that Ling Zheng was captured this time was because Marquis Boyong sacrificed his own family for the greater good. Your Majesty, not only should the Ling family not be implicated, but they should also be rewarded. The old emperor nodded. That's right, as for the reward, you can go down and discuss it again. After that, there was toasting, and the atmosphere in the hall was filled with joy. However, when the birthday banquet was about to end, an old man suddenly rushed in from outside the hall. He was wearing a white robe embroidered with various insects, birds, fish, and animals. Your Majesty, there is a strange phenomenon in the sky. Something bad is going to happen. The old emperor looked worried and asked quickly, Great wizard, what's the matter? The old man in white robes was the great wizard of the empire. He didn't care about the other people here and said hurriedly, Not long ago, a giant creature appeared in the starry sky. It is suspected to be the legendary evil demon. The Lord Wizard God once sealed the evil demon in the demon abyss. Who knew it would see the light of day again? When they heard that an evil demon had appeared, everyone at the scene panicked, and the place became a mess. The old emperor slammed the table twice to calm everyone else down. Great wizard, can you see clearly? It is very clear that the giant in the sky may be a demon beast controlled by the evil demon. Your Majesty, the witch god once predicted that when the evil demon appears in the world, our witch god empire will be reduced to ashes. What should we do? The old emperor was confused and had no idea what to do. He immediately ended the banquet and summoned all his ministers to discuss countermeasures. Finally, they came to the conclusion that they needed to sacrifice the evildoers with fire tomorrow and pray for the witch god to come. Pass on my order, hunt down the evildoers throughout the country, even if they are just related, and arrest them all and sacrifice them all. An old official was shocked and said hurriedly, If this happens, the number of people may reach millions, so we can't affect too many people. The great wizard raised his hand and formed a bright flame, which scared the others away. If you are not sincere enough, the witch god will not come, and then he will use you as a sacrifice. No one dared to say anything anymore. That night, people were being arrested all over the Wushan Empire. In the dungeon of the capital, the squeaking sounds of rats were like a sonata, extremely intense. In the cell, the densely packed prisoners were making noise and quarreling, a sound more deafening than the sound of rats. In the corner, a ragged boy was sitting. He looked very thin, but no one dared to disturb him. When light shone through the window, the man finally looked up. Although the window was only a small corner, he seemed to be able to see the entire starry sky. Is there really a God out there? If there is a God, why can't he come and save us? Thinking of all the things that had happened to him, he couldn't help but feel sad. My God, these abilities are not what we want. Why are they imposed on us? He raised his fist and slammed it hard into the wall, creating a hole. But even with such great power, he was unable to break the confinement set by the wizard. Seeing that he woke up, everyone looked over. Mr. Ling, we should find a way to escape. Then we can charge directly into the witch god temple and kill those wizards. The man's name was Ling Zheng. Hearing this, he asked if we could get out. Why would we be locked up until now? The Wushan temple is protected by the Imperial Army. No matter how powerful we are, we can't fight against the army. Everyone was speechless, and the atmosphere gradually became cold. They didn't know when, but they learned from the jailer's conversation that the evil spirit was about to come, and they would be burned to death as sacrifices the next day. The prisoners were furious, but could do nothing. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away, the train has just entered the track. Chunin gave the order to collect energy. There are many resource stars around, and we're going to collect them with all our strength. Do you have any information about the stars? Some information has been collected. Please check it. Name Yueshing. No, S365-5729338. Classification planet. Mass 5.46, 78 times 1024 kg. Un diameter 162,034 km. Surface temperature 20 degrees Celsius. Rotation period 27 hours, 25 minutes, and 39 seconds. Intelligent life, the U people. Extraordinary level 0.3. Huh, could it be a humanoid civilization? Tell me more information. This civilization is a highly human-like civilization in the ancient times when science had not yet been enlightened. There's only one continent on Yueshing, located in the northern hemisphere, and it is night now. The U people established an empire called the Wushan Empire, the meaning of which is unclear. The detection robot has intercepted the language information of the U people and is deciphering it. Since the civilization is relatively intelligent, robots cannot infiltrate and continue investigation. There is no way around it. After all, the Vietnamese people's information exchange is too backward. If the Vietnamese had modern internet, Phuyao could get all the information at the first time. In other words, the more backward a civilization is, the harder it is to collect information. How to deal with it? It is recommended that the master issue a reconnaissance mission and let each guild complete it. Don't worry. First we need to decipher the language, and then we need to understand the culture to some extent, otherwise it will be difficult to infiltrate. In fact, there is another most important question. Since the U people are a humanoid civilization, can I accept passengers? The U people are already a level 0.3 extraordinary civilization, fully meeting the requirements. Because of this, Chunin did not intend to use violent means against Yushing, but planned to use a gentle strategy. Anyway, there was enough time. Master, I suggest you go too. Why? Your mental state is getting worse and worse. You need to go out more often. Don't exaggerate. How come I didn't notice it? Besides, who knows if there's any danger there? I won't go there. The strongest level in the U tribe is only the second level, and you are absolutely invincible at the third level. When the train is upgraded by 1 star, it gains the special ability of absolute protection. If you are in danger, the absolute protection will be triggered. Why do you keep urging me to go out? Because if the train conductor has a mental problem, the entire train will evolve in an uncontrollable direction. I hope you can always stay rational. Chapter 32, Don't Tie Yourself Up. In the carriage, preliminary information about Yueshing was made public on the internet, and everyone could check it through their watches. So backward. It's almost the same as the ancient times of our purple star. Everyone should carry a gun and just go down and shoot. Why do you feel like we are the bad guys? We are all trying to survive. Why should we have so many moral constraints? Yes, there is no good or bad. Survival is the highest principle. If we can't earn star coins, we will die more miserably. The passengers were anxiously waiting for the train to give orders. As soon as the hatch opened, they would board the spaceship and head towards Yueshing like locusts, destroying and plundering everything. However, to their surprise, the train did not open its doors for a long time and only issued a reconnaissance mission a few hours later. Reconnaissance mission. Go to Yueshing and collect all information without alerting the natives, including history, culture, customs, etc. Each guild can only receive it once, and the number of scouts cannot exceed 10 people. It's good to have a mission. The guilds will quickly take it up and go rent a small spaceship. Even F-399 is not needed. A 106 can meet the needs. In fact, this type of spacecraft is too large, and it would be better to have a dedicated miniaturized shuttle, which would be more economical and convenient. After receiving this information, Chen asked Fu Yao to start making a reconnaissance shuttle for next use. The spacecraft was there, but the train door was still not opened. Passengers, please go to the market to buy Vietnamese clothing and language converters. The cabin door will open in half an hour. The guild rushed to buy it. The clothes of the Vietnamese people are very distinctive. They are made of ordinary fabrics, but have a wide variety of patterns and complex colors. Zishu, who had been idle for a long time, was ready to go out and play. She had just put on her colorful clothes and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Have I suddenly aged dozens of years? This thing looks like it's for grandmas. Yang Yuan laughed. But even so, it can't hide Sister Shu's beauty. I have to say that the aesthetic taste of the Yu people is really weird. In addition to Zishu, there were 9 other people going with her, but Yang Yuan did not go. Everyone has a language converter, which can be perfectly hidden when worn in the ear. From then on, whether you speak yourself or listen to the Vietnamese people speak, you can convert it into the corresponding language. This is a good thing. It can be connected to the watch to control it. If there are other languages in the future, we can just load them directly. Everyone played for a while, then boarded the spaceship and flew out after the hatch opened. Thousands of spaceships may not seem like a lot, but there are still tens of thousands of people. Chun An's spaceship took off only after these spaceships disappeared. He was still discussing his problems with Fu Yao. You said my mental state was changing, but why can't I notice it? I can't accept your analogy. It's better to have examples. Don't beat around the bush. Be frank. For example, when the master sees a beautiful girl, would he want to possess her? You know you're the absolute authority and no one can deny you. Everyone loves beauty. It's normal, which means there's nothing wrong with my aesthetic taste. I feel like you're getting weirder and weirder. Fu Yao is a super intelligent brain. All modes revolve around the owner. It will provide you with the best service without any adverse changes. Chenin sat in the cockpit, looking out the window at the Yueshing star getting closer and closer. Your example is not striking enough. As civilizations are destroyed one after another, the master's thoughts will gradually increase. You want to destroy a stronger civilization. You want to kill more people. To satisfy your daily cravings, you create more evil. Then what? According to the Fu Yao simulation, the master may eventually be devoured by himself and become an evil demon who only wants to destroy everything. It's not that you can't take this route, but this route is not suitable for you. Chenin felt a headache after listening to this. In fact, he roughly understood what Fu Yao meant, but understanding and accepting are two different things. And then, what I need to do? Relax as much as possible. Don't restrain yourself, especially don't lock yourself in the train. This situation is the most dangerous. If you like something, try to take it. Otherwise, the regret in your heart will turn into hatred. Master, don't underestimate this little hatred. It will be amplified by the train and passengers step by step, and it will have a very big impact. Well, you're right. No, I followed your advice and came out. The man and the intelligence chatted like this, gradually approaching the continent where the Yu people lived. From the watches, we can tell that all the guilds had already landed on the planet and took advantage of the early morning hours to sneak in without any accidents. Before Chun and landed on the planet, various information had been submitted by them through their watches. The history of the Yu people is very long as 8,000 years. Before that, there are constant conflicts. 700 years ago, the Wushan Empire unified the entire continent, forming a huge empire with wizards as the mainstay. The population is about 30 million, and they have their own writing and culture. The Wushan Temple has a high status, which is almost as important as religion. Wizards have their opposites, called evil followers. These evil followers wield evil powers and are dedicated to wreaking havoc on the world. Once they are caught, they will be imprisoned or killed. Therefore, since the founding of the Wushan Empire, Countless evil followers have been killed. I don't know what happened in the empire. The court is arresting people all over the country. This information made Chun and feel confused. What a weird empire, even which gods and evil gods have appeared. Fuyao, are there really such gods? The universe is vast, and some powerful and extraordinary beings may indeed be called gods. But for the small you people, which gods and evil gods are mostly myths and are not real. That's right. Zixing had similar myths before, and they were more imaginative than the you people. The spacecraft will lower its altitude, but we won't land for the time being. We will go directly to the capital. Along the way, the spacecraft passed over one city after another and obtained a large amount of information. It's really no different from the ancient times on Earth, but the Vietnamese are a little different. There are two things that distinguish them from the Purple Star people. One is their pointed ears, and the other is the short tails behind them. It seems that the you people have not completed their evolution. They even keep their tails. It may not necessarily be that the you people failed to evolve, but that the Purple Star people evolved too thoroughly, because many powerful races have tails. What's the use? Some races use their tails to balance their bodies and have greater speed. Some races use their tails as a third hand to enhance their combat power. Harmonious Society. Chapter 33. Rare and Special Extraordinary Sacrifice. The sky was getting bright, the capital was gradually waking up under the rising sun, and the smell of fireworks was everywhere. I heard that they're going to burn evil people as a sacrifice to the heavens today. It's at the execution ground. Come and watch the fun. No matter in which world, for ordinary people, watching the fun is like celebrating a festival, and they cannot be absent. So the shops on the street closed, the stalls were closed, and the crowds flocked to the execution ground. The execution ground was in the square outside the side door of the imperial palace, surrounded by the people in 3 layers, and there was a lot of noise. Today we are going to burn 3,000 people at once. It will definitely be spectacular. Those evildoers deserve to die. They're the ones who caused the continuous drought in the empire. I hope it will rain in a few days. Here they come. The evildoers who were about to be burned to death were shackled and tied with ropes, one after another, like a long dragon. Some people want to fight back desperately, but the shackles had a force that suppressed them, and they couldn't break free. Brother, brother. The little girl outside the field cried and shouted, but was quickly picked up by the servant next to her and covered her mouth with her hands. Ling Zheng on the stage heard it, and his expression was moved, but he pretended not to hear it and followed the others to the execution ground. Death is not scary, but this way of dying is too miserable, and he is not willing to accept it. When all the people were piled on the stage, countless soldiers brought firewood and drowned the 3,000 prisoners. There is a high platform on the side, where the great wizard is performing rituals and dancing. He seemed to have real magical powers. Lights of various colors flew everywhere, winning cheers from the people, as if he was performing a magic trick. The great wizard had a solemn expression on his face and knelt down on his knees after casting the spell. Others followed suit and knelt, and naturally the people had to kneel as well. Mayu tribe has suddenly encountered a great disaster, which is a sign of the invasion of evil demons. Today, we will burn 3,000 evil followers and pray to the witch god for guidance. If the witch god approves, more evil followers will be sacrificed later. He kept muttering to himself and talking nonsense for half an hour. When he was so thirsty, the great wizard said angrily, "The sacrifice begins, light the fire." Soldiers around the execution ground threw out torches, burning the oil-soaked wood. Few people could remain calm in the situation. Those so-called evil followers either attempted a final resistance or cursed loudly, wishing they could go out and kill all the wizards. Ling Zheng looked towards the corner of the crowd. What he was most worried about was his sister. I hope she won't be implicated by me and can grow up well in the family. As the fire grew, the crowd outside wailed and howled and coughed in the thick smoke. People kept dying, and finally it was Ling Zheng's turn. It hurts, but he was able to persist and would not show his ugly side even if he died. He is upright and fearless. As his consciousness blurred, red marks suddenly appeared in his pupils. Wow! The wind blew violently, and red light shot out from Ling Zheng's eyes, forming a transparent film around him that just blocked the flames. It was discovered that the bodies that had been burned to death gradually disappeared and turned into blood-red energy that was injected into the bodies of the living, making them refreshed and feeling stronger than ever. What is going on? The great wizard was shocked. He had never seen such a strange sight. The audience also panicked. He really is an evil demon. His body is gone. Oh my God, please ask wizards to suppress them and kill them as soon as possible. However, the reality is that the transparent film cannot block the flames for too long. It will be burned through after a while, and the fire will continue to spread, and people will continue to be burned to death. The previously increased strength was of little use. As for Ling Zheng, he felt his head swelling, and his whole body was extremely weak, and he fainted. The great wizard breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the soldiers to add more firewood to make the fire burn brighter. However, not long after the fire started, it suddenly started to rain heavily. The witch god showed up, and it really rained heavily. The people knelt down and kowtowed excitedly, but the great wizard turned pale with fear. He was standing high enough to clearly see a huge ship-like object suspended in the air, spitting out large amounts of water. The water was not intended to rain, but to put out the fire. Has the evil demon arrived? The witch god temple is ready for battle. There are many wizards around the platform. They are ready for battle, and look at the monster in the sky with trepidation. The so-called monster is of course a spaceship. Chunin just ordered the fire to be put out because Fu Yao told him a surprise. There are special, extraordinary people in the universe, and they have the ability to change the direction of civilization. Chunin asked, "What kind of extraordinary person is that guy below?" "He is a sacrificer. He can sacrifice dead lives to empower his teammates. He is not strong enough when he just awakens, so the effect is not obvious. If he becomes stronger in the future, he can even sacrifice the civilization that we destroyed and then have an amplifying effect on the entire train." Chunin was shocked. This is so amazing. What other special and extraordinary things are there? Prophet, we can predict the future of the train and decide the train route. If there is a danger of collapse ahead, we can correct it in advance. Defender can create super defense at critical moments to protect the train from being damaged. Brutalist temporarily increases the train's firepower, making it extremely aggressive. Eternal, sacrifice your life to transform into an eternal spirit state, allowing the train to directly upgrade to a star. There are many other special and extraordinary things besides these. Please discover them yourself. Chunin asked, "Does our purple star have any special extraordinary people?" There's a high probability that purple star exists, but it is not on our train. It may be on other trains. Chunin suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have taken the same route as other trains. If he found anything special, he could have snatched it away. Fuyao, why am I not special and extraordinary? Any special supernatural being will have negative effects when using their abilities. Sacrificers will damage themselves, Prophet will consume their lifespan, Defenders will become weaker and weaker, and Eternalists will directly sacrifice their lives. The Master does not need to be a special supernatural being. You just need to control them. Haha, that's true. Let the spaceship land and pick up the people. During the descent, dense arrows were shot from the ground, making clanging sounds on the spacecraft. The generals and wizards were facing a formidable enemy, and the people fled in all directions. Chunin had no interest in paying attention to them. When the distance was enough, he opened the hatch, lowered the ladder, and let the robot go down to pick up the people. But arrows are only secondary. The unknown equipment in the wizard's hand can shoot out strange rays to slow down the robot. What the hell? We underestimated the U people. Their wizards can create extraordinary weapons. Weapons that use superpowers? Can we make them? We can't make it. This is a weapon from a level 1 supernatural civilization. The U people may have made it by coincidence. Master, I suggest you borrow some and send them to the train for research. We may be able to make supernatural weapons in advance. It's too vulgar, just rob it directly. Chunin sent out all the robots, and they advanced under the arrows and super energy rays. Is this a supernatural weapon? It seems a bit weak. Low-level supernatural weapons are not strong to begin with, and need to be developed to high levels before they are useful. Chapter 34. Civilization War Against the Vietnamese. Devils, those are the devils. To the Vietnamese, anything that cannot be understood is evil. All the robots entered combat mode, killing each other and causing a river of blood on the scene. Their target was Ling Zheng and the extraordinary weapons, so they did not stay for long and returned to the spaceship immediately after achieving their goal. Leave for now, Fuyao. When will he wake up? The spaceship took off and left the capital amid the terrified eyes of countless people. He is extraordinary and can wake up by absorbing energy crystals. Chen took out an energy crystal and placed it in Ling Zhang's palm. He would absorb it himself. After waiting for a while, Chun remembered something and went to the cockpit to change into black clothes and put on a cat face mask. Since I want to separate my identity as a passenger from that of a conductor, I can't let him see my true face. Fuyao, the spaceship won't return. Just find a random place to hover. Tell me if he wakes up. Chun was holding a half-meter-long stick in his hand, and this thing could emit super energy rays. How do I use it? This is an extremely primitive supernatural weapon that requires a long time to charge, and now the super energy has been completely consumed. It is recommended that the owner use energy crystals to charge it. Forget it, it's not very useful. Take it back and research it. If you find something out, can I put it on a shelf? Low-level supernatural weapons will not affect the supernatural's evolution and can be used at will. In fact, with the current technological level of the train, it is very simple to manufacture more advanced weapons, such as particle weapons and laser weapons. But Chen cannot put these weapons on the shelves because they are too expensive and passengers cannot afford them. Second, being too strong can easily make them dependent. Fuyao often reminds people that being extraordinary is the key, and weapons are just accessories, and the priorities cannot be reversed. After waiting for 10 minutes, Ling Zheng finally woke up. He looked around blankly, and when he found the robots, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He quickly stood up and backed away, only to find that there were robots everywhere. The evil demon's puppet, Ling Zheng was shocked. Before he could take more countermeasures, he heard Chun An's greeting. What's your name? How long have you been awakened? Ling Zheng turned his head and looked to the side, and saw a man wearing a cat face mask walking towards him. The man was not as tall as the robot, but he frightened him the most. It was as if a mountain-like pressure was falling towards him and he was unable to resist. The fighting spirit that he had finally mustered up collapsed the moment he saw Chun. My name is Ling Zheng. I don't know what you mean by extraordinary. If I have special abilities, they appeared in March last year. Are you a demon? Evil demon? Sit down. The robot brought barbecue, drinks, and fruits. Chun even handed over one of his treasured cigarettes. Try. Ling Zheng took it tremblingly, and Chun lit it for him. He took a deep breath, and thick smoke rushed out from his nose and ears. Ahem, may I ask you, sir, is this a device to torture me? Just ask, I'll tell you everything. Anyway, in their eyes, I am a lackey of the evil spirit, so I might as well be a lackey for real. Instruments of torture? You have a very vivid imagination. Chun tried it himself, and taught him how to use it. He never expected that just those few puffs a day would make Ling Zheng smoke all the time. Sir, this torture device is good. It gives me a special feeling. Ling Zheng's tension gradually eased. Having already died once, he has nothing to fear now. Even if the mysterious man in front of him is a demon, so what? He is now willing to join the demon. After finishing his cigarette, Chen asked him, how many people like you are there? Under? Ling Zheng looked up at the porthole next to him and saw the clouds. I was shocked. This must be heaven. My lord, people like me are called evil followers, and there may be tens of thousands of them. In fact, there were more in the past, but most of them were killed by the witch god temple. Kill him? Damn, what a waste of talent. Awakening without using energy crystals shows that these so-called evil disciples have good talents. After detailed questioning, Chen discovered the mainstream ideology of the Wuxian Empire is to fight against evildoers, and they must be killed if they are encountered. But there's a question, wizards are also using superpowers, so how come they are fine? Ling Zheng explained, wizards don't have abilities like us. They just know how to make some special tools. Chen roughly understood that the evil disciples were extraordinary and could awaken themselves. Wizards are not supernatural and cannot awaken. They just know how to create supernatural weapons and then act like gods. It's a bit difficult. If everyone is against the extraordinary, it will make my job very difficult. Ling Zheng thought that they were going to destroy the empire, so he hurriedly said, as long as you can save us, I am willing to lead the way for you and provide you with all the information. From the perspective of the Vietnamese people, Ling Zheng's behavior was a traitor. But from Chun An's perspective, Ling Zheng had turned from darkness to light. Let's take a closer look at the situation and wait for more information. For the next half day, Chun let Ling Zheng rest and let him learn about the knowledge of the starry sky to make it clear that Chun was not a demon, which would be more conducive to subduing him. Chun took time to study the information reported by the guilds with Fuyao. Wizards are not extraordinary after all. They can't even awaken. But the extraordinary weapons they create happen to be able to suppress extraordinary people. However, this suppression is very weak and can only suppress one level. As you can tell from the name of the empire, their ideas are deeply rooted and cannot be changed in a short period of time. And we don't have time to spread new ideas to them. Energy crystals have been detected on the U star, which is why the U people are easily awakened. After integrating all the information, Chunin clapped his hands and announced the start of a civilization war. I'm too lazy to analyze it. Since their ideas can't be changed in a short period of time, I'll just use guns to conquer them. Might is the only way. Next, the train issues a series of commands. Reconnaissance mission ends. The train conductor will start a civilized war against the Vietnamese people. Please prepare your guilds. After learning the news, the passengers lurking in Yueshing hurried back to the train. This civilization war is at the occupation level. In view of the weakness of the U civilization, a full war state will not be initiated. War missions have been released. Please check them out. The train was in a frenzy. People were impatiently waiting to make money from the war. The guilds took immediate action, buying equipment, renting spaceships, and all gathered on the helipad. The presidents turned on their watches to check the tasks and found that the level of war was not high and was weaker than last time. Main quest: occupy the U civilization. The standard is to occupy all large settlements of the U people and kill the rebels. After completing the quest, all guilds will share 5 million star coins. The prize pool is not fixed and will continue to increase as the war progresses. There's only one supporting side quest, which is to occupy the city or town with the corresponding number. But the problem is that there are only more than 800 towns that can be conquered in the Wuxian Empire, which is not enough to be distributed. Don't forget the small print below. Multiple guilds can claim the same number at the same time. Whoever occupies the core of the town first will get the biggest contribution. Mission number 1 is the capital city, and only the top 10 guilds are allowed to claim it. As a result, the top 10 guilds all receive mission number 1. Chapter 35. Attacking the U capital. Chunin personally takes action. Master, all guilds have set off and will arrive at Yueshing in 20 minutes. Chunin was checking the mission acceptance information. There were more than a dozen guilds attacking the capital. Not enough. Bring me my battleship. The master is worried that the guild will suffer too much loss. No, I'm worried that they can't stop killing. Use warships to suppress them and force the Vietnamese to surrender as soon as possible. In the palace, the old emperor looked worried. Great Wizard, what can we do now? The Great Wizard was also worried because his magic weapon posed no threat to the evil puppets. The scene that happened on the execution ground was so embarrassing that the witch god temple lost all face. Don't worry, Your Majesty. If the evil demons dare to come again, I will make sure they never return. Hope appeared in the old emperor's eyes, and he asked, will the witch god come again? I don't know, but the super magic weapon we researched has been successful. If we encounter a monster like that again, we will be able to destroy it. The old emperor was very pleased. The witch god temple is still reliable. If you succeed in driving away the evil spirit, I will personally crown the Great Wizard. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers in the hall regained their spirits, completely different from their previous timidity. However, before they could flatter the Great Wizard, palace guards hurried in to report. Your Majesty, many demon beasts have appeared in the sky, and the evil demons have invaded in large numbers. The palace was chillingly quiet, and the old emperor was trembling with fear. Great Wizard, thank you for your help. Above the city, in the Science Guild's spaceship, the passengers looked at the city below with extreme disgust. This is too ancient. Sister Shu, how about we give the palace a shot and see if they can hold on? Yang Yuan scolded. Don't forget the type of war. It's now occupation level, not destruction level. Don't make mistakes, or your contribution will be deducted. Sister Shu, where should we attack from? Zishu operated the screen in front of her with both hands. There was a 3D model of the capital city on it, and every aspect of the city could be seen very clearly. Given the strength of the defense, we can attack from anywhere. We choose Xiqing District. According to Zishu's idea, the spaceship could hover over the Xiqing District, and then everyone could land and fight, heading towards the Imperial Palace. Some people wondered, only by controlling the palace can we get the maximum contribution value. Why don't we go directly to the palace? There was no need for Zishu to explain. Yang Yuan gave the questioner a slap on the head. Are you an idiot? Look at the information provided by the train. The palace is guarded by 200,000 troops and masters from the witch god temple. Do you think we can break in with just a few thousand of us? But even if we can break in, can we control the situation? To complete the mission, it is not as simple as just entering the palace. We also need to make the army surrender and the emperor admit defeat. Before he could finish his words, an order for the train suddenly came. All guilds go to the palace and wait for the conductor's instructions. Yang Yuan was a little embarrassed. He had just taught his men a lesson, and then he was slapped in the face. This time it's different. It was the conductor who gave the order. If there was no order from the conductor, it would be my previous explanation. Seeing that few people listened, Yang Yuan became unhappy and prepared to scold further. However, just as he was about to speak, he was slapped by Yu Guan. Old Yang, look outside. Looking up at the sky through the porthole, terrifying warships appeared from the clouds. Compared with these warships, the spaceship they were on was insignificant. I see. The conductor will have to do it himself. People's eyes lit up, and they were full of anticipation. They have always speculated about the identity of the train conductor, but have never been able to verify it. And today we may have the opportunity to get the results, and we are very excited. Next, the guilds came to the vicinity of the palace and temporarily hovered there. The warship did not come down, but just stayed in the clouds to form a deterrent. These scenes were extremely shocking to the people on the ground. Is this the evil demon? Oh my God! If we can't defeat them, the world will be destroyed. Now we can only rely on the witch god temple. The people were panicked and terrified. They looked up and saw the huge monsters hanging in the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Not only the people were afraid, but the wizards were also afraid. They came from outer space. Great wizard, can we defeat them? Morale had already been severely damaged before the war began. The great wizard's hands were shaking, and he hid them under his large white robe. The evil demons were once suppressed by the witch god, and they will be defeated by us today. Don't be afraid. Long live the witch god. God knows how the witch god suppresses evil spirits. At least that's what it says in the book. As the shouts of "Long live the witch god" resounded throughout the city, the Yu people actually united as one, forming a strong fighting force. The two sides confronted each other for a while, and the spacecraft lowered their altitude until the extraordinary people could go out to fight. The conductor is here today. Everyone, please behave well. If he thinks highly of you, it may be beneficial. The extraordinary people, wearing armor and holding weapons, rushed out of the spaceship howling. Arrows were shot towards him from the palace wall. They hit his armor with a clanging sound, but had no effect, but did cause considerable hindrance. Ding, ding, ding. Shield stood in front. Although the extraordinary people have armor, it is not full body armor, so there's a possibility of being killed. This kind of shield is the safest. After the shield formation was set up, rifles were extended from the gaps and fired indiscriminately. The Vietnamese had never seen this kind of weapon before, so they tried to evade or block it the same way they would deal with bows and arrows, but most of them were shot. Bang, bang, bang. Some had their arms shot off, some had bloody holes shot in their chests, and some were shot in the head, dying miserably. After just one round of exchange of fire, the Vietnamese were completely defeated. Sister Shu, this is too bullying. Many people feel embarrassed to attack primitive people with guns. Zi Shu frowned. Don't forget the rating of the Yu people. They are a level 0.3 extraordinary civilization. It's not that simple. Everyone be careful. The wizards will take action at any time. However, the first ones to take action were not wizards, but some evildoers hiding in the crowd. In order to prove that they were not the evil spirit's lackeys, they actually rushed to the guild's position. Bang, bang, bang. A person of the first level of extraordinary power without protective gear is no different from an ordinary person when hit by bullets. In the sky, Chenin frowned frequently. From the information he obtained, he knew that extraordinary people appeared on battlefields all over the country. In order to defend their country, they temporarily abandoned their hatred for the witch temple and charged towards the guild's gun line. Fuck it, if you want to die, go ahead and die. I'm not the Virgin Mary who loves the world. Fuyao, increase the authority of the guilds and let them occupy the town as quickly as possible. Kill gods and Buddhas. The Vietnamese evil followers are indeed good, but if they have already been branded with ideological stamps, taking them away by force may not be very useful. Reminder to the master. Awakened extraordinary beings do not necessarily have the best talents. They may just be lucky. Investigations have revealed that most of the so-called evil followers have been exposed to high doses of superpowers. I told you, there are not so many geniuses. I don't want to waste any more time. All warships release robots and occupy the palace as soon as possible. As robots joined the war, the situation became overwhelming and the Vietnamese people had no ability to resist at all. Chapter 36. The whole nation surrendered and the emperor was frightened to death. Great Wizard, those evil puppets are the most powerful. They can shoot rays and kill our people easily. The Great Wizard's face tensed and he asked, "Is the Super Wizard weapon deployed?" "It's deployed and ready to launch." "Okay, aim the 12 magical weapons at the enemy's monsters and destroy them." When these so-called magical weapons were charging, Fuyao detected it accurately and gave Chun and the relevant information. On the screen, an object that looked like a cannon was placed on a high platform, with the muzzle pointed at the nearest spaceship, and super energy was gradually gathering. It showed a light blue luster. Snap, snap, snap. Chun applauded. There are talented people among the U people. They can even make extraordinary artillery. Fuyao, can the spaceship withstand it? This extraordinary artillery cannot penetrate the outer shell of the spacecraft. Please rest assured, Master. Do you want to counterattack at a specific point? No, this thing looks like a mere decoration. It will probably misfire after one shot. Keep it for research. Boom, boom. Then there were 12 consecutive loud bangs, and a football-sized ball of super energy shot towards the spacecraft. The noise was so loud that it masked the sound of gunfire everywhere. What the hell? The guild's extraordinary people were frightened. Look up in the sky. Our spaceship is under attack. The most panicked ones at this time were the presidents, because if the spacecraft was damaged, they would have to pay compensation. Although the train provided insurance, and only a small portion of the compensation was required in the end, it was still difficult for the guilds to afford it. It's over. We're going bankrupt. Zishu was in tears. Other presidents, such as Chen Guoliang, Xiao Zhan, and others, just looked on stupidly, and they didn't even have the mood to continue fighting. After a few seconds, the super energy dissipated, and the spacecraft was safe and sound, without even a trace left. Seeing this scene, the presidents finally felt relieved. I'm scared to death. If the spaceship is destroyed, our guild will be back to the pre-liberation era overnight. Brothers, stop shooting, just fuck them. Before this, it was a battle of offense and defense, with the guilds forming their own positions and advancing slowly. But the enemy's artillery made them break out in cold sweats. They dared not delay any longer and followed the robots to strangle the Vietnamese. There was a river of blood inside and outside the palace. On the high platform next to the witch temple, the Great Wizard's head was hot and his whole body was cold. The super magical weapon is the ultimate weapon of the witch god temple, specially used to deal with evil spirits. However, it turns out to be completely ineffective and is almost like a toy. Great Wizard, retreat, we can't win. A wizard warned. Retreat? This is the capital. Where else can we retreat to? Fight to the death. 2 hours later, seeing that the palace's resistance was still fierce, Chun ordered the warships to fire thousands of cannons at once, raising the snow-capped mountains east of the capital to the ground. What a horrifying scene! It directly raised the fighting power of the Vietnamese people to the ground. The Imperial Guards announced their surrender, which triggered a chain reaction, and the witch god temple surrendered. Soon, towns and cities across the country were occupied. The civilization war ended immediately, and the guilds happily shared the rewards. They didn't expect the war to end so quickly, and the money was almost free because the main force of the war was robots. But compared to rewards, people are more interested in seeing the true face of the conductor. But they were disappointed. When Shannon went out, he wore a mask and a black robe, so nothing could be seen. Is that the conductor? He actually looks like a human. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. It would be great if it was a girl. With my handsomeness, it would be easy for me to conquer her. The conductor is going to the palace. Let's go and take a look. However, the palace has been controlled by robots, and no extraordinary people are allowed to enter. In the palace, the Vietnamese ministers knelt on the ground, their heads resting on the cold floor, not daring to raise them. Chenin walked over and looked at the scenery around him, feeling it was quite interesting. It feels like walking in an ancient imperial palace. This is the ancient imperial palace. I heard that the emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Can I see them? By the way, where is the emperor? Chenin called Ling Zheng, who was following him, and asked him to identify who the emperor was. With Chun An's support, Ling Zheng held his head high and searched among the kneeling crowd, but he didn't find anyone. Where is the old emperor? Someone answered. When you rushed in, His Majesty passed away. Ling Zheng didn't believe him and immediately pointed out several palace maids and eunuchs and asked them to go and find the emperor's body. My lord, the throne is up there. Please take your seat. Having never sat on a dragon throne in his life, Chen strode up to it and sat down, feeling quite comfortable. Fuyao, move the dragon throne onto the train later and keep it as a collection for me. Chen had developed a new hobby. After each war, he would collect the trophies. While chatting with Fuyao, there was a sudden burst of shouting from below. Long live His Majesty. What does it mean? Looking up, I saw Ling Zheng calling on others to salute, which was why there was such a noise. Ling Zheng is a very perceptive guy, and Chen is quite satisfied with him. Next, these ministers continue to shout for several rounds, their voices trembling with fear and not quite in unison. They didn't stop until the old emperor's body was brought in. Sir, it is indeed the old emperor. Ling Zhengxi said. Chen was not very happy. It's difficult to get things done after the emperor dies, so he needs someone to take charge. Is there a prince? The trembling old minister below replied. The prince was also frightened to death. Where's the prince? I have to find one for me and let him ascend the throne as soon as possible. These words ignited hope in the hearts of civil and military officials. They originally thought that the evil demon's goal was to kill all the Yu people, but they didn't know that the purpose was not to kill people, but to support puppets. This is a good thing. Being a puppet is better than being exterminated. Immediately, a minister stepped forward and replied, the third prince is wise and virtuous and can be the new emperor. Chunin stood up and ordered, this is him. Find him to be the emperor quickly. Don't mess with the etiquette. Complete it within half a day. Yes. Everyone knelt down again and respectfully saw Chunin off. When they got outside, Chunin asked Ling Zheng, can you still gather your people together? Ling Zheng replied, they all fled when you rescued me, sir. Now they are scattered everywhere. As long as I give the order, they can gather together. Okay, go gather your own people, and then search for more extraordinary people. Remember, you are called extraordinary people, not evil people. Change your name. Ling Zheng's eyes were red with excitement. Sir, are you ready to take us away? Yes, go get ready. Thank you, sir. We are willing to risk our lives for you. Ancient people were always tedious, and Chun despised them. After Ling Zheng left, Chun went to the witch temple surrounded by a group of robots. The temple of the witch god is on the east side of the imperial palace. Chun did not take a spaceship there, but went straight through the palace and enjoyed the scenery along the way. Luxurious and decadent. This is Chun An's evaluation. Where's the harem? Chun asked the chief eunuch in the palace, who had just been caught by Chun. Please follow me, sir. That is the queen's bedroom. Just on the way. In the queen's bedroom, the palace maids and eunuchs knelt on both sides, trembling. My lord, this is the queen. Please enjoy it. I use you MMB. Chun forgot one thing. The old emperor is in his 70s or 80s. How could his queen be pretty? Going directly to the witch god temple is boring. Chapter 37. To you, I may be scarier than the devil. Greetings, sir. Outside the temple of the witch god, the great wizard led hundreds of wizards to kneel and worship Chun, showing extreme piety. Many people trembled with fear when they saw the robots accompanying them. In their eyes, these evil puppets killed people without blinking an eye and were even more terrifying than the evil demons themselves. Who is the great wizard? Chun asked. The great wizard in white robes replied, I am you. Please forgive me, sir. We have received orders from the emperor, and we dare not disobey. Chun didn't pay much attention and went straight into the temple of witch god. The so-called temple of the witch god is an extremely luxurious palace. The walls are built with gold, decorated with diamonds, and embellished with all kinds of rare treasures. What is actually worshipped is the statue in the center of the temple. The so-called statue is actually a strange creature with a human head, a deer body, 8 hands, and 6 eyes. Call the great wizard in. The great wizard came in and knelt down again. Sir, we are willing to submit to you. Chenan Reo asked him with great interest. What about the witch god? The witch god has not appeared yet. He may have been destroyed by the adults. We will obey the adults' orders. Chunin, if I tell you to die, will you obey? The old face of the great wizard froze, and he replied in a trembling voice, Your Excellency needs living people to serve you. It will be meaningless for you if we die. From today on, our wizard god temple will be renamed the evil god temple. Their faith was truly loyal, Chunin had overestimated them before. I'm not an evil god, nor am I an evil demon. You're not allowed to say these words anymore. Yes, yes, whatever your excellency says is fine. Wake up, I want to ask you something. The great wizard stood up, forcing a smile on his face, and trembled as if he would fall down at any moment. These wizards are indeed not extraordinary beings. Their bodies are as weak as those of ordinary people. Please ask me, my lord. I will tell you everything I know. Chunin asked, who developed your weapons? It was forged by a celestial witch. What is a sky witch and where is it? In fact, the sky witches are craftsmen. They are responsible for making weapons and giving them energy. If you want to see them, I can find them. Go ahead. While waiting, Chunin left the hall and walked around. The Temple of the God of Witches is a complex of palaces, not just the main hall. After walking a few steps, the great wizard came with a large group of people. Hurry and meet your excellency. These guys were arrogant. Not only did they not kneel, they even looked at Chun and provocatively. Chunin didn't care and asked, why can you make magic weapons? Where did you learn it? No one answered. The great wizard was furious. Hurry up and answer your question. Do you all want to die? I'd rather die than surrender to evil. A sturdy man roared angrily, and other celestial wizards followed suit with great momentum. Chunin, I said I'm not a demon, and I'm not interested in killing you. Just tell me how to make a magic weapon. I'm very curious. Bah, forget it. Seeing that still no one spoke, Chunin gave instructions in his mind. I saw a robot walking out from behind me, with a laser transmitter sticking out from its shoulder. Call out. Laugh. The most arrogant sky wizard was torn apart from the waist by a laser. His anger solidified on his face, and as half of his body fell to the ground, he was smashed to pieces. I'm actually a very kind person. All you need is cooperation. But if you don't, I'll kill as many as you can. Tian Wu was not dead yet. Half of his body was wriggling on the ground, and his screams scared everyone else. But even so, the others remained silent and glared at Chun and with angry eyes. You have a lot of guts, I admire you. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but to you, I may be scarier than the devil. Laugh. Another person was torn apart by the laser, more tragically than the previous one. My patience is limited. Count down to 3. If no one says anything, I will order the destruction of the entire witch temple. Anyway, Yueshing will be destroyed soon, so Chunin doesn't feel any guilt for killing anyone. Suddenly, I thought of what Fu Yao said before, and now it seems very correct. Killing is really addictive. 3, 2, 1. Okay, raise the witch god temple to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the emotionally broken great wizard roared. I say, sir, let me speak. What did you say? All the magic weapons come from a book. That book is a rare item left by the god of magic. Where is the book? Under the statue. Sir, please kill me. I am a sinner of the witch temple. The great wizard had no desire to live and collapsed to the ground. Chunin suddenly realized that this guy was not really submitting to him, but was just pretending to do so in order to keep the book. As long as the method of manufacturing magical weapons is always in hand, the Temple of Magic can rise at any time. Chunin hurried to the main hall and asked the robot to push down the statue and find the secret compartment underneath. When the secret compartment was opened, there was a book made of special material. There were words on the book, but Chunin could not understand them. Fu Yao decipher. Half a minute later, Fu Yao gave the information. The name of the book is The First Explanation of Supernatural Weapons, which should be an educational book left behind by a supernatural civilization, and its target audience is students. In other words, this is a textbook of advanced civilization, and somehow it ended up on Yueshing. Thousands of years ago, this book was picked up by the so-called witch god, who made witchcraft tools and created the witch god temple. In order to gain recognition from the imperial court for the witch god temple, they fabricated the myth of the witch god and the evil god. In the end, even they themselves were fooled. Chunin flipped through the book and found mostly text explanations with only a few illustrations. That guy is a talent, as he can create extraordinary weapons based on these diagrams. It's a pity that the person has been dead for 1,000 years. Otherwise, Chunin would definitely take him to the train as a researcher. Fu Yao, can we use this book to create a powerful supernatural weapon? Supernormal technology needs to be gradually improved and cannot be suddenly enhanced. It is difficult to develop supernormal technology with only this children's science book. A little is enough. There will be more in the future. Chunin did not force it. After he left the hall, he learned that the great wizard had committed suicide. It's better to die, so as to avoid suffering the end of the planet. Fuyao, send out mining ships to mine energy crystals. There seems to be a lot of energy crystals on this planet. The guilds are also doing their daily tasks, collecting local specialties from Yueshing and mining them in an extinction-level manner, leaving no way out. Fuyao, according to your detection, how many extraordinary people are there on Yueshing? More than 80,000 people. It's a long way from 1 million passengers, but the question is, how do I screen them? It is recommended that the owner create a talent detector. What do you need? Mainly energy crystals, a lot of energy crystals. Let's build them. Let's start with 1,000 and cover all the towns on Yueshing. But in order to reduce the resistance of the Yu people, we need the cooperation of the court. This is why Chun and needs a puppet emperor. Violence can easily capture these cities, but it cannot make the Vietnamese people cooperate voluntarily. It would be much simpler if the imperial court issued the orders. As time passed, Yueshing gradually faded into darkness. The darkness does not affect the plundering of the Purple Star people. The guilds use towns as their bases to plunder resources and complete missions frantically. When 3 crescent moons appeared in the sky, the new emperor brought his ministers to the temple of the witch god to pay homage to Chunin. Chapter 38, It Feels Good to Be Above Civilization. Greetings, sir. May you be well. Outside the witch god temple, a large group of people were kneeling, and the scene was quite spectacular. Chunin liked the environment of the witch temple, so he stayed there for a while longer and was about to return to the train to rest. Now that the new emperor has been chosen, it's time to explain some things. Everyone get up. Who is the emperor? Several old ministers pushed out the new emperor, a timid middle-aged man. Judging from his pale face and sunken eye sockets, he has probably been drained of his energy by alcohol and sex. Sir, what do I need you to do? Chunin originally wanted to say a few more words, but these people looked disgusting, and he was too lazy to say more. I will come again tomorrow. Tonight, you should tell all the towns and cities across the country to stop resisting and cooperate with my people. Don't worry, we are not evil demons, and we will leave in a few days. After we leave, you can still be the emperor, and you don't have to be restricted by the witch god temple. The new emperor's eyes lit up at these words, and he said happily, "Thank you for your advice, sir. I will definitely pass on the order. Whoever dares to resist will be a traitor, and the court will cooperate in the encirclement and suppression." Chunin felt like a villain, but he just wanted to be a villain. Go to hell with the positive characters. They have to be careful and try to build a good reputation for themselves, for fear that they have done something wrong. The villains are so cool. They don't have to care about morality. They could just kill anyone they want, and no one dares to resist. Seeing that Chunin had not spoken for a long time, the new emperor was afraid that he had done something wrong, so he quickly knelt down. The ministers behind him also knelt down. Their fear of Chun exceeded that of the evil spirit. "Excuse me, what do you need? Treasures? Land? Women? Just tell us, and we will do it for you with the whole country's strength." Chun summoned the spaceship and prepared to leave, saying, "I do need to find you guys to do something tomorrow. We'll talk then." He boarded the spaceship under the escort of robots and flew away. The emperor and his ministers stared for a long time until the spaceship disappeared into the clouds. Those huge monsters that destroy the mountains during the day are still there, which makes the Vietnamese people most afraid, for fear that the shells will fall on their heads. "Your Majesty, the night is cold. Let's go back to the palace." "Why go back to the palace? Let's get back to work. These people don't look like evil spirits. If they were, they would definitely destroy the witch god temple. But the witch god temple is safe and sound, which means they are aliens. Since they will leave eventually, we should serve them well and just get through these few days. I obey your command." On the spaceship, Chunin felt refreshed. "Master, it feels great to be above civilization, doesn't it?" "That's right. Are you going to persuade me to be self-disciplined?" Fuyao will not advise the master to be self-disciplined, but will only remind the master that we need to make ourselves as strong as possible. Otherwise, we will be treated the same way by more powerful civilizations. Yes, it was refreshing to see so many people kneeling in front of me today, but if someone else asked me to kneel tomorrow, that would be unpleasant. How many battleships have been built? Frigates are being built at a rate of 2 per day, and destroyers are under development. Okay, the number of warships is related to the star upgrade of the train, so never stop. After returning to the train, Chunin washed up and went to the cockpit to learn about various information. Most guilds are doing resource gathering tasks, mainly focusing on food. In fact, Yueshing doesn't have many good resources except energy crystals. Issuing auxiliary detection tasks. Each guild can purchase talent detectors and set up points in various towns. The train will only accept people with third-level talent and above, and rewards will be given according to the number of people and levels. There are 9 levels of talent, and above that there is a super level, and Ling Zheng is a super level. Knowing that part of the talent detector had already been manufactured, Chunin took one. How come it's like a large microwave? The detector is square in shape, with a door in the front that can be opened. People go in and close the door, and the results will be available in a short while. What's the principle? The so-called detection talent is to test the target's absorption speed and efficiency of super energy, so the detector will be filled with super energy. This process requires the consumption of energy crystals. Isn't that too backward? In my fantasy, the talent detector should be a ball or a helmet. Master, have you read too many novels? Maybe. Let me go in and try. Chunin entered the detector happily and closed the door. Before long, the inside was quickly filled with super energy, and Chunin felt as if he was soaking in a bathtub, extremely comfortable. However, after only a few seconds, the super energy inside was exhausted and the detector opened the door automatically. Is this the end? What's the result? The master's super energy absorption speed exceeds any talent. Chunin was surprised. Am I that powerful? Is there a level above super? The master is a triple transcendent. This is your normal absorption speed. If it were any other high-level transcendent, the result would be the same. This device can only detect transcendents that have not awakened. Well, I thought I was so awesome. After some simple fun, the tired Chun insisted on exercising in the gravity room for half an hour, then returned to his room and fell asleep. At 9 o'clock the next morning, it was dawn. Chun took the spaceship to Yueshing Imperial City again. There was a war yesterday, so Chunin thought it would be very chaotic, but today everything is completely new and seems to be no different from yesterday. When the people in the palace saw the spaceship coming, they hurried out to greet it. My lord, how are you? Chunin got off the spaceship with hundreds of robot guards following behind him, which was quite oppressive. Where is your emperor? He was greeted by the imperial minister, a figure similar to the prime minister. Chunin was too lazy to ask the name. His Majesty is about to come out to greet you. Breakfast is ready. Please come in, sir. No, I will give you instructions when your emperor arrives. After waiting for a while, the emperor came running over, followed by civil and military officials, some of whom even lost their shoes. Greetings, sir. After a simple ceremony, Chunin told him, I'm going to take some people to heaven to accompany me to a wider world. But I don't want ordinary people, only those who are destined to be with me and need the help of the court. The emperor asked, how many people do you need? 1 million. The emperor was stunned, but nodded meekly. At this time, let alone 1 million, you have to give him even 5 million. It is better than dying. Excuse me, sir. What do you need us to do? Simple. My people will use special equipment to test the qualifications of you people. Not everyone can follow me to heaven. You must help maintain order and urge them to take the initiative to participate in the test when necessary. The sooner this is completed, the sooner I can leave. To the imperial court, Chun is a plague god, and the sooner he leaves, the better. Don't worry, sir. We'll do it right away. What kind of device is it? Chun, and it has probably been installed outside the city. Go and see for yourself. Outside the city, guilds had already occupied positions and installed talent detectors. This thing is not given for free. One machine costs 2,000 star coins, and they need large-scale testing to recoup their investment or even make a profit. In order to mobilize the enthusiasm of the guild, Chunin made a lot of arrangements. For example, giving energy crystals for free or equating talent with a number of star coins. Third-level talent is 3 star coins. Fifth-level talent is 5 star coins, and so on. If super talent is detected, you'll be directly rewarded with 100 star coins, which is a huge profit. However, what embarrassed the guilds was that the location had been set up for a long time, but no one dared to try it. Sister Shu, how about we go and kidnap a few of them? Zishu was grilling meat over a fire nearby, not caring at all. Don't worry about it. The conductor must be more anxious than us. She looked up at the palace wall and saw a black figure that looked familiar. He actually looked a bit like Chun and, maybe my eyes are blurry. Chun and is much more handsome than him. Chapter 39, the Emperor produces samples, and the people rush to test them. It was a sunny day with a cloudless sky. Fuyao, how much testing information has the guild reported? 30,000 people have been tested, and only 500 meet the requirements, all of whom are concentrated in the third and fourth level talents. Chunin sat on the palace wall to bask in the sun, with beautiful palace maids serving him on all sides. As for those stinking dead eunuchs, just get as far away from them as possible. What's going on? The people of Yueshing did not dare to participate in the test. These 30,000 people were the result of forced testing by some guilds. Chunin squinted his eyes and looked outside the palace wall. There were indeed few people participating in the testing points of several guilds, even though there were many imperial citizens surrounding outside. Put yourself in their shoes. If I were a Vietnamese, I wouldn't dare go either. As for the emperor, now is the time for them to do something. The emperor and his ministers were busy. If possible, they would even want to pick out 1,000,000 people, tie them up, and send them to Chunin. But if Chunin wanted the people to enter the iron box, they had to appease, dissuade, or even force them. As various orders were issued, officials at all levels mobilized to publicize the benefits of testing to the people in cities and towns across the country. They're not evil spirits. They're the heavenly army sent by the witch god. Everyone, go and take the test. If you pass, you will be taken to heaven to become gods. Don't you even want to be a god? Once you go to heaven, you won't have to worry about food and drink, and you can have whatever you want. Don't be afraid, everyone. Our Majesty has also been tested. It's a pity that he is not qualified. Perhaps you are more powerful than His Majesty. On the palace wall, Chunin learned about these rumors through the temporary network and was not very happy. This is just a bunch of nonsense. It would be fine if it was useful, but it's useless. He stood up and called to the officials in his attendance. Call your emperor and all the civil and military officials here. I had planned to go to the neuroscience guild testing point, but considering Zishu, Chunin went to Chun Guoyang's testing point. When I got there, I saw that the guild members were sitting next to the detector, bored and greeting people listlessly. But the people outside just wanted to watch the fun and would not go even if the soldiers urged them to. President, why don't you just arrest him? Chun Guoyang shook his head. The boss needs new passengers, so he will definitely not force them too much. Besides, these new passengers may join our guild in the future, so we can't offend them too much. Don't worry, the boss will find a way. Just as he was talking about this, someone reminded him, President, the boss is here. The title Big Brother originally came from Zishu and later became a habit in their daily communication. Chunin walked over surrounded by robots, and hundreds of people in the guild quickly lined up to show their respect. Hello, boss. Everyone shouted in unison. Chunin was stunned for a moment, then realized that it was him who was called. Touching the mask on his face, Chunin asked Chun Guoyang, how many people have participated in the test? Chun Guoyang's first reaction was not to answer the question, but to be surprised at Chun An's accent, which was almost the same as that of the locals in Yuanqing. He didn't dare to ask and replied, so far, no one has come to inspect. Boss, do you need to use tough measures? For example, send 2 of your warships over here. Chunin turned his head and looked at the crowd. Most of the people had hatred and confusion in their eyes. If it weren't for the large number of soldiers suppressing them, these people would have dispersed long ago and would not have gathered here. Don't worry, I want them to come for the test willingly. There will be a lot of people coming to your place later, so be ready to receive them. All the results will be yours. Chun Guoyang was beaming with joy. Boss, please tell me what you want to do. While the emperor and others had not arrived yet, Chunin chatted with him. What improvements do you think the trains need? Chun Guoyang replied respectfully. It's already very good and doesn't need any improvement. Chunin threw a cigarette over. Tell me the truth. I need some advice. When Chun Guoyang saw the smoke, his eyes lit up and he quickly caught it. The big guys behind him looked at it so hard that their eyes almost popped out. If Chun Guoyang hadn't thrown it into his mouth quickly, it might have been snatched away by someone else. Boss, give me a cigarette and I'll tell you something. Someone raised his hand. This person is a level 2 transcendent and appears to be a core member of the guild. Chunin threw the whole pack of cigarettes over to them and let them divide it among themselves. Speak one by one. There's no rush. He was tactful enough to find a chair and asked Chunin to sit down. Boss, I think the supplies in the market are not rich enough. For example, we can add some tissues. It's okay outside, but if we go to the bathroom on the train, we can only clean up with our hands, which is not in line with the hygiene habits of us Purple Star people. It would be better to put some cigarettes on the shelves. It doesn't matter if they are a little expensive. I feel like there aren't enough weapons. Do you have any powerful artillery? It's too troublesome to rent a spaceship every time. Can you sell some to us? I definitely can't afford the full amount. It would be best if we can pay in installments. Boss, can I rent a warship? Some people made suggestions, and some raised questions. And Chinnen asked Fuyao to take notes. Chinnen, okay. Open your watch and see that there is a feedback function on it. You can give me any feedback you have in the future. As long as I adopt your feedback, you will get a reward. It's not that Shonen wants to provide a particularly good service. He just wants to improve the ecological environment of the train and avoid loopholes. After chatting for about half an hour, all the civil and military officials of the empire finally arrived. My lords, what do you need us to do? The emperor nodded and bowed. Chinnen waved and asked them to come closer. Your people don't trust us and have wasted too much time. As an emperor and a parent official, you should set an example for the people. There was no way to refuse this, so everyone agreed with a bitter face. Chunin asked Fuyao to place light screens in various places, and then let the emperor enter the detector. Your Majesty, wait a minute. Let me go in first. An old minister who claimed to be loyal got there first and dived into the detector. Chunin didn't care who went first or later and asked Chen Guoyang to start the testing process. 2 minutes later, the machine door opened and the person inside walked out trembling. It feels warm, and there is nothing unusual. The result was given next to it. First class talent. First class means the worst, and he hardly absorbed any super energy, so he had no feeling. Your Majesty, please. It's safe. The emperor walked in tremblingly and came out after a minute and a half. He looked refreshed and full of joy. It's very comfortable. I suggest everyone try it. He spoke passionately, calling on the people to actively participate, and Chunin was quite satisfied. Next came the other civil and military ministers, one by one, and all of them went in for inspection. The result was terrible. Only 5 people had talents above level 3, and the rest were all trash. Fuyao, the proportions are wrong. What's going on? The older the life form, the lower its efficiency in absorbing super energy, and the talent it manifests in the machine will naturally be poor. Would such testing be unreasonable? We need young passengers. Testing makes sense? Okay, as long as it's reasonable. If we play some starry sky pictures now, there will always be young people who will be attracted. The top brass of the empire have already completed the testing, and the people are eager to take action, but they are just a little short of the mark. But as the vast and magnificent starry sky scene was played on the light screen, the people finally took action. They really are from heaven. I heard that if you go to heaven, you can live forever. I wonder if I have a chance. Anyway, I'm just going to stay in there for a while. It won't hurt my body. The number of places is limited. Hurry up and grab it. Someone in the crowd set the pace just right. The people who had previously been unwilling to be tested now frantically rushed to the testing point, fearing that their spots would be snatched away by others. As the number of tests increased dramatically, Chinnen left Yueshing and returned to the train. Don't rush to bring the passengers up. They will need to be screened later. Those without family are given priority, and those who have served in the military are given priority. Young people are given priority, and children can be accepted appropriately, but the proportion must be controlled and not too many. Then just wait. We'll leave when the seats are full. This broken planet doesn't have many resources. Chapter 40. I will go to heaven with you today and have nothing to do with the Ling family anymore. 4 days later, 70% of nearly 30 million Vietnamese people have been tested, and the number of people eligible to board the train reached 3 million. After screening, 400,000 people have been identified who meet the requirements set by the master. No surplus. There are several 9th-level talents, and only Ling Zheng has super-level talent. Although it's a bit regrettable, I have gained a lot. Okay, arrange for these 400,000 people to board the train. Continue screening the remaining 600,000 people and tell them that they can never come back if they leave. There will always be those who can't bear to leave their families, and we won't force them. Staying means death. Who is lucky enough to board this train depends on their own choice. Half an hour later, dozens of large F-399 spacecraft headed for Yueshing. In the eastern district of the capital, in front of the gate of Ling Mansion, Ling Zheng was filled with melancholy. He actually didn't want to come back, but he had to leave here forever today, so it was necessary to take a look at his home. Due to the chaos in the past few days, the main door of the Ling Mansion was closed. Ling Zheng knocked for a long time before someone opened the door. Master is back? It was the butler who opened the door and was very surprised to see Ling Zheng. Is father here? The housekeeper replied. The master is at home, but the young master should not go to see him. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, an old roar came from the courtyard. How dare you come back, you beast? Young master, you'd better leave. The butler pushed Ling Jing out, but couldn't move him. Looking inside the yard, the old man had a furious look on his face, holding a wooden stick in his hand, and was walking towards the main gate viciously. Ling Zheng pushed the housekeeper aside and strode forward. When the father and son approached, the old man raised the wooden stick without hesitation and hit Ling Zheng on the head. There was a dull thud, and the wooden stick bounced off and fell to the ground. The old man also bounced several steps and was caught by a large group of men and women behind him. "Master, calm down. You might get sick from anger. Ling Zheng, why don't you come and kneel down for your father?" The old man said angrily, "I kicked him out of the house a long time ago. Don't kneel. I can't afford it." Ling Zheng's mood did not change, and he let the blood flow from his forehead. Although he is extraordinary, he is only at the first level, and his skin and flesh are not much strengthened. No one in the huge courtyard, whether servants or the old man's wives and concubines, cared whether Ling Zheng was injured or not. All they could hear were blame and insults. "This blow will end our friendship. Marquis Boyang, I will follow you to heaven today, and we will never see each other again." No matter how surprised these people were, Ling Zheng turned and walked towards the inner courtyard. Just as he reached the corridor, a little girl, only 1 meter tall and wearing brocade clothes, ran over happily from the opposite side and threw herself into Ling Zheng's arms. "Brother, you finally came back to me." His mother died early, and Ling Zheng only loved his younger sister Ling Yu the most. If it weren't for his sister, he would never have set foot in the Marquis mansion today. "Where? Are you doing well at home?" Ling Yu pouted and tears fell one by one. "Second and third mothers don't like me, and fourth mother told Xiaoxi not to give me candy. Brother, I'm hungry." She rubbed her belly, and her aggrieved tone made Ling Zheng's throat choke, and he was unable to speak for a long time. "It was my brother who harmed you." "My brother didn't hurt me." Ling Zheng held her tightly and asked, "Have you been tested?" "Father won't let me go, nor will he let anyone else in the mansion go." "Do you want to go?" "I thought, since I know my brother is going to heaven, I want to go with you." These words made Ling Zheng laugh heartily, and his tense heart immediately relaxed. What he feared most was that Yuera would not follow him, but he couldn't force her. Since she is willing, there is nothing to say. "Come on, I'll take you to get tested, and then we'll go to heaven." As soon as the brother and sister arrived at the front yard, they were stopped by the old man. "Just go and leave Yuera behind." Ling Zheng turned his head, his red pupils shrank, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Old man, do you think you are still so high and mighty? If it weren't for the favor we showed you in the past, even if I killed you, the dog emperor would still applaud." You, the second mother who was supporting the old man angrily scolded. "He is your father after all. Is this the tone you use when you speak?" Ling Zheng sneered. "I never heard you say this when it comes to sacrificing your relatives for the greater good. I will definitely take Yuera with me. Old man, take care of yourself." At this moment, the depression in Ling Zheng's heart completely disappeared. He believed that following adults would give him a better future, a new world he had never seen before. "Someone catch them." More than a dozen guards rushed towards Ling Zheng, but were knocked to the ground by Ling Zheng with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and then left in style. On the street, Ling Yu was very envious. "Brother, when can I be as strong as you?" Ling Zheng pinched her nose and said with a hearty smile, "With me here, it's okay even if you're not strong. Hee, I want to protect my brother too." Amidst laughter and joy, they arrived outside the palace wall. From afar, you can see the spaceship inside the wall, and many people are landing. "Brother, what is that?" "That's a spaceship. It can fly around in the sky." "Why can it fly?" "I don't know, but I can fly." As he was talking, many people gathered around. "Brother, hurry up and get on board." Ling Zheng frowned. "Who asked you to wait for me? Go quickly, don't delay the adults. I need to go to the testing point." He carried Ling Yu to Zishu's testing point and requested testing. "Are you Ling Zheng?" Yang Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Ling Zheng as if he were a beautiful woman, making the latter feel uncomfortable. "Hello, I'm Ling Zheng. Can I still get tested?" "Haha, of course, let the little girl in. Your sister." "Yes, she's my sister." "What a lovely little girl. Lao Yu, where's the candy?" Yu Guan ran over and gave Ling Yu the only candy he had. "Thank you, brother." "You're welcome, come in." They were very enthusiastic towards Ling Zheng and his sister, not with a standard service attitude, but because they knew that the conductor was very optimistic about Ling Zheng and it would be beneficial to establish a good relationship with him now. While waiting for the result, Yang Yuan gave Ling Zheng some instructions. Your destination is a train. Have you ever seen a train? You can think of it as a very long spaceship. After entering, quickly grab a seat. Once you grab a seat, you cannot change it at will. Try to choose a seat at the front or rear of the carriage, because it is more convenient to the living area and the apron. If you want to join an existing guild, our science guild is the first choice. It has a beautiful president, but if you want to create your own guild, you can find me and I will give you guidance. I'm at the end of carriage 10. If you go to carriage 11, you can find me easily. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Haha, brothers, we should help each other. This guy is good at socializing. He became good friends with Ling Zheng after just a few words. The only thing missing was the Peach Garden Oath of Brotherhood. Half a minute later, the door of the detector opened and Ling Yu walked out. 7th level talent. Yang Yuan smiled widely. Congratulations, you have a great talent. Come on board. Wait, I have nothing to do now, so why not take you to the train to avoid taking a detour? Chapter 41. The train sets sail and the star is annihilated. With a loud roar, the spacecraft took off, accelerated, and entered the clouds. There were not many seats in the passenger cabin, so Yang Yuan sat in the middle and explained precautions to the people around him. Most of these people are Ling Zheng's subordinates, that is, the original group of evil followers. The conductor is supreme. His authority cannot be challenged in any way, so follow the rules when doing things. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. The environment may be a little tough at first, but don't worry, adapt slowly. In a few days, you will know how wise your choice today is. You have no money at first, so you need to take out a loan first. But if you join an established guild, you will get support funds and you don't need a loan. The science guild I belong to is ranked in the top 3 and has abundant funds. If you're interested, you can join. In the cockpit, Chun was also listening to Yang Yuan's nonsense. Although it's nonsense, he did remind me. Fuyao, issue a series of guidance tasks. From now on, no matter where we receive passengers, let the veterans guide them. I won't waste time getting involved. In addition, guilds are divided into 9 levels. You can earn points by completing tasks, and you can level up according to the points. The upper limit of the number of members of a first-level guild is 10,000, and further increase is not allowed. He had just discovered the problem. With Yang Yuan's recruitment method, other guilds would follow suit. If there are no restrictions, there will soon be guilds at the 100,000 level, which will be detrimental to overall development. After the announcement was issued, Yang Yuan felt helpless and always felt that these regulations were targeting him. The Science Association originally wanted to recruit 30,000 people, but now it seems that it will be full if it recruits 4,000 more. He was no longer interested in explaining and just chatted with Ling Zheng. A few minutes later, the spacecraft rushed out of Yueshing. Look outside. Oh my God. It turns out our home is a ball. People leaned on the portholes and looked out, finding it hard to understand why their home was a ball. Yang Yuan felt very superior and became interested in explaining some scientific knowledge to them. On the way there were constant exclamations from the spaceship. The existence of the train far exceeded their understanding of the laws of nature. Is that the red star? What a big ball. The Yueshing people call stars red stars. Yang Yuan, don't worry about the ball. Pay more attention to the train. We are about to enter the cabin. Everyone should be ready to board the train. Don't be startled when the time comes. Stay calm. On the side, Ling Zheng was hugging Wei tightly, looking very nervous. Instead, the little girl was very happy and pointed at the stars and said they were candies. In addition to this spaceship, other spaceships that arrived later were also guided by people. As long as Chun imposed a task, someone will definitely take it. In this way, there is no need for Chun and to provide standardized guidance to new passengers, as old passengers will do it for them. Fuyao, how long will it take until the starry sky is annihilated? About 2 days. Let's make a public announcement, saying that the train will depart in 2 days, and ask them to speed up the resource collection. Half a day later, a guild named Shengyue applied to be established. Its members soon exceeded 5,000, which attracted Chun An's attention. Ling Zheng's guild. It's him after all. This guy adapts quickly, but he recruited so many people right from start. Aren't you afraid that the guild will collapse? After all, it is a new guild, and the amount of the loan is almost close to the limit. If they can't make money, the guild will be dragged down in a few days of sailing. Chun An intends to train Ling Zheng, so he lets Fu Yao guide him on the mission individually. But there is really nothing good on Yueshing. After all, many natural resources have been consumed by the Yu people. There were no accidents in the next 2 days. After receiving the reminder that the train was about to leave, Each guild returned in turn on the spacecraft. The Vietnamese people only breathed a sigh of relief when the warships in the clouds left. In the palace hall, all the ministers shouted, "Long live the emperor." The emperor looked radiant as he sat on his new dragon throne. They're finally gone. This is a blessing for the Wuxian Empire and for everyone. Pass on my decree, grant amnesty to the whole country, and celebrate for 3 days. However, they didn't know that the star annihilation was only 2 hours away from Yueshing. The train was bustling with passengers, and all 20 carriages were full. Since the Purple Star people had previously lost 50,000 to 60,000 people, a lot of you Star people were added to the first 10 carriages, and they got along relatively well. The train is about to depart. Passengers, please be prepared for the voyage. From now on, there will no longer be a distinction between Purple Star people and you Star people on the train. All passengers are collectively referred to as extraordinary people. No one is allowed to discriminate against passengers based on their origins. There was no commotion in the rear carriage, and it was even quieter than the front carriage. Although 2 days have passed, many Vietnamese people have not yet adapted to the new environment. The situation was not what they had imagined. They originally thought it was a beautiful fairyland, but it turned out to be a crowded train. But now that they're on the bus, they have no choice but to abide by the rules. In carriage number 11, Ling Yu held a candy in her hand, peeled one, and handed it to Ling Zheng. "Brother, this candy is so sweet, much better than the ones we have at home." Ling Zheng refused. "This candy is too sweet. My brother doesn't like it." Brother, and who gave me candy just now is a good man." Not long ago, Chen deliberately got to know Ling Zheng as a passenger and gave Ling Yu a lot of candy. Ling Zheng had been to the market and knew the value of candy. Ordinary people would never dare to give gifts like this. "Your brother likes you very much. If you make money in the future, you must repay him." "Ja, Julia understands." Looking out the window, the Yueshing star is very close. "Brother, that's home." The Vietnamese people in the 10 carriages at the back of the train became excited and rushed to the windows to watch, as if they could never see enough. But the train would not slow down, and the U-star only appeared for a dozen seconds, then turned into a black dot in the sky and could no longer be seen. "Brother, the starry sky is so beautiful. Where are we going?" Ling Zheng couldn't answer. He originally thought that he would follow the adults to the fairyland outside the sky. But there was no fairyland, and it was even more dangerous. But he did not complain. After all, no matter how dangerous the starry sky was, it was better than dying on Yueshing. The only thing that made him uneasy was bringing his sister out. Looking down at his sister's happy face, Ling Zheng vowed to protect her. After a long time, screens popped out from the carriage, showing a panoramic view of Yueshing and various scenes on the planet. The Vietnamese were in a state of excitement again, not knowing what the train meant. This world is being destroyed. Staying here means death. Congratulations, you have chosen the only way to survive. This sounded strange, but when they saw what happened to Yueshing, they were all stunned. In the picture, the Vietnamese people were singing and dancing to celebrate the departure of the train, but they never expected that darkness would suddenly descend, swallowing up the sky and the earth inch by inch. Sudden death is not scary. This slow psychological torture is the most deadly. You can see the emperor in the palace kneeling on the ground and praying to the heaven, and all the officials prostrating themselves. You can also see the witch temple restarting the sacrifice, jumping around like a clown. Countless people knelt on the ground and prayed, but they could not stop the darkness from tearing the entire planet apart. "Brother, our home," Ling Yu said in tears. Ling Zheng stroked her head and whispered softly, "This is our home." Unlike other Yueshing people, Ling Zheng was open-minded. From then on, he never thought about the Ling family again. His sister was his only relative. "Yueshing has been destroyed. Survivors, I wish you good luck." The screen turns off, and the train heads off into the endless space. Chapter 42: Discovery of Other Trains. Canine-shaped humanoid life forms. 3 days after his departure, the train stopped again, but this time only for 2 days, in order to give the new passengers more opportunity to acclimate. In order to speed up the process, Chen issued a large number of support tasks and asked veteran passengers to provide guidance. It is worth mentioning that few new passengers create guilds. Most of them join old guilds because this way they can get resource support and avoid detours. The former medium-sized guilds gradually grew larger, and the number of large guilds with tens of thousands of people reached more than 50, presenting a flourishing atmosphere on the train. This is what Chuanan likes to see. He cannot let those husbands monopolize the resources. No accidents occurred during the 2 day short stop of the train. But 2 days later, as they were preparing to leave, an announcement shocked everyone. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and other 300 people have consumed all the loan balances. They have no ability to repay and do not intend to repay. Therefore, the train will expel them. The carriage was boiling. Why is this still happening? We have long warned that exceeding the loan limit will result in eviction. Are these people fools? Judging from our current situation, we won't starve to death if we just do a little bit of work. To be honest, the train conductor is very kind. If they want to survive, they could just go to the planet and dig some minerals in the next 2 days. I didn't expect there would be such trash. It's right to expel him. Keeping him here is a waste of quota. A large number of light screens appeared in the carriage, showing the expulsion process. The 300 people were unkempt, looked sloppy, and had dull eyes. They were transported by spacecraft to the life planet that had just been plundered, where they would be judged by nature. In the cockpit, Chun An's emotions were slightly complicated. I've given you enough opportunities. Do you really think I'm doing charity? The master is already merciful enough. In fact, just throw them out of the train through the hatch. Fu Yao's queenly voice made Chun An feel relieved, and he said with a smile, "That's right, I sent them there. What a fool. Play the footage in the entire car, especially the close-ups of their expressions before they died. I want to see who dares to fleece me in the future." After the spacecraft returns, the train sets off again. The screen in the carriage was always on, and people could clearly see what those people were doing on the planet. Some of them were looking for food everywhere, while others were waiting to die on the spot. These people were truly beyond help. About an hour later, darkness came and gradually swallowed the planet. I thought they were not afraid of death, but it turns out they screamed and ran for their lives before dying. The various hideous close-ups made the audience's hearts tense, and they could not let it go for a long time. So, never break the rules of the train. My personal strength is too weak, so I still need to join a guild. Are there any guilds that accept people? The guild in front is already full, so those who haven't joined the guild yet can only look for one in the back. Everything went on as usual, and the train sailed through the starry sky for a full 10 days. Fortunately, with the supplies from the previous 2 days, the new passengers could barely make ends meet and did not have to rely on excessive loans to survive. On the 11th day, March 10th, the train docked into a special star system. The reason why it is special is that the stars here are extremely large, approximately equal to 200 suns. There are thousands of orbits around it, and there are planets in each orbit. There must be life-bearing planets, and more than one. Fuyao, how far is starry sky annihilation from us? The speed of annihilation is roughly fixed, and Fuyao has already done comparative calculations. Starry sky annihilation will arrive in 20 days. Okay, we'll stay here for 20 days and quickly send out a reconnaissance ship to collect data on the surrounding planets. Radar can only provide a rough overview, and a reconnaissance ship is needed to land on the surface of the planet. In the carriage, the bored passengers perked up as it was finally time to go out for some fresh air. There are so many planets. The resources here must be very rich. Everyone, hurry up and prepare in advance. The guilds were the fastest, some purchased supplies, and some rented spaceships. There are a lot of spaceships, but the larger the model, the fewer there are, so you need to speed up. However, after the train entered the star's orbit and circled half a circle, it did not open the hatch or extend the pipes to collect energy. Fuyao, has the other party discovered us? Not yet. The other party is also a one-star train and entered the star system before us. But they're on the opposite side, so they can't detect our existence. Half an hour ago, the reconnaissance ship detected another train, which was collecting resources on a large scale. The train's location was beyond radar detection, so it was not initially detected. What kind of life form? Canine-shaped humanoids, estimated at around 800,000 in number. Warships similar in model to ours, more than 70. Canine humanoid, what is this? Show me the picture. The other person's image appeared on the screen. His body was like a human and could walk upright, but his head was like a dog's. From Chun An's aesthetic point of view, these guys are just dog-headed people and look disgusting. Since it is a one-star train, there are 20 carriages. Why do they only have 800,000 passengers? Perhaps the other train conductor has serious racial prejudice and is unwilling to carry creatures of different races. Chenin thought of another question. How do other trains choose their conductors? The train will automatically issue a screening task, and the most outstanding one will be selected as the train conductor. Master, should we contact them? It's better not to contact creatures that can't tolerate other species. Send out spacecraft to collect resources from all around. Let them occupy the 2 life planets first, and we'll look for an opportunity to kill them. In the starry sky, other trains are enemies, and there is basically no possibility of cooperation. Now that we have met, there must be a winner. Half a day later, the exploration ship discovered a new phenomenon. In the asteroid belt 600 million kilometers away on this side, there lies the corpse of a train. After learning the information, Chunin felt cold all over and was stunned for a long time. Are trains vulnerable to damage? The train has a certain defensive strength. If the strength is exceeded, it may be breached. The target train is a plant-type train and is expected to die within half a month. Plant type? Explain clearly. Plant type refers to plant-type life. From the dry branches attached to the surface of the train, we can guess that this is a civilization in the form of a tree. The shape of the train was displayed on the screen. The whole train looked like a horizontal tree, with carriages and doors, but its appearance was very strange. The wound was in the 7th carriage, which was forcibly torn open by some sharp weapon, causing the train to lose power and then collapse completely. If the train collapses, it will be difficult for the lives inside to survive. Remind the master, each train has its own core. If our train devours the core of another train, it may evolve special abilities. Chun was surprised. Where is the core of this train? Suddenly, there was a crackling sound behind me. Chunin turned his head and saw that just behind his seat, a 2-meter square grid opened automatically and a dark metal cylinder stretched out. There is a colorful bead on top of the cylinder, which makes it particularly beautiful. This is the core of the train. Without it, the train will become ordinary and will not have any upgrade capabilities. Chunin reached out to touch it. It was warm and round, with a strange sense of closeness. At the same time, he received information that the little guy was very eager to devour other cores. Since it is of great use, we must get it. Fuyao, quickly send a spaceship to investigate the train. Do you need to assign tasks to passengers? The passengers are too slow. I am too lazy to wait. Send all robots to confirm whether the area is safe. There is a big problem here. Only the train conductor can take the core away, so Chunin must be prepared. Chapter 43, The Train Destroyed by the Star Beast. 2 hours later, in the cockpit, Chunin obtained ultra-clear images of the plant-shaped train through the robot. Very shocking. The train did not break into 2, but into 4. The front part of the car was stuck among the broken meteorites, and the front part of the car body was buried in the meteorite belt. The other 2 pieces floated around, but were unable to leave the area. The robots were dropped into the first 2 parts, allowing Chun to see the details of the broken ends of the train. The train was not cut evenly by a sharp blade, but rather was torn apart by a huge force. Many pipes inside were pulled out to form a long tail, and one could even see a number of shriveled tree trunks, which were riddled with holes from the passing debris. Fuyao, who did it? It couldn't have been another train. There is no such powerful being at this stage. Preliminary analysis shows that this is a commander-level star beast. After a fierce battle with the train, it destroyed its defense layer and then tore it apart with great force. No corpse of the star beast was seen nearby, indicating that it was the absolute winner. Although Chanin already knew a lot of information, he was still very shocked. Commander-level star beasts are equivalent to star walkers. Can my train withstand it? No. If we encounter this kind of star beast, please run away as much as possible. The huge sense of crisis made Chun-An's heart cold, and his need to upgrade his level became more and more urgent. As the camera moved into the interior of the train, Chunin saw that it was filled with a mess of branches, all of which had been drained and frozen, entangled with each other and stuck on the seats of the train. The robot needs to cut through these branches to find its way forward. After the train was torn apart, the passengers were exposed to the vacuum and died quickly. Based on the corpses of the organisms inside, the general image of plant life can be inferred. What was displayed on the screen was the standard tree man form. This is the tree man, almost identical. Cut to the front of the car. What position is it at? The scene changes, and the robot has just entered the apron of car number 1. The plant-type civilization spaceship is not much different from Chang'an's, except for the color. A large number of damaged spacecraft were piled up in the passage leading to the cockpit, and the robots needed time to clean them up. After preliminary investigation, all plant life has died, and there is no threat remaining in the area. Chunin stood up and went to the underground floor, where he had his own exclusive helipad. Reminder, If you want to enter the train, please wear a spacesuit. A batch of spacesuits were previously manufactured to deal with this special situation, and they were put to use at this time. Bring me a few sets, and let's go. The spacecraft left the train and sped towards the target area under the escort of 10 warships. Nearly an hour later, Chun'an's spaceship arrived at the outer area of the death train. It actually looks average on screen, but the scene is truly shocking. The spacecraft, which was thousands of meters high, was torn apart alive, and there were a large number of grooves tens of meters wide on the broken surface. This thing should be the width of the Star Beast's fingers. It was hard for Chun and to imagine how big the Star Beast was. This is only the commander level. There will be more powerful beings in the future. Isn't it boundless? The strength of a Star Beast has nothing to do with its size. There are indeed super Star Beasts that can swallow a star in one gulp, but there are also small Star Beasts that are the same size as their owners. I hope I don't run into that. It always makes me feel scared. The spacecraft entered the interior of the train from the broken edge. The interior was dark and eerie, like an old, dilapidated factory, giving him goosebumps all over his body. Looking closely at the plant-like life forms, Chun discovered that they were different from tree people. The legs of these plant-like lives are made of entangled roots, and there could be many hands on the torso, all of which are the result of twisted and entangled branches. What surprised Chun and even more was that the plant-like life had typical reproductive organs, which were particularly obvious when exposed outside. Chun, does this creature reproduce in the same way as animals? The master's understanding of animals and plants is too shallow. There is no such division in the universe. You can say that this type of plant life belongs to the species of bisexual reproduction, which is different from unisexual reproduction and polysexual reproduction. Polysexual reproduction? Is there also asexual reproduction? Give me an example. Mechanical life is a typical asexual reproduction, and polysexual reproduction is common in special species with high grouping. They can control genetic information and create more perfect offspring. I've learned a lot. As they were talking, the spaceship docked outside the helipad. Chun, wearing a spacesuit, walked out of the spacecraft. Although he could not feel the extreme coldness of the air, he could see frost on the shoulders of the guard robot. What's the temperature now? According to Zixing's calculation, it is now minus 170 degrees. As far as I know, the temperature in space is about minus 270 degrees Celsius. How come it's different? Although this train is dead, it can still emit some temperature and always resist the low temperature outside. Well, there is another reason. My knowledge is too shallow. Even in real space, it is not necessarily minus 270 degrees. Is the passage open? Chun looked ahead and saw hundreds of robots working together to cut the spaceship that was blocking the road and move it away. He would have to wait for a while. The front brake is in the middle of carriage number 1, so it's pretty safe here. He turned around and went to the living area to check out the living conditions of the plant-like life. It turned out that the living area was very bare, with only a few large pools made of special metals, but now they were all frozen. Fuyao, do other trains have intelligent computers? Every train has a basic intelligent computer, but they are far less powerful than me. Haha, I see. If you were the brain of this train, it would definitely be very interesting. Fuyao's tone was very proud, just like a normal life. You don't know how powerful Fuyao is until you compare. If it weren't for her, Chun's train would probably be in chaos, and there would be no smooth ecosystem like it has today. More importantly, Fuyao provided him with a lot of advanced information. Remind the owner, the passage to the cockpit has been opened. Okay, get the shuttle out. A shuttle is a small aircraft that can accommodate a few or dozens of people and is a basic unit in the Interstellar fleet. Although Chun was not far from the cockpit, it would take at least half an hour to walk there, so it would be faster to take shuttle. Fuyao, the shuttle can be put on the market, priced at 50,000 star coins. Then we can make some armored vehicles or convenient motorcycles. Since the watch opened for feedback, Chun receives a large amount of information every day. He agrees with some of them, such as the need for passengers to drive. In previous times, passengers had to rely on spaceships to move to other locations after landing on the planet, but if the number of people in the guild was too large, they would have to rent more spaceships, which would be more convenient and quick. But in reality, we don't need so many spaceships. A motorcycle is enough for their normal operations on the surface of the planet. Fuyao executed the order quickly and put the goods on the shelves immediately, causing a sensation in the carriage. Although I don't know what happened to the train, I can tell from the driving tool that we should be out soon. Guild should hurry and buy them, lest there are not enough. Shuttles are the most useful, but they're too expensive. Overall, all types of motorcycles are the most cost-effective. Armored vehicles aren't very useful either, and we need speed more. There was a lot of consumption on the train, and no one knew that Shannon had arrived at the cockpit of the death train on shuttle. Chapter 44, Plant-like Life Liu, special and extraordinary. On the opposite side of the star, a large number of spaceships shuttle back and forth between the train and the life star, transporting various resources. The train is generally normal with no special features. In the cockpit, the train conductor Gusta had just received important information. A train with a dead body found? A train with a dead body too? The operating console in front of him looked a bit old, and a virtual character in the shape of a dog-headed man appeared on screen. The train is not invincible. If it is attacked by a force that is at the limit of its defense, it may be damaged. Jurstus stared in amazement, his long tongue hanging out with strange white spots on it. He touched the few yellow hairs on his head and asked his intelligent brain, "Are there any other discoveries?" There are warships and robots near the death train, and there are suspected to be other trains. It is recommended to release more shuttles to explore. The core of the train is very important. Of course I know, but we can't be reckless. Immediately release 100 shuttles to conduct reconnaissance from all angles and find the enemy's train. This is the most important thing. In the cockpit of the death train, Chunin took some effort to take out the core of the train. It was a green ball of light, dim and lifeless. When being picked up by Chun, it tried to resist, but was controlled because its strength was too weak. Is it conscious? The train core will gradually develop consciousness. They know they will die if they are devoured, so they try to escape. It is recommended that the owner keep it close to their body. Only you can suppress it. Well, that's probably why I came to pick it up in person. He had to get the core back to the cockpit so he could devour it. There's no time to lose. Go back immediately. However, just as the shuttle left the cockpit, the hatch on the right side of the corridor was violently broken open, and countless branches shot towards the shuttle. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The shuttle's thick body was shot through, and its power was forcibly cut off. Why are there living tree people? Seeing that the shuttle was scrapped, Chunin quickly ordered the robot to intercept it while he escaped from the other side. Master, you were saying? Then what? The goal is only 2, you don't have to run. Chun and ran faster. No matter how many levels he has, I won't fight if I can. Saving my life is the most important thing. The tree man who can survive to this day must be quite capable. What if he is the protagonist? In novels, the protagonist is the best at killing people above their level. Only the supporting characters are superstitious about rank and are self-righteous. Gather the robots immediately and kill them at all costs. Try to capture them alive. I want to know more information. When it came to escaping, Chanin demonstrated the speed expected of a triple transcendent being. It took him only 8 minutes to leave the train and enter the battleship. The frigate has high defense, high speed, and carries a group of fighter jets, so it can attack and defend, and is safer. Open the front line screen. The cockpit of the death train is shown on the screen, and because the robots die so quickly, the picture needs to be cut away constantly. As more and more pictures appeared, Fuyao revealed the image of the tree man. How should I put it? She looks pretty. Fuyao, is she a girl? No, is she a female? The tree man is light green in color, with a thin torso but full of strength. This tree man is a feminine creature, a second-level transcendent. Its branches are as hard as iron and can easily tear apart the robot's defenses. What is a negative organism? You Purple Star people have the distinction between male and female, but it is not appropriate to expand your vision to the wider universe. In a broad sense, organisms can show various characteristics in a single sex, such as feminine, masculine, yin and yang balance. Yin is strong and yang is weak. Yang is strong and yin is weak. Neither yin nor yang, etc. Chun An's scalp tingled, and he complained, "I'm not an intelligent computer. Can you speak human language?" If we compare it to the Purple Star people, yin is female and yang is male. Oh, I see. Balanced yin and yang is hermaphrodite, and neither yin nor yang is asexual. I'm more interested in hermaphrodites. Are there many such creatures? Of course there are many. Organisms with a balanced yin and yang can reproduce on their own and perfectly adapt to most harsh environments in the universe. Even if the entire civilization is destroyed and only one is left, they can recreate a new race. China was dumbfounded. Give me a woman, I can create a race. It seems that this statement is still too conservative. Fu Yao's next words were even more shocking. The spiritual type of this tree demon is highly compatible with its master. It is recommended that you harmonize yin and yang, which will bring you incredible benefits. The term harmony between yin and yang had long made Shunin unable to look directly at it. You're trying to disgust me, aren't you? He looked at the screen and saw a large number of robots rushing towards the tree man. With the absolute numerical advantage, the tree man was finally subdued. To prevent the tree man from erupting again, the robots made a sturdy iron cage, locked the tree man inside, and sent him into the battleship. Shunin is looking forward to it. After waiting for a while, the iron cage was transported to the main cabin of the battleship, and hundreds of robots were guarding it tightly. Shunin appeared on a floating platform, and when he approached the tree man, he found that he was very thin. The tree man is 5 meters tall, and his entire body is emerald green, looking like beautiful jade. Shunin moved closer, raised his head, and greeted, "Hey, what's your name?" He sounded normal to himself, but if there were outsiders present, they would feel that Shunin was whispering, uttering strange words and intonations. The tree person was originally listless and prepared to die, but when she heard the language of her tribesmen, she suddenly became energetic, and her eyes hidden in the tree canopy appeared, blue as pearls. "You, what kind of creature are you? Why can you speak the language of plants?" "Spiritual plants. From your perspective, as purple star people, all plant life can be classified as such." Fuyao explained in time, saving Chunin from asking any more questions. Chunin replied, "I am a human, and I have just learned your language. My name is Chunin, what's yours?" The tree man's voice was ethereal and childish, like that of a girl of 15 or 16, very nice to hear. "My name is Luo Yu, and my father is the conductor. Can you let me go?" It turns out that she is the conductor's daughter. No wonder she can survive in the conductor's private area. Chunin asked Fuyao in his mind, how did she survive? There is only one possibility. She is special and extraordinary. Defender. Any special, extraordinary person has a unique ability to save life. It is currently impossible to judge it unless she uses her ability. It is recommended that the master harmonize yin and yang with her, so that everything will be clear. You are really persistent. Shona did not respond to Luo Yu. He was thinking about how to deal with the situation. The best option at the moment is to bring Lu Yu back and raise her, and find a way to control her. However, at this moment, Luo Yu said something astonishing. "Human, I predicted that you would become my partner. So, I'm going to save you." Chapter 45. Spiritual Harmony with Luo Yu. "Are you a prophet?" Shunin was shocked. Luo Yu nodded. "I am indeed a prophet. Just now, I predicted that we would soon be in spiritual harmony. I also predicted that you would be defeated by the kobolds, most of the passengers would be killed or injured, and in the end you would escape with difficulty and hide for a long time before recovering." If someone else said this, Shunin would just take it as a joke, but since Luo Yu claims to be a prophet, it can't be a lie. Wait, if you're a prophet, why didn't your civilization avoid the crisis? Luo Yu waved her long branch and said aggrievedly, "Father doesn't believe in the existence of the prophet and said I was talking nonsense. For this reason, he even locked me in the room. Woo woo woo. If father believed me, the train could avoid the star beast." What a terrifying star beast. The importance of Fuyao was reflected at this time. Otherwise, Shunin would not believe in the existence of the prophet. After all, it was too against the will of heaven. Even if I believe you are a prophet, how can you prove it? Your predictions are a bit off. I can prove it right now. Suddenly, Shunin felt dazed and felt as if he had come to the starry world. The colorful stars and the soft and transparent nebulae are harmonious and perfect. At this moment, Chunan's mind was extremely relaxed, and he put all his troubles behind him. "Do you like it?" It was Luo Yu's voice. Chunin turned around and saw that there was a beam of green light behind him, rising and falling. As some information entered his head, Chunin couldn't wait to accept the fact that he was also a beam of light. He was red light. "Fuyao, what's going on?" There was no response. He blocked Fu Yao's messages, or Fu Yao blocked him. "Where's this place? What do you want to do?" "I have to get out." A green light flew over and passed by Chun An's red light. Boom! Chun An's consciousness expanded instantly, and his thoughts seemed to turn into a mountain, rising infinitely towards the sky. He almost forgot everything, even his own name. Half an hour later, Chun An's spirit returned to his body, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Even though one has left the spiritual state, the mysterious harmony with nature is deeply imprinted in the consciousness and cannot be easily abandoned. Fuyao, I believe you now. This method is really advanced. Leaving aside the worldly shackles, only the natural emptiness of the spiritual level remains, as if it is a piece of music collected from the starry sky, and every chord is in the most perfect state. I feel she is more and more pretty now. It's such an awkward feeling. Master, have you recovered? This is only the lowest level of spiritual harmony. If you encounter a perfect harmony in the future, the feeling will increase 1,000,000,000 times. Shunin suffocated. 1,000,000,000 times is too outrageous. If the spiritual compatibility is poor, it will be painful. But if it is perfectly compatible, it will not be painful, and it will strengthen each other. Master, you can now check whether you have received special strengthening. I'm too lazy to read it. Just tell me directly. A small number of cells in your body gain the ability to photosynthesize. As long as there is sunlight, your body will never lack energy. Is this possible? Shunin couldn't see what was going on inside his body, but he could sense subtly that there was indeed something extra in his cells. Could it be chloroplasts? Since I have gained special abilities, does Luo Yu also have them? Luo Yu's cells are equally strengthened, and she now possesses some human characteristics. After chatting for a while, Chun An's body gradually returned to normal, and he asked the robot to open the cage. After opening it, Luo Yu happily came to Chun An and wanted to hug him with the branches. No, keep your distance at least. The spirit is the spirit, and it has nothing to do with the body. Chun An still feels disgusted by Luo Yu's body and will never have any extra contact with her. Oh, I understand. Luo Yu felt aggrieved. Chun An planned to keep her as a pet. He now understood why there were pet areas on trains. When you get back, just give Luo Yu a pot of soil and let her take root in it. After the personal matter, Chun An thought of a more important issue. Why can't I defeat the kobolds? Luo Yu replied, the kobold trains are pure weapons of war, and everything in them serves the purpose of war. Your trains are full of passengers, and they don't have the ability to fight in space. The process of the war is that both sides' warships shoot at each other, and you have never defeated the kobold's fleet. Chun An had a headache. No wonder the kobolds don't want outsiders. It turns out that their model is different from ours. Fuyao, isn't it a bit backward to use the passenger model to manage? Master, don't you believe me again? I'm so sad. I didn't say I don't believe you. Just explain it to me clearly. The passenger mode is the best mode of operation because you can train countless powerful passengers who will form countless fleets. The dog-headed man mode is extremely limited because they have no development potential and will inevitably be swallowed up in the end. Without exception, Chen understood it roughly. My current model is more long-term. The kobolds are fishing in troubled waters, and the end result is 100% destruction. But I can't beat him now. I suggest the master ask Liu how we escaped. Logically speaking, the kobolds will not let us go. Chunin asked, and Luo Yu answered. In the second half of the war, you finally returned to the train and swallowed the core into the train, gaining special abilities. It was with your special abilities that you repelled the kobold fleet. I understand. The turning point lies in special abilities. Fuyao, get back to the train immediately. A distance of 600 million kilometers would take at least an hour without a warship. Chapter 46, the train gains a new ability, the extraordinary railgun. On the kobold train, Gusta received complete information. Another train is on the opposite side of the star. It should have just arrived not long ago. The death train is also on the opposite side. It has been explored. It is not clear whether the core of the train was taken away. Gusta's face was gloomy, and he clenched his right fist and slammed it hard on the hard operating table. If the other party's trains evolve special abilities, they will definitely use them on us. One galaxy cannot accommodate two trains. What kind of civilization is the other party? The other party is a dog-like civilization, but they have a strange head and look disgusting. Master, according to my exploration, this dog-like civilization only has frigates and has not yet developed destroyers. Finally got some good news. Gusta smiled and said, we happen to have 2 destroyers. If we cooperate with the frigate to attack, we may succeed. If the other train captain has discovered the core of the death train, he may not have time to return. Let's try to intercept it. As the order was given, hundreds of frigates filed out, surrounded by a large number of shuttles and various spacecraft. On the side of the fleet, 2 destroyers of the same size plunged into the starry sky at a faster speed and blocked all detection signals. However, Gusta didn't know that Luo Yu had predicted his actions long ago, causing Chun and to return to the train early. On the way to the cockpit, Chunin found that Luo Yu looked dazed and something was not right. What's wrong with you? Luo Yu walked on her thin wooden legs, much faster than Shunin, but now she looked weak and worse than before. She said softly, I thought I was going to die, so I used my abilities illegally, which resulted in a reduction in my lifespan. Look at my branches. They have withered a lot again. Shun En's mood sank. He forgot that the prophet would lose his lifespan. How long do you have left? I don't know, but it doesn't feel good. Seeing that she herself was confused, China could only ask Fu Yao. Although the prophet's lifespan will be reduced, she will not die quickly. If her lifespan is too short, she will not be able to use her abilities until her lifespan increases. Spiritual plants are very special. Their lifespan is naturally very long. Although she is only at the second level, she can live for thousands of years, much longer than you. Chunin, does she attack me every day? What's her situation now? Use prophecy and then spiritual harmony. She consumes too much super energy and needs to replenish energy crystals. Just give her 100 units of energy crystals, and she will be restored to her original state within half an hour. So that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chunin asked Luo Yu to stay in the living room to rest for a while and ordered the robot to give her energy crystal. Then he went to the cockpit, and Chun couldn't wait to open the core of his train and let it swallow the green plant civilization. In the brilliant light, the green gradually fades away. What kind of abilities will the train evolve into? Luo Yu didn't explain it to me clearly before. Please wait and see. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the core was finally devoured and the light became brighter and brighter. I saw a light screen sticking out from the side of the core with a large amount of information on it, scrolling wildly from top to bottom. Chunin couldn't understand these things, and after a long time, Fu Yao summarized the core content. The train gains a new ability, the extraordinary railgun. Installation in progress. The screen displayed a scene that showed that in the bottom defense layer of the train, the space corresponding to the cockpit was being cleared and extremely large machinery and equipment was gradually being built. I saw layers of coils being folded, cast, and formed frantically. Then seal the whole thing and add hundreds of strange energy storage devices around it. Finally, all the equipment is packaged into an iron box, like a fortress. The iron box is tightly connected to the train, and the pipes below lead to the storage layer, so all energy crystal reservoirs can be called upon at any time. Isn't this an electromagnetic railgun? What's the difference between it and the one on top of the train? It's just a lot bigger. When the train was upgraded to 1-star, 200 electromagnetic railguns were added to the roof, but they have not been used yet. The two consume different amounts of energy, have different powers, and different mechanisms. The transcendent railgun only consumes energy crystals. The more you have, the greater the power. The current upper limit is 100 million units of energy crystals. It can be upgraded later. One shot costs 100 million energy crystals? That's incredible. But Chunin changed his mind and felt quite happy. He was not worried that this thing would consume too much energy, but he was worried that it would not be powerful enough. With the guarantee of the extraordinary railgun, Chun was full of confidence and asked Fu Yao to investigate the movements of the kobolds. The enemy fleet is only 200 million kilometers away from us and will arrive in about half an hour. Are you sure it's coming for the train? We still have 10 warships near the death train. The enemy may be trying to intercept it. I suggest taking the initiative and using the transcendental railgun to destroy it. Chunin thought for a long time and asked, even if I destroyed dozens of his warships, what does it matter? The key point is still the train. Can the extraordinary railgun attack the train? The extraordinary railgun is an advanced, extraordinary weapon. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can tear the bronze train apart. How many energy crystals do I have now? 120 million basic units. Chunin was very satisfied. I roughly know what to do. Don't worry, let them intercept. You immediately order the 10 frigates near the death train to leave and not return. We will then send out all the frigates to form a defense circle around the train. Regardless of whether they will attack or not, we must make sure that the formation is in place. Most importantly, we must convey the information that I have not yet gone to the death train. I will even pretend that I don't know that the train core can devour. Fu Yao immediately gave a guess. Master wants to trick this fleet into going to the 600 million kilometer death train, and then we go to the other side of the star and destroy the dogged man's train? Haha, smart. Actually, we can go now. The frigate can't stop us. The frigate can't stop us, but I'm afraid the other side will run away. If I were a kobold, I would definitely be alert when I found that the other side's train was desperately approaching me. By the way, what is the range of the extraordinary railgun? The maximum range is 100 million kilometers, but the energy will gradually decay, and it is unclear how powerful it will be in the end. Chenando said, actually, there's another problem. The detection range of the other train must be more than 100 million kilometers, and they will find us in advance. Do you have a solution? Stars will greatly weaken radar detection, and the closer you are to the surface of the star, the worse it is. This is why our two trains are very close to each other on both sides of the star, but cannot detect each other. Chunin looked up at the huge star in front of him and felt frightened. Are you sure the star's gravity won't suck us in? Please rest assured. Our train can overcome this after calculations. That's great. Once I've dispelled the kobold's vigilance, we'll steer the train past the stars and through the sea of fire. Haha, I'm looking forward to the kobold's shocked expressions. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the Knoll fleet finally arrived at a location 300 million kilometers away from the train and 400 million kilometers away from the death train, which was at the center point. Chapter 47. The Overly Self-Indulgent Dog-Headed Man. The train showed no sign of opening its doors, and the passengers' excitement gradually cooled. They were shocked when they saw the frigates arrayed outside the train. What's going on? Who are we going to go to war with? It seems like the number of escort ships for the train has increased a lot. It's outrageous. At this time, the train issued an announcement to all passengers. This train is threatened by a hostile train. War may break out. Please fasten your seatbelts. After the announcement, the whole car was in an uproar. Are the other trains also from Purple Star? I said it was a hostile train. How could it be from Purple Star? Why doesn't the conductor assign us a mission? We can also go out and fight. You're going to fight in a cargo ship? What are you thinking? One of their frigates can destroy a lot of you. There was a lot of noise in the carriage, but Chunin in the cockpit was very calm. The reason for telling the passengers is to remind them how difficult their life is. Don't think you are safe staying on the train. Anyone can die at any time. This way, passengers will work harder to plunder, collect resources. Fuyao broadcast the entire war live and composed some tragic music. Do you want to issue the ultimate mission? When Chunin saw the content of the task provided by Fuyao, the corner of his mouth twitched. Ultimate mission. All passengers are requested to fight the invading enemy together with the train. If the enemy is defeated, the top 100 contributors will be awarded the title of Train Guardian. Special reminder, donating star coins to support the train will be recorded as contribution value. They have no other way to join the war except donating star coins. I suddenly realized that compared to you, Fuyao, I am a great philanthropist. If the master doesn't like it, this task does not need to be published. Publish it, of course I have to. Some rich women have too much money, so it's appropriate for me to plunder a little bit of it. The ultimate mission was just a joke, and Chunin didn't take it seriously. But the passengers took it seriously. Their lives are tied to the train, and if the train is destroyed, they will also be reduced to ashes. By then, star coins will be just a string of data and have no value. As a result, passengers rushed to donate, and the amount quickly soared. Chunin, they are much more pure than me. I am such a profiteer. Keep these star coins. Next time, put them into the reward pool for the main quest. Eventually, I will have to return them. Star coins are just data. Chunin has the absolute right of interpretation, and he cannot really squeeze the passengers dry. Beep, beep, beep. An external signal reminder appeared on the control panel screen, coming from the dog-headed man's train. Connect the signal and simultaneously decipher the other party's language. After a while, the other party's image appeared on the screen, making Chun-An's heart tighten. The dog-headed man's appearance was so unrestrained that it had an extremely strong impact on Chun-An's little heart. If possible, he would like to turn off the video and make a voice call. At the same time, Gusta was also shocked. The creature opposite was ugly to the depths of his soul. Why are the eyes sideways like this? Why are there so many hairs? Wouldn't it be disgusting to death if there were bugs? What's the difference between having no fangs in your mouth and being trash? The most important thing is that the other party was wearing strange fur, which looked to be of inferior quality and was far inferior to the animal skins worn by the ogres. Gusta felt very superior. He stroked the dry and yellow hair on his head and asked, "Where are you from? Where are you going?" Chunin answered subconsciously, "I came from the Tang dynasty in the east, and I'm going to the west to worship Buddha and seek scriptures." Although I don't know how the dog-headed man translated this sentence, from his expression, it seems that he believed it firmly. Before Chunin could ask, Gusta explained himself. "I'm from the Hound Star. My name is Gusta. Nice to meet you." The titles such as dog and dog-headed man are not owned by the other party, but are the result of Fu Yao's translation to match Zixing. The pronunciation of the person on the other end was very strange, sometimes dull and sometimes sharp. The sounds seemed to be sprayed out from the nasal cavity, giving people a sense of urgency, as if the words were rushed to the throat and had to come out. Chunin chatted with him enthusiastically for a few minutes and was about to sit down and drink and become sworn brothers. Gusta said cheerfully, "In that case, maybe we can travel together." "Brother, have you found out the result of detecting the death train over there?" "Actually, I discovered a long time ago, but I never had the time to go there." He was talking nonsense, but Chunin didn't expose him and tried his best to cooperate with him. "I just arrived here not long ago, and I sent some robots to investigate. They were all junk. I'm not interested. You haven't been there in person? Why would I go? What if there's danger? As a train conductor, saving lives is my top priority. Nothing else matters." Gusta was ecstatic in his heart, but his facial expression remained unchanged, even gentler. "Haha, brother, you're right. This junky train is worthless. That's why I haven't been there for several days. But I'm short of materials recently, and that train might have some. So I want some, brother. Can you give it to me?" Chuna didn't care at all and curled his lips. "That is an ownerless thing. If you want it, go and take it. By the way, there seem to be only 2 life stars in the galaxy. Can you give me one, brother?" This sentence completely made Gusta give up his suspicion. He laughed heartily. "Brother, what are you talking about? Since you gave the death train to me, of course I have to give you half of the resources. I will let my people withdraw later, and you can go over any time." Shinanchi said, "Brother, you are so kind. We can get together and talk tomorrow. Maybe we can have more cooperation in the future." Gusta, "Good idea. We can even trade with each other. I have a lot of resources here that I don't need. If it is not used, it will be a waste. After all, the resources required by both sides' trains are similar." Chunin chuckled a few times, said a few perfunctory words, then turned off the screen and interrupted the signal. The smile on his face faded, and he returned to his serious look. "Fu Yao, can I get an award for my acting skills? Congratulations to the host for winning the Best Performance Award on Fu Yao Train." "Why is it called the Fu Yao Train?" "Well, that's fine. It has to have a name. Let's wait a little longer to see if the enemy turns their attention to the death train. If so, we will quickly turn around and rush toward the star. The frigate will stay where it is to confuse the enemy. At the train's top speed, there's no way we'll give just the time to react." In the dog-headed man train, Gusta spat twice with a cold face. "You piece of shit, you want to cooperate with me, but I don't care what you look like. The fleet will immediately head to the death train and take full control of it. Once it is safe, I will personally go there on spaceship. Once we get to core, we will turn around and attack the Tang people." The intelligent brain gave a reminder. "Don't worry. What if the other party runs away? We need to see what new abilities the train will get. If the abilities are not good, I don't recommend turning against it." "Okay, I'll listen to you. Move the train as close to the opposite side as possible to reduce the distance between us and the death train." However, he didn't know that this would make it easier for Chun and to launch an attack. Chapter 48. Railgun fully loaded, filled with 100 million energy crystals. The train will often get close to stars to absorb energy. Its location can be as close as the troposphere and as far as 500,000 kilometers away from the troposphere, which is the limit of the pipeline extension. Generally speaking, in order to ensure the normal entry and exit of the spacecraft, China would set the distance at the limit of 500,000 kilometers. But even so, only spaceships and frigates can go out normally, and shuttles or spacecraft will be breached by high temperature. But now, Chunin drove the train into the fiery troposphere, surrounded by boiling fire and the temperature soaring rapidly. To be honest, although Fu Yao assured that the train was fine, he was still worried that the train would be burned by the high temperature. "I don't understand. Star beasts can tear a train apart. An intensive bombardment can break through the train's defenses. Why can't the high temperature and heat of a star do the same? Since the train uses stellar energy, it can naturally withstand extremely high temperatures. This is a special rule, and I cannot give a reasonable explanation. If you can't explain it, just make it up. You have the right to speak anyway." Looking out the porthole, the terrifying flames had blocked everything, and the only way to determine the direction was by the detection system. At this time, the passengers in each carriage were terrified to the extreme. They didn't know Chang'an's plan, nor did they know that the train could withstand such high temperatures. Passengers either huddled in their seats or moved around, screaming to vent their panic. The outside of the porthole was red, and the powerful pressure seemed to be able to break through the car glass at any time. It's over. Most likely the train lost power after being defeated and was captured by the star's gravity. Everyone, just wait quietly for death. Don't make any noise. I just want to argue. Come at me if you don't agree. Disputes broke out in many carriages, and some people were killed. This panic is exactly the same as the situation when the purple star exploded. In carriage number 10, Zishu was very calm. I'm actually quite satisfied to be able to live this long. It wouldn't be a loss even if I died now. Looking up at the chaos around her, she shouted angrily, "Shut up, everyone. Even if I die, I want to die with dignity." She now has a high prestige and has temporarily suppressed the riots, and many people have calmed down. Zishu turned on her watch and sent a message to Chunin. "Can I see you again? You're the one I miss the most right now." Chunin responded, "Stop it, I'm busy." Without waiting for any further response, Zishu's eyes turned slightly red and her heart felt sour. There were also calmer people in other carriages, such as Chun Guoyang, who was taking care of his wife and children and leisurely telling his son enlightenment stories. For example, Xiaozhen turned on the projection function of his watch and watched the video he had recorded on Yueshing, and he laughed with joy. There are also Ling Zheng and Ling Yu in carriage number 11. "Brother, will we be burned to death?" "Absolutely not. The conductor is as powerful as a god. You'll be fine." Ling Yu's eyes sparkled. "Is there a demonic world behind the flames? We may have to deal with the demons." "Well, you're right. That might be it." Chunin knew about the chaos in the carriage, but he didn't care. It's normal to have some emotional changes, which is always better than a stagnant state. Remember, those who fight will all be put in solitary confinement for a minimum of 10 hours. If anyone kills someone, they will be dealt with according to the train rules. Those who deserve to be punished will be punished, and those who deserve to be expelled will be expelled. There will be no mercy. This is actually a good thing, as it allows us to identify certain unstable factors in advance so that they won't hinder us at critical moments. What followed was a 40-minute voyage. Finally, at the end of the 40th minute, the front of the car rushed out of the stellar troposphere like a ferocious fire dragon and plunged straight into the starry sky. The content on the car screen changed synchronously, but the temperature outside the porthole was still fiery red, and it would take some time to cool down. Look at the screen. The content has changed. Shit, did the train fly out? It doesn't look like there's a sea of fire outside the porthole. The color is gradually changing. The passengers gradually calmed down and thought carefully about the current situation, making all kinds of guesses. The train gave a reminder at this time. In order to better attack the enemy, the train conductor deliberately drove the train through the surface of the star and has now successfully reached the other side. The train has observed many people violating regulations and will hold them accountable after the war. Robots will immediately control these people, and those who resist will be strictly suppressed. Da-da. Countless robots entered the carriage, and the orderly footsteps were chilling. Only then did they realize that the train was fine and they had just been thinking wrong. Those who have not done anything wrong feel at ease, while those who have done something wrong feel uneasy, not knowing how the train will punish them. "I accidentally killed someone. What should I do?" Someone broke down emotionally. Others subconsciously stayed away to prevent this man from going crazy again. Fortunately, the robots arrived in time, controlled these dangerous people, and detained them temporarily. Warning! Warning! The enemy train has been spotted, only 30 million kilometers away from us. Gusta was just about to leave on the spaceship when he received a warning from the intelligent computer. He immediately returned to the cockpit from the tarmac and retrieved all the information. "What? How'd he get here?" Intelligent brain. "Stars will interfere with or even block our information detection. The other party is brushing against the surface of a star. I don't know what their intentions are." Even though Gusta claimed to be smart, he couldn't understand why Chunin did this. Is it to receive the life planet? This is understandable. After all, the orbits of the two life planets are more inclined towards this side. The screen showed the train just emerging from a sea of fire, like a giant red dragon, sailing at full speed with an uplifting posture. With the speed of the train, it will soon arrive nearby. No, if they're looking for a life planet, they should sail along the orbit to the meteorite belt 50 million kilometers away. Do you have any logical speculation? Intelligent brain. The other party has shown great aggressiveness and may be coming for us. You can't even build a destroyer, so why are you attacking me? As soon as he finished speaking, Gusta's pupil shrank sharply and the hair on his head stood up like steel needles. There is only one possibility. He has already integrated the train core and has been deceiving me. Oh no, they must have obtained the ability to destroy me. Set sail immediately and run. Intelligent computer, most of our warships are outside, and your people are all on the planet. Gusta's face was grim. As long as the train is alive, I have hope. The battleship can be built, and the tribesmen are not important. Set sail at full power immediately. When the Knoll train took off, Fuyao was the first to sense it. Master, our distance has been fixed at 25 million kilometers. It is unlikely to get any closer. Both sides are sailing at full speed and are one-star trains, so there is no question of who is faster. So as long as the direction does not change, the relative distance is almost constant. Fuyao, how long does it take to charge the railgun? How much energy crystals does the master intend to consume? The minimum charging time is 2 minutes, and the maximum can be 10 minutes. Chinon laughed and said, just pull it to the maximum. I want to blast the opponent into ashes. 100 million energy crystals are being charged, and the charging time is 10 minutes. Chapter 49. The shot that completely penetrated the train. Gusta calls himself a genius and the savior of the Houndstar. But now, facing the deadly threat, he had to flee in panic. If there was a better way to escape, he would even want to abandon the train temporarily. Don't just stand there, attack quickly. There are laser cannons on both sides of the train and a conventional electromagnetic railgun on top. If they were fired together at the moment, they wouldn't even be able to reach enough range. Chunin laughed happily. You want to shoot a conventional electromagnetic cannon 20 million kilometers? You're just making me laugh. Master, should we fight back? If I fight back, wouldn't I be a fool? It seems that the master is not stupid and has a clear understanding of his own strength. I am very relieved. I find that your human consciousness is becoming more and more obvious. Are you learning by yourself? Chunin became alert. Fuyao is a super intelligent brain with self-learning ability. I am acquiring new information every moment. Master, please give me enough trust. My most core program is my absolute loyalty to you. Chunin's brows relaxed. I definitely trust you because if something happens to you, Oh, let's not talk about this. Keep chasing and be sure to keep your distance. God knows if the power is enough at such a long distance. At this time, in the defense layer below, the huge railgun was consuming energy crystals at a rapid rate. Chunin didn't dare to look at the consumption of energy crystals for fear of feeling sad. You know, he only has 120 million energy crystals in total, which is the result of his saving for 2 months. And now, 2 months' reserves are gone in one shot. I hope there will be enough harvest, otherwise I will be heartbroken. As time got closer, Chunin became even more nervous than Gusta. If this shot fails to kill the opponent, it will be counterattacked. With more than 100 frigates and 2 destroyers, plus every citizen being a soldier, there was no way Chun could defeat them no matter how hard he tried. Master, don't be nervous. Even if we can't destroy the opponent's train, we can scare him away because he doesn't know whether we can shoot again. Ah, that's true. As long as this shot can create a deterrent effect, it'll be fine. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the 2 trains had flown far away. When Shinan's train opened its front, a dark round hole appeared, like a black hole. There was no reaction at first, but 3 seconds later, a giant blue beam of light suddenly shot out, flying at the speed of light, cutting through the starry sky. The huge recoil made the train sway unsteadily, and Shinnan grabbed the seat with both hands to avoid falling. The carriage was even more chaotic. Those who wore seat belts were fine, but the passengers who didn't were tossed around and collided with each other, and countless people were injured. Look outside. What a beautiful beam of light. During the fight, people stuck their heads out and looked out the portholes. The faint blue light made their hearts palpitate and their scalps tingle. As the pillar of light lit up the sky, people could see what it ultimately hit, but because it was so far away, only a dot was visible. Look at the screen. There is content on it. The screen showed a blue beam of light piercing in from the rear of the train, then penetrating through layer by layer, and finally exiting from the front of the train, continuing to shoot into the distance. The picture froze on the train and did not extend further. But from the angle, it can be seen that the beam of light finally landed on a planet, piercing it from head to tail and exploding violently. Although no sound can be heard, people can imagine that the noise of a planet exploding must be very exciting. The Purple Star people recalled that moment 2 months ago as if it happened yesterday. In the cockpit, Chunin was also shocked, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Not only did it blast through the train, it also shattered a planet. My God, Is this the power of the extraordinary railgun? Using a planet as a toy. Fuyao has calculated the relevant data. It only takes 80 million units of energy crystals to destroy a one-star bronze train. In other words, we wasted 20 million. Chun An's tense face gradually relaxed, revealing a hearty smile. It's worth it. Not to mention 100 million, 200 million is worth it. The kobold's train seems to have lost power. We should catch up with it quickly. In fact, the train didn't stop at all and arrived nearby after a while. It can be clearly seen that although the kobold's train did not fall apart, it was damaged over a large area. The rear cabin of the train was completely evaporated, and the walls on both sides were squeezed outward, presenting a posture of extreme expansion. The car windows were stained blood red, as the dog-headed man was squeezed on them and crushed into pieces. Not even the flesh was there, only a thin layer of cell structure, frozen by the extreme cold. No kobolds will survive. Even if they're not instantly killed by the beam, they will collapse under the enormous pressure. The most crucial thing is that the living environment inside the train has been completely lost. No one can survive unless they become a planet walker who can walk in space. Investigate the cockpit immediately. Is the core of the train destroyed? The train core can only be swallowed, not destroyed. That's good. When Chun was about to send out a spacecraft for close-range reconnaissance, Jesta's communication request appeared on the screen. He's not dead yet. The scene opens with a disheveled Jesta lying in a pile of rubble, wearing a spacesuit. Brother, you are still ruthless. I admit defeat. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to give you everything. Chunin stretched out his right hand and frosted his chin without giving an answer. It was Fuyao who gave the reminder. It will be more beneficial for you to collect some high-quality passengers. Chunin smiled and said to Gusta, Okay, I accept your surrender and will send someone to pick you up right away. However, after hanging up the phone, Chun An's expression changed immediately. Send out the combat robots to kill Gusta and throw him into space. I just cheated him as the sixth man. How can I easily believe that he will surrender? It is better to be safe than sorry. It is safest to completely kill the enemy. Fuyao, your suggestion is not reliable. All of Fuyao's decisions are based on an analysis of the owner's interests, but they're not necessarily completely correct and require the owner to make more self-judgment. Don't worry, you can learn slowly. Chunin felt extremely relaxed and even asked the robot chef to prepare a delicious meal which he ate in the cockpit. After Fuyao conveyed the news of Jesta's death, Chunin declared the war over. An announcement was made in the carriage that the mission was accomplished, and the confused passengers hugged each other and cried, having escaped death. Ding, ding, ding. Beautiful music played, and the train conveyed Chun An's love for them. To celebrate the victory of the war, all food in the market will be free for the next 3 days. You can eat as much as you want without wasting it. Food is not a big expense for passengers, but everyone is willing to take advantage, and free things always make them happy, and the previous pessimistic atmosphere gradually dissipated. Look, the contribution list is out. The above are the top 100 passengers in terms of contribution, who are actually the people who donated the most money. You don't need to look to know that the more assets a person has, the easier it is for him to get promoted. The passengers on the list happily opened their watches and showed others their title of train protector, feeling full of honor. There are even electronic certificates. What good is this thing? Of course, with this title, you can get the service of a robot. Even though it's just to help buy groceries or fetch water, it's good enough. Many people regretted it and wish they had donated more earlier. Chapter 50. Start a destructive war against the Hound civilization. In the abandoned cockpit, Chunin, wearing a spacesuit, took out the core of the train, which was a gray ball of light. Without the core, the train that was originally running gradually shut down, and the energy of the power layer could no longer be used normally. Fuyao, move the resources of this train immediately. The main target is the storage layer. Chunin returned to his train and excitedly integrated the core. The requirements are not high. Just give me the ability to save my life. After witnessing a train being destroyed by a single shot, Chunin no longer feels very safe. By the way, since I destroyed the Kobold's train, did I also destroy their civilization at the same time? Reminder to the Master, most of the Kobolds are mining resources on the planet. We are not going to completely eliminate them. Don't worry, the Kobold without the train are just waiting to die. If I kill all the Kobolds, can Ling Zheng use his ability? Sacrificers can sacrifice civilizations to add special features to the train. Unlike the Prophet, the Sacrificer needs to consume his health. Ling Zheng is currently unable to bear the consequences of sacrificing civilization. He can only sacrifice a few dozen life units at most. Well, let him develop on his own. We won't need him for the time being. Isn't he finished yet? After waiting for several minutes, the train core was finally swallowed. The train gains new ability, space jump. After understanding the effect, Chunin immediately felt relieved. Space jump. The train consumes energy crystals to travel long distances. The more energy crystals you have, the longer the distance. The upper limit is 100 million energy crystals. The only problem is that we're using up energy crystals again. We really don't have enough. Fuyao, focus on searching for energy crystal mines in the future. The situation now is that he has an extraordinary railgun that can destroy any enemy at this stage. There's also space jumping, so you can escape when you encounter danger. Being able to attack or defend finally made Chunin feel safe. Fuyao, can I directly capture the warship left by the dog-headed people and use it? Cannot be used directly. Needs to be modified. As long as we can adapt it for use. Drive the train over immediately and take away all the warships first, especially the destroyers. These things are the most powerful weapons in space warfare. The train was faster than a battleship. Chunin didn't care about the energy consumption and drove straight ahead. On the way there, he discovered a problem. The Gusta battleship was different from his. Gusta actually equipped each battleship with a dog-headed commander. Not all of them were robots. After learning that the train had been destroyed, these commanders gathered together and fled, having already escaped 300 million kilometers. Master, we currently do not have the possibility to capture the enemy ship. If we capture it by force, we will suffer huge losses. The joy didn't last long, as Chun and was still not very happy. What is the most reasonable solution at this time? Let them go. We will kill all the kobolds on the 2 planets, which will be considered as completing the civilization war and will not affect the judgment. Whether the civilization war is completed will affect the star upgrade of the train. Chunin thought about it and ordered to sail at full speed. Even if I can't get it, I have to destroy it. I can't leave any hidden dangers. Fuyao, if we get the wreckage of the destroyer, will it help us build our own destroyer? Of course it helps. Our destroyer manufacturing is stuck on power. As long as we get the corresponding power module, we can carry out standardized manufacturing. Okay, kill them. 1 billion kilometers away, more than 80 warships were scattered and flying out of the galaxy at the fastest speed. The commanders turned on the public screen and were in low spirits. The conductor has died and the train has been destroyed. We have no other options now. Either surrender or escape. But the problem is that we can't escape space annihilation. The battleship is not fast enough. Only the train can be faster than the starry sky annihilation. So, if we want to survive, we have no choice but to surrender. Never surrender to inferior creatures. Even if you die, you must die with honor. I think we can surrender. It's better to give up temporarily than to die. When we find an opportunity in the future, we may be able to take over the train. Don't forget that Gusta was not the train conductor at first. That's right. Rather than die in humiliation, it is better to surrender and survive and then seek another chance. That's fine too. Even though the other person is ugly, we can still get along with each other. The dog-headed people united their thoughts, temporarily stopped the warships, and prepared to surrender to the train chasing them from behind. When the distance was only 5 million kilometers, they simultaneously initiated communication requests. Chen was very surprised. He thought that all the gnolls had tempers, but he didn't expect them to surrender collectively. This is good. We can get all the warships. I accept your surrender, but you need to leave the battleship and board my train on spaceship. The other party replied, Sorry, I can't leave for the time being unless you give us your complete trust. What do you mean? You will probably stay in this galaxy for a while. During this time, we will stay in our respective warships. When we leave, we will drive the warships onto the train and formally surrender to you. Chunin smiled wryly and said, Good idea, I agree. The gnolls breathed a sigh of relief. At least their lives could be saved temporarily, and they would have plenty of time to find solution. The communication was interrupted, and the smile on Chun An's face turned into indifference. He ordered, Charge all the electromagnetic railguns on the top of the train and attack the heads of all warships, trying not to damage the hulls. The robot troops are ready to land and fight at any time. The owner interprets the inconsistency to the extreme. Tactics. Do you understand tactics? They dare to put forward conditions. Do they really think I am a good person? In fact, the most important thing is that they will affect our war against the kobolds on the planet. That's right. What I want is victory in the civilization war, not new passengers. Putting creatures like kobolds on the train to disgust yourself every day. As the electromagnetic railgun launched its attack, the warships that were completely unprepared were hit in the head one after another, and the commanders in the cockpit were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace. Killing the commander is just the beginning. It is also important to kill the other kobolds in the battleship. The command center in the battleship has been destroyed. Can you control the enemy's robots? I am connecting the signal and reprogramming the enemy robot. Rewriting is successful. The core program of the enemy robot will be rewritten virally on a large scale. At the same time, the robot troops sent by Chun and also landed to fight, and the battle situation was almost one-sided. These fights were not hidden from the passengers, who could watch the entire thing and exclaim in amazement. This is the combat capability of the train. I underestimated it before. The train conductor is awesome. He destroyed the opposing train and fleet in a casual manner. Wow, I really want to marry the conductor. Don't be disgusting, you are a man. I can be Zero if the conductor wants. Suddenly, an announcement sounded. Please check your watches. New tasks have been released. Everyone check the tasks. The train conductor has started a destructive war against the Hound civilization, and all passengers can participate. Main quest: destroy the Hound civilization and kill all the dog-headed men. After completing the quest, each guild participating in the quest will share 50 million star coins according to their contribution. The prize pool is not fixed and will continue to increase as the war progresses. Side quest 1. Go to the market to buy a spacesuit. Drive the spaceship to land on the enemy ship and fight. You will get a corresponding reward for killing a dog-headed man. Side mission 2. Go to Life Planet AB and conduct a carpet search of the dog-headed people on the planet. There will be corresponding rewards for each dog-headed person killed. The train conductor will send some frigates to accompany you. If you encounter a powerful existence, the frigate will clear the obstacles and speed up the war. Side mission 3. Collect all information about Hound civilization. Chapter 51, The Weak Mechanic Girl. In carriage number 11, a somewhat nervous Ling Zheng quickly called together his guild members. You guys go rent a spaceship. You need a large one. Go buy some spacesuits. 200 sets are enough. I heard that you'll get more rewards if you fight inside a battleship. President, our guild doesn't have enough money. It's okay. I'll go get a loan and buy all the weapons I need. This is a good opportunity for us to develop. When Ling was about to leave, Ling Yu stopped him. Brother, I'm going too. Ling Zheng smiled and said, you can either have fun here or I'll send you to a daycare center. It's your choice. Ling Yu stuck out her tongue. I'm going to play with the robot sister. Robot sister? Ling Zheng turned around and saw a robot with a light red shell standing next to him. It had a slender figure and female features. May I ask who you are? The robot responded in a human voice. You go do your own thing. I'll take care of her. Ling Zheng knew that the robots here would not harm them, so he nodded in agreement and quickly ran to the market. After Ling Zheng left, the robot sat in his seat and stretched out his finger. Yeah, can you still help me? Ling Yu smiled sweetly and nodded heavily. In the living room of the rest area, Chun had just had a drink when he received a reminder from Fu Yao. You mean, Ling Yu has a talent for mechanics, but it's unclear whether she can awaken it? She recently gave the robot its own program and was able to allow the robot to continue to evolve until it became a true mechanical life. Chunin was shocked. A mechanic can make a robot come to life? It doesn't seem to be good for me, right? He wants absolute control over robots and doesn't need them to have self-awareness. Mechanic. Upgrading mechanical components can create stronger, extraordinary weapons. This robot is not alive, it is just upgrading. And because Ling Yu is too weak now, the process is abnormally slow. Master, do you need to stop it? After thinking for a while, Chunin shook his head. Don't stop it. It's just a robot and it won't be a problem. It's just a good opportunity to train Ling Yu's abilities. Suddenly, I feel a little regretful. I should have paid more attention to Ling Zheng's family. Is there something wrong with their family bloodline? It has been tested long ago. Ling Zheng and Ling Yu's bloodlines are very normal, without any special extraordinary genes. That's just pure luck. Where is Luo Yu? Chunin walked towards the pet area and found Luo Yu there. Previously, when he was on the giant lizard star, Chunin transformed half of the pet area into a green space. There are lawns, trees, flowers, and the ecology is relatively complete. If the train journey is long, he can recuperate in it. Luo Yu was now rooted in the grass, shaking the branches with joy. Chunin, you are here. Chunin walked around and asked, are you still getting used to it? Hee, this place is great. I thought your train wouldn't have this kind of environment. It's just a little worse than the train I took before. Chunin was very generous and said proudly, "This area belongs to you. You could transform it however you want." "Thank you. Would you like a spiritual connection?" "No, I don't need it right now." "Want a prophecy?" "No need, just take a good rest." Luo Yu's prediction cannot be abused and must be used at critical moments. Chunin still has some brains to this effect. Just as he was about to leave, Chunin saw Luo Yu's body growing wildly and finally becoming a big tree, a bit like a willow tree. "Come up and sit for a while." "Okay, I'll chat with you." On the other side, the Holy Yu Guild spaceship left the helipad and, like other spaceships, went to look for warships that had not yet been landed on a large scale. In the cockpit, Ling was studying the map data and found a warship 30 kilometers away. Half of the battleship's head was blown off, and it has lost power and is floating in the air, becoming space junk. The battleship landing platform was also destroyed, the train's robot army was invading, and no other guild approached yet. Let's go there and hope the robots kill slowly. There don't seem to be many kobolds. The data on the watch shows that the kobolds are stronger than the robots. Without our participation, the robots will have to pay a heavy price to complete the cleanup. The person who spoke was the vice president, Liu Yang, a brother brought by Ling Zheng. Ling Zheng opened his watch, found the relevant information, and felt a little worried. There must be a level 2 existence among the kobolds, and they are armed with heavy weapons. We can only land 200 people, so it may be difficult to deal with them. Liu Yang sometimes thinks more clearly than Ling Zheng, and said with a smile, "Our mission is not to wipe out all the dog-headed people. We're just doing the mission, kill as many as we can, and let the robots kill the rest." "Brother Ling, are you about to reach the second level?" "It's indeed almost there, but it's still a little short. Pick people now, and sign up if you're willing to land and fight. The reward will be the same as other guilds, split 50 to 50 among the enemies killed during the mission. This means that if the kobold is killed, the individual and the guild will each take half." The number of applicants was quickly filled up, and almost all of them were Ling Zhang's most core subordinates with considerable combat effectiveness. A few minutes later, the spacecraft landed on the battleship's helipad. 200 people, including Ling Zheng, put on space suits and went out to fight fully armed. "Liu Yang, we will each lead 100 people and fight separately." "Okay, Ling, be careful." Crossing the apron, they entered a long corridor with many traces of robot battles, leaving behind many scrapped corpses. "Do you all know how to use weapons?" Ling Zheng asked loudly. The people behind him echoed. "Already knew how to do it. These weapons are so powerful that they can kill people with just one shot. If we had such weapons, we would have overthrown the rule of the Wushan Empire long ago. Don't talk about the past. Load all the magazines and bullets. Kill all the kobolds." "Okay." The team moved quickly through the corridor and arrived at the armory. This place had already been bombed into a mess, and there were sounds of fierce fighting ahead. Ling Zheng led his men to advance quickly. When they got closer, they saw 3 dog-headed men relying on the equipment in the armory to slaughter the robots. The robots are still too stupid. They just charge into the line of fire and don't know how to adapt. In Ling Zheng's opinion, there are many ways to eliminate the opponent, and a head-on charge is the worst. He looked around, called out to 2 of his men who had practiced shooting, and pointed to the beam on the high platform on the left. "Go up from here and occupy the high ground. If the enemy escapes through the side door, shoot immediately." He personally led 3 nimble subordinates and moved forward through the ruins on the right, and soon arrived at the enemy's side. The ogres probably thought that only robots would land and fight, and they didn't expect that real people would come and kill them. They were still fighting selflessly, and the laser weapons in their hands were shooting wildly forward. "What kind of weapon is that? It feels stronger than ours." The subordinate muttered. "Ling Zheng, don't worry about it. Wait for my order." Chapter 52, Laser Weapons, Blue Light. After finding the best angle, Ling Zheng ordered to shoot. 3 rifles fired in succession, and the dense bullets shot the nearest kobold full of holes. Although the power of the bullet is not as strong as the opponent's laser weapon, it is deadly enough. "There are enemies over there. Fight back." The other 2 ogres reacted faster and quickly moved to the opposite side. One of them shot in the direction of Ling Zheng. However, their position at this point was already exposed to the attack range of the left crossbar. After a series of gunshots, the 2 dog-headed men fell one after another, deader than dead. After waiting for a while, Ling Zheng saw the robots withdrawing from the armory, and he knew that there were no more kobolds here. He quickly led his men over and ordered, Whoever kills the person gets to take the photo, and no one can fight over it. If two people work together to kill the person, the reward will be divided equally. There are two ways to submit the task. One is to bring the body back to the train. The other is to take a photo with a watch. Taking photos during the war is definitely more convenient. Call out. Someone nearby replaced the enemy's weapon and hurriedly fired a laser, making a hole in the steel wall. What a powerful weapon. Seeing that it worked very well, Ling Zheng asked all his people to replace it. Considering that this was an armory, he even wondered if he could transport the weapons out for his own guild to use. However, just as he was about to do so, the watch gave a warning. All weapons and equipment on the warship have been seized by the train. Passengers only have the right to use them, not the ownership. Passengers must not be allowed to take spoils at will. The purpose of letting them come up to fight is to train their combat capabilities, not to loot weapons and make money. Otherwise, Chen would not have assigned them any tasks at all. Next, Ling Zheng led his men to continue to kill their way inside, killing all the ogre-headed men they encountered. It is like this inside all the warships, with robots leading the way and passengers following behind to pick up heads. In fact, it can't be considered as picking up kills. If they hadn't added damage, the robots might have suffered even greater losses. 3 hours later, the battle among the warships was nearing its end. Fu Yao performed a full scan and made sure there were no more dog-headed men, then began to retract all the warships back into the train. The guilds also returned, and they will be taken back to orbit close to the star by the train before starting the war against the two planets. If the production of new warships is stopped, 8 warships can be repaired every day. Chun had a spiritual connection with Luo Yu not long ago, and now he was lying lazily on the sofa, not wanting to move. Repair the destroyers first, then the frigates. Once everything is repaired, build both types of warships at the same time, but focus on the destroyers. It is estimated that it takes 2 days to build a destroyer. 2 days is just 2 days. What I have the most is time. Once the train returns to the track, we will start a new war immediately. Any questions? After previous battles, it was discovered that the kobolds mainly used laser weapons, which the passengers were unable to deal with. Chun was unhappy. Costa really doesn't care about the future. No wonder I found that the kobold's enhancement is very weak. It turns out that he had no intention of developing extraordinary abilities. He just wanted to survive in the early stage. The future is extraordinary, no matter how powerful the weapons are. When faced with a star melter who can smash a planet with one punch, laser weapons or particle weapons are useless. Chenin, of course I know. It's like the star beast that destroyed the plant-type civilization. I guess only the extraordinary orbital cannon can destroy it. Nothing else will work. But the situation is special now. Issuing an announcement, the blue laser weapon is now available on the market, priced at 200 star coins. The kobolds are not worth training. Let's attack them directly. Send out 80 frigates and all combat robots to quickly wipe out the kobolds. In the market, the appearance of blue light caused a sensation. The big guilds quickly started purchasing it, and the star coins consumed were counted in tens of thousands. I heard that the train was put on the line because the kobolds used laser weapons. Our laser weapons have more advanced energy modules. After being fully charged, they can be fired a total of 100 times. Don't worry about the recharging problem. Each spacecraft will have an open recharging port. Fuck, buying a Blu-ray means I can use it for a long time. It's such a good deal. The energy module has a recharge limit. If you find that the number of shots decreases after each recharge, it is best to replace it in time. The relevant information is on the watch. People who read diligently know this early, and they can get a lot of attention by telling others in the market. Is that someone from the Night Guild? They don't even know President Xiao? They're here to buy weapons, too. With the size of the Night Guild, buying 500 blue lights shouldn't be a problem. However, to people's surprise, what Xiaojun bought was not the Blu-ray, but the K-28 sniper rifle, which had been on the market for several days, but few people bought. A sniper rifle only costs 20 star coins, but the bullets are too expensive, with each bullet costing 1 star coin. In previous wars, rifles were more useful than sniper rifles because the environment on the planet was mostly complex and did not provide many conditions for sniping. Someone couldn't help but ask, "President Xiao, did you buy the wrong one?" Xiao Zheng grinned and chuckled. "My eyesight is fine. Let me remind you, the previous announcement of the train clearly stated that warships and robots will become the main force of the war." He only said this, and the people around him were confused. When word of Xiao Zhen's action spread, Many presidents came to their senses on the spot and immediately stopped buying Blu-rays and instead went for large-scale purchases of sniper rifles. In market number 10, Yang Yuan was puzzled by Zi Shu's order. Sister Shu, Xiaozhen never takes the usual path. We are different. It's better to be cautious. Although the sniper rifle is cheaper than the blue light, in terms of combat effectiveness and cost-effectiveness, the blue light wins. Zi Shu was too lazy to explain and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and just buy them. You can only buy 10 guns each time you skin your face. The speed is too slow, so you all buy them together. Collect 500 guns, and the bullets are tentatively set at 10,000. In addition to Zishu, Chun Guoyang from the Hope Guild and Xia Feng from the Shenlong Guild all quickly purchased sniper rifles. They all kept silent, letting others figure out on their own. In carriage number 11, Ling Zheng was asked the reason by other presidents, because Ling Zheng bought the sniper rifle even faster than Xiaozhen. It's just because he's not famous enough that the story hasn't spread. Ling Zheng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "There are two reasons. One is that our guild is short of money and cannot afford the blue light. The other is that I found in the previous battle that when the train is involved in the war, we don't have many opportunities for close combat. At this time, if we have a sniper rifle, we can kill people from a distance. I have tried it. Even if the enemy is riddled with holes by the robot, as long as I fire the last shot, the kill will be mine." Others suddenly realized, so what if you buy a lot of Blu-rays? This weapon has a short range and requires close combat. But no matter how close the distance is, you can't beat the robot. It's better to grab the head from a long distance, so as to maximize the benefits. When this news spread, various guilds suddenly realized what was going on and rushed into the market to buy up the products. Chapter 53, I found that my worldview was collapsing. Is the final hit too heavy? Do we need to change the rules? Fu Yao was aware of all the changes that took place in the carriage. Chunin, no need to change. This is fine as long as it complies with the rules. Now that the train is back on track, let's get started. The battle must be ended within 24 hours. Soon after, the doors of each carriage opened and spacecraft left the cabin one after another. Ahead of them, the frigate was ahead, heading for the life planets A and B 300 million kilometers away. In the living room, Chunin turned on the frontline footage and prepared to watch the entire process. By the way, call Luo Yu. When Luo Yu came running over happily, Chun was shocked to find that she was only 1.5 meters tall, like a small sapling. You can change your body. Yes, as long as I have water and nutrition, I can control my height and body shape. This is a special ability of our tribe. But there is a limit. The minimum cannot be less than 1 meter, and the maximum cannot exceed 10 meters. The height limit will go up as I get older. These are not important. Chunin patted the seat next to him and asked her to sit over. Are you used to living here? It's fine. I feel safe. Can I go play in the carriage? You can't go now. Wait a little longer. The passengers on the train are now all humanoids, and the sudden appearance of tree people will cause chaos and trouble. The two sat together and watched the live broadcast from the front line as the fleet approached the two planets. Chunin suddenly felt cold and found a small green hand on his arm. It's small and cute. If this happened in the past, Chunin would never have thought that he would be playing with a tree and even have some kind of special relationship with it. Fu Yao, I find that my worldview is collapsing. Tell me this is normal. This is indeed normal. Facing an increasingly large universe, your worldview has become outdated. I suggest that the masters smash it and reshape it. The laughter comes from Luo Yu, but I don't know what's so funny about it. Chunin, I want to eat. Photosynthesis cannot provide me with enough nutrition. Energy crystals can only provide me with extraordinary energy. What do you eat? Fruit? Nutritional solution? Luo Yu glared. Why should I eat fruit? I will also bear fruit in the future. How can I eat my own child? These words made Chun-En's brain freeze immediately. Many ethical issues arose in his mind. He asked, will you bear fruit? Luo Yu's face, which was woven with branches, was slightly flushed, and she whispered, I may have your children in the future, and it will definitely bear fruit. I just don't know how many it will bear. I like children. Puff. Chun-En sprayed out the imported cola he had just drunk. Some of it went into his trachea, and he coughed for a long time. Master, don't worry. She won't bear fruit before the end of the resurrection calendar. I know, but I was shocked. Reproductive isolation is no joke. It won't work so easily. Master, you can't say that. If the genes are strong enough, if the rules are not restrictive, if you have physical contact, it is possible that results will come out. Chun-En laughed happily and asked Luo Yu, Will I also not be able to eat fruit in the future? Of course you can. There's no conflict. Chunin inexplicably thought of the Calabash brothers on Earth, and his mind suddenly became free, with all kinds of messy thoughts. He shook his head and put these strange thoughts aside. Fortunately, there are rules and regulations, otherwise I don't know what would come out. Do you eat meat? Luo nodded. Star beast meat is the most delicious. Chunin ordered the robot to make it, but found that Luo, you only ate raw food and could not eat cooked meat. Hey, why do humans eat cooked food? Raw food is so good, delicious, and nutritious. Cooked food becomes more and more unpalatable during the preparation process. Chunin finally discovered that he and Luo, you were not only incompatible in terms of their horoscopes, but almost all of their characters were incompatible. Only the spirit can fit. It is precisely because of their spiritual compatibility that they can find harmony amidst all the differences. Stop talking about this and watch the live broadcast. In the picture, the battleship has entered the atmosphere of the two planets and is searching for the location of the dog-headed people. The kobolds are no fools, and they were ready for battle the moment the train was destroyed. And they have no way to retreat. They must fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of cannons from the warships fired simultaneously, starting intensive bombardment of the places where the ogres gathered. The scene was truly spectacular. Chunin reminded, don't destroy mineral resources, especially energy crystal mines. Please rest assured, Master, we have avoided most important resources. Do natural resources need to be preserved? No need, just carpet bomb. After the bombing, let the robots and the guild land and fight to wipe out the remaining enemies. With such an order, Fuyao controlled the warships to attack indiscriminately and with the highest efficiency. Some places are dry and flammable, so we use incendiary bombs on a large scale. Some places are flat grasslands, and they are directly scanned with lasers, leaving the ogres' spaceships with nowhere to escape. At the rear of the battleship group, the spaceships of various guilds stopped temporarily, and they were stunned. When the kobolds lost their fleet, we were a pure dimensionality reduction attack, terrifying. They couldn't see the situation on the surface of the planet, but through the spacecraft's reconnaissance system, they could see that there was continuous war everywhere on the planet. If we use Purple Star as an example, a battleship can cover half of the continent with firepower, leaving the ground powerless to resist. In fact, it was not that there was no resistance. Some large spaceships used their main guns to fight back, which did cause minor damage to the warship. But the battleship can destroy the target by simply adjusting its shooting target. The combat effectiveness is completely on a different dimension. The presidents were extremely shocked, especially Xiao Zhan. His eyes turned red and his fingers cracked. If I had a fleet like this, I could go to heaven. President, we are already in heaven. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. I find this journey is becoming more and more interesting. I need to work harder in the future to buy a warship. Everyone around him thought that their president had gone crazy. How could they afford a warship? Now, they couldn't even afford a spaceship. However, not long after, someone looked at his watch and screamed. Look! Everyone opened a watch market and found some new products on the market. A 106 transport ship, small 500,000 star coins. A 106 transport ship, medium 1 million star coins. A 106 transport ship, large 5 million star coins. F399 multi-purpose transport ship, small 800,000 star coins. F399 multi-purpose transport ship, medium 2 million star coins. F399 multi-purpose transport ship, large 8 million star coins. Train exclusive frigate, standard 150 million star coins. Train exclusive destroyer, standard 300 million star coins. Oh my god, 300 million star coins. Even if we sell all of us, we still won't get enough. Unlike others who were depressed, Xiao Zhan was laughing happily, because he saw hope. As long as the trains are sold, he dares to make money and buy them. It's only 300 million. You can always make some money. Chapter 54. Extraterrestrial Distress Signal. Luoyu's prediction. 80 frigates crushed the two planets. After the ceasefire, the robots and passengers waited for 2 hours before they could carry out the landing operation. The number of trains is broadcast in real time. Kobold Remnant, 270,531. The fact that more than 200,000 of them could survive such a fierce attack shows how strong the survivability of the gnolls is. However, as the landing troops deployed, the living space of the ogres was gradually compressed. On the train, Chena was not very satisfied with the current situation. How many battle droids do we have currently? 74,286 units, of which more than 20,000 units are being scrapped and recycled. Continue production to keep the number of combat robots at around 200,000. Can they be upgraded? Are their versions too low that they can't even defeat the kobolds? If the owner wants to upgrade the robot, more technological breakthroughs are needed. Breakthrough has two meanings. One is self-development, and the other is to seize the achievements of others. I suggest choosing the latter. Chunin, I wanted to, but since others can make more advanced robots, do you think we can beat them? How long will the development take? Based on the current scientific research level of our trains, it will take at least 2.5 years. You know everything. Why don't you just upgrade me? Fuyao also needs to be learned. I have not yet come into contact with more advanced robot research and development materials. That makes sense. Although Fuyao is a super intelligent computer, the information she knows is mostly limited to the rules. She is not completely clear about the substantive content and needs to continue learning and upgrading. Okay, I understand. It's better to start the research and development of the next generation of robots right away than nothing. Chunin no longer paid attention to the war. He cared more about the future development of the train. Besides the resources and cores, what else can be used on those two trains? The dead train can be dismantled to produce a lot of good materials, which can be used to build a patrol ship. Can I make it now? After the train is upgraded to 2 stars, it will get a factory to manufacture space patrol ships, but it may not be able to manufacture them. More technological breakthroughs are needed. After collecting all the resources, dismantle the 2 trains immediately and collect everything that is useful. An hour later, Fuyao reported on the resource collection situation. The kobold's train has been initially collected, with a total of more than 50 million energy crystals obtained. Shenan's face was full of smiles. It's equivalent to me only consuming more than 40 million energy crystals. It's a huge profit. Master, exploration spacecrafts from all over the place have sent back information one after another. For planets rich in crystal production have been discovered in this galaxy. The total amount is estimated to be 70 million units. Chunin couldn't stop smiling and immediately took out the happy water and took a big gulp. From now on, the main task is to collect energy crystals. Any other collection must give way to energy crystals. Fuyao understands that collecting energy crystals has been given the highest priority. In addition to energy crystals, there are many other mineral resources that can be used to manufacture destroyers, which is also what Chunin needs. In the next few days, the train doubled up as mining ships and mining robots, frantically collecting resources. On the other side, the kobolds only lasted 3 days before being reduced to 0, which meant the end of the war. All guilds benefited greatly. First, there are mission rewards, especially the prize pool for the main missions, which allows large guilds to make a lot of money. Second, there are huge amounts of resources on the 2 planets, and every guild can be well fed as long as they work hard. There is no longer any idleness on the train. All passengers are struggling for survival. The U people completely adapted to their new life and gradually became indistinguishable from the purple people. As for some physical differences, people don't care about them. 5 days after the train stopped in the galaxy, a sudden signal made Chunin nervous. Fuyao, has the signal been deciphered? Chunin sat upright in the cockpit. The reconnaissance ships scattered throughout the galaxy sent back a large amount of real-time images, and no abnormalities were found so far. The message has been deciphered. It is an audio clip. Do you want to play it? Play it. The audio was converted into Purple Star language, with a hurried tone and an anxious voice. Help! Such a powerful star beast. The train has been torn apart. We are finished. This time we are really finished. Are there any other trains nearby? Come and save us. The content is choppy, but the message is clear. Another train encountered a star beast, which might be the same one that destroyed the plant-based civilization before. Fuyao, how far is that train from us? Based on the degree of signal attenuation, the distance may be over 10 billion kilometers, and it is likely ahead of our route. Chunin swallowed. I have a super railgun. I should be able to kill it, right? It is recommended that the owner do not try this. If the star beast has special abilities, it can avoid the railgun. So, if we encounter that guy, we can only escape by space jumping. After thinking for a long time, Chunin called Luo Yu and asked her to predict what would happen to the train's future route. If you encounter a commander-level star beast, you must avoid it in advance or take a detour. Luo Yu completely obeyed Chun An's words and attached all the branches on her body to the inner wall of the car like tentacles, with green energy flashing on her torso. Chun An didn't dare to disturb them and try to stay as far away as possible. Fu Yao, quickly prepare the energy crystals. She may have consumed a lot this time. Chun An felt very distressed. He didn't know how much lifespan Luo Yu would lose due to her prediction. After waiting for about half an hour, Luo Yu screamed. Chun An hurried over and saw that Luo Yu's body was withered and yellow, and its branches were wilted as if they had lost water, and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. Quick, Neng Jing! Boxes of energy crystals piled up and all poured next to Luo Yu, and her body absorbed them quickly. Fiao, why does she have such serious sequelae? Perhaps because her master did not set any limits for her. She kept predicting until she was exhausted. Chun An slapped himself. It's my fault. I forgot to tell her to only predict the days when the train will leave. After waiting for about an hour, Luo Yu finally came back to life, and her body turned green again. Chun An, I predicted what will happen to the train in the next 6 months. Isn't that amazing? Chun An praised. You are really amazing. There is no one more amazing than you in the whole train. My mind is a little confused. Let me sort out first. After a while, Luo Yu told the result of her prediction. We will set off in 12 days. After 31 days of sailing, we will arrive at a large star field. There are a large number of star systems there, and each star system has life stars. We must stay there for a long time. Because it is a jump node, we don't know when it will be opened. Because we arrived too late, the good star systems were occupied by other trains first. After hitting a wall everywhere, we could only go to remote areas and develop in relatively barren galaxies. 2 months later, we had a conflict with the three-eyed people, and they destroyed more than 10 frigates. Because the three-eyed people were too powerful, we had no choice but to leave the galaxy and move to a more outer area. 3 months later, we had a conflict with the Sirius, and a large number of passengers died. In anger, you used the extraordinary railgun to destroy the Sirius. Other trains were afraid of you. 6 months later, the star beasts come, just in the direction we are, and you're going to use space jump. I only predicted this. Chapter 55, Useful and Useless Photosynthesis. After listening to Luo Yu's prediction, Chun An felt a little depressed. I can attack or defend. How could I be forced into this situation? Come to think of it, we went too late and didn't get a good seat. Fu Yao, make a public announcement immediately. We will leave tomorrow, and we don't want the uncollected resources anymore. He was ready to go at full speed, reach the jump point before other trains, and find the best position. The order issued by the train was too abrupt, and the passengers were horrified, but they did not dare to object and could only obey. Therefore, the guilds hurriedly gathered important resources to ensure that the next voyage would go smoothly. Chun An is also ready to make some changes. Xiao Yu, how many times did we stop on the way from here to the jump node? And how long did it take? Luo Yu replied. After we set off, we will find a life planet in 10 days, and we will stop for 5 days at that time. Chun An, okay, we'll save the 5 days and not stop at any station. Fu Yao, immediately lower the basic food prices in the market so that all passengers can afford to eat on the train. The only ones who have money are the guild bosses. The real bottom class can't last more than a month, so Chun An must provide them with sufficient food. Master, if you lower the price any further, there will be no profit margin. It is better to give it away for free. That's why you don't understand. Even if it drops to 0.01 star coins, it's better than free. Remember, you must never open a free hole, except in special circumstances. Have you finished collecting the energy crystals? 60 million units have been collected. The remaining 10 million units will take more time because they are buried too deep. Then forget it. Use the rest of the day to collect food and clean up the 2 planets as much as possible. After making these decisions, Chun An returned to his bedroom and lay down for a while. He didn't fall asleep, but was thinking about whether his decisions were appropriate and whether they needed to be improved. Fu Yao also gave him some advice in his mind and finally made some changes. The time is extended by 1 day, and the train will depart the day after tomorrow. Because 1 day more or 1 day less will not have much impact on reaching the jump point, but it will affect the various guilds and the resource collection of the train. Chun An figured out a lot. There is actually no need for the train to be synchronized with the annihilation of the starry sky. If you have a better plan, you can just go to the front and stay away from the annihilation. In addition, it is not necessary to collect all the resources along the way. The universe is too big and there are too many planets, so we should miss out on what should be missed and put the overall situation first. Fuyao, prepare the spaceship. I'm going to take Liu to play on the planet. The plan will be carried out by Fuyao. He has nothing to do now. When she heard that they were going out to play, Luo Yu was very happy. Chunin, thank you. I just want to go out and play, so I'll take you with me. Half an hour later, Chun An's private spaceship docked on Planet B. He forgot one thing. This planet had been ravaged by war, and it was difficult to find a comfortable environment. Fortunately, the planet is very large, and there are always places where complete scenery remains. Luo Yu happily entered the forest and played around in the lush forest. She sometimes takes root in the ground, making herself exceptionally tall to taste the nutrients of the surrounding land. Chunin followed her out for a walk and suddenly remembered that he could photosynthesize and wanted to give it a try. Fuyao, how do I photosynthesize? Just let your body freely absorb ultraviolet radiation. To put it simply, it means basking in the sun. Chunin found a large stone slab to lie on, imagining himself as a tree. I waited for a while and felt nothing. Where are my photosynthetic cells? Please explore by yourself. There is no doubt that cells capable of photosynthesis must be inside the clothes. So Chunin took off his shirt, and the feeling of warmth immediately became stronger, and the energy increased. This is photosynthesis? It feels amazing. As I was thinking about this, I suddenly felt a chill on my back. I feel like you're closer to nature this way. Why did you humans invent clothes? How weird. The corners of Chun An's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to answer. Luo, you said, there's a small lake over there. Do you want to eat some fish? Can. Fish meat is not rare and can be found on almost every planet with life. However, aquatic creatures are more varied than terrestrial creatures and can often eat new species. After arriving at the lake, Chunin prepared to let the robot go fishing. But Luo Yu was faster. She rooted her legs into the ground, and her hands turned into long branches, easily catching several fish from the lake. Chunin gave a thumbs up. Whoever takes you with him will never be empty-handed. Luo Yu wants to eat raw meat, while Chunin wants to eat grilled fish, and the two sides do not interfere with each other. The day passed calmly, and Chunin felt extremely relaxed. After returning to the train at night, Chunin checked the train's resource collection progress. The two death trains have been dismantled and all useful materials collected. The storage area is filled with food, enough to meet the needs of everyone on the vehicle for half a year. Important minerals are still being collected, and the stockpiles are considerable. Then there are the battleships. More than 20 frigates have been repaired, 2 destroyers have been completely repaired, and new destroyers specifically for trains are being manufactured. Overall, everything is going well, just waiting to set off. On the last day, Chunin transformed himself into a passenger and strolled around in the carriage. Since most people were outside collecting resources, very few people remained on the train. Chunin first went to the daycare center, where the children were learning knowledge. Knowledge is not so-called mathematics, physics, and chemistry, but is more inclined to the identification of star creatures. That's good. I want to train loyal explorers, not scientists. After taking a quick look at the daycare center, Chun and went to carriage number 11. Yeah, I'm here again. Ling Yu was playing with the robot and was very happy to see Chunin coming. Brotherin, I miss you so much. I haven't been here for several days. Chunin handed her a handful of candy and asked her to get some hot water. After sending the child away, Chunin asked the robot, what do you think of Yeye's existence? All robots know Chun An's identity, and it is no exception. Yeye is the cutest person. I want to protect her. Chunin asked Fu Yao to detect the robot's radio signal and found nothing abnormal, which showed that he was telling the truth. Okay, your next task is to protect Yeye closely. Do you have a name? The robot shook its head. Please give me a name, conductor. From now on, your name is Yi. Bite. A humanistic light appeared in the robot's eyes, and the word night was deeply engraved in her core program. Chapter 56, Spiritual Compatibility and Spiritual Coupling. Master, Yi is evolving towards the feminine side. Chunin understood that feminine refers to females. Wasn't he also a female robot before? Before it was just a form and setting, but now it is truly feminine, able to harmonize yin and yang. Don't talk to me about reconciling yin and yang. I'm having a mental reaction. Not long after, Ling Yu came back and handed Chunin a cup of hot water. Chunin drank it, chatted with her for a few words, and then left. The last day passed quickly, and as it was drawing to a close, the passengers voluntarily returned to the train and refused to leave. Chunin returned to the cockpit to check if anything was missing. The energy tank is full, and we have collected all the necessary resources. Is there enough water in the car? The train's water storage capacity has been maintained at a 3-month scale. This means that even if passengers use it freely, they can still use it for 3 months. Well, then make an announcement that the train will leave in an hour. After the announcement was issued, the carriages were relatively calm and there was no disturbance. Fuyao, issue another announcement, saying that the train can recycle used weapons, and the price will be calculated based on their age. It was discovered not long ago that some guilds bought a lot of weapons, but had little use for them and could not repay their loans. For this situation, China needs to make appropriate adjustments to prevent these guilds from falling into disarray. After the announcement was made, not only small guilds but also large guilds actively participated. The most recycled product is Blu-ray, and the highest discounted price is only 70%. This situation surprised Chunin. No way. How can you not want such a good weapon as blue light? It's not like the situation is the same every time. If I don't help next time, won't you still have to buy the Blu-ray? This is a herd mentality. When many people are participating in something, the rest of the people will have the urge to join in. To put it bluntly, I still have no money. In a large guild like Night Hope, once something is purchased, it is kept, and there is no such thing as recycling. China no longer cared about these issues. As long as it didn't affect his survival, he let them do whatever they wanted. An hour later, the train took off and flew out of the galaxy. The initial speed is slow, but after leaving the inner orbit of the star, the train is like a dragon emerging from the sea, penetrating the sea of stars at an extremely fast speed. During the subsequent voyage, the train will stagger the star systems as much as possible to maintain a constant speed. Half an hour later, the train has completely left the star system and has entered normal navigation mode. It is recommended that the owner leave the cockpit and rest. Chunin stood up from the driver's seat and stretched. He looked out the porthole and saw the vast sea of stars. Infinitely far away, there are hot stars flashing continuously, and there may be strange phenomena there. But the train will not go forward, but will go far away. After watching for a while, Chunin returned to the rest area and started his life as a stay-at-home. However, with the addition of Luo Yu, his life became much better than before. Half a day after the train set sail, Chunin received a message from Zishu. Are you occupied? Chunin, I'm sleeping, nothing to do. Zishu, you don't look for me when you sleep? Have you found another partner? I chatted with her for a while and agreed to meet in my usual room half an hour later. Fuyao, can I be spiritually compatible with her? You can be spiritually compatible with any creature, but the degree of compatibility cannot be guaranteed. Can it also fit with a positive? You cannot be spiritually compatible with positive creatures, but you could be spiritually coupled, affected by the degree of coupling. Chunin, wait, let me break down my 3 views first. Okay, my 3 views are already broken into pieces. Go on. What benefits can coupling bring? In principle, coupling between positive and positive, or between negative and negative, does not bring any benefits, but only strange feelings. And this feeling is worse than spiritual harmony. Shinansong said, that's good. I was really worried that you would suggest me to do something inexplicable. However, if the coupling degree between 2 people reaches 100%, it can produce extremely strong effects, even exceeding spiritual compatibility. Stop, that's enough. I'm not interested in any effect, no matter how strong it is. Tell me how to actively achieve spiritual harmony. In the first few times of cooperation, Luo Yu took the initiative, while Chun was completely passive and didn't know the method. Only extraordinary creatures can achieve spiritual harmony. You can try to disperse your consciousness, and you will find wonderful phenomena. Chun was on the underground floor at this time, riding on a floating platform, the carriage number 10. He closed his eyes to sense, and when he dispersed his consciousness, he could actually see a wonderful, colorful world. Are those spots of light superpowers? You can gather superpowers into beams of light and call them spirit strings. Spiritual strings can fit or couple with each other so that you can get a wonderful spiritual feeling. If you are the passive party, your spiritual string will be drawn out by others, and it is up to you to choose whether to fit or not. That's what I said. If we can't make our own choices, we can just randomly meet strangers on the street. Chona was familiar with the route and headed to the physiological area in carriage number 10. Zishu had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw Chunin coming, she rushed over and gave him a heavy hug. After the hug, Zishu stretched her head and sniffed Chun-An's body. What are you doing? I checked to see if you had any scent of other girls, but there wasn't any. Chunin, why do you have a surprised expression on your face? Should I have one? Zishu laughed. I always feel like you're not a peaceful person. Don't worry. We're just partners. We don't ask you to take any responsibility. Besides, you can't afford it. Humph. Your guild is already ranked after 500. The Red Sun Guild is just a name, and Chunin rarely pays attention to it. My guild doesn't have many members. I just make a living. Do you dislike me? Zishu was wearing a purple dress today and had long hair. Her image was completely different from before. Now she had the elegance of a lady from a noble family. What nonsense. If I dislike you, would I take the initiative to look for you? Hey, are you starting to dislike me? You have never taken the initiative to look for me. You are the president of the association. How dare I waste your time? Zishu held Chun'an's arm and walked towards the reserved room without caring about anyone's gaze. Half an hour later, Chunin, aren't you afraid that I will fall in love with someone else? I feel like you're not in a hurry at all. Chunin knew Zishu's every move, every day. Do you have this plan? Hiss. His arm was bitten by Zishu. If it were any other man, he would have been anxious a long time ago, but you are not. Humph, I don't like other men, but if the train conductor suddenly appeared in front of me and said that she liked me very much, I might really fall for her. Chunin, can you have a sense of crisis? I am the beautiful president now. Chunin, if the conductor really dares to do that, I will beat him up so badly that he won't even recognize his mother. Zishu's face changed drastically, and she quickly covered Chun'an's mouth. Master Conductor, Chun'an is just a child and can't speak. Please don't take it seriously. Chapter 57 Zishu's Pursuers. Chun'an understood Zishu's emotions. She was worried that she would get lost because the surroundings were changing so much. So she tried to confine herself by getting as close to the person she liked as possible. But if that person is too weak to restrain her, things could go terribly wrong. Well, for your sake, I can reluctantly develop the guild. Zishu said faintly. If it wasn't for me, would you have planned to keep playing badly? I'm not giving up. I'm just letting things take their own course. Okay, don't look like that, and don't cry when my guild surpasses yours. Zishu laughed and said, You want to surpass me? Are you still dreaming? Do you need help? I'll just give you some help. Chunin gave Fuyao an order in his mind. Let go of Hongri's recruitment and only accept experienced level 2 transcendence. Master, do you want to specify the benefits? There are no benefits on the red day. Come or not, it depends on who is lucky. The biggest benefit is having the entire train as the background. Since Zishu wants a sense of security, Chunin can give her some during his free time, as he is quite bored most of the time. Next, Zishu talked about her experiences and observations in a very exaggerated way. Remember the singer Wenjie? She is now with Yang Yuan. Liang Yu is usually so weird, but who would have thought that he hooked up with Yuxing and is so carefree every day? During the last siege of the kobolds, Yuan almost failed, so he has been training himself every day since then. She chattered on and on for more than 10 minutes. Chunin closed his eyes and concentrated his spiritual string. You just need to control the mental strings to enter Zishu's head, and she will passively condense her own mental strings. Chunin is red and Zishu is purple. Where's this place? What's going on? Chunin didn't explain. He controlled himself to get closer and then fit in. Boom! Chunin never expected that this spiritual harmony would take 8 hours. Fuyao, what's going on? You and Zishu are compatible to a degree of 90%. I see. I believe what you said before. The higher the compatibility, the milder the after effects. What is the compatibility between me and Luo Yu? 86%. The main reason is that you come from different cultures and have very different concepts. As you spend more time together, your compatibility will gradually increase. Is there anything that is 100% compatible? You need to find it yourself. A 100% match is also called a perfect match. It must exist in the universe, but whether you can encounter it depends on your luck. After understanding this, Chunin asked again, What did I get from Zishu? Since you were of the same race, you did not gain abnormal abilities, but strengthened your spirit. You can now condense 2 spiritual strings. When Chunin regained consciousness, he saw Zishu had fallen asleep, so he fell asleep too. 4 hours later, the two left the physiological area and met Yang Yuan at the door. This guy was about to come in with Wenjie in his arms and was shocked to see Chun and Zishu. Sister Shu, you still say you haven't been here? Lao Chun, it really has to be you. I think those suitors are going to cry to death. Chun became interested and asked, How many suitors does my Azi have? There are so many things that I can't explain them in just a few words. If you can't explain it clearly, just tell me slowly. Come on, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. The four of them arrived at the dining area, and Shannon waved his hand and ordered as many dishes as possible. He ordered just a few before being stopped by Zishu. Don't waste your money, just get something close enough. Yang Yuan chuckled and said, we are indeed a family, always saving money for Lao Chun. Let's split the bill. I'll call you Guan and Liang Yu over as well. Shannon didn't force it. AA is fine. While waiting, Yang Yuan described Zishu's suitors in detail. Zishu did not stop him. Instead, she looked expectant, hoping that Shannon would react. Sister Shu's strongest suitor is Qin Mingguang, the president of the Mingwei Guild. Do you know him? Shannon nodded. This kid is brave and has a bright future. I am optimistic about him. Yang Yuan continued. Mingwei Guild is a large guild with tens of thousands of people and countless masters. He has already reached the second level of cultivation, and it is estimated that the third level is not far away. Lao Chun, be careful. Anything else? Yes, there are various presidents or vice presidents, such as Yang Yuan spoke for more than 10 minutes. There were indeed a lot of people, and many of them were on Chun'in's observation list. The so-called observation list refers to presidents with development prospects who may receive special support in the future. The food is served. Not long after the dishes were served, Yu Guan and Liang Yu arrived. Liang Yu brought his partner, Zhu Xiaoyu, a nice and polite Vietnamese girl. Old Chun, I heard from old Yang that you and Sister Shu have finally gotten married. Yu Guan's face was full of gossip. Liang Yu said, I guess it's not today. There were problems between them when they were in Zixing. So, you can't be cowardly at any time. If we were not on the same train, you might be separated forever. What a pity. Yang Yuan kicked him and scolded him with a smile. Don't say discouraging words. The food is here. Shut your mouth quickly. The meal was very joyful. After eating, everyone went their separate ways. Chun-en and Zishu continued to travel around and returned only after a long time. Half a day later, Fuyao told Chun-en that someone wanted to challenge him. What's the meaning? Qin Mingguang is waiting for you in the entertainment area. He said he wants to duel with you in a supernatural battle. The loser will leave Zishu. Chun-en was happy. Don't worry about children throwing tantrums. However, the situation escalated and more people wanted to challenge Chun-en. Many people even went to carriage number 1 to look for someone, causing quite a stir. As expected, I have nothing to do after eating. Fuyao researched some entertainment projects that everyone can participate in. After referring to Zixing's information, it is recommended that the owner hold a singer audition or train game competition, which can effectively allow passengers to vent their emotions. Make plans for me. But now, I have to deal with these guys to prevent them from causing trouble again. Chun was not angry, but found it interesting instead. He took out his helmet and entered the extraordinary battle game. It doesn't matter who comes. I want to sweep the entire train. Originally, it was Zishu's pursuer who challenged him, but it turned out that he challenged the entire train. There was a commotion in every carriage, especially among Zishu's admirers, who all headed to the entertainment area to challenge Chun-en. Don't worry, come one by one. Chapter 58. Winning 100 games in a row, straight to first place. What's going on now? The entertainment area of carriage number 10 was jam-packed with people. The extraordinary fighting game is broadcast in real time, and the battle content can be seen on the big screen in front. At this moment on the screen, the two cartoon characters fought smoothly, and in the end, the right side won. Chun-en is really amazing. He has won 15 games in a row, including many guild leaders. Preliminary analysis shows that his level of enhancement is at the peak of the second level. Oh my goodness, 15 games? I didn't expect Chun-en, who was not well known before, to be a big shot. Did Qin Mingguang go? Not yet. Look over there. He's getting ready. Qin Mingguang put on a virtual helmet, entered the game, and challenged Chun-en. Chun-en had been waiting for him for a long time and immediately accepted the challenge. The two of them entered the extraordinary battlefield. I'm about to reach the third level. I never use a gun to kill ogres. It's all close combat. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Qin Mingguang wanted to show his power. Chun-en chuckled. I don't even need a gun to kill a kobold, because he only uses cannons. Since you won't admit defeat, let's get started. Let me remind you, I've learned Sanda before. After the battle began, the two men were like martial arts masters, fighting to the death. Chun-en could sense that this guy was indeed capable, as expected of someone who had learned Sanda. If Chun-en's level wasn't completely superior to his, he really might not be able to win. Fuyao, collect les combats techniques forme. I want to learn them on the spot. As various combat skills entered Chun-en's mind, He simply relied on Qin Mingguang to practice, and his techniques became more and more skillful and methodical. The audience initially thought that the two were evenly matched and cheered Qin Mingguang loudly. But then he found something wrong. Chunin seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. He gradually suppressed Qin Mingguang and could defeat him at any time, but he just didn't do anything ruthless. He doesn't want to practice, does he? It's obvious. It's quite interesting. The person who spoke to him was Xiao Zhan. He had just arrived, and his hands were a little itchy. 5 minutes later, Qin Mingguang, unable to bear the humiliation, admitted defeat, left with a blushing face, and promised not to pursue Zishu again. Since Qin Mingguang lost, the weaker challengers didn't want to go up and embarrass themselves, so Chunin waited for a long time without an opponent. Just as he was about to declare total victory, the game prompted that someone had issued a challenge. Xiao Zhan? This matter has nothing to do with him. Why is he here to join in the fun? The two were sent to the ring, and Xiao Zhan first apologized with a fist. I'm really itching to come up and give it a try. Brother Chun, please go easy on me. Although they had known each other for a long time, they were not very familiar with each other. Currently on the extraordinary list, Xiao Zhan has always been ranked in the top 10 and has never fallen. Chunin said, "Come on, let me see how good you are." When Xiao Zhan joined the challenge, it soon caused a bigger disturbance. The presidents who had not paid attention to this matter immediately went to the entertainment area because they were bored anyway. However, as soon as they arrived, they received news that Xiao Zhan had been defeated. So fast. Xiao Zhan is ranked in the top 10 after all. Why can't he beat Chunin? I don't know. Chun is ridiculously strong. They were evenly matched at first, but for some reason, Chun always suddenly becomes stronger. Look, there's another person here. It looks like Xiaofeng. My name is Xiaofeng. Please give me some advice, Brother Chunin. Xiaofeng was a special forces instructor, and his moves are very ruthless. Without using the triple power, Chun was actually at a disadvantage at first. Fortunately, he quickly adapted and learned Xiaofeng's military fighting style, reversed the situation, and defeated Xiaofeng. More people joined the challenge, and Chun accepted them all. Han Dong lasted 3 minutes, Chen Guoyang lasted 5 minutes, and Lu Cheng lasted 7 minutes. In just 2 hours, Chun had picked out almost all the masters. The last person to come on stage was Zishu. Hehe, I want to challenge you too. Chun defeated Zishu in 10 minutes. It's not that he's showing mercy, but Zishu is already ranked 3rd, and his fighting power is stronger than Xiao Zhan. After that, no one dared to challenge him. Someone summarized the data and found that Chun had won exactly 100 games in a row. If you don't make a sound, you will be amazing. Chun rose from 500th to 1st place in 1 day. It's unimaginable. Which guild is he in? The Red Sun Guild is ranked very low. Interestingly, his guild does not provide any benefits, but has very high level requirements, so no one is willing to join. The guild requires a 2nd level to start. Is that crazy? This event livened up the interior of the carriage, but only lasted for 1 day. The next day, the train issued a series of announcements. The train will hold a singing competition. The champion will receive a reward of 20,000 star coins and the title of Best Singer. The train will hold a talent show. The champion will receive a reward of 20,000 star coins and the title of Train Master. The train will hold various game competitions, and the champion team will receive rewards ranging from 5,000 to 20,000 star coins. The train will hold an extraordinary battle competition. The champion will receive 100,000 star coins, and the top 10 will have corresponding rewards. The series of announcements caused a sensation and made the carriage even more lively. Those who like singing can take part in singing competitions, and those with special abilities can take part in talent shows. If you like games, you can form a team and sign up to participate. There are many game items, but people are more concerned about extraordinary battles. Firstly, because they are fun to watch, and secondly, because the rewards are rich. Is there still a need for a competition? Chunin will definitely be first. Please read the rules first. Don't just complain. The rules clearly state that the top 10 on the extraordinary list will not participate in the competition. Participants are also limited to the 2nd level, and those who exceed the 2nd level will be disqualified. What are you waiting for? Sign up now. The singing competition and talent show will be divided into 20 zones, with 20 carriages divided into 20 zones. The winners will be selected in the zones first, and then the winners will go through the elimination rounds, and finally the semi-finals and finals, which are very interesting. The games are mainly shooting games and MOBA games. I suggest that shooting games use virtual battles, which can cultivate the combat effectiveness of passengers and attract more people to participate. Supernormal matches are the most popular, and they will also be divided into different regions. Each region will select more than 10 people to enter the knockout stage, giving them more opportunities to perform. Master, the relevant activities are underway. According to the plan, the train will arrive at the jump point just after the activities are over. Chunin was very satisfied. He organized these activities not on a whim, but to keep the passengers active. Otherwise, the long voyage would make them weak. Very good. We can do this in the future. Are there any projects suitable for guilds? You can develop a guild confrontation game, which might be more interesting. Under research will be developed soon. Okay, take your time. There's no rush. After putting these trivial matters aside, Chunin brought up the picture outside the train, which was still the boundless starry sky. Are you sure we have bypassed the area where the star beast is? According to the model, the star beast is 20 billion kilometers away from us and is continuing to grow. There's a problem with Luo Yu's prediction. She can only predict the original route and encounter. However, when Chunin made the changes, the previous predictions would collapse completely, and all that would be encountered thereafter would be new situations. Therefore, Chunin is very concerned about the issue of star beasts. As long as there is no danger, continue to be cautious. The nebula was bright, and the train sped past, leaving behind countless fireworks generated by friction. Chapter 59 Arrival at the Jump Point, docked in System 17. After 21 consecutive days of sailing, on April 17th, the train finally approached the designated area. Chunin perked up and learned about the situation ahead from the screen on the console. In fact, you can't see much. You can only see a huge, colorful nebula in front of you, forming a huge circle. The jump node within the circle is the destination of this trip. How long will it take to reach the nebula? 8 hours. Okay, no rush. During this period, all the competitions in the train have come to fruition, and overall the event was a success. 8 hours later, the train plunged into the nebula, leaving a huge hole. But if you broaden your view, you will find that such voids are insignificant in the entire nebula. Fuyao, did you find anything? A star system has been discovered, only 1.8 billion kilometers away from us. Do you want to stay? It would take a while to fly 1.8 billion kilometers, so Chunin called Luo Yu over and compared information with her. It turned out that the train arrived half a month earlier than predicted. Luo Yu, the second train may not come in until 10 days later. Chunin, are you sure? I'm not sure, but there is similar information in my prophecy. Because in a month, there will be a train to create a star network, and we can all view public information on it. Chunin said, tell me more about the situation of each star system. There are 126 star systems in this star field, which means it can only accommodate 126 trains. In principle, the closer the star system is to the jump point, the larger it will be and the more resources it has. The star domain network will number the galaxies. If we want to occupy enough resources, it is best to control one of the first 30 galaxies. The number of trains will exceed 126, and there will be a lot of war. The closer you are to the main road, the easier it is to be attacked, so I don't recommend you choose a system on the edge of the main road. Chunin asked, what does the main road mean? The entire star field is surrounded by a nebulous circle, presenting a circular shape. The center is the jump point, but before it is opened, it is just a dark area. Using this as a standard, for main roads are drawn in all directions at 90 degrees. These are the 4 main directions to enter the star field. Luo Yu drew on the screen as she spoke, giving a rough outline of the star field. It is clear at a glance where number 1 is and where number 126 is. I see. We are approaching System 94. Fuyao, go around and enter the main road. 10 days were too tight, and Chunin didn't want to waste time in the small galaxy. 5 hours later, the train finally entered the main road, which was an extremely wide route without many obstacles. The train is approaching the 29th galaxy. Should we stop to mine resources? Chunin asked, if we try our best to mine energy crystals, how many can we get at most every day? In the previous 20 days, Chunin had been manufacturing mining ships and mining robots, which have been pushed to the limit. If you collect 100% of the energy crystals, you can get 20 million units every day. Chunin said firmly, the train will immediately dock in the star system and mine energy crystals at maximum capacity. Passengers will not get off the train. We will change positions once a day to make the most of our time. Galaxy number 29 is very large, twice as large as the previous galaxy that destroyed the kobolds. However, this type of galaxy is only considered to be of upper middle level here. As the train parked in orbit around the star, the passengers thought they were about to get off. However, they found that there were densely packed mining ships moving back and forth quickly outside the train, and they had no intention of letting them out. At the same time, the train dispatched a large number of reconnaissance balls, which are more convenient reconnaissance equipment than reconnaissance ships. Luo Yu's prediction may not be completely accurate, and Chenin needs to confirm it. 5 days later, reconnaissance balls were spread across key locations in the star field, proving the correctness of the prophecy. 5 days have passed. We need to determine the final destination. The train has now arrived at galaxy number 1 and is frantically collecting energy crystals. Number 1 is the richest galaxy, with a total of 200 million energy crystals discovered, but most of them are not easy to collect. The first 10 star systems are close to the main road and have relatively richer resources, so they will inevitably become the focus of competition for trains. If we want to develop steadily, it is best to avoid these star systems. Chenin nodded. I think so too. In fact, any star system in the top 30 is not bad, and the basic resources are redundant. As for energy crystals, no matter how many I have, it is not enough, so there's no need to pursue more or less. I want to settle down between number 10 and number 20. Use your big data to make an analysis for me, with safety as the main priority. Fu Yao analyzed for 10 minutes and came up with the best result. I suggested the train be parked in System 17. Reason: this galaxy is rich in resources, enough for us to use normally for nearly 10 years. This galaxy has approximately 150 million units of energy crystals, which meets the requirements. This system is not on the main road, and there are a lot of meteorites on the edge. First, it will hinder other trains from entering, and second, we can calmly deploy defenses nearby. The last reason is that galaxy number 17 has a special location, and a small part of it is located in the first galaxy circle, which is more conducive to our trip to the jump point. Since all galaxies orbit the jump point, they can be roughly divided into 6 galaxy circles, and the situation becomes worse as you get closer to the periphery. Chenin agreed with Fu Yao's analysis. Star system number 17 will not move. In the last 5 days, we will go to the vicinity of number 17 to mine. This way we can return to number 17 as quickly as possible. In order to be more convenient and quick, Chenin sent a fleet into galaxy number 17 first and established a preliminary defense circle there. In the next 5 days, the train entered the 14th, 15th, 16th, 18th, and 19th star systems respectively. 20 million energy crystals are collected from each galaxy, and they are distributed evenly without being too harsh. If you mine too much in a certain galaxy, you might force the trains in that galaxy to go to war, which may not necessarily be beneficial to you. At the end of the 10th day, the reconnaissance ball sent back information to Chun and that a train was coming in, taking the main road. That's it, Fu Yao. Get all the mining ships back on the train. We're going to galaxy number 17. The whole process took 6 hours, and Chun was observing the movements of the new train the whole time. It was a humanoid creature in the shape of a rat, uglier than a dog-headed man. Chun called it Rat Man. The Rat Man was originally planning to enter the nearest galaxy 108, but may have found a better location, so he temporarily gave up and is heading towards the center. When Chunan's train entered the stellar orbit, Fu Yao gave a new hint. The Rat Man has entered galaxy number 1 and is looking for an orbit. Chunan was surprised. Shushu is really brave. How can they enter number 1? The Rat Men didn't know the overall structure of the star field. They didn't even know there would be other trains coming in. So information is the most important thing. Otherwise, we will be in the dark, and it is easy to step on landmines. Regardless of them, we should develop as quickly as possible. Find a suitable location outside the train to build a battleship factory to speed up the production of battleships. Give passengers daily missions and ask them to land on the planet and explore. This planet is big enough for them to explore for a long time. Don't forget to deploy your defenses and send all the warships out. Finally, keep a close eye on other trains and gather any information you can. Chapter 60. A large number of trains arrive and communicate with neighbors. As the hatch opened, the passengers who had been locked up for a month rushed out on the spacecraft and headed for the life planet 300 million kilometers away. The planet is very large and is inhabited by various star beasts. Before the passengers explored, Chenin had already sent robots to find out the details. The planet is named 4399 Origin Star and is divided into three areas according to the degree of danger: low, medium, and high. The highest level of low-level areas is only one level of Star Beast, and there are 172,509 independent low-level areas in the world. The highest level of intermediate areas is the second-level Star Beast, and there are 83,051 independent intermediate areas in the world. The highest level in the advanced zone is Triple Star Beast, and there are 480 independent advanced zones in the world. Each guild carefully chooses the exploration area based on its own strength. The passengers were full of enthusiasm and landed from various places on the Origin Star to begin their journey of exploration. Chun is not interested in this planet. He was more concerned about the movements of other trains. Ever since the Ratman train came in, new trains have been constantly entering the star field. Some of them chose galaxies at random, while others tried to sail into them as far as possible, filling up the top-ranked slots in order. Based on the remaining reconnaissance balls, some superficial information could be obtained, which Fuyao sorted out. The life forms that have settled in Galaxy Number 2 are similar to the Mantis people. They're exploring the energy crystals of the galaxy and do not seem to be very keen on collecting mineral resources. The inhabitants of Galaxy Number 3 are insect-like creatures, not very big, like a kind of glowing crystal insect. It is unknown how powerful they are. The fourth galaxy is inhabited by a humanoid civilization with a strange skin color. They have a large number of destroyers and are currently the most powerful existence. Galaxy Number 7 is inhabited by a mechanical civilization, and there are suspected to be very powerful mechanical creatures that can walk in space, possibly mechas. In just half a day, more than 10 trains arrived, scattered all over the place, without any knowledge of each other. Many trains are even unaware of the existence of other trains, and they just focus on development after entering the galaxy. Fuyao, how many energy crystals do we have now? 300 million. Very good. Once this galaxy is mined, there will be 400 million reserves, which is more than enough. Master, we have received a signal from an extraterrestrial civilization, most likely a mass transmission. Then we won't accept them, but we must let them know of our existence. Some trains are not fair. After making a round in the initial galaxy, they will move away if they feel that it is not good. You can transfer at this stage. After all, there are still many empty positions. In the next few days, the number of trains increased explosively, and the empty seats at the front were filled one by one. Various chaotic signals came every day, but Chunin did not receive any of them, creating a sufficient sense of mystery. 7 or 8 days later, Chunin finally had neighbors. The people who moved into number 16 are a plant-type civilization, but they are not from Liu. They come from other planets. The people who moved into room 18 were humanoid creatures with triangular heads, whom Chun and called Triangle Men. These triangle people are good at technology and have more than 20 destroyers. If there weren't more restrictions, their trains might be able to be upgraded to 2 stars. On May 10th, the triangle people, who had just moved in, sent a contact signal. The signal appeared to be coming from the train's cockpit, meaning it was an independent message sent by the Triangle Man conductor. Chunin asked Fuyao to translate and answer the call. Hello, my name is Eclipse, the conductor of the Triangle people. The triangular head on the other side of the screen looks demonic, with slanted eyes and long gray eyelashes. The eyes of the Triangle Man are not good-looking. They always feel like those of Snake Creature. There's not much color change, giving people a cold and repulsive feeling. Chunin replied, Hello, my name is Chunin. Eclipse speaks in a soft voice, which does not match his appearance. May I ask how long you've been here? Chunin said, Less than 10 days. It's been so long? What's the situation now? Where's the jumping point? The jump point hasn't been opened yet, and no one knows when it will be opened. Let's just wait here for now. Thanks for the reminder. Are you familiar with other trains? I haven't contacted you. I'm not familiar with you. Just a few words, but no core information was exchanged. Yuji wanted to exchange some information with Chunin, but Chunin refused to give it to him. Adequate defense is required against any alien race. Since he had already started, Chunin simply took the initiative to contact the plant-type civilization nearby. After the call was connected, the two sides introduced themselves to each other. The train conductor of the plant-type civilization is called Mance. He does not have as many humanoid features as Liu and is closer to a pure tree man. Do you know any more information? Mance's characteristic is arrogance. Even when asking Chunin questions, he still uses a condescending tone, as if he looks down on human beings like Chunin. Chunin didn't show much enthusiasm to her. He just said a few words and hung up the phone. All in all, it seems that triangle people are easier to approach. Chunin did not keep this information to himself, but instead put it all into the train network so that passengers could also know the relevant situation. Fuck, there are a lot of trains out there. Is the war going to start again? Or can we just watch? I'm not saying we're going to go to war. I'm just trying to understand first. Don't worry about it. Let's just do our own thing. Since we're not strong enough, let's try to become stronger. On the origin star, each guild is attacking the Star Beast area. The resources of Star Beasts are so abundant that you can get enough food and drink by just plundering a small area. As resources became more and more abundant, passengers gradually moved away from the needs of food, clothing, housing, and transportation and moved towards strengthening their bodies. Finally, half a month after landing on the planet, the first triple appeared among the passengers. He was not a character Chun was familiar with, but an unknown Lone Ranger. This man was called Zhou Jiang. He never joined a guild. He rented a small spaceship and traveled around, mainly to strengthen himself. Chun was very concerned when he found out about this. He asked Fu Yao to search the area and found out that there were quite a few Lone Rangers like this. That's fine, actually. Everyone has their own way of development, and we can't force it. Fu Yao, how long will it take for me to reach the 4th level? Triple strengthening of muscles, quadruple strengthening of bones. The owner can check whether the triple strengthening is complete. Almost there. Open the training room. I need to practice for a while. On the origin star, with the appearance of Zhou Jiang, others are also seizing the time to improve themselves, especially the presidents of the big guilds. The next day, Zishu broke through to the 3rd level. Approaching were Xiao Zhen, Chen Guoliang, Xia Jiang, and others. As more and more triple levels are found, high-level Star Beast areas are gradually conquered, and more rare resources circulate in the train, forming a virtuous circle. On May 13th, Chen came out of the practice room and quickly rushed to the cockpit. What's going on? He had just been awakened from his cultivation state by Fu Yao. A special signal is sent from outside the system. Should we respond? How special? The location may be 20 billion kilometers away. It is the train of Galaxy number 4. Take it. I'm not afraid of anyone now. There's no need to hide too tightly. Once the signal is connected and decoded, a colorful background appears on the screen. In the background, a humanoid creature with a glowing body had a kind smile on his face. No, it's not a humanoid creature, but a pure human creature, even purer than the Purple Star people. But the problem is that some of these people have strange colors that change with the background. Hello, Mr. Chunin. The other party's language is easy to decipher because the way they pronounce words is similar to that of the Purple Star people. Chapter 61 Star Network established. Meet more train conductors. Hello, how do you know my name? Chunin was cautious. The other party replied, it was your neighbor, the Triangle Man, who said that. He also said that you are a friendly civilization and it is easy to get along with. When I learned that you're also human creatures, I was very happy. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Luo De, and I am from the Ling Shua civilization. The De in Luo De is the translation of Fuyao. Chunin originally wanted to change it to De, but then he thought that De might be more memorable, so he just left it like that. Hello, my name is indeed Chunin, and I come from Fuyao civilization. It is not appropriate to call them Purple Star people, and it is even more inappropriate to call them you Star people. Chunin simply created his own civilization. Gee, Master, I am so touched. You're not touched at all. It has nothing to do with you. I just said it casually. After complaining in his mind, Chunin asked, excuse me, what can I do for you? We seem to be very far apart. Luo De did not answer immediately, but first introduced his own civilization. This practice surprised Chunin. The trains were trying their best to hide themselves, but the Ling Shua civilization was exposed everywhere, fearing that outsiders would not understand. We were born on Ling Shua Star, and we are born to live in harmony with all things. We are good at absorbing stellar energy to keep ourselves alive, and we don't need to destroy other lives. All in all, this is a civilization that is so saintly that it is unbelievable. Logically speaking, this civilization should have been wiped out long ago. But who would have thought that they were living well and even developed relatively powerful technology? After the end of the world, the Ling Shua civilization was picked up by hundreds of trains, and one of the trains came here. After listening to him nagging for a long time, Chunin really wanted to turn off the communication. Finally, after using various examples to prove how much she loves peace, Luo De stated her purpose. We have created a star network and invite you to join. Creating a star network is not a difficult task. Fuyao can do it. It just requires deploying base stations in each galaxy. The Lingxua civilization was able to establish a network without deploying any base stations, which shows that they were very good at networking. How do I join? In Luo Yu's prediction, all trains will join their network in the future, so it will definitely do no harm to join early. Luo De said happily, I will send you an invitation, just agree to it. Don't worry, this network is a purely external network and will not steal your information. Besides, even if we want to steal it, we can't get past the intelligent brain. He hesitated for a long time and finally sent an invitation to Chunin. An invitation letter appeared on the screen. When it was opened, a burst of colorful light flashed, and then a colorful interface similar to social software appeared. Lingxua Civilization Luo De sent a friend request. Blackwater Civilization Killian sent a friend request. The Queen of the Crystal Worm Civilization sent a friend request. Three-Eyed Civilization Yang Dingtian sent a friend request. Otto Civilization Otto sent a friend request. More than 10 civilizations have already settled here, and none of them are weak, ranking in the top 20. Chen Anxuan accepted it and was pulled into the civilized chat group by Luo De. This novel method opened Chun An's eyes. He never expected that trains that were supposed to be in conflict with each other could communicate in this way. Yang Dingtian, I heard that you're brothers from humanoid civilization. Can you show me your photo? Otto, Humph, another ugly carbon-based creature. Killian, carbon-based organisms are eating your food? What's so great about a bunch of robots? Queen, you carbon-based creatures are weak to begin with. Is it difficult to accept the fact? We were supposed to welcome the newlyweds, but they started arguing first. Chunin didn't intend to send a message, but he received a private message from Yang Dingtian. Brother, let's form an alliance quickly. Yang Dingtian comes from a three-eyed civilization, and Chun is most wary of them. Because according to Luo Yu's prophecy, it was the three-eyed civilization that caused her great misery. But now the situation has changed. Chunin occupies the 17th galaxy. At least from the ranking, his apparent strength can be seen, and he can gain the fear and respect of other civilizations. Chunin asked, how do we form an alliance? Yang Dingtian said, we share the benefits and dangers. Although we are a little far away from each other, we should help each other as long as we can. How do you think? It's easy to form an alliance, just talk about it. As for whether it can be done, it depends on the specific situation. Chunin is not a fool. Yes, I am willing to form an alliance. Yang Dingtian said happily. In addition to you, I have also formed an alliance with the Tianlang civilization. We will take care of each other in the future. Wow, both of them have a complete civilization of bullying or being bullied by themselves. In the original timeline, China would eventually destroy the Sirius civilization's train with one shot. I wonder if this will change. After chatting, Chunin turned his attention to the group and got to know some of the other trains. The Blackwater civilization is the #1 rat people. It is currently hard to tell how strong or weak they are, but on the surface they are very strong. After all, they occupy #1. The train conductor of the Crystal Worm civilization is a queen worm, and all the passengers are bred by it. Fuyao, didn't you say that we can't reproduce after the resurrection calendar is activated? The queen of the Crystal Worm civilization did not reproduce, but replicated. You mean all the other crystal worms are clones? It can be understood this way. As long as the queen has enough energy crystals, she can replicate the small crystal worms infinitely. These crystal worms will grow and either become warriors or new queens. Fuck, isn't this the Zerg? Infinite replication, who can beat it? The Crystal Worm civilization is severely restricted by energy crystals. If they lack energy crystals, they may even destroy themselves. Okay, I get it. What's up with the Otto civilization? The Otto civilization is similar to the Crystal Worm civilization. Otto is the absolute leader, and he created other mechanical life forms. Master, these two civilizations must be taken very seriously and must not become enemies easily. I'm a kind person. I would never offend them. There are also mantis people, bird people, and all kinds of other things. As more and more civilizations joined in, Chun An's eyes were opened. There is even a civilization similar to the stone giants. The entire train only carries 10,000 stone giants. They do not develop technology and are purely extraordinary species. In the following 2 days, the Star Domain network was very lively, and Chun got to know many train conductors. Overall, Yang Dingtian is the most enthusiastic and most to his taste. Chenin couldn't understand how they would become enemies in the future. Luoyu was not clear about this part. After all, she had only traced back the train and not Chenin. Something happened on May 15th. While there was still a lot of vacancies in the star field, a newly arrived train actually plunged into the #1 star system, completely ignoring the warnings of the Ratman. Chenin had been bored for a long time. When he heard that there was something good to watch, he quickly entered the star domain network. Most of the reconnaissance balls he had previously deployed were destroyed, and he was unable to capture the complete image of Galaxy #1. The star network is very powerful and can capture almost the entire outer star circle of Galaxy #1. This is not allowed in the inner star circle. If the Ling Shua civilization dares to do so, they will be attacked by everyone. Master, the attackers have been identified as dog-headed people from the Hound Star. Oh, this is interesting. Chapter 62. Two major civilizations clashed, and other train conductors watched. Galaxy #1 is so large that the Skaven cannot defend it perfectly. Its main defense is in the inner star circle, and there are only a few frigates ambushed in the outer star circle. However, facing the attack of the Ogre train, a few frigates were not worth mentioning and were easily destroyed. In the rat train, Killian, a thin man with a huge rat head, was so angry that his teeth were itching. There are so many star systems out there that you don't want to occupy, but you insist on targeting me. What's the meaning? Connect me to their communication. However, the kobolds did not accept the communication and even blocked all messages sent by the Ratman train. In the dog-headed train, the train conductor Windstar stared with his deep blue dog eyes and issued several orders in succession. Release all frigates and destroyers and line them up on both sides of the train. If the enemy dares to disperse their warships, we will concentrate our fire on the train. The train is the main firepower. Don't save energy. If we can shoot down the enemy, we will not lack energy. Don't accept any information, lest the other side use special means to decipher our military deployment. The intelligent brain gave a reminder. Some signals come from outside the system. Should we receive them? Windstar frowned and asked, "Are there many trains in this area?" Intelligent computer, we started the war too quickly and didn't have time to release the reconnaissance ship. We suggest suspending the war and withdrawing to search for other star systems. No, now that we are here, we must fight first. Keep pushing forward and see how the other side responds. He didn't know that the war scenes here were being broadcast live on the Star Domain Network and were being watched by many train conductors. Young, Ding Tian. It's the same old story anyway, a battleship and a train slamming into each other. Let's see who can't stand it first. Fandle. The kobolds are in a standard attack formation, and the Ratmen are also in an attack formation. They don't seem to be scared and are ready to fight to the end. Eclipse. To be honest, the kobolds are too unwise. If they don't find a good place to develop now, what good will it do even if they win against the Skaven? Otto. The kobolds are not members of the Star Network right now. If they take down the Skaven, can we do something? Young, Ding Tian. I heard from Luo De that the kobolds did not accept the invitation from Star Domain Network. So I agree with you. However, it seems that there are not enough train cores to share. Windstar thought he had a sure win, but in fact he didn't know that he had already been placed on the table like fat meat, waiting to be divided up by everyone. Chenin will definitely not miss it. He will actively strive for any benefit he can get, otherwise other train conductors will form a fixed mindset and think that he is weak. At this time in Galaxy #1, the Gnolls and the Skaven formed an offensive formation, and thousands of light beams bombarded each other, destroying the countless meteorites that blocked their way. Trains have powerful defenses, but battleships do not. As thousands of laser cannons fired crazily, the frigates of both sides were quickly destroyed, with fireworks exploding. The strongest firepower comes from the train, with electromagnetic railguns and laser cannons firing at full power, which is the main force for destroying enemy warships. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the side, their respective destroyers just happen to meet. There is nothing much to say, just start the war. The main guns of both sides are plasma cannons, and the powerful particle beams sweep in all directions, destroying the shuttles and swarms released by the enemy destroyers. The destroyer's defense is relatively strong, so a landing battle is necessary if you want to win completely. The landing battle was initiated by the kobolds, but the firepower of the Skaven was so fierce that even the fastest swarm drones found it difficult to get close. Fiao, what should we do if we are attacked by a dog-headed man? The fastest way is to activate the extraordinary railgun, which only requires 20 million energy crystals to destroy the enemy fleet. If you want to destroy the train at the same time, You need to increase it to 80 million energy crystals. Chunin, what I'm asking is, what should we do without using the extraordinary railgun? We will never attack each other, but we'll disperse the frigates to fight flexibly. Then we will use our trains to contain the other trains, forcing them to send out frigates to chase our frigates. At this time, we can use destroyers to intercept. Master, you can regard the train as the most powerful battleship, and you must not be timid when you need to use it. Chunin asked, how many destroyers do we have now? There are exactly 10 ships, which is more than most trains. It's still not enough. Keep making it as soon as possible. Frigates have no advantage over destroyers. As long as we have more destroyers than other trains, we won't be afraid of them. The extraordinary ones are too weak at this stage, and ultimately it still depends on the fleet. Chunin continued to watch the battlefield, which was still tragic. The strength of both sides is almost the same, and neither is stronger than the other. Judging from the current situation, they should lose all their warships, and only the trains will be left to fight. Interestingly, given the defensive strength of a one-star train, it would require all of the train's laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns to fire at full force in order to break through the opponent. This means that there's a high possibility that the kobolds and ratmen will be wiped out. The chat group was discussing how to get a bargain, but Chunin noticed something was wrong. Galaxy number 1 is too far away, and I can't pick it up by myself. At present, it seems that the Mantis Civilization number 2 and the Crystal Worm Civilization number 3 may each get a core. Fuck, the kobolds are really all idiots. They are willing to do something like die together. It's a good thing I didn't ask for it, otherwise it might have affected the IQ of other passengers. No matter how much he cursed, Chunin could only watch other trains take advantage of the situation. However, 2 hours after the war began, things took a turn for the better. When the ogres saw that they could not achieve an absolute victory, they backed off. The ratmen would definitely not pursue, and could only watch the ogres leave with hatred and quickly clean up the battlefield and redeploy their defenses. Half of the battleships were lost, and it was unknown how long it would take to replace them. On the other side, Windstar, who escaped from Galaxy number 1 in a panic, fell into confusion. It seems that all the surrounding galaxies have owners. We must not cause any more trouble now. Smart Brain reminds, received strange message. Do you want to accept it? Accept it quickly. The information comes from Ling Shua civilization, inviting the dog-headed people to enter the Star Domain network and providing information on galaxies that can be settled in. Windstar agreed without a second thought and quickly became a member of the Star Domain network. Yang Dingtian complained about this matter crazily. What a fucking saintly race. Chunin, how's your technology? If possible, we could just start over and quit this broken network. Yang Dingtian is a typical hot-tempered old man, and no one knows why such a person would become a train conductor. Chunin asked, even if the kobolds are destroyed, can you get the core? The opponent thought for a while and replied, probably not. Mantis Man and those stink bugs are the priority. Right, since we can't get any benefit, it's right to let the kobold live. Otherwise, do you want your neighbor to get the core? These words woke Yang Dingtian up. He gave Chunin a thumbs up, and the third eye on his forehead kept blinking. Brother Chun is still very far-sighted. I admire him. How old are you? It's so easy to call you brother. Chunin was too lazy to pay any more attention to it, so he hung up the phone and went about his own business. There are not many vacancies in the galaxy, and there will be constant competition for positions. Chunin must prevent the ignorant trains from running to his place. Chapter 63, the first member of the Red Sun Guild. May 16th. The starfield is peaceful and no war occurs. Chunin was very surprised that a new member finally applied to join the Red Sun Guild. Who's applying? Zhou Jiang. What's the reason? As the exploration of the planet becomes more and more difficult, he hopes to follow the guild. There's no point in joining Red Sun, right? There are so many good guilds out there. Just because you're number 1 on the extraordinary list, he wants to join the most powerful extraordinary team, not other guilds that rely on hot weapons. Among the 2 million passengers currently, there are not many purely extraordinary people like Zhou Jiang. Chunin had a deep impression of this man because he was the first triple transcendent among the passengers, a ruthless man who could kill through a group of star beasts alone with a knife. Yes, I will go meet him. Send him a message and meet at dining area number 3. Half an hour later, Chunin saw Zhou Jiang in the dining area. This man has a square face and a straight body, and he most likely has served in the military. Chunin got straight to the point. Red Sun is very weak, you know. Zhou Jiang stood up, held out his hand to Chunin, and said, I don't care whether the guild is strong or weak. I just want to find some teammates who can rely on each other. In fact, weaknesses are good, so that I can have more opportunities. Hello, brethren. I watched your previous 100-game winning streak. Since you've seen it, why don't you go on stage? Chen sat down and asked the robot waiter to bring 2 glasses of the best fruit wine. Zhou Zhang's tense expression seemed to clear up like snow, and he chuckled. I knew at the time that you were a triple-level extraordinary person, and no one could beat you, so there was no need for me to go up and look for trouble. They all said that I was the first triple-level extraordinary person on the train, but in fact, I knew you were the one. This was something new. Chen asked him, how did you know that? The game of supernatural battle will completely replicate your physical qualities. Even if you intend to hide them, some traces of enhancement cannot be completely concealed. The first level enhances breathing, the second level enhances skin, and the third level enhances muscles. I noticed that when you were fighting, your muscle strength was far greater than that of others, so I know you are a triple supernatural. He has good observation skills, is enthusiastic about extraordinary cultivation, and has physical fitness far superior to others. This is Chun An's first impression of him. When he saw Zhou Jiang at this moment, Chen An finally understood how Hongri needed to develop. The current direction of other guilds is to develop fleets, rely on trains for supplies, and then invade outward. But Hongri is different. Chen An plans to train extraordinary people. This is the future of the train. There's an upper limit to fleets, but there is no upper limit to transcendence. Very good. I agree that you join Red Sunday. Zhou Jiang checked his watch and found that he had become a member of Red Sun. And how many people are there in our guild? I'm planning to attack Advanced Zone 72. Just give me 20 people to assist me. Chen An stood up and asked him to follow. Check the guild information yourself. We're going to the market now. 5 seconds later, Zhou Jiang let out a ghostly howl. Just the 2 of us? Ignoring the disdain of others around him, Zhou Jiang quickly caught up with Chen and asked, I heard that you have to apply in advance to quit the guild. How long in advance does our guild need to apply? Red Sun cannot quit. Don't even think about it. Zhou Jiang was stunned. In the market, Chen An spent 2,000 guild star coins to buy 4 3.0 version bronze swords. Bronze does not represent the material. It is just a way of dividing the grades. The swords are all made of alloy, but the quality varies between different versions. This kind of weapon is a necessity for Zhou Jiang, and he is shocked. I remember that the bronze sword only has version 2.0. Where did version 3.0 come from? Just put on a shelf, take it. Use one, and keep the other as a spare. The knife can be carried across the back. Chen An tried it, and it looked very domineering. What are your plans? Since he couldn't retreat for the time being, Zhou Jiang decided to take it one step at a time. Chen An, don't you want to go to number 72? I'll take you, let's go. Just the 2 of us? There are quite a few triple-star beasts in number 72. Are you scared? Of course I'm not afraid. I'm worried that something might happen to you. Chen An has a train to guard, so nothing will happen to him even if all the passengers die. He wanted to take this opportunity to hone his combat abilities, which would be more conducive to his advancement to the 4th level. Half an hour later, Chen An rented an A106 small spaceship and took Zhou Jiang to the Origin Star. When we reached the atmosphere of the Origin Star, we could see many large spaceships floating in the orbit of the planet, almost all of which belong to large guilds. With shuttles and various means of transportation being put on the market on a large scale for the guild, docking transport ships in planetary orbits as transit stations can speed up things even more. After passing through the orbit, you can see a large number of shuttles traveling back and forth between the ground and the spacecraft, loaded with various resources. They're all very smart and know how to adapt. Chen An pulled out a map, which was densely marked with a large number of numbers, ranging from number 1 to more than 200,000, separating the different dangerous areas. There are 480 in the advanced area, occupying the first 480 numbers. The number 72 position that Zhou Jiang values is at the front, located in a forest in the northern hemisphere, and there are more than 10 triple-star beasts. According to the mission released by the train, if you successfully explore number 72, you will be rewarded with 100,000 star coins and a large number of other resources. Chen An called Zhou Jiang to the cab and asked him, have you studied the information on number 72? Zhou Jiang nodded. That is a primeval forest with a warm, tropical climate. There are many star beasts, mainly snakes. The train specifically warned that there's a poison barrier there, so we'd better wear a gas mask when we go in. Oh, did you forget to buy one? Just stagger it, it doesn't matter. The spacecraft gradually slowed down and stopped at the open space at the southernmost end of the primeval forest. As soon as he got out of the spaceship, a warm feeling hit his face, and the fresh air made Shunin feel comfortable all over. It's good for your health to walk around more often. You really can't stay on the train all day. Looking up ahead, I saw thick ancient trees as tall as the sky, with birds flying over them, making clear chirping sounds. You don't carry a gun? Shunin asked back. Why don't you bring it? Zhou Jiang said, I am used to close combat with my body, and I don't like using firearms. But number 72 is unusual, so we should pay attention to him. The fact that Zhou Jiang was so nervous showed that this place was indeed difficult. Shunin didn't care because no one knew number 72 better than him. Don't talk nonsense, just follow me. Our goal is to kill our way through this forest today. Zhou Jiang's chrysanthemum tightened. He used to think he was the craziest, but he never knew there is always someone higher than you. Brethren, wait for me. Be careful. He drew his sword and was very alert to his surroundings. Shunin originally wanted Fu Yao to remind him throughout the process, but he turned it off. Since I want to train myself, I can't rely too much on Fu Yao. My senses also need to be strengthened. The two of them just walked into the forest, very cool. Zhou Jiang was infected by Chun An's mood and gradually became more generous, chatting and laughing with Chunin. Brethren, why didn't you recruit anyone before? There's nothing worth taking. You're the only one who is losing star coins every day because you're a registered guild but don't recruit people. To set up a guild, one has to pay a certain amount of money to the train every day, which is not something that everyone can afford. Shoo, keep your voice down, look above your head. Chapter 64. 15 hours to clear level 72. After Chun An's reminder, Zhou Jiang looked up and his whole body suddenly tensed up, and his heart almost stopped. Because in the bushes above their heads, dozens of purple and red poisonous snakes were looking at them, stretching their necks and ready to attack at any time. Fuck, they're coming, Zhou Jiang exclaimed. The poisonous snake shot like an arrow, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Chen did not move because Zhou Jiang jumped high, drew out his sword with his right hand, and swung it over, killing the poisonous snake like cutting grass, cleanly and neatly. After landing, Zhou Jiang picked up the corpse of the most colorful venomous snake, took out the snake gall, and put it in his mouth to chew. The venom of this snake can easily kill ordinary people, but it is harmless to us. Zhou Jiang remained calm. He was frightened before because it was too sudden, not because he was afraid. Chunin didn't care much and asked Zhou Jiang to move on. There are many snakes on the road, but unlike those on Purple Star, the poisonous snakes here have sharp teeth, and some even have 4 short legs that allow them to run quickly. Chunin gradually found his form. No matter what creature he encountered, he would just kill it, no matter how good-looking it was. However, Zhou Jiang would occasionally let some small animals go. Chunin, the red squirrel you just let go is highly poisonous and can kill a level 2 transcendent. If you encounter it in the future, it's best to kill it. Zhou Jiang was shocked, and from then on he did the same as Chunin, killing anyone who stood in his way, no matter how strong or weak. Half an hour later, they finally encountered the triple star beast. It was a huge black and red python, coiled on an ancient dying tree, with horns on its head. Dragon. Zhou Jiang was surprised. Chunin assumed a fighting stance and said, It's just a python with horns. You attack the left side, and I'll attack the right side. I don't know how long the python is, but I know it can swallow a person in one bite. Zhou Jiang knew Chunan's tactics, which was that he had no tactics. He reacted immediately, holding the bloody knife and quietly running towards the dense forest on the left, where he could find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The python had sharp senses. It noticed Chun and approaching from the right, and immediately slid down from the ancient tree. Its long tail stabbed forward like a scorpion, and you could see a thorn on the tip. Swish, swish, swish. After moving its body several times, the python was left alone. Chunin likes opponents of this level, which can allow him to really move his body instead of being slaughtered one-sidedly. That's all? Just use whatever skills you have. Chunin sneered. The python didn't understand human language, so it retracted its tail, used the thrust to stick its head out, and opened its mouth wide. The densely packed teeth in the mouth are uneven, with the longest one possibly being 30 centimeters long. Chunin became more and more excited. He jumped high with the help of his legs and grabbed the vines to avoid the python's attack. It's not a good thing for a python to be too big. It will be too slow. Zhou Jiang, what are you doing? Zhou Jiang was moving quietly on the top of the tree and did not respond to Chun. When the python turned around to attack Chun and Zhou Jiang suddenly fell down, and his position was precise, just hitting the vital point. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part, and the snakes here are no exception. Zhou Jiang fell on the snake's back and stabbed wildly with his sword. In an instant, blood spurted out, and it was purple blood. Be careful, Ango. Feeling the pain, the python tried to throw Zhou Jiang away, and its body rolled around, destroying a large number of trees. Chenin wasn't noticing when a tree hit him on the shoulder. It didn't hurt, but instead a tree as thick as a bowl was broken by it. It seems that the way I test my physical strength is wrong. Chunin simply threw down his sword and hit the ancient tree with his fists. There was a loud bang, and a huge gap appeared on the ancient tree. That's right. My body's strength is actually not inferior to that of a sword. A sword is, after all, an external object. After killing the python, Zhou Jiang came over and asked Chunin what he was doing. Zhou Jiang hit me in the chest. Are you sure? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Jiang didn't hesitate and punched Chunin, using 70% of his strength. There was a muffled sound, and Chunin pushed Zhou Jiang away. The strength and muscles are not as hard as stone, but absorb power and then release it. I guess the strengthening direction of triple extraordinary is to enhance the flexibility of muscles. Zhou Jiang couldn't give any explanation, so Chunin turned on Fu Yao and expressed his doubts. The essence of strengthening muscles is to increase the muscle's ability to absorb external energy. Those strong men who have crossed the star C can easily resist fusion-level energy attacks because their muscles have a high energy capacity. Doesn't the master know this? How can I know this if you don't tell me? Give me a detailed explanation of the cultivation process from the first level to the 9th level and post it on the internet. On the road afterwards, Chunin tried to use weapons as little as possible and use his body more. Zhou Jiang followed and learned, and the two of them wandered through the dense forest without any worries. A cheetah with wings on its back, a scorpion with 2 heads, a rabbit-like species high up in the hills. No matter how powerful a triple transcendent is, he will die under their fists. After gradually finding the strength of my body, the knife became a burden. Just like that, 15 hours passed, and the two of them killed their way through Area 72, completing the mission ahead of schedule. On the train, outside the guild's bulletin board, someone noticed a strange message suddenly appear. Has anyone completed the preliminary exploration mission for Advanced Area 72? The exploration mission has many submissions, and the initial mission is just to go through it from beginning to end. But no guild could complete such a simple task. So far, no one dared to take the first 200 high-level areas, and only the sudden appearance of number 72 would attract attention. Who did this? This is outrageous. Click on the information to see the details. It's the Red Sun Guild. It took 2 people 15 hours. Are you sure they didn't fly there on a spaceship? The watch will determine the progress of the mission at any time. We must walk. Who does the Red Sun Guild belong to? I seem to have some impression of it. It's Chun An's guild, and the other person is Zhou Jiang. Damn, it turns out that he is relying on the first 2. This makes sense. The information about the exploration of Advanced Area 72 set off a train network explosion, attracting the attention of other large guilds. On the way back to the train, Chunin received a private message from Zishu. 2 people dare to break into number 72? Are you trying to save your life? Chunin did not reply for the time being. After returning to the train, he separated from Zhou Jiang and let him serve as the vice president of the guild. I don't always have the time, and you actually have the final say in the guild. Zhou Jiang said helplessly. But is there anyone else in the guild? Of course. At this time, many people are applying to join the guild, mainly the 2nd level. Chunin looked down on it and asked Fu Yao to change the membership rules to 3 levels. When the news got out, it caused an uproar. It was outrageous to require a 2nd level before, but now they only accept 3rd level. It is said that Hongri only has 2 people now. The guild still depends on the number of people. Only with more people can you make money. Look, Hongri will go bankrupt in the end. Chunin left Zhou Jiang, who looked confused, and immediately returned to the exclusive area. He felt relaxed all over, said hello to Luo Yu, and went to the cockpit to turn on the screen. 3 trains. The strength of the 3 trains that just came in is unknown, and we don't know who they will attack. Chunin pulled himself together and ordered, no matter who they choose, we must be prepared. The frigates and destroyers are scattered everywhere, hiding in the meteorite zone. The train will retract the energy pipeline and move 30 million kilometers outward to ensure the fastest attack. Chapter 65. The Landing Battle of the Three-Eyed Man Against the Mechanical Civilization. Chunin was ready for war, but the three trains were timid and dared not provoke anyone, so they retreated to the periphery in shame. In the following days, more and more trains appeared, some started wars, and some looked for empty seats to occupy all 126 star systems. On May 24th, StarNet ranked 126 trains. For those where a war has taken place, their combat power will be evaluated based on the outcome of the war. For those where nothing has happened, their ranking will be based on the starfield number. Chunin is located in galaxy number 17, and he ranks 16th. Because the number 1 Rat Man was ranked 26th, it was related to the heavy losses in the last war. The ranking was a matter of the first half of the day. In the second half, 5 trains suddenly appeared from 4 directions, making the star network immediately lively. There are no vacancies now. We must go to war. It depends on who they choose. I hope a train picks me up. I have nothing to do. Although it sounds easy, basic defense is essential. Trains in all galaxies are in motion to prepare for crises that may arise at any time. 3 hours later, all 5 trains chose their targets, and galaxy number 17 was safe because it was intercepted by the meteorite zone. In fact, the 5 trains didn't go very deep. 4 of them chose targets to fight on the periphery, and the 5th one happened to choose Yang Dingtian's head. The 5th train is a mechanical civilization. The Three-Eyed Man may be difficult to deal with. Open the live broadcast on the Star Domain Network. Although Chunin and Yang Dingtian had formed an alliance, it was just talk, and it was impossible for them to really help. In the outer circle of galaxy number 5, the train of the mechanical civilization moved forward slowly and did not rush in. During the advancement process, various warships were released one after another. Their warships are different from standard models and have a unique conical shape. In addition to the warships, there are also a large number of shuttles and drones surrounding the warships, ready to board enemy ships and fight at any time. The Star Domain Network cannot detect the images of the Interstar Circle, so we can't see what the Three-Eyed people are doing now. In the Three-Eyed Man's train, Yang Dingtian was not as reckless as usual and seemed extremely calm. Sending me a train core? This kind of gift must be accepted. Pass on my order. All fleets will disperse immediately. Do not gather without my order. There were 2 million three-eyed people on the train because Yang Dingtian had swallowed up a fellow train on the way. Unlike Chun An's guild model, Yang Dingtian has complete control, forming a fleet model similar to that of the Kobolds. As the orders were given, fleets left the trains and disappeared into the alien circle. Seeing this scene, the train conductors in the Star Domain Network could not guess what Yang Dingtian was thinking. He plans to use the train to hold it together? He wants to save the battleship. That's definitely not possible. Both sides have 1-star trains, and the other side has battleships for protection. Under the bombardment, the Three-Eyed Man's train will be at an absolute disadvantage. Look, the Three-Eyed Man's train has also run into the alien circle. Are they planning to escape? No way, are you going to give up System 5 without firing a single shot? The train conductors were shocked. They couldn't believe that Yang Dingtian, who liked to brag, would be so cowardly. Judging from the picture, the Three-Eyed People's train did give up its position, making way for the mechanical civilization that was coming to kill it. The mechanical civilization was worried about a trap, so it stopped for 2 hours a billion kilometers away from the star before daring to move forward. After the mechanical civilization entered, Yang Dingtian drove the train in. There was no picture in the inner star circle, and Chunin could no longer see the content. Is our scout ball in there? The reconnaissance ball has long been destroyed, and we cannot obtain internal information. Forget it. Look at other wars. The other 4 galaxies are number 85, number 93, number 101, and number 112. The scene was normal, with both sides shooting at each other passionately, killing so many that the stars dimmed and the galaxy became turbulent. There is no strategy, and the strength is almost the same. Anyway, it's just a train and more than 100 warships. The shooting accuracy is controlled by the intelligent computer, so even the weakest enemy can be hit accurately. In this way, the war becomes a matter of exchange, and it depends on who gives in first. 6 hours later, the attackers from galaxy number 112 were the first to give in and fled after only a dozen warships were left. The defenders also suffered heavy losses and were unable to pursue. Then a new problem arises. There is no new location in the star field. The escaping train cannot exit the star field. It must find a galaxy to stop in, otherwise there will not be enough energy. Except for number 112, the same situation also occurred for the attackers in the other three galaxies. It was impossible for them to fight to the end, and when they realized they could not defeat the other side, they quickly drove the train away. The atmosphere in the star domain network suddenly became tense. We still don't have enough information. If they knew the situation in the star field in advance, they would definitely fight to the death. Now we just have to see where they go. Is Luo to hear? Don't give out information carelessly, or you'll become a public enemy. Luo, duh. Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely not take the initiative to contact them if there are no vacant star systems right now. No matter where they go, I hope you won't fight for them. The four trains are vulnerable, and everyone wants to take advantage of them. Chen also thought that anyone who dared to enter his galaxy would be killed. Fuyao, take back the warships in the outer circle and withdraw all defenses. The owner is really smart. This can attract trains from outside to come in. Chunin said worriedly, that's not necessarily true. We have a meteorite area outside. What if they don't come in? I thought everything through at the beginning, but I overlooked this situation. Master, don't worry. The harder it is to get into a place like this, the more likely they are to want to come in and take a look. After all, other star systems are heavily guarded. Chunin, let's try our luck. The four trains were not moving fast enough, and they were testing the waters on the road. As long as they found any signs of defense in the galaxy, they would leave quickly, like a frightened bird. 5 hours later, there was movement in galaxy number 5. Surprisingly, the train of mechanical civilization is running away. No one knew what happened inside, but the three-eyed man actually won. Just when everyone thought that the mechanical civilization could escape, the three-eyed man's train suddenly broke through the asteroid belt and emerged. The two trains collided with each other, as if two planets were colliding, and the resulting waves caused all the surrounding meteorites to change their paths. What does Yang Dingtian want to do? With the outer shell of the train as defense, even if they collide with each other, they can't break through the defense. Doing so is meaningless and may even put your own train in danger. Look, is this going to be a landing battle? They were shocked to see that all the doors of the three-eyed man's train were open. What came out were not warships, but countless shuttles, rushing towards the enemy train like a swarm of bees. At the same time, all the railguns on top of the three-eyed man's train were charging. The power of these railguns is not enough to breach the train's defenses, but their target seems to be the hatch. Chunin was surprised. Can it destroy the hatch? The hatch is the weakest point on the train. I saw a dazzling beam of light shooting out, destroying the doors of the opponent's train one by one. The shuttles swarmed in and began landing operations. The war was not brutal because the three-eyed people were generally stronger than mechanical life forms, and it was an almost one-sided massacre. For hours later, Yang Dingtian entered the enemy's cockpit and killed the train conductor of the mechanical civilization with his own hands. There was silence in the Star Domain Network. Chapter 66, Picking on the Weak, the Four-Armed Man. To be honest, the war commanded by Yang Dingtian was not amazing, but it gave other train captains a lot of inspiration, especially Chunin. He now realized that wars between trains did not necessarily require destruction, but could also involve occupation. Fuyao, after the three-eyed man entered the mechanical civilization train, didn't the train fight back? The train's own countermeasures are all external. How to counterattack internally? Can we just watch the enemy come in? Aren't there still passengers and the conductor? Chunin suddenly realized, landing train combat should also be allowed by the rules, right? It seems that Yang Dingtian has known about this for a long time, and he was deliberately showing weakness before, hoping to find an opportunity to destroy all the enemy warships. Shortly thereafter, Yang Dingtian's three-eyed civilization was ranked first without any objection. Because on the surface, the three-eyed man must have obtained a core and activated the special abilities of the train. As for what abilities, no one knows. Half an hour after the battle, Yang Dingtian sent a message to Chunin, seeming a little excited. Chunin, congratulations. I won by luck this time. I almost lost. Does the train outside go to your place? There is no such trend for the time being. The results will probably be known tomorrow. Yang Dingtian, you don't ask me what abilities I have gained. This is private. I definitely can't just ask casually. My ability is to strengthen the front of the train, making it more aggressive. Next time I encounter another train, I will ram it head-on and kill it. Chunin was unsure of Yang Dingtian's intention, so he just chatted with him casually. Not long after, Chun was suddenly reminded by Fu Yao. A train may come to us. Chun immediately perked up, hung up the phone, and asked Fu Yao to bring up the footage. From the light screen, we can see that the train is wandering outside the meteorite area and has dispatched many reconnaissance ships. Galaxy number 17 is very large, beyond the detection range of a one-star train. Fu Yao, have the warships in the inner star circle go to the other side of the star as much as possible, and the train should also retreat a little to lure him in. Fortunately, the origin star has moved to the other side at this time, and the train outside the system cannot detect it. In view of this situation, the exo train finally made the decision to come in. Inside the car, the four-armed humanoid creatures were extremely nervous, fearing that something unexpected might happen in the galaxy. In the cockpit, the conductor frowned, and the last order was never given. The intelligent computer reminded, the remaining energy of the train cannot support us to the next galaxy. Regardless of whether there are enemies here, we must face the challenge head-on. Alas, if we had known that these galaxies have been occupied, we should have fought to the end. There is no other way. Send out all the warships to expand the control area. The train moved forward steadily, and dozens of warships spread out on both sides. This was their last fighting force. The situation in Galaxy number 17 attracted the attention of the Star Domain Network, and other train conductors all lamented Chun An's good luck. The location of Galaxy 17 is actually quite remote, so even such a weak target can be found there. Humans are really smart. They actually deliberately disarmed. After learning of Chun An's actions, other galaxies quickly followed suit, trying to attract the other 3 trains in and eat them. On the other side, Chun An learned the identity of the intruder. A four-armed humanoid creature? Apart from having hands and feet, how is it humanoid? This creature has a round head and extremely unique facial features, similar to the aliens Chun An had seen before. Master, we have been discovered. Then prepare for battle. Don't send out the warships yet. Be careful not to scare them away. At this time, in the four-armed man's train, the conductor was horrified. I originally just came here to try my luck, but I didn't know there was really a train here. Intelligent computer, no trace of warships detected. They may be in the same situation as us. As a qualified intelligent computer, it gave many guesses, but the conductor only paid the most attention to this one. Yes, they must have fought with other trains, so they don't even have the ability to defend themselves. The trains move at full speed and eat up the other trains. As the four-armed human train entered the inner star circle, the Star Domain Network lost the picture. Master, do you want to use the extraordinary railgun to destroy the enemy train? Not really. The four-armed man seems to be in fleet mode. There shouldn't be many passengers on the bus. Let's find a chance to try a landing battle. The extraordinary railgun has its own flaws, which is that it will overheat after one shot and has a long cooling time. If the enemy consists of multiple trains, a landing battle is inevitable. Now that there is an opportunity, Chun An wants to do an experiment. The soldiers for this landing battle are 200,000 robots. Assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Warships from all directions can come out and surround the train. Their goal is to destroy the laser cannons and railguns on the outer layer of the train. As more and more wars are fought, the advantages and disadvantages of trains are being constantly summarized. The train had a fatal flaw. Its external firepower system was unprotected. The laser cannon is exposed, as is the electromagnetic railgun. As long as the warships surround the train and fire at the train's firepower systems, the train will have no choice but to escape. At this time, Chun An only needs to use his own train to block the enemy and start the landing battle. This is Yang Dingtian's fighting style, the most standard one. As the order was given, Chun An's fleet showed its strength and surrounded the enemy train from both sides. The four-armed train conductor discovered it and was so scared that he wanted to retreat immediately. Intelligent brain, energy is insufficient. Retreating means death. What to do? Intelligent brain, attack the enemy train, risk your life. When Chun An saw the four-armed human train rushing towards him, he knew the other party's intention. It's okay, just let them get closer. The fleet will quickly get into position and attack the train directly. The first move and the second move are very important. Fu Yao accurately calculated the attack distance and opened fire immediately when the opponent's train approached. The railguns and laser cannons had already been charged, and now they fired at the same time, leaving thousands of traces in the starry sky. The opponent's intelligent brain was obviously not as good as before, and it was only half charged at this time. Intelligent brain? Not good. The train will be relocated immediately. The train barely moved away, but the warships that remained in place were too slow, and countless fireworks bloomed among the thousands of beams of light. Fight back, fight back. The four-armed man's face turned red with anger, and he ordered all firepower to be aimed at Chun'an's train. Chun'an's train was not a target and was easily avoided under Fu Yao's control. The enemy train has come within the fleet's firing range. Do you want to attack? Open fire and destroy all the enemy's firepower. No sound could be heard, but nearly 200 warships could be seen firing at the same time, with all kinds of light beams or particle beams, all shooting towards the four-armed man's train. Not targeting car bodies, only laser cannons and railguns. The scene was spectacular. The laser cannons on the side of the train kept exploding, and the railguns on the top were also being destroyed step by step, with no counterattack capability left. In the four-armed man's cockpit, the train conductor opened his mouth and looked despair. Intelligent brain. There's only one last solution left. The train will travel at full speed and consume the remaining energy to enter the interior of the star. This is the fastest way to replenish energy. However, when the conductor was about to make a desperate move, Chun'an's train collided head-on. Four-armed man, what are you going to do on the other side? Chapter 67 New Ability, Extraordinary Electromagnetic Shield. Chun'an copied Yang Dingtian's method and forced the four-armed human train, whose energy was almost exhausted, to stop. The two trains collided, but neither side suffered any damage to the hull. However, the four-armed man's train suffered a strong collision and its power layer was damaged. The power of the entire train gradually weakened, and it was difficult to restart in the absence of energy. The enemy train is about to completely lose power and will follow us in orbit around the star. The master can launch a landing battle at any time. Okay, blow open the opponent's hatch. The laser cannon was not powerful enough, so the railgun on top of the train was quickly charged and broke open the train's doors one by one. In some places, the angle was not right, and the warships from all around attacked in clusters, destroying the remaining hatches. They want to land on the train? The four-armed train conductor guessed Chun'an's intention and immediately issued an order to mobilize the entire train. Soon after, countless shuttles rushed in from the hatch. The shuttle did not stop at the apron, but flew to both sides, releasing drones on the way and shooting the enemies directly when it saw them. There were still many four-armed passengers left. At this time, they relied on the defense inside the car to shoot down the drones one after another. There is no living area or market here. The weapons of the four-armed people are relatively primitive, just ordinary kinetic weapons. Upon learning of this situation, Chun'an asked Fu Yao the reason. When they faced the kobolds before, they could even use laser weapons. Why can't the four-armed people do the same? Not all train conductors have strong control. They are different from you, the master. You are a natural choice and have absolute control. Other train conductors are selected after birth and can be overthrown. It is normal to set some restrictive rules to suppress passengers. Other conductors can be overthrown. The train conductor selected later is not strictly bound to the train itself. As long as the passenger is strong enough, he can become the new train conductor. This is allowed by the rules. Will someone overthrow me? It is also part of the rules that you will not be overthrown. Why do I have privileges? Who gave it to me? Fu Yao has no relevant information. Chun'an was confused, but he knew it was a good thing and there was no need to delve into it. You can give passengers some tasks. The outcome of the war was decided. Chun'an breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave the cockpit. In the living room, Luo Yu was lying on the sofa, her slender dark green figure leaning against the sofa with a graceful posture. To be honest, if Luo Yu was replaced by a human, Chun'an would definitely not be able to control himself. Pity. I found that spiritual compatibility is equivalent to online dating. You must never meet in person. No one knows whether the person on the other end of the line is a human or a ghost. Luo Yu was watching the movie that Chun'an brought from Zixing with great interest. The branches covered with green leaves on her body swayed around, decorating Chun'an's living room like a cabin in the woods. What are you looking at? Hearing Chun'an's voice, Luo Yu immediately retracted all its branches, condensing them into two black, jade-like arms, smooth and translucent. If he closed his eyes, Chun'an could play with this technique for a year. It's very interesting to watch the drama performed by you humans. Do you need my prediction? No need, just keep watching. It was really a drama. The babbling made Chun'an's scalp tingle. He really couldn't understand this kind of art. Interestingly, Luo Yu can resonate with Zixing's drama and can even hum a few lines quietly, with the vocalization method not much different. Can you learn human language? Luo Yu said happily. I'm learning. Can I go out after I learn it? Chen nodded, but did not give a definite answer. At this time, in the carriage at the rear, passengers were discussing the mission suddenly issued by the train. Emergency mission. Take the free shuttle to fight inside the enemy train. Killing a four-armed man counts as completing a mission, which can be stacked infinitely. There are 2 restrictions later. 1. This task is only for one person and does not include the guild system. 2. This task is only available to triple-level extraordinary people. There was a lot of discussion about the mission, but not many passengers were actually willing to accept the mission. Many guild leaders were hunting on the Origin Star, and they were in a dilemma after learning about the mission. The Origin Star is a bit far from the train at this time. If we return by spaceship, it will probably take at least an hour. Therefore, many presidents gave Chenin feedback through watches. Chenin said, "Those who can't come back don't come back for the time being. I don't really want them to come back. I just want to give them a chance to train." After giving the information, Chenin put it behind his mind and rested for half an hour before returning to the cockpit to check the progress of the war. Just as he expected, the four-armed men could not cause much trouble and were dying in large numbers under the robots' reckless attack. Fuyao, can the manufacturing speed of robots keep up with the consumption speed? The four-armed man has a weak resistance, and the robot can provide timely reinforcement. Very good. Continue to increase the offensive. Robots can be manufactured at any time anyway, and the cost is not high. Oh, and add some more production lines. Passengers are currently not very useful, and robots will still be needed to support the war for a while. The new production line has been put into the manufacturing sequence. Chunin was satisfied and turned on the screen to continue watching the game. Watching the tragic scenes inside the train, he gradually became as hard as stone. Just death. As long as it's not one of our own who dies, it doesn't matter at all. About 8 hours later, the resistance in each carriage became weaker and weaker, and Chunin received the surrender message from the four-armed train captain. This time, Chunin thought for a long time and finally sentenced the other party to death. There are actually a lot of passengers along the way. There is no need for me to take in four-armed people who may hate me. It is best to kill them all. Be as safe as possible. Be as cautious as possible. And you will have everything if you are alive. Given these considerations, Chun would not give the four-armed man a chance to surrender. He then opened the star network and learned that the other 3 trains went to the central galaxy. The train conductors were very envious, as such soft persimmons were rare. Another 4 hours passed, and Chunin received the information that the four-armed train conductor had been killed. Interestingly, the train conductor was not killed by a robot, but was beheaded by Zhou Jiang himself. He was able to get such a head. Fu Yao informed the whole car of his achievements and add 100,000 star coins to the original reward. After making sure that the four-armed human train was under complete control, Chunin boarded a dedicated spacecraft and went to the cockpit to retrieve the core. Come back and swallow it immediately. Chunin hopes to gain stronger maneuverability. Space jump is indeed good, but it is not very practical. It can only be used at critical moments. As Chunin expected, the train gained new capabilities. Superb electromagnetic shield consumes energy crystals to create a temporary shield that can withstand the attack of superb railguns. The more energy crystals, the stronger the shield. The shield did not appear out of thin air. The generator was next to the extraordinary railgun, like a small accelerator. Another big consumer of energy crystals. Fuyao, how many energy crystals does it consume each time you activate the shield? Minimum 100 units. Maximum 100 million units. 100. The electromagnetic shield does not need to be fully activated. It can only protect part of the structure. 100 units of energy crystals is the energy consumption of protecting a certain laser cannon. Chunin immediately became excited. The train's biggest flaw at present is its external firepower system, but as long as it has targeted protection from the electromagnetic shield, there's no need to worry about it being destroyed by the enemy. Yes, this ability is excellent. Chapter 68. Treeman intercepts and invades the Star Domain Network. As the 4 trains are solved in turn, the leaderboard is renumbered. Fuyao civilization rose to 10th place. If the four-armed man had not been severely injured before, resulting in the low value of this war, his ranking would have continued to improve. Over the next 3 days, new trains continued to enter the star field, and wars were breaking out at all times. Some galaxies were successfully defended, while others failed and were occupied by latecomers. On May 28th, 10 trains entered the star region one after another, causing a sensation. This is the most this time. I don't know where they are going. Being chosen is an opportunity as well as a danger. I hope they can fight the outer layer first, and if they fail, they can enter the inner layer to be served. Fuck you, we don't have many resources in the outer layer. Why are we working for you for free? Calm down, brother. I was just joking. Let's stick to the same rules as before. Don't give any information to those who come later. Let them make their own choices. There are many cases where trains that escaped after being severely damaged became easy prey, and many of the front trains have benefited from it. But as time goes on, the outer trains will not allow this to happen. Whenever they find that the other side is trying to withdraw, they will fight desperately. In this way, even if the outer train wins, it will be very difficult and will face the possibility of being hit by more trains. However, half a day later, 5 new trains still became soft persimmons and wandered into the inner layer under the expectation of countless hungry wolves. More than 10 hours later, Yang Dingtian sent a congratulatory message to Chunin. Brother, what kind of shit luck do you have? A certain train was once again attracted by galaxy number 17 and headed towards the meteorite zone without looking back. Chunin chuckled. I'm in a good position and I'm lucky too. He had been idle for a long time, and finally there was good news that made him move. However, when all preparations were completed, Chunin was surprised to find that the train actually retreated and headed towards the neighboring galaxy number 16. Fuyao, what does this mean? A probe ship in the outer layer of the galaxy intercepted a signal from number 16. It may be that the tree people are interfering. Bang! Chunin slammed the table and stood up, and the operating table began to shake. Tree Man wants to intercept? Connect to Mance's communication immediately. Soon after, Mance's dark green face appeared on the screen. What's up? Would you be breaking the rules by doing this? What did I do? You cannot interfere with the direction of the extra system train. This is a rule that all members of the Star Domain Network must abide by. Mance shook his head, and the branches above his head looked particularly funny. That's not true. I never interfered. Hey, why did that train come in my place? I'm so sorry. The enemy may think that your place is difficult to attack, so they want to try my place. I have to prepare for the battle, so let's do this for now. After the call was disconnected, Chun An's face turned blue with anger. Fuyao, how do we deal with this situation? The signal has been deciphered. The tree man has sent our message to the other party. Master, I suggest uploading the content to the Star Domain Network. Is it useful? After all, the Star Domain Network is just an open communication platform, and the rules inside are very weak. Just as he was talking about this, Fuyao reminded him that the train that had originally entered galaxy number 16 had gone out again and turned to a deeper place. Haha, you don't get any benefit from offending others. Master, after my in-depth research, I found that the tree people have formed an alliance with the 4 trains of Lingshua civilization. Mance dared to intercept. It is possible that Lingshua civilization is interfering and does not want us to get more cores. How did you get the information? Sneak into the backstage of Star Domain Network and then sneak out. It was clearly the voice of a mature lady, but it sounded kind of cute. Chun An's anger subsided a little, and he asked, Can you invade the Star Network? To what extent can you do it? I can take control of the network at any time, but it can also be taken back by Lingshua civilization. Master, if you need any operation, please let me know. Chun An does have an idea, but he is not in a hurry and will wait and see how the situation develops. Eventually, the train that wandered across multiple galaxies was eaten by the auto civilization of number 7. Brother, what happened? The train ran away. Chun An explained a reason, which made Yang Dingtian so angry that he started cursing. I know that Lingshua people are not good people. Brother, how about we join forces to kill the damn tree people? Chun An, you are in galaxy number 5. Any movement may be interfered by Lingshua. Don't worry, it's just a core. They will return it eventually. Yang Dingtian, if you have any problem, just tell me. I will definitely help if I can. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Yang Dingtian's face gradually faded. According to Teacher Li's prediction, the 3-eyed civilization will eventually perish. But I don't believe it. The 3-eyed people have gone through so much hardship and will never give in. Chun An is the key figure in this jump point. It's absolutely right to follow him. After a few sighs, Yang Dingtian returned to the rest area in a hurry. In the bedroom in the rest area, there was an old man lying on the bed, looking like a rotten wood, who seemed like he might die at any time. There were huge amounts of energy crystals piled up inside and outside the bed, but the old man was too weak and the absorption rate was extremely slow. Seeing Yang Dingtian coming, the old man warned, "Don't force anything. Chunin is very cautious and will not easily accept help from outsiders. Teacher, you can't predict anymore. Take a good rest. I will continue to look for ways to prolong my life." The old man pursed his lips slightly, with wrinkles running down his face like ravines. "I have almost 3 months left to live, so I can only predict for you once more. There are also prophets on Chun An's train, and I cannot accurately predict their future movements. You need to make your own judgment. Prophets can interfere with each other, but Luo Yu's presence means the old man can only get vague information." Yang Dingtian said sadly, "We were able to safely reach the jump point from the Divine Eye Star, thanks to the teacher's help. If it weren't for the teacher, alas, each level you upgrade can add 100 years to your lifespan. Teacher, you still have a chance, don't give up." Yang Dingtian turned and left. In Chun An's train, Luo Yu told him the unusual information. "You said that some outsiders predicted our train not long ago." Luo Yu sat on the sofa with her dark green legs across Chun An's waist, her posture particularly charming. "It seems like he's a three-eyed man, but because the prophets interfere with each other, he can only get vague information. Chunin, do you need me to make a counter-prophecy? Since we will interfere with each other, there is no need to waste our lives. The other party seems very weak and probably won't live long. Hee, you humans are too weak. You've lost your life after making predictions a few times." Chunin rolled his eyes at her. "You seem to have a long lifespan. Please help me predict the train situation 5 days from now. I only need to know the basic situation of the train. Don't predict too long. Just 5 days later? Not during these 5 days. Yes, just the 5th day." Luo Yu immediately stretched out countless branches and stuck to the train. Before long, she got the results. The train is very safe. There are some balcony-like structures added on both sides. I don't know what they are. Chunin smiled. It seems that I'll get another core in 5 days. For peaceful days passed, and 15 new trains hurried into the star field. The situation remains the same as before, with most trains becoming vulnerable and their fate doomed. I don't know if it's metaphysics or the location is really good, but another train arrived on the 17th. The train was badly damaged and many of the laser cannons on both sides were destroyed. However, the train did not enter the galaxy in the end, but instead diverted to number 16. When Shinnon heard the news, he was not angry, but laughed instead. Chapter 69, the weak have no right to speak, and the dead have even less. In the inner circle of galaxy number 16, the Tree Man's train is fighting with the enemy. The naval guns fired in unison, and the warships of both sides exploded one after another. The scene was tragic. In the cockpit, Mance was extremely satisfied with the current situation. The other party decided to fight to the end, which is a good thing for me. As long as we get the core, the train will gain special abilities, and then we won't be afraid of anyone. As for the criticism from the Fuyao people, don't worry about it all. Humph rules. Might is the rule. Speaking of which, the Star Domain Network is really useful. It is more convenient to send messages to other trains. A communication request suddenly came from the Lingshua civilization. Mance opened the communication, grinned, and said cheerfully, "Everything went well." Chunin didn't say anything. Luo on the other side of the screen smiled warmly and said gently, "We need to end the battle as soon as possible. The most important thing is to get the core. Don't worry, the other party is vulnerable." After confirmation, the call was disconnected. In galaxy number 4, colorful trains are running on tracks like a dazzling ribbon. Sometimes, Lingshua people would leave the train on spaceships and head to the only life planet in the galaxy at an extremely fast speed. For them, staying alive is no longer a necessity. The most important thing is to work hard to improve themselves and gain a higher status on the train. As for the highest position, it is of course their train conductor Luo De. In the cockpit, Luo De hung up Mance's call. The smile on her face disappeared as quickly as magic, and she became as stiff as a dead person. "I really took great pains to make sure you get as few cores as possible. Mance is also a waste. The last core was actually obtained by Otto's mechanical wastes. You said I was a saintly civilization? Haha, don't be scared when you see the saintly cannibalism." He muttered to himself as he left the cockpit and came to a large room at the rear. There was a mountain of flesh in the room, with a bald head sitting on top, and countless colorful lights were shining above it. "Are you sure we can't get the information about the inner circle of galaxy number 17? The eyes in the head opened. emitting two beams of red light, projecting an image of galaxy number 17 onto the wall 5 meters away. He opened his mouth and said in a very slow tone, "The intelligence of the Fuyao civilization is very special. They use warships scattered everywhere to build a powerful internal network. Even I can't break it." Luo De was surprised. "You are a telepath. You can invade other trains. Can't you even break into Chun An's intranet?" "I don't dare to use too strong means, for fear of attracting the attention of the other party's intelligent brain." "Luo De, you are right to be cautious. At this stage, we must not let them know that the Star Domain Network is actually a surveillance network. If we include all trains in the surveillance, we will be invincible." He then asked about the telepath's physical condition and turned and left. In fact, the telekinetic user has just discovered a problem. That is, some information on the star network seems to be abnormal. However, due to the irregular stellar activity in various galaxies and many anomalies that had occurred before, the telekinetic users did not pay much attention to it. Telepath. Shunan was unfamiliar with this term. The psychic is a special supernatural being that can make the train the core of the network and expand in all directions to obtain more information. The psychic cannot move when using its ability and needs to constantly consume energy crystals. If we have a psychic, we can greatly increase the scope of our investigation. I see. No wonder Luo De is so enthusiastic. He wants all trains to join his star network. In fact, it is for real-time monitoring. Are you sure we have temporarily gained control? I have created an illusion for the telepath. His level is not high now, so he can be easily confused by me, but it can only be confused for 3 hours at most. 3 hours is enough. Immediately remove the plant-type civilization from the Star Domain Network. Successfully removed from the list, this plant-type civilization is no longer a member of the Star Domain Network. Chun and then completely block the images of number 16 and number 17. Blocking success. There are so many galaxies and war scenes that it's hard to notice the sudden closure of 2 galaxies. Let the train take off and give Mance a surprise. Since they don't follow the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless. The weak have no right to speak, and the dead have even less. The war in Galaxy 16 is drawing to a close, with the tree people having an absolute advantage. Mance completely ignored the enemy's request for surrender. "Excuse me, I'm more interested in your core." After the remaining firepower points were destroyed, Mance also used the tactics originally developed by the three-eyed man to directly push the train forward to prevent the enemy from escaping. Next, the tree people riding on the shuttle rushed into the enemy train frantically and officially started the landing battle. The enemy is a humanoid creature that looks very weak and is far inferior to the tall tree man. Therefore, the war was a crushing defeat from the very beginning, and it was difficult for humanoid creatures to resist. Haha, kill them all, leaving no one behind. Mance was very excited and couldn't wait to prepare the spaceship so that she could collect the core at any time. After getting the core, she can stand up straight without worrying about being bullied by her powerful neighbors. However, just as the spacecraft was about to leave, the intelligent computer gave urgent information. "We have discovered the Fuyao civilization train, which is only 80 million kilometers away from us." Mance was as if poured with a bucket of cold water and asked in surprise, "Why didn't you detect it in advance?" "They came from the surface of the star and used unknown means to avoid all our reconnaissance ships. Although Galaxy number 16 and Galaxy number 17 are adjacent to each other, there is still a long vacant area between the two sides, and reconnaissance ships are patrolling at all times. Logically speaking, they would be able to detect it immediately when Chunan's train left Galaxy number 17. When Mance was puzzled, the intelligent computer discovered the problem and gave an explanation. "I don't know what channel they use to invade all our reconnaissance ships. The green bark makes my scalp tingle, if green bark counts as a scalp. Can we regain control?" Intelligent brain. Control of the reconnaissance ship is not important. We need to know their intentions. Mance said bitterly, "Do you still need to ask? They must be desperate. All the trains and warships turn around to fight. After all, we have the home advantage. Maybe we can get 2 cores." Thinking of the advantages brought by the 2 cores, Mance was so excited that all the branches in his body were shaking. However, when Chunan's train reached the 30 million kilometer mark, it actually stopped. This distance is not within the normal attack range. Beep, beep, beep. Mance received a communication request. "Chunin, excuse me, I wanted to go out for a walk, but I didn't expect to end up here. A guest from afar is welcome, right?" "Mance? Of course you are welcome. In fact, I want to know more about how you control my reconnaissance ship. Chunin, it's simple. First, control the star network, then control the reconnaissance ship through the star network's upload channel, and finally make all the reconnaissance ships silent. Mance didn't believe this at all. The star domain network was created by the Ling Shua civilization, so how could it be controlled by Chunin? He planned to contact Luoda and inform him of the situation here. However, Mance found that she was unable to log into the internet. When two galaxies are too far apart, they cannot communicate directly and must go through the star network. What's going on? Intelligent brain. We have been removed from the star domain network, and they set up a false impression for me, making me think I am still in the star domain network. What? The other party actually deceived you. In Mance's opinion, the intelligent computers of each train are similar and none is stronger than the other. Now I know that intelligent computers can also be deceived. Chunin, I won't say anything else. I just want to ask you, do you have any last words? Last words? Huh. How can you defeat me? Mance's voice suddenly stopped, and the branches all over its body danced wildly. She remembered one thing. Chunin had already obtained the core. Does his train have special powers? Chapter 70, the train swallows 2 cores at the same time. With a fear of special abilities, Mance softened his tone a little. We are neighbors after all. There is no need to be enemies. Besides, the Star Domain Network has rules. After joining, you cannot attack each other. Otherwise, you will be attacked by other trains. Chunin sat comfortably in the driver's seat, holding a goblet in his left hand and shaking the half cup of Coke inside. You could try to let your smart brain go online. Without Mance's instructions, her intelligent brain was already trying. However, the intelligent computer was shocked to find that the train could no longer access the star network. Master, Luo deceived you. In the eyes of the intelligent computer, only the Ling Shua civilization has the ability to kick them out of the network. But this made Mance very confused. Luo had just contacted him not long ago. So how could she change her mind so quickly? Chunin, did you play tricks on me? Chunin took a big gulp of iced cola, and a chill rushed to his head. He chuckled. Are you stupid? I told you before that I have already controlled the star network. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. I'm just stalling for time. Fuyao, are you ready? 80 million energy crystals have been fully supplied. Charging is complete. Chunin gave Mance on the screen a ferocious yet kind smile. Come for me. With a loud bang, a huge beam of light emerged from the front of the train and rushed towards the plant-shaped train. At this moment, Mance was stunned. The intelligent computer kept sending out evasive alarms, but their train did not have enough speed to intercept the previous enemy. Even if the power layer is running at full capacity, it is still impossible to escape. The beam of light was like a stick, brighter than the stars next to it, and it penetrated from the head of the plant-shaped train all the way to the bottom. The remaining force of the beam of light after penetrating continued, and it penetrated another train behind from middle. A large number of tree people and humanoid creatures in the battle were evaporated instantly. There was no sound, nor the wailing of dying creatures. It was just so dull. Chunin drank the Coke in one gulp and burped. You're asking for death. Don't blame me. It's that easy to destroy a train. Fuyao, how long is the cooldown time of the railgun? If you actively help cool down, it could be reduced to 2 hours. Okay, then we will take the initiative to cool down. We will return the control of the star network in 2 hours, and the images can be displayed. If anyone disagrees, they can come and die. Chunin is about to get 2 new train cores, and his confidence is soaring. One can even call him arrogant. In the next 2 hours, Chunin ordered the robots and passengers to land and fight, completely eliminate the 2 dilapidated trains, and obtain the core. The humanoids on the other train weren't actually human-like. They just had some similar features. The train conductor was killed again by Zhou Jiang, and Chunin suspected that he was familiar with the route. As for Mance, he had long been destroyed along with the front of the car, leaving no trace of his body. Fuyao, if I let my train devour 2 cores at the same time, will I get 1 ability, or 2 abilities? No matter how many cores you devour at the same time, you can only gain 1 ability at a time. But the more cores you have, the stronger your ability will be. Chunin hesitated for a long time, but finally gave out the 2 cores together. For weapons, there are extraordinary railguns for defense, there are electromagnetic shields, and if you want to escape, there are space jumps. All of these consume a lot of energy crystals. I need the most practical ones, not the most expensive ones. Let's try my luck. Master, is it possible that stronger abilities consume more energy crystals? Chunan's face turned black. It better not be like this, Otherwise, I will put you in solitary confinement for half an hour. My master cannot leave me, so he will definitely not put me in solitary confinement. Chunin smiled, thinking that joking with Fu Yao could help her grow. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the train finally swallowed the 2 cores. Chunin was very excited and stood rubbing his hands, hoping to get a surprise. Half a minute later, he was reminded by Fu Yao. The train gets components. Observation deck. Observation deck. Observation decks can be popped up on both sides of the train to facilitate passengers to view the starry sky. Chunin was stunned for a long time and only reacted after Fu Yao reminded him many times. Don't tell me this thing is an entertainment facility? It cost me 2 cores. Chunin was both excited and regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have diversified his investments. Master, don't worry. You might as well take a look at the effect of the observation deck first. In the picture, a balcony-like structure slowly pops up on the outside of each carriage on both sides of the train. It is about 100 meters wide, and both the ground and the window glass are made of the same material as the original carriages. At the same time, many double doors were opened between the observation deck and the carriages, so passengers can go out at any time as long as they get permission. It would have been better if he hadn't watched it. After watching it, Chunin became even angrier. Isn't this just widening the carriage a little? What's the purpose? The carriage is already spacious enough, and passengers don't need a more comfortable environment. He is not Jobei Opie, but he also knows that now is not the time to enjoy himself, and there is no reason to provide such good service to passengers. While he was complaining, the passengers remaining in the carriage were stunned. They watched as balconies were added to both sides of the carriage, making it very spacious. When someone approaches the double doors on the carriage wall, the glass door opens directly, meaning they can get out. Nothing will happen, right? Fuck, the floor outside is glass, and I can see the starry sky below my feet. Who dares to try? No one dared to move for a long time, until someone who is not afraid of death strode out. Since the door of the carriage can be opened, it means that the living environment inside and outside is the same. I'm afraid of Mao. Someone set an example, and others followed suit, exclaiming in surprise. It was the first time they experienced what it was like to stand in the starry sky. They were constantly worried about falling down as there was a bottomless abyss under their feet. Those without brains are worried, while those with brains are already studying the function of this thing. Look over there, that's the hatch. It seems like there are a lot of hatches. Look down there are a lot of things like grabbers. Do you think that's where the spacecraft is parked? That means we can go out directly from here, instead of going through the helipad. When they discovered these characteristics, Chunin also discovered them. The passengers can get out faster, which is an advantage, but it won't be very obvious. Fu Yao, since you know more, explain it to me. Both the extraordinary railgun and the electromagnetic shield are only temporary capabilities and will be replaced by more powerful capabilities in the future. But the observation deck will accompany the train forever. It has the following functions. First, there are a lot of parking spots under the observation deck, where small spacecraft or shuttles can be parked. If the train needs to attack quickly, we will have the fastest speed. Master, you know best that without this function, it will take passengers half an hour or even an hour to get out of the apron. Second, when all passengers are upgraded to Star Walkers, they don't need to crowd to the apron. They can file out from the observation deck. You can imagine that when other trains are still organizing passengers, our people have already boarded the enemy ship like locusts, and the victory or defeat is obvious. Third, the train can continue to expand outside the observation deck in the future, such as adding new carriages side by side. Then the observation deck becomes a passage connecting the new carriages. If there is no observation deck, the train cannot be expanded horizontally and can only be increased in length vertically. But the problem is that as the star rating of the train gets higher and higher, there will be more and more carriages, and too long will be easy to be targeted. Fourth, the observation deck does not consume any energy crystals. After listening to the benefits Fu Yao mentioned, Chunin nodded repeatedly. You've opened my mind. With the observation deck, not only will it be more convenient for passengers, but the train will also be more convenient. It's really a good thing. The most important thing is that this thing doesn't consume energy crystals. Huh. Afterwards, Chunin asked Fu Yao to issue an announcement to tell passengers how to use it, and everyone could use the observation deck freely. At the end of 2 hours, Fu Yao returned the authority of the Star Domain Network. Chapter 71, if you don't mind, we can become brothers of different races. Train conductors are not idle. In order to consolidate their positions, they need to become more powerful and have more loyal followers. Only when they are free will they enter the star network to check the situation and obtain some additional information, which can actually be collected by the intelligent computer. Not long ago, a train conductor finally discovered that there were no images in the outer layers of galaxies 16 and 17. Previously, for the sake of fairness, any train conductor could freely view the outer layer images of other galaxies, which was the default rule. What's going on? We haven't seen the two galaxies for a long time. Even if the signal is fluctuating, it shouldn't last that long. Is Luoda here? Luoda didn't reply to the message, which caused other train conductors to start a discussion. Number 16 is a tree person, and number 17 is a Fuyao person. How come they both have problems? Is there an abnormal fluctuation near them? Unless a black hole suddenly appears to interfere with the signal, how else can it fluctuate? I heard that a train was supposed to go to System 17, but suddenly withdrew and went to System 16. What happened? The same thing happened a few days ago. These topics blew up Yang Dingtian. He cursed. The tree man violated the rules and sent information to the train outside the system, revealing Chun En's background. If I were him, I would run away too. I would never go in if I knew I would die. There was an uproar in the chat group, and more train conductors were blown out. This is too immoral. We agreed not to interfere with each other. If I were Chun En, I would definitely go after the tree man and fight him to the death. Yang Dingtian. Chun En is still too kind. He didn't say anything when he was disturbed last time. Otto, the core you took originally belonged to Chun En. Otto took a long time to reply. I did take the core, but I was not the instigator. It has nothing to do with me. You said so much. Is it just speculation, or do you have evidence? If you have evidence, show it. Yang Dingtian. If I have evidence, will it make Mance feel better? If the tree people can act as if nothing happened when they break the rules, I will do the same in the future. When I see an extragalactic train about to enter your star system, I will give them all your information and see who will feel better. The other train conductors were helpless in the face of Yang Dingtian's troublemaking behavior. Queen, trees are lowly species with no morals. I suggest that they be removed from the star network. Where's Luoda? Come out and speak. Killian, it's not necessary to eliminate them. After all, there is no solid evidence. Let's make the rules firm. If anyone dares to do this again, all our trains will attack them and kill them directly. Everyone has their own opinions and positions, so they are destined to not reach a consensus. A few minutes later, a train conductor asked a crucial question. Where is the train conductor of the tree man? Why is he gone from the list? Is he really eliminated? What qualifications does Luoda have to do this? As for Luoda, who had never sent a message, he was in a state of panic in the cockpit. You said the star network lost control. Intelligent brain. A special being has entered the backstage and temporarily seized control. It is most likely another telepath. Luoda bared his teeth. It would be bad if there are still telekinetic users in this star region. Have you found out who this train came from? Without control of the star network, we cannot obtain exploration capabilities. But rest assured, Master, our telekinetics are trying to recapture the star network, and it should be soon. Luoda waited anxiously, and 10 minutes later learned that the star domain network had returned without any information loss, but there were slight changes. Intelligent brain. The color of galaxy number 16 has been removed, and the information link has been lost. Immediately bring up the footage of galaxy number 16, including the inner circle. Currently, except for a few powerful galaxies, the star domain network is able to obtain images of the inner star circles of most galaxies. When Luoda saw the two damaged trains in galaxy number 16, he couldn't believe it. Who did it? As the picture moved, Chun En's train appeared in full view. It's him indeed. Beep, beep, beep. Communication coming. Luoda answered the phone. This time he couldn't give Chun En any more smiles, and his face was extremely serious. Chun En, what do you mean? Chun En leaned against the driver's seat and replied casually, It's nothing special, just a token of my appreciation. I have backed up all the information about the star domain network, and I hope that no matter what information you collect in the future, I will have a copy. Is this request not too much? What makes you think I'll give it to you? Chun En smiled and said, I just learned that the star domain network has more uses. For example, it can enter the inner star circle of certain star systems at will and monitor the movements of trains. To be honest, I was really deceived by your previous performance. If you don't agree to my conditions, I will make all this information public. You will become a public enemy and die without a burial place. At this moment, Luoda felt cold to the bone. He originally thought he could control everything and make the train conductors run around in circles. However, he discovered today that there's always someone better than him, and someone saw through his plan clearly. Luoda was the train conductor after all, so he calmed down and asked with narrowed eyes, "What level is your telekinesis?" Chunin was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded and answered nonchalantly, "It's only the third level. The detection range is not very far, and it can only invade the back end of the star domain network. To be honest, combining the telekinetics with the network is a genius idea. I even want to make one." Luoda asked again, "Did you kill Mance?" "Not only was it destroyed, but even its core was devoured. I was going to make your plan public, but then I changed my mind. I think we can work together, right?" Half an hour ago, Chunin firmly believed that Luoda was his enemy. After all, Luoda and Man say were working together to deal with him. However, after sitting in the position of train conductor for a long time, Chunin developed thoughts that were different from ordinary people. There are never friends or enemies. It only matters whether it is in your own interest. Chunin has no telekinesis, but he can pretend to have one and obtain a lot of information while working with Luoda. He feels great. Both sides were silent for a long time, and Luoda suddenly smiled and returned to his original amiable appearance. Chunin smiled and said, "Yes, it is this smile that makes me feel comfortable. Luoda, I am willing to cooperate with you or even form an alliance with you. We will jointly control the star network and share the benefits equally." Chen interrupted, "I'm not that greedy. You just need to give me the information, and you still control the star domain network. As for the benefits, whoever gets it will get it, and there is no need to split it equally." These words made Luoda breathe a sigh of relief, and his smile became even more amiable. "In fact, I prefer you to cooperate with an idiot like Mance. Brother Chun, if you don't mind, we could become brothers from different races." Chunin was astonished. As expected of Luoda, he had a strong ability to accept and adapt. "Haha, please take care of me in the future, Luo. By the way, how do we solve the Mance issue? Although he was the one who violated the rules first, I was an intruder after all, and I'm afraid that it will cause isolation of other trains." Luoda, "Don't worry, brother. I have a lot of experience in handling this kind of thing. Just leave it to me." The two looked at each other and smiled brightly. Chapter 72, We Are a Civilized and Peace-Loving People. Just as the train conductors were shocked by Mance's disappearance, two decoded signals appeared on the public screen, and the content could be clearly seen. The content was a warning, telling the other party that Chunin was very strong and where his strength lay, and that they should never get close to him. Look at the sender of the message. It's the tree man. Who'd he send it to? The recipients of the information were two extra system trains. By comparing the database, it is easy to see that both trains have been destroyed. It is intriguing that the tree man sent Chun An's information to the foreign train. As the discussion progressed, it became clear that the tree people had violated the rules of the star domain network. If the information is true, the tree people are too rude. The information is an announcement from the star domain network. How could it be false? Where's Luoda? Even if she doesn't say anything, she should at least come out and fart, right? Luoda came online and explained the causes and consequences of the tree man's violation in a relatively gentle tone. Secretly sending information to external trains and undermining the interests of internal trains is extremely bad. If everyone does this, we will have no chance to develop peacefully. We might as well go to war with each other to the death. Yang Dingtian, what do you think? Yang Dingtian, if I encounter such a thing, I will just go to war. There's nothing to say. Otto, what do you say? Otto, although I have benefited from it, I do not agree with this approach. Everyone should be clear about our purpose. Passing the jump point is the most important thing. There's no need to fight for our lives. Whoever breaks the rules is making trouble. It is reasonable to remove this civilization from the star network. Luo did the right thing. No one will say it is wrong at this time. After all, it concerns their own interests. Yang Dingtian had warned before that if anyone caused trouble, all trains would be disrupted and there would be huge losses. Therefore, the established rules must be followed, otherwise you will become a public enemy. After everyone discussed it, Luoda asked, "Excuse me, how we deal with tree people who violate the rules?" Queen, since it has been expelled from the star network, just kill it. I can do it for you. Killian, I am a witness. Otto, I got the core for free before, but I don't want it this time. I suggest giving it to Chun and as compensation. Where is Chunin? A reminder that Chunin is online is displayed on the public screen. Chunin, yeah, it's quite lively. What are you discussing? Yang Dingtian explained the reason, feeling indignant. In fact, Chen often couldn't figure out what this guy was trying to do. The previous prophecies clearly showed that they were in a hostile relationship, but now they're being too nice to me. So you were talking about the tree man. Don't bother yourself. I've killed him. Luoda, I've transferred some of the footage. You can open it and take a look. The inner circle cannot be displayed directly. After all, everyone knows that Star Domain Network does not have the authority. Next, a large number of pictures of the wreckage of the Tree Man train were displayed on the public screen, and Shinna complained wildly. I've long discovered that these tree people are not good people. They have been plotting against me. She scared my guess away last time, but I put up with it. After all, our Fuyao civilization is peace-loving. But she came to cause trouble again this time. How could I put up with it? I chased her all the way and eventually tracked her down to her hometown inexplicably. To be honest, I have no interest in attacking tree people, and I don't like the train corps. One of this thing is enough, and the rest will be left to you. But that bastard Mance opened fire on me and was unreasonable. So I just killed her. Do you have any questions? When saying the last sentence, Chun An's tone changed from playful to cold, even to the point of sending chills down one's spine. After listening to this, there was silence in the chat group for a long time. Chun An added, I was wrong in this matter. I was too harsh. How about this? I will share the resources of Galaxy number 16 with you equally. There are many important points in his words. The Mantis Man, Fandle exclaimed. The picture disappeared for only 3 hours. How did you kill the tree man? So far, even the fastest civilized war takes more than 10 hours, and 3 hours is too outrageous. Chinnen replied, maybe the tree people are too weak. I just tried to attack, and they collapsed on their own. It seems that you don't seem to believe it. How about this? Those who don't believe it can come to Star Region number 16 and experience what the tree people feel. Now that things have come to this, everyone can understand. Yang Dingtian was the first to speak. The tree man deserves to die. Chen did a good job. He was able to destroy it in 3 hours. He must have special weapons. Luo, duh. Since Shanan can solve the problem himself, there is no need for us to intervene. As for the resources of Galaxy number 16, I will not share them. Anyway, I can't mine all the resources in Galaxy number 4. Those who dared to divide the resources all gave up and let Shanan mine them himself. However, some train conductors in the outer circle were quite dissatisfied and blamed Chunin for not telling others before taking action. Chunin pretended not to hear and exited the Star Domain Network to do his own thing. Don't move number 17 for now, and focus on mining number 16. Focus on energy crystals and special minerals. Once they're almost mined, empty them out for other trains. We can't defend 2 star systems. Fuyao, how many energy crystals did you find from those 2 trains? Total 50 million units. Chunin, what a waste. I thought it could be over 100 million. The tree people consume energy crystals very quickly. 30 million of the 50 million belong to another train. It's a pity that they don't have extraordinary weapons, so they have energy crystals but can't use them. That's it. No one will dare to provoke me for the time being. Collect information from the Star Domain Network every day and pay special attention to the three-eyed man. I want to know what Yang Dingtian means. 3 days later, Shanan withdrew to number 17, and the newly arrived Blue Bird people occupied number 16. When the Blue Bird people saw traces of mining everywhere in the galaxy, they were stunned. You won't know the reason until you enter the Star Domain Network. The Blue Bird train conductor dared not complain and quickly gave Chunin a gift to avoid following the tree man's fate. During the next half-month, Chunin had nothing to do, and the star field was relatively peaceful. The number of incoming trains gradually decreased, and it was even difficult to see one for several days. On July 3rd, a small problem occurred. The Crystal Worm civilization announced that it did not have enough energy crystals and was facing a racial crisis, so it borrowed 30 million energy crystals from the neighboring Mantis civilization. How could Vanderl end it? The 2 sides immediately went to war. At this time, who cares about the rules of the Star Network? Survival is the most important thing. After both sides suffered losses, Vander took a step back and was willing to give 10 million energy crystals. The Crystal Worm decided to quit while it was ahead, took away the 10 million energy crystals, abandoned its own Galaxy number 3, and begged along the way. No matter whether it is Ling Shua civilization or Three-Eyed civilization, the Crystal Worms don't care. If they don't give energy crystals, they'll go to war. The worst that can happen is that both sides will perish. Although they were all unhappy, there was no need to fight these bugs to death, so they gave the energy crystal away with a gloomy face. Interestingly, the crystal worm deliberately avoided Galaxy 17 when passing by it. Chunin initiated the communication. Why don't you ask me for it? Are you ignoring me? The queen insect didn't expect that there would be such a despicable human being who would come close to her and let her rob. I don't want yours unless you tell me what weapon the tree killer used. Chunin grinned and chuckled, then hung up the call. Even insects are afraid of power. At this time, Fuyao civilization ranked first on the ranking list. After just half a month, the crystal worm civilization robbed all civilizations except Fuyao and stockpiled energy crystals that even Chunin coveted. Finally, on July 15th, a large number of light spots appeared in the dark area in the center of the star field. At the same time, a message appeared on each train. The jump point will open in 6 months. Only 50 trains will be allowed to pass through. The rest will be annihilated along with the starry sky. Chapter 73, Civilization Fragments, Exploration Mission. No one knew where the information came from, but the content made all the train conductors nervous. I didn't expect that the jump point would limit the number of people who could pass through, and it was less than half. Chunin, according to the current ranking, we should be able to get by. But the ranking is fictitious, and no one knows what will happen in the next 6 months. Fuyao, what do you think we should do? There will be a chaotic battle in the last month until only 50 trains are left. So we need to make ourselves as strong as possible and use all means. The current situation is very advantageous to us. After all, any civilization with a brain will not compete with us for a spot. Compared to the nervousness of other train conductors, Chun was indeed much more relaxed. He immediately entered the star network to see how other train conductors would react. As he expected, most of the train conductors were complaining or cursing and were extremely indignant about the new rules. Only 50 can pass, which means 76 trains will be destroyed. According to the current ranking and the order of the galaxies, it is clear who can pass. This remark was provocative, and the conductor, who was ranked near the front, quickly retorted. Those in the front may not necessarily pass, but they all have a chance. In my opinion, the top 10 will be fine, especially the Fuyao civilization, which ranks first. Chunin, rankings are imaginary, and it still depends on overall strength. Is Luo to hear? Do you have any other information about the dark area in the center of the star field? The train's detection range cannot cover the dark area, but the star network can. Chunin actually knew what was there, but pretended not to know. After a while, a dark area appeared on the public screen, with a large number of light spots flashing. As the picture unfolds, the light spots become clearer and clearer, and you can see what's inside. There are cities, giant peaks, planetary fragments, and even the corpses of dead star beasts that are larger than the cities. Luo, preliminary detection shows that there are a lot of civilization fragments in the dark area, which should come from a destroyed civilization. This information sparked heated discussions among the train conductors, and even those who usually didn't speak spoke up. It seems that the rules want us to use these resources to grow and then grab a spot at the jump point. Since the fragments of civilization appeared near the jump point, they must be useful. It's not necessarily good stuff. I think there are a lot of dangers. The discussion on the Star Domain Network was fruitless, and everyone quietly dispersed, with an undercurrent surging. In fact, almost all train captains privately gave orders to send warships for reconnaissance. Chunin dispatched 2 destroyers and sailed towards the target area at high speed. 10 hours later, the destroyer finally reached the nearest debris. From images sent back, we can see that there's an extremely sci-fi city inside the light shield, but the buildings inside are leaning to one side and the other, which is the scene after a major earthquake. The battleship goes in to take a look. However, to Chun-An's surprise, the light shield blocked the warship, and it was unable to enter. The same situation occurred in other places, and the star network became lively again. Why can't I get in? Are there any other conditions required? I guess that if the warship is too big, it will crush the light shield and will naturally be rejected. This statement made sense. Chunin immediately sent out a shuttle, which was able to pass through the light shield. At the same time, shuttles from other civilizations also came here, but they did not interfere with each other and conducted their own reconnaissance. Just as the shuttles were wandering around, beams of light suddenly shot out from the ground, dazzlingly bright and destroying all the shuttles. Chunin lost sight of the internal scene and frowned. He opened the Star Domain Network and saw many train conductors reporting problems. The place I went to was a barren grassland with no resources. The shuttle was destroyed by an unknown force. My shuttle is gone too. I suspect it's some powerful supernatural being. The level of that star beast corpse is not simple. The shuttle lost signal as soon as it entered and crashed directly. Everyone, I seem to know some rules. When other shuttles were destroyed, mine was fine because this shuttle was driven by a transcendent. It turns out that only transcendents are allowed to enter the civilization fragments. This last statement attracted widespread attention, and train conductors began to conduct tests. Chenin couldn't test it because his destroyer was full of robots. He tried sending a robot in to take a look, but it was still destroyed. Fuyao, the Otto civilization, and the crystal worm civilization are both mechanical life forms, so why were they able to get in? Robots and mechanical life are two different things. They have been devouring energy crystals and have long been promoted to extraordinary mechanical life. Okay, I'll watch for a while. Other train conductors actually gained more information, but were not necessarily willing to share it on Star Domain Network. It doesn't matter. Chenin can use the Star Network to invade their aircraft and steal the information. There are fragments of extraordinary civilizations, and there are also fragments of technological civilizations. Some fragments are very primitive, while others are very advanced, which shows that civilizations are uneven. Some are good and some are bad. These fragments may come from a bombed planet. Could there be purple star fragments? Maybe there are key items to upgrade the star rating of the train. Thinking of more interesting content, Chenin couldn't control his emotions and immediately discussed strategies with Fu Yao. The train is stationed in a star system and cannot move. We can only send passengers on missions. If you're at a low level, you are just cannon fodder. You can limit your level. They will not only face passengers from various civilizations, but also unknown creatures, and will need to release more weapons. Don't be stingy with your star coins at this time. Just give them as much as you can. Wealth and power belong to the brave. After the discussion, an announcement was immediately made on the train to draw the attention of all passengers. The exploration of the origin star is coming to an end. A large number of expedition missions will be released next. The limit for accepting the series of missions is triple extraordinary. Currently, there are thousands of triple transcendent people in the train. After hearing this announcement, all the triple extraordinary people, whether in the carriage or on the origin star, quickly put down their work and carefully check the content of the task. Take the exclusive exploration spaceship to the dark area. Enter the civilization fragments for exploration, and you will receive 30,000 star coins upon arrival. Subsequent tasks will be released continuously according to the content of the expedition. Since the expedition mission is more dangerous than the exploration mission, passengers can participate at their discretion. There wasn't much content, but it was enough to cause a stir. 30,000 as soon as I get there? Shit, won't the rewards for the following missions be outrageous? It's clearly stated in the content that this mission is very dangerous, and only a triple transcendent can do it. Where is the dark area? The information has been released. Just take a look. When seeing the content of the information, many people gasped. The farthest place they have traveled so far is the life-bearing planet within the galaxy. But this time they will go far beyond the galaxy and reach unknown areas. If something happens there, the train will not be able to provide timely support, and we will have to rely on ourselves. Thinking of the unknown dangers, many people hesitated. But Xiaozhen couldn't hesitate. Instead, he was very excited. Facing the guild members with different expressions, Xiaozhen turned and walked towards the market, saying casually, "If you are willing to come with me, come. If you are not willing, forget it. I won't force you." In the end, 10 triple-level transcendents caught up with Xiaozhen, accounting for only 1/3 of the guild's triple-level number. Xiaozhen doesn't care as long as there are people. Wherever Brother Xiao goes, I'll go. It will definitely be beneficial. In response to Zhu Daming's naive statement, Xiaozhen's lips curled up slightly, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 74 T228 Exploration Ship. In the market, the extraordinary people of the Night Guild were howling like ghosts, as if they had discovered a new world. The 2.0 version of Blue Light is equipped with a new energy module. It can fire 500 times after being charged. It can kill triple-level extraordinary beings and will also pose a certain threat to quadruple-level extraordinary beings. The 2.0 version of the electromagnetic gun is called Faith. It's awesome. It's an upgraded version when it's launched. This gun can make up for the limitations of Blue Light in special environments. It's perfect for use with other weapons. The 2.0 version of the Deep Purple armor can effectively resist all kinds of damage. I'm curious, who is more powerful if you use 2.0 Blue Light to attack the 2.0 armor? Xiao Zhen slapped Zhu Daming on the forehead. Don't shout. Hurry up and buy. Everyone will get enough. However, when purchasing, you'll be prompted that you must accept an expedition mission to have purchasing authority. It turns out there are restrictions. Xiao Zhen immediately turned on his watch to accept the task and set up his members. After you buy a weapon, it will be bound to your fingerprint, so you can't use it even if you give it to someone else. At the same time, other guilds took action one after another. So what if the expedition mission is dangerous? Who isn't dancing on the edge of a knife these days? Chun Guoyang from the Hope Guild, Zi Shu from the Science Guild, Xiaofeng from the Dragon Guild. They're all forming their own teams, accepting missions and purchasing weapons. In the cockpit, Chun asked Fu Yao to list the names of the expedition team and frowned for a long time. Master is worried about Zishu's safety. She and I have a special relationship, so it's reasonable for me to be worried, right? People will die on an expedition. I have already assumed that there will be a lot of casualties. With Zishu's abilities, he cannot guarantee his own safety. But she has her own guild, and I have never treated her like a canary. Fu Yao, give me some advice. Sorry, I can't give any ideas. Suddenly, the communication line rang. It was a message from Zishu. Chunin, are you going? Chunin replied, I won't go for now. Phew, I'm relieved then. Your guild has too few people. It's dangerous to go there. Chunin asked, are you going? Sister, I'm definitely going. It's such a big guild that's supporting me. How can I not take risks? Chunin, actually, you don't have to go. Maybe I can support you. At this moment, Chunin had the urge to reveal his identity. Bringing Zishu to my place might make life more interesting. But the problem is, with Zishu's personality, she would never be willing to cling to me. She would rather strive for a career on her own. If their identities were really exposed, their relationship might become alienated. Zishu laughed heartily at Chun An's answer. You are getting better at joking. Does the Red Sun Guild have enough money? If not, I can lend you some. I have plenty of private money now. Be careful, or I'll drain you out. Chunin said deliberately viciously, then hung up the phone, with a smile on his face that lingered for a long time. Letting her take control of her own life is the greatest support. Outside the tarmac, Yang Yuan was puzzled by Zishu's inexplicable giggle. Sister Shu so happy. Zishu coughed twice and erased the information on the watch. Stop talking nonsense and rent the spaceship quickly. I heard it's a new model. When they arrived at the rental point, the robot introduced the new spaceship to them in a formulaic manner. The model of the spacecraft is T-228, and it is the first exploration ship on the train. It has super speed and super energy, and can even replenish its own energy outside the system without having to return to the train. The T-228 has standard laser cannons and electromagnetic cannons, and is fearless in space combat. It has 4 built-in shuttles, and can replenish energy within the spacecraft. The T-228 has a load capacity of 200 tons, and the rental price is 5,000 star coins per day, with a minimum rental period of 7 days. If you accept an expedition mission, the rental price can be reduced to 2,000 star coins per day. After hearing this, Zishu's eyes lit up, and Yang Yuan and others drooled. It's worthy of being an exploration spaceship. We can finally sail freely in the starry sky. Sister Shu, rent one quickly. Zishu immediately verified her identity and rented a spaceship. The weapons and spacecraft are in place, but we don't know when it's set off. Just as they raised the question, a message appeared on their watches that the spacecraft would depart in 2 hours and would be escorted by a warship. Since there were still 2 hours left, Zishu took the initiative to meet Chunin. Will you be sad if I can't come back? Chunin pinched her cheek and chuckled. If you don't come back, I will find another woman. Zishu pouted and failed to utter the threatening words for a long time, but finally she gave up. It's up to you. There are no restrictions between us anyway. Chunin comforted him. Don't be so depressed. You have warships escorting you. There must be a lot of them. The warship is not sent just for me. So what's the use of escorting? What if the train conductor likes men? What if he wants to protect Xiao Zhen or Xiaofeng? I heard that there are too many women pursuing them, and even men are pursuing them. Chunin increased the strength of his right hand and pinched her face into the shape of a bun. Ouch, it hurts. 10 minutes later, the two left the physiological area and returned to their original state, either aloof or profound. Before leaving, Chunin gave Zishu a password. If you're in danger, just input it on the watch, and you may get an unexpected surprise. The battleship really couldn't get in, but the lasers fired from the battleship could get in. And the warship not only protects Zishu, it will also protect others. After all, Chunin is the only good talent he is now. It would be a shame if he died. The time finally came, and the train made an announcement. All expedition teams, please leave the train on the expedition ship and enter the destroyer. 10 destroyers and 30 frigates will lead 46 expedition teams to the dark area. After half an hour of hard work, the fleet set off and headed towards the vast starry sky. Chunin was free again and entered the bustling star network. I found that the arrangements of other trains were similar to my own. The only difference was the number. Some sent thousands or tens of thousands of passengers, and some even sent half of their fleet. There is no advantage in numbers. In order to prevent the expedition team from encountering unnecessary danger, Chunin issued a statement. I won't compete with you. I'll only send a few hundred people. But if anyone deliberately targets my people, don't blame me for being rude. After the speech, there was silence in the group for a while, and then there were a lot of responses. Kashila, don't worry, Brother Chun. I have already restrained my men. Otto, but if your men take the initiative to attack, my men will definitely resist. Chun, and normal confrontation is inevitable and reasonable, but we cannot target them without reason. Otherwise, I will drive a train directly to your door to offer you warmth. Luo, how about this? Everyone should set up some rules. You can compete for resources and fight each other, but you can't start a large-scale fight. Agree. No one had any objections, especially the train conductor who was ranked lower. Chun Onsong breathed a sigh of relief. With Xiao Zhen and the others' abilities, they were now at the top level and could win. 3 hours later, a large number of live broadcasts were launched online on Star Domain Network. Luo, everyone can watch the adventure content, which can be regarded as real-time supervision. Chapter 75, Purple Second Class Energy Crystal, extremely valuable. Watching the live broadcast of the adventure is also a fun thing, and the train conductors are very interested. Chunin looked for a while and found that many of the civilization fragments on the outer layer had been visited by many trains, and the passengers were exploring inside, but there was no obvious gain so far. Fuyao, have the fleet split up after arrival and send the expedition teams to different areas. As for where they want to explore, we won't interfere. If we find resources that the train needs, we can initiate a targeted special mission. Through the Star Domain Network, Fuyao can connect to the expedition team's watches without any information delay. In fact, the Star Network itself also provides remote communication services for trains, but there may be information loss. 12 hours later, Chun En's fleet arrived at the designated location. Brother Xiao, we're here. Xiao Zhan was sleeping in the driver's seat when he was suddenly woken up by Zhu Daming. The spaceship was leaving the battleship's helipad and heading towards the white, starry sky outside. The reason why it appears white is because there is a white halo outside, and the halo is their destination. Everyone cheer up, let's go. Xiao Zhan turned on the manual driving function of the spacecraft and personally controlled the spacecraft to leave the battleship. Ding, ding, ding. The spacecraft tilted and bumped several times at the hatch. Xiao Zhan said awkwardly, I forgot this is not F-399. What a sensitive operating system. Zhu Daming said helplessly, Brother, if you don't know how to do it, don't show off. Just drive automatically. Can you guarantee that the autopilot will always be effective? Can you guarantee that the ship's intelligence will not be invaded? Learning to drive by yourself is the right way, so learn it. After going out, Zhu Daming exclaimed, Why is the battleship closed? I remember there are several guild expedition teams inside. Xiao Zhen carefully maneuvered the spaceship toward the aperture and said casually, Let other guilds come here and compete with us for the mission? That's right. The trains were separated on purpose. We're about to go in. Will it be dangerous? There was no movement when the spacecraft passed through the aperture, but the spacecraft was swept by a white light. People couldn't help but close their eyes, otherwise they would damage their eyes. After hearing the task completion prompt tone from his watch, Xiao Zhen showed a satisfied smile. 30,000 star coins have arrived. This is too easy to earn. Brother Xiao, if we exit and come back in, can we complete the missions consecutively? Do you want to fix the train bug? Zhu Daming chuckled and said, It's just talk. How dare I? As the spacecraft flew downward, the situation on the ground gradually became apparent. It was a town with broken walls, cracked ground, and many signs of dead animals and plants. It seems to be an ancient style. Xiao Zhan was disgusted. He turned around and asked, Have you spotted any other spaceships around? Zhu Daming was tinkering with the detection module, and many light spots appeared on the screen. There are quite a few. They're searching everywhere. Shall we land? Xiao Zhan continued to look at the surface for a while, then shook his head and said, Don't log in, just fly around and see the situation. This place is not big, just a small piece of debris. At the speed of the spacecraft, it only takes half an hour to go around it. Brother Xiao, the other ships have already left. It seems that there are no good things there. Xiao Zhan cursed. What kind of damn luck is this? Run away. The spacecraft entered autopilot mode and quickly left here. After leaving the aperture, Xiao Zhan got information from the star map that the next aperture would be 300,000 kilometers away. 300,000 kilometers is not far, sailing at full speed. Not everyone is as unlucky as Xiao Zhan. Chen Guoyang is quite lucky. The spaceship arrived at a desolate world. He thought there was nothing there, but suddenly a powerful star beast appeared. The star beast is the size of a frog and is 20 meters tall. It jumps across the wilderness, searching for prey. Even if the world is destroyed and only this fragment remains, it is still alive. As more and more spaceships arrived, the star beast became enraged. It leaped 100 meters high and smashed a shuttle-shaped spaceship into pieces with one palm. The humanoid creatures inside fled in all directions, but many of them were smashed to pieces. Swish! The star beast stuck out its tongue, rolled the delicious flesh and blood into its mouth, and began to chew it with relish. In the Star Domain Network, the live broadcast about the desolate world attracted the attention of many train conductors. That toad is definitely not a third-level being. It must be a fourth-level being at least. The star beast strengthening method is the same as ours, triple strengthening of muscles and quadruple strengthening of bones. To be able to survive the destruction of the world, it is not a simple quadruple strengthening. Retreat, this thing is hard to kill, and there's not much benefit to be gained. Don't worry, the toad has returned to its nest. Its nest is in the Rift Valley, which is so blue that it dazzles the train conductor's eyes. Energy crystal? No wonder a quadruple star beast appeared. With endless energy crystals, it's hard not to upgrade. But it's not worth wasting time for this little bit of energy. Some train conductors were ready to evacuate their passengers and explore other places. However, at this time, a train conductor pointed out a key discovery and exclaimed, The color of the energy crystal is wrong. Why is it purple? In the picture, the toad opened its mouth and swallowed a few energy crystals, which were not blue but pure purple. No one had ever seen purple energy crystal before. It may be due to the influence of the environment, resulting in a special reaction. Yes, this energy crystal may not be as valuable as the blue one. I'm not interested anyway. You guys do your research. As each train issued orders, the surrounding spaceships left one after another. However, there were also some who did not leave, such as Chun Guiyang's spaceship, because he had received a special mission and was in a daze. Occupy the energy crystal mine, collect the purple energy crystals, and send them to the battleship. You will receive a reward of 200,000 star coins and obtain ownership of the expedition ship. Chun Guiyang took a deep breath, and his teammates around him were even more excited, so excited that they were speechless for a long time. Brother Liang, how much is the exploration ship worth? Chun Guiyang said in a trembling voice. It is estimated to be over 5 million star coins. Fuck, if that's the case, 200,000 star coins isn't even a fraction of that. What on earth are those purple energy crystals? Why are they so highly valued? No matter what it is, you must get it. You must get it. Faced with such amazing benefits, no one can resist the temptation. In the train cockpit, Fu Yao was telling Chun and about the grading rules of Nanjing. Blue is only the lowest level of energy crystal, above which there are purple second-level energy crystals, orange third level, and the highest level is ninth level. With each level increase, the super energy contained in the energy crystal will increase 100-fold. Chun and hiss. If I can get the second-class energy crystal, or won't I be rich? By this calculation, an exploration ship is nothing. I can give it to you whenever I want. The original mission did not include an exploration ship, but only a reward of 200,000 star coins, which was enough to motivate the guild. But Chunin later thought that the guild's development was still too slow, and they needed to speed it up, starting with the exploration ship. Give guilds enough authority and resources, and they can grow explosively. Chunin is looking forward to the guild forming its own fleet. As for the previously set price of the warship, as long as Chunin is willing, it can be lowered or raised at any time, and it is not fixed. Chapter 76 Tomb of the Star Emperor. The Star Beast is called Frog, which is a temporary code name given by Chen Guoyang. He piloted the spaceship around cautiously for a long time, but couldn't find a solution. Have the other ships left? They've all left, and now we're the only ones left. It's both a good thing and a bad thing. If other spaceships stayed, they might be able to help attract the frog's attention. Let's test the frog's strength first. Pull the spacecraft up to 1,000 meters, then use the laser cannon to attack. The T-228 is different from previous cargo ships. This type of exploration ship does not have any restrictions on firepower, as long as there is enough energy. As the two laser cannons on the head of the spacecraft extended out, fierce beams of light gushed out and shot at the frog's head. It turns out that even such a powerful star beast has a hard time being attacked by a laser cannon. There was a loud roar, and the frog was hit by the huge force and fell backwards, falling into the rift, smashing the open-air energy crystals everywhere. That's it, Brother Liang. This mission is so easy. Unlike his teammates, who were delighted, Chen Guoyang frowned and stared at the fallen frog. Because at the location where the laser bombarded, the frog only had some skin scratched, and there was no sign of bleeding. It stood up. What the hell? Nothing happened. The frog stood up, raised its head, stared at the spaceship in the sky with its two bulging eyes, and jumped. But its jumping height can only reach 500 meters, which is not enough to reach the spacecraft. Chen Guoyang remained calm and ordered the spacecraft's 4 laser cannons to fire simultaneously, aiming at the frog's eyes. It will always have weaknesses. This place is equivalent to the surface of a planet. Laser cannons make sounds and are extremely noisy. Boom! For loud noises overlapped and hit the frog's eyes with great accuracy. To be honest, a laser beam of this energy could penetrate the spacecraft itself. The frog remained fine, however, and continued jumping madly, trying to increase its height. But even if the tongue is included, its maximum height is only about 700 meters. As expected of a survivor of this broken place, your defense ability is simply outrageous. Brother Liang, we need to think of other ways. Chen Guoyang frowned. There is a way, but it is too dangerous. It's dangerous for us to be here. There's nothing to be afraid of. Around him are Han Dong and Chu Du, both vice presidents of the guild. Chen Guoyang said, 3 of you come out and drive 4 shuttles with me to lure the frogs away. Han Dong, you drive the spacecraft into the Rift Valley and dig for energy crystals as quickly as possible. No matter how much you can dig, just give it a try. Han Dong, Brother Liang, I'll go. You come here and take charge of the situation. Chen Guoyang, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. After a while, 4 small shuttle-shaped aircraft left the spacecraft and led the angry frog away after some provocation. In the back, Han Dong landed the spaceship on the ground and asked everyone to go in and dig. Chen saw all these scenes clearly, and he was worried about the mining efficiency of the Hope Guild. Fuyao, can we let them bring the mining robot in? Non-supernatural robots will be destroyed after entering, but they can be equipped with more mining equipment. Chunin, I didn't expect to turn them into miners. Are there any warships nearby? Each warship will be equipped with all the tools to deal with various special situations. Okay, send a message to Chen Guoyang right away. No, send a message to Han Dong and ask him to go back and get it. Switch the screen to Chen Guoyang. Since the images transmitted by the watch are in the first person, the screen shakes violently and I can't see much clearly, but I can hear the sound of frogs jumping. Chunin displayed the images of all 4 shuttles and used technical techniques to stitch them together to roughly restore the overall image. I saw the shuttle flying fast in front and the frog chasing it fiercely from behind. Each jump was 1,000 meters long and could catch up with the flying speed of the shuttle. Fuyao, is this thing really the 4th level? 4th level only refers to the enhanced content, but it does not mean that the strength is the same. This frog is too big. After strengthening its flesh, blood, and bones, it is naturally stronger than humans. Should we upgrade our weapons? The laser cannon can't even kill a quadruple star beast. Master, you don't think the laser cannon of the exploration ship is very powerful, do you? If you want to kill it, I suggest using the main gun of the destroyer. It only takes 1 shot to kill it instantly, but due to the influence of the aperture, the destroyer's attack may be refracted. Chen An's face turned black. It's useless if you can't shoot accurately. Forget it. I have already issued the mission rewards. Let them complete it by themselves. Switch the screen. Has anyone found anything good? 46 expeditions have entered the fragments of civilization, but so far no results have been achieved. The Scientific Society's expedition team discovered a tomb. What's so interesting about a grave? This tomb is floating in the air with 9 giant dragons pulling it around. There's also a tombstone on it, with the words Tomb of the Star Emperor written on it. Before Fu Yao could fully describe it, Chen had already opened the screen. Tombs are actually not uncommon, but the shape of this tomb is very strange, attracting many spaceships to surround it, including Zishu's spaceship. The starry sky is dim, and the white light of the aperture cannot illuminate the grave. Only the eternal lamp in front of the stele seems to never go out, and its faint light illuminates the flying dragons and elephants everywhere. Sister Shu, why did the painting style suddenly become so fantasy? In the cab, a group of people gathered around watching and marveling at the performance. Zishu didn't answer. She continued to observe the shape of the tomb. The dome column is made of stacked stones and has a very smooth surface that has been specially polished. There are 4 altars around the main body of the tomb, which may have housed statues of gods, but are now empty. The most eye-catching are of course the 9 stone dragons, whose tails are connected to the tombs. Their ferocious heads are raised to the sky, and their mouths once contained something, but are now empty. Sister Shu looked down there. 1,000 meters below the tomb was a vast expanse of earth that had been shattered into pieces, with nothing intact to be seen. This world once experienced a disaster similar to the Purple Star. The planet collapsed, but the tomb remained intact. It was amazing. During the conversation, a spaceship flew towards the tomb and landed. There's not much space left, so let's go quickly. Zishu reacted quickly and grabbed a spacious seat. She stopped the spaceship, and everyone immediately went out fully armed. More detailed information requires them to investigate in person. That's the Triangle Man over there. That's the Rat Man. And that's the Mantis Man. There were quite a few spaceships docked, and the explorers inside were wary of each other after they came out, and there was no communication for the time being. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Is that the Fuyao civilization ahead? When they heard the word Fuyao, explorers of all races looked sideways and became more wary of Zishu and others. Because when they set out, the train conductor had personally instructed them not to easily provoke civilizations such as Fuyao and Lingshu, among which Fuyao was the key. Zishu looked back and saw a 3-eyed man. May I ask who you are? A group of 3-eyed men trotted over, the leader of which was thin and quite handsome. He smiled and replied, My name is Li Feng. When I came out, the conductor specifically told me that I could cooperate with you. Yang Yuan and others greeted them warmly. It must be safer to have teammates in a place like this. Zishu was cautious and asked about the train through the feedback function of her watch. The train responded shortly afterwards that it was willing to cooperate, but not at the expense of its own interests. Zishu breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up ahead, I saw several Mantis people standing in front of the stele, using equipment to scan the text on the stele. Chapter 77, I am good at listening to the opinions of the masses. In the Star Domain Network, the inscriptions uploaded by explorers were translated into various languages. The emperor was born in the countryside and was adopted by a butcher when he was young. He suffered a lot. In the 27th year of manhwa, the emperor held a sword to split the sky and ascended to heaven, leaving behind countless legends. On the day of the catastrophe, the emperor fought against 10 great masters, but ultimately died and was buried in the mountain of 10,000 evils. The translation results in different languages are different. Translated according to the Purple Star language, it is the thing above. Chun An's mouth twitched. Fuyao, are you sure you didn't translate it wrong? No omissions, absolutely true. Change your way of speaking back to me. Master, it's fun to talk like this. It's simple and convenient, and it doesn't take up much of my operating space. Chunin, it does not take up your operating space, but it takes up my brain. I used to do physics research, and I hate classical Chinese. Please explain the inscription to me in vernacular. The inscription is the life summary of the Star Emperor. He's a very cute, fierce guy. According to my estimation, he should be at the star stepping level. Why? The inscription says that he flew away, so he must have flown out of the planet. To fly out of the planet, at least a Star Walker can do it. His level can't be too high, only the first level of Star Walker, otherwise he wouldn't have died on the surface of the planet. What's the use? The corpses of the Star Walkers can be used to refine special potions, allowing people to temporarily walk in space. In special scenarios, they can ignore the pressure of space. If we get the corpses, we can even figure out how to get promoted. Does a sky climber need a method to become a star stepper? Isn't it just strengthening with eyes closed? Those who ascend to the sky can strengthen themselves with their eyes closed, but those who walk on the stars cannot. If they cannot find a way, they may never be able to break through their limits. Isn't it in your database? Fu Yao is not omnipotent. When Shunin obtained this information, most of the other train conductors also knew the situation. Then, various orders were issued, making the atmosphere outside the tomb even more solemn. Sister Shu, what's wrong with you? Zishu's originally tense face melted away, and she couldn't hide her smile. I just received a big mission. You all take a look at the content. Special mission. Bring the tomb owner's body back to the train. Reward. 200,000 star coins, and get ownership of the expedition ship. Yang Yuan took a deep breath and coughed for a long time after inhaling the dust. The conductor is crazy. The reward is ridiculously generous. Our exploration ship is worth at least 5 million star coins. Zishu clenched his fists, gathered his people together, and whispered, "We must get the tomb owner's body at any cost. As long as we get the exploration ship, the Science Guild will develop 10 blocks faster than other guilds." Everyone was excited, and Yang Yuan asked what to do. Zishu said, "Don't worry, just follow them and go in." The tomb had a stone door that had just been blasted open. "Captain Z, shall we go together?" Li Feng greeted. Zishu replied, "I don't think there's anything good in the tomb. Are you sure you want to go in?" "The conductor has given the order, so we must go in. Since you may not go in, we will leave first." Less than 10 minutes into the cooperation, the alliance collapsed. Zishu guessed that the three-eyed men had the same mission, and they also wanted the tomb owner's body. It looks like the competition will be fierce today. Zishu became excited and asked others to check their weapons to make sure there were no mistakes. Chunin watched Zishu's scene for a long time. After they all entered the tomb, Chunin switched to Xiao Zhan's scene at Fu Yao's reminder. Xiao Zhan found new fragments of civilization, which was a city of the future. The city may have been beautiful before, but now it is just a mess. The floating light rail was broken into several sections and fell down on the kilometer-high building in the park. There are also many flying cars embedded in the floors of high-rise buildings like sesame seeds and broken into pieces. Xiaozhan was not the first group of explorers to arrive, as many had come before him. However, although there is no living life in the city, there are many sturdy robots. In the picture, explorers of various races are fighting with robots, either in close combat or in long-range shooting, which is extremely intense. Why remind me? Chunin asked Fu Yao. These robots have an average strength of 3 times. If we get the information, we can upgrade our own robots with a little modification. How strong can it be upgraded to? Highest quadruple. Chunin was almost drooling. It is very cheap to manufacture robots. If he could make robots of quadruple strength, Chunin would like to fill the train with them. Immediately issue a task to Xiao Zhan. I want a complete set of manufacturing information for the robot. At this time in the city, Xiao Zhan and others had just hovered the spaceship and did not know what to do for the time being. From the information obtained through reconnaissance, it can be known that those robots are very powerful and have defeated the mechanical life of the auto civilization. They're all robots. Why is there such a big difference? Brother Xiao, are you still going out? Zhu Daming was scared. Xiao Zhan was calm and collected. Whether we go out or not depends on whether there is any benefit. We don't have any interest demands now. In fact, he was waiting for a task. Logically speaking, it wouldn't make sense for the train to only give one task. Sure enough, he got the result. When he saw the mission reward, even Xiao Zhan was stunned for a long time and couldn't believe it. "Boss, are you living a miserable life? You dare to give me this?" Others followed suit to check the content, and their expressions became even more exaggerated. Giving away the exploration ship for free is really not the boss I know. Logically speaking, he should be very stingy. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that he might hear you. Of course, Chunin heard it, and happily asked Fu Yao to remove the 200,000 star coins reward. If you think it's too much, just say it earlier. I'm good at listening to the opinions of the masses. When Xiao Zhan found out that 200,000 star coins had been removed from the reward, he was dumbfounded. When Xiao Zhan saw the line of small words at the end, he was so angry that his face turned green. "You're the only one who talks too much. Brothers, strip him naked and make up for the lost star coins with your flesh." A guild captain with a relatively handsome appearance was captured, and then he let out a series of miserable cries. After some simple fun, Xiao Zhan told his plan. The manufacturing materials for the robot that the train wants must be somewhere in this city. We need to find a factory that manufactures robots, and we can probably find the information there. But the problem is, this place is too dangerous. Driving a spaceship around to search for it would only make us a target. Zhu Daming. Brother Xiao, let's search on foot. Xiao Zhan. Your suggestion is very good. Don't suggest it again next time. Driving a spaceship is better than walking. Let's scan the city map first, and then look for special buildings. The factory that manufactures robots must be very special, and it will be easy to find. After working for 3 hours, Xiao Zhan determined the final location, which was an underground factory half exposed above the ground. The spaceship hurried over, but found that the Auto civilization seemed to be interested in the information and was attacking frantically. Brother Xiao, what should we do? Xiao Zhan smiled and stood up gracefully. We drink wine, eat meat, sleep, and watch the show. Chapter 78. The Radical Red Sun Guild. At present, except for Xiao Zhan, Chen Guiyang, and Zi Shu, others have also made gains, but they are not worthy of Chen An's excessive attention. After looking around, he finally turned the camera to Zi Shu. After all, the fight inside the tomb was more exciting. However, the image quality transmitted by the watch was extremely poor and shook violently, but the sound was relatively clear. Yang Yuan, don't be impulsive. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The winner in the end will definitely be the calmest person. Let them fight over it, and we'll try to keep our distance. I've scanned it, and there's only one entrance and exit to this tomb, so they'll definitely come out from here. Sister Shu, what if they blast through the wall from other weak spots and leave? Do you think the tomb is a shoddy construction? It would be a wonder if they could blast it open. Chen had never expected that Zishu and the others would actually act as the sixth person, hiding at the back waiting to take advantage. Other races rushed in excitedly, and occasionally screams could be heard, probably because the trap had been triggered. This girl's brain is still working well. Yang Yuan is far worse than her. By the way, what are Yu Guan and Liang Yu doing? These two guys were not on the expedition team's roster. Fu Yao then gave the information that Yu Guan was practicing hard on the Origin Star, and Liang Yu was leading the team to explore the remaining Star Beast areas. They're gradually unable to keep up with Zishu's pace, or their talent is too poor. Although talent does not affect the final result, it will affect the process. But when the process is affected, the result will be disturbed synchronously. Fu Yao, give them a hand occasionally. Yu Guan practices very hard, but has not yet broken through the third level. Let's not talk about Liang Yu. This guy doesn't seem to have much desire for upgrading and is immersed in love every day. Love is really a poison. It is not very useful. There is no love between him and Zishu. They are just partners who comfort each other. In other words, it was spiritual comfort beyond his identity as a train conductor. Master, a new expedition team has been formed and wants to explore the dark area. Are there many teams? Only two. The other triple-level transcendents prefer to hunt on the Origin Star. Chunin never forces passengers to do anything, because forcing them will create a rebellious mentality, and the final effect may not be good. He would use wealth and power to lure them. And when social circles were formed in the train, he, being at the top, will be able to control others very tightly, which would be much easier than using force. This was his arrangement all along. Let them wait for a while. When Zishu or Xiao Zhan come out with the results, many people will rush to go on the expedition. Let them see the tangible benefits before they are willing to risk their lives. Chenin looked at it for a while. Xiaofeng's expedition team entered a huge ruins of a supernatural civilization, where the competition was the most intense. Ling Zheng's expedition team discovered a technological civilization, but because the city was shattered too thoroughly, they were considering leaving. Liu Qing's expedition team had just left some ruins and had not made any good discoveries yet. Not all civilization fragments contain things. In fact, most of them are garbage. It still depends on luck. By the way, where's Zhou Jiang? Fu Yao immediately called up the screen. After seeing where Zhou Jiang went, Chun An's face twitched, and he remained speechless for a long time. Where do they want to go? Because this guy was flying towards the depths of the dark area with 7 people who had recently joined the guild, and they didn't even bother to look at the large number of fragments of civilization along the way. In fact, I did take a look, but I just used the spaceship to scan it briefly, and then left after making sure that there was nothing I wanted. Ask. Receive the message 2 minutes later. They're looking for a battlefield. A battlefield? That shabby place is full of debris left over from a destroyed planet. How can it be called a battlefield? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen saw Zhou Zhang's spaceship suddenly accelerate and rush towards the light circle in front. They discovered a fragment of a civilization with a large number of star beasts. These star beasts are extremely powerful, with an average strength of the third peak close to the fourth level. They want to die? Including Chunin, there are a total of 9 people in the Red Sun Guild. The other 8 are all extraordinary enthusiasts. Almost all the money they earn every day is spent on energy crystals to frantically strengthen themselves. They may not rank high on the extraordinary list, but their level of enhancement is definitely powerful, even surpassing presidents like Xiao Zhan and Zishu. Chen was a little angry at first, but when he thought about the characters of those people, he realized they were capable of doing such things. Remind Zhou Jiangfa that they are too far inside and the warships will not go in. If they encounter danger, they will need to solve it themselves. Zhou Jiang was very moved when he received the reminder. We are unexpectedly being taken care of by the conductor. His face was flushed, and the people behind him were also very excited. It's a pity that Good didn't come. It would have been great if he had led the team. A young man who had never seen Shannon asked, "Didn't they say that the president is very strong? Why didn't he come? Is he scared?" Zhou Jiang slapped him on the forehead. "Don't say that about Nge. He might have something important to tell you. Besides, everyone gets scared sometimes." Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish his words, an alarm sounded on the spacecraft, alerting them that they were close to the surface and there was danger nearby. Looking down, I saw various monsters scattered around with their heads raised, looking very curious about the approaching spaceship. "Brother Jiang, shall we go down? No matter how much you want to fight, you will be scared by such a scene." "Zhou Jiang, go down and seek death? The next tactic is to find a good position, lure them in, and kill them one by one. Understand?" The teammates nodded repeatedly. In the train cockpit, Chunin asked Fuyao to give them tasks. Task 1. Kill a star beast and bring it back. You will receive 10,000 guild star coins. Mission 2. Kill all the star beasts in the area and bring back their bodies to obtain ownership of the exploration ship. "Master, they said you were a coward. Are you going to put up with that?" "Chunin, I am a magnanimous person. I don't mind it. Let them say whatever they want." So the master set all the rewards as guild star coins. No individual distribution. There will be rewards, but the amount is decided by me as the guild leader. That's it. Cut to the screen. The screen was so choppy that I didn't see much useful information. A long time has passed. Some expedition teams have taken a temporary break after finding no results, while others are still exploring, but to no avail. Chunin entered the Star Domain Network and received more information. There were even conflicts among expedition teams on many trains, resulting in many casualties. The war spread to the network. "Nothing to see. Go back and have some sleep. Tell me when you get the result." After sleeping for 5 hours, Fuyao woke up Chunin and said that there was a result from Zishu's case. Chunin woke up immediately and turned on the screen in the living room. It was pitch black and a fight was taking place. "Chunin, it seems very exciting." Luoyu was also watching, and her soft branches were shaking like a jellyfish. "You definitely can't go. Don't think too much about it." "Fuyao, what's the result?" Zishu's expedition team got ahead. Chapter 79 mission reward causes a shock to the whole vehicle. In the tomb, the Mantis Man was shooting at Zishu's men. Yang Yuan behind him was holding a huge skull in his arms, which looked 2 times larger than a human skull. "Who of you can help me hold it?" The surrounding teammates immediately dispersed, occasionally raising the blue light in their hands and shooting lasers forward. The Mantis people were chattering angrily, but Zishu couldn't understand what they were saying because the translator was broken. Not long ago, expedition teams of various races finally reached the depths of a tomb and opened the coffin after experiencing countless dangers. All the explorers wanted the body, and the bones were shattered in the scramble, and Zishu got the head. The Mantis Man was too stupid and suffered a lot of losses along the way. As a result, when he was snatching the corpses, he was disturbed by the bomb placed by Yang Yuan in advance and got nothing. How could he tolerate this? He turned around and attacked Zishu and the others. The other expedition teams that got the bones took the opportunity to leave, and the three-eyed man also ran away. "Sister Shu, the enemy's firepower is quite strong. What should we do?" Zishu took out a candy from her arms, threw it into her mouth, and chewed it. "You guys continue to suppress the fire. I'll go and provide warmth." "Sister Shu, come back. What are you doing?" The tomb was dark because of the fight. Zishu squatted and walked across the stone bridge on the side. His intention was obvious. He wanted to go around the Mantis Man's retreat. Although the Mantis Man is shaped like a human, He is skinny and bony, and it is obvious that he does not have strong melee combat ability. Seeing that their captain had gone, the team members released all weapons, holding blue light, laser gun, in their left hands, and faith, electromagnetic gun, in their right hands, suppressing the firepower of the Mantis Man. I thought the electromagnetic gun was just ordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Young Yuan exclaimed. He put his head aside and joined the fight. The blue light releases pure energy, and Faith shoots special projectiles that are propelled out at a speed close to that of light, exploding in the Mantis swarm with extremely strong lethality. But the projectiles for this weapon are expensive, so they didn't buy many on this trip. Yang Yuan said happily, "I'll buy more next time I go back." They gradually couldn't see Zishu's condition anymore, but Shunin could see it clearly. Most Mantis people are at the second level. With Zishu's level of enhancement, it shouldn't be a big problem. Only Chun and limits the exploration level to level 3. This is not the case for other train conductors. For them, getting benefits is the most important thing, and it doesn't matter how many passengers die. After a while, Zishu walked around to the coffin in the center of the tomb, suddenly jumped up, and fired wildly with the guns in both hands. The Mantis people were shooting at the front and had no ability to fight back, so they were killed and routed. Zishu then dropped his gun, drew his sword, and rushed forward, killing everyone with each strike. At the same time, Yang Yuan and others rushed in wearing armor and defeated hundreds of Mantis people. "Master, Fandel is attacking you on the Star Domain Network. Just a clown, ignore him. Zishu should only be able to take back the head of the corpse. Will it be useful? We don't actually need a whole body, just a part. The head is the most important part." "That's good." When Zishu and the others return to the spaceship, announce that they have completed their mission. Be sure to announce it to the entire car, and don't forget to tell the expedition team. Half an hour later, the announcement that the Scientific Society had completed its expedition caused an uproar and had a great impact on the passengers who remained behind. They rescued a broken skull and were rewarded with 200,000 star coins and an exploration ship worth 5 million. My God, is the conductor planning to do charity? Some people don't understand the value of T228. Let me put it this way. With T228, we no longer need to rent a 106 and F399. Moreover, T228 can recharge itself outside without returning to the train for replenishment. Also, the weapons of this exploration ship are unblocked, so only one ship is needed to deal with a large number of F399. Can I still apply for the expedition team? I have to give it a try this time. You 3-level players can fight, but we 2-level players can only watch. So, you better hurry up and upgrade. The energy crystals in the market were quickly sold out, and Chun ordered a quick replenishment. Fuyao, are there enough exploration ships? The T228 is actually just a conventional long-distance spacecraft, and you can build as many as you want. Chun wanted to speed up the development of the guild, so he deliberately gave them some in this way. Exploration ships are still being manufactured, and there are currently more than 1,000 of them. Okay, open up the number of expedition teams to apply for places. As many as you want will do, and the same guild can get expedition ships multiple times as long as they can complete high-level missions. Not all missions have exploration ship rewards. Currently, only 3 exploration teams, including Zishu, have them. Half an hour later, hundreds of expedition teams were ready to set off. Chun sent out warships to escort them over. "Master, Chun Guoyang killed the frog." "What did you kill him?" Fu Yao opened the stored image, and Chun knew the result after watching it for 2 minutes. It turns out that frogs have a fatal flaw, which is the back door. Chun Guoyang and 4 others were preparing to pull the frog when a shuttle attacked from behind to attract hatred. But unexpectedly, a shot hit the back door and the frog was severely injured immediately. After receiving the information, Chun Guoyang made a prompt decision and asked Han Dong to drive the spaceship over and kill the frog easily. Such a powerful star beast has such an outrageous weakness. Natural evolution is indeed balanced. Fuyao, how many energy crystals have they collected? The first batch of energy crystals will be sent back to the train. Okay, tell Qin Guoyang that they will complete their mission once they have mined 90% of the purple energy crystals. There are actually not many purple energy crystals, and they can be mined out in 2 or 3 days. The scene turns to Xiao Zhen, who is driving his spaceship around and is not near the robot manufacturing factory. What is he doing? Unclear. After looking for a long time without any results, Chen turned off the screen. 2 hours later, The destroyer, escorting Nanjing, returned to the train. The robot immediately transported the energy crystal to the factory for processing, and Shunin got the exact result. There are 5,000 units of second-class energy crystals in total, which translates to 500,000 units of first-class energy crystals. The strength of the energy crystal depends on its internal energy and has nothing to do with its size. Chuna was very interested. How many second-class energy crystals can be mined in total? Estimated to be 200,000 units, which translates to 20 million first-class energy crystals. Give me 2 to try. The master can only absorb 1 unit per day. Okay, give you a few by the way. Luoyu's physique is naturally stronger than humans, so she can absorb more. After a while, the energy crystal was in hand, and it was dazzling purple. Chunin held it in his palm, and powerful energy rushed into his body, almost making him fly. 2 days later, I hope the guild will complete the task and announce it to the entire vehicle. The train issues permanent missions. During the expedition, as long as you bring back more than 200,000 units of second-class energy crystals, you can directly obtain an expedition ship, which can be stacked. Such tasks drive everyone crazy. The reason for issuing such a task is because Fuyao told Chun and that the upper limit of the extraordinary orbital cannon is to absorb 100 million units of energy crystals, but there is no level limit. In other words, if he consumes enough second-class energy crystals, the power will be 100 times greater than before. With greatly increased power and distance, the Transcendental Railgun can blast into other galaxies with a single blast. It's a veritable interstellar missile that can deliver things to your doorstep. However, second-class energy crystals are too rare and difficult to find. On the other side, Xiao Zhan finally got a result. Chapter 83 Conditions for Upgrading to a 2-star Train. In the Star Domain Network, Otto's rage grew. It's normal to rob each other during an expedition. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It all depends on your own strength. My men were not strong enough and lost the fight. I have nothing to say, but you guys don't have to be so cruel. Chunin, you must give me an explanation. Chunin had nothing to say. He was still watching the explosion on the screen. It was a scene of the destruction of the entire city, and even a piece of the White Star Circle outside was broken. Not long ago, when Otto's mechanical troops captured the robot manufacturing factory and were about to enjoy the fruits of their labor, Xiao Zhan and his men descended from the sky and took away all the information. Before the spaceship left, the guy got dozens of hydrogen bombs from somewhere and detonated them all, completely blowing the already devastated future city into shatters under the starry sky, and thousands of Otto soldiers disappeared into thin air. Chunin replied calmly, I can't control their thoughts, but I will criticize them harshly and teach them a lesson. After saying that, Chunin went offline, leaving Otto with anger nowhere to vent. After going offline, Chunin asked Fuyao to contact Xiao Zhan and ask him why he blew up the city. Xiao Zhan's reply was straightforward. I don't know if this information is backed up. It's best to blow it all up. The conductor wants this information to build a more powerful robot, so the enemy can't get it. Afterwards, Chunin severely criticized him. Well done. You used your brain. Tell me, what else do you want besides the mission reward? Xiao Zhan knew that the conductor was talking to him now, and said excitedly, I want a battleship, the fastest one. Chunin, forget about the destroyer. Change another one. Is the slow one okay? Don't even think about the frigate. Keep changing. Xiao Zhan, I want a robot army. Change. I want. Too lazy to listen to his wild ideas, Chunin helped him make the decision. I'll give you 100 units of second-class energy crystals. Take them and absorb them yourself. You're not allowed to share them with others. What is a second-class energy crystal? Something that will make you stronger faster. Thank you, boss. After hanging up the call, Chunin asked Fuyao, I want to set up a train escort army. What do you think about letting Xiao Zhan be the commander? Chunin examined many people and finally found 2 people who were the most suitable. One is Xiao Zhan, and the other is Xiafeng. Chunin actually prefers Xiafeng because he is a military man. But Xiao Zhan's performance always makes Chunin look sideways, while Xiafeng is a little more mediocre in comparison. It is recommended to upgrade the train to 2 stars before establishing a guard army. It is too early now. It can be considered in advance, but it doesn't have to be established. Xiao Zhan has courage, but no vision, and needs further training. That's right. Once things are settled, we can set up a training structure on the train. What are the conditions for the train to be upgraded to 2 stars? 1. All passengers are extraordinary and have 200,000 triple levels. 2. Conduct at least 5 civilization wars, including wars between trains. 3. The train's war capability rating is second class, which means it has at least 200 frigates, at least 50 destroyers, and the train has devoured at least 2 cores. The last 2 are easy to achieve, but the first one is simply outrageous. Forget it, let's just waste time. Maybe I can take this opportunity to upgrade my passenger level. The days that followed were simple, as more and more passengers were promoted to triple deck, and more people went on adventures. Exploration means death, and the number is increasing. Chunin never went out. Saving his life was still his top priority, even though he had absolute protection for the train. So in the next 2 months, Chunin turned into an observer, watching the explorers' experiences in various fragments of civilization. During this period, the train continued to harvest good things, and the guilds also reaped a large amount of star coins and exploration ships. It was a complete win-win situation. Among them, there are many events that attracted Chun and special attention. For example, Xiaofeng obtained the 0.7 level extraordinary civilization information. Lu Cheng obtained the mecha manufacturing method, and Ling Zheng obtained a complete set of simplified components of the extraordinary rifle. There was also Zhou Jiang, who led the team to kill the star beast that broke through 2 civilization fragments, shocked the other train conductors, and became a celebrity in the Star Domain network. All these gains are steadily improving the overall strength of trains and passengers without any gaps. On this day, Chunin, who had been in seclusion for 7 days, finally broke through to the 4th level. He adjusted the gravity in the training room to 50 times and still walked briskly. I can't adjust it any higher or my bones will be crushed. The next step is to strengthen my bones. Once the strengthening is completed, I can withstand 100 times the gravity. Satisfied, Chunin went to the cockpit and inquired about the recent achievements of the train. The dark purple armor has been eliminated, and the dark blue armor has been manufactured and put on the market. There are 3 types: light, medium, and heavy. Is the sales going well? Great, passengers are rushing to buy. The light type is the most popular. A picture appeared on the screen. The light mecha was similar to exoskeleton armor, which was light and easy to use. Medium and heavy duty are also good and can adapt to more environments. Have you found any results for the Star Emperor's head? We studied the skull together with the 0.7 level extraordinary civilization data. There is no result yet. It will take more time. No hurry. What else? The super rifle is already online, but the effect is not good. I'm going to remove it from the shelves. Why? The extraordinary rifle consumes energy crystals and cannot use other energy sources. In addition, its power is similar to the 2.0 version of the blue light, which is not very practical for passengers. Then take it off the shelf and continue researching to improve its performance. It will definitely be useful in the future. How is the robot upgrade going? 100,000 second-generation robots have been manufactured. Based on the current production capacity, it can be increased to 500,000 in half a month. The second generation of robots is more complex and has lower manufacturing efficiency than the first generation. Chunin was still very satisfied and brought out the image of the robot. 3 meters tall, in human form, dressed in black, equipped with laser and electromagnetic weapons, and 2 3.0 version alloy swords. The first generation robots are built into the train, and now that they're being phased out, I'm actually a little reluctant. Fuyao, we can keep some of the first generation robots to do odd jobs or guard work on the train. The second generation robots will be given a name called Black Assassins or Blackthorns for short. Name has been archived. 100,000 Blackthorns are assembled and on standby. Chunin, how many are there in the 3rd level? There are currently 30,000 people, and it is in a stage of explosive growth. It is predicted that there will be more than 100,000 in 10 days. It makes sense. The initial batch of 2nd level Purple Star people should indeed be upgraded. Without waiting for Chun and to ask, Fu Yao gave a warning. Master, please note that the Star Beast predicted by Luo Yu is coming soon. It has been half a year since we entered the jump point, and it is indeed the time when the Star Beast arrives. Chunin quickly called Luo Yu and asked her to make another prediction. Don't want too much information. I just want to know the attack location of the Star Beast this time. After a while, Luo Yu gave the result. The Star Beast will attack galaxy number 115 in 2 days. Chunin, Fuyao, bring up the star map. The picture shows that galaxy number 115 is very far away from galaxy number 17, with more than 30 galaxies in between. Master, do you want to alert this galaxy? Chunin felt relieved. No mind. We will continue as usual and pretend nothing happened. Chapter 81. Powerful Commander-Level Star Beast. The three-eyed man is on the train. Teacher, the Star Beast is coming. Should we give a warning? His teacher was called Li Si. He had been predicted many times that his life was coming to an end, but he managed to break through to the third realm before dying, thus extending his life by 100 years. He is now in an excellent mental state. Li Si stroked his beard and smiled. You already have your own ideas. No need to ask me. Only 50 trains can be left. It's a good thing to die now. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I'm afraid the teacher won't agree with my approach. In the vast universe, only the fittest survive. I used to be too conservative and always thought that all races in the starry sky could live in peace. I was wrong. If we want to protect our people, we have to fight and kill each other. Only the strong can survive. Same as the previous strategy, get as close to the Fuyao civilization as possible. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I'll go talk to Chunin. The two quickly contacted each other and reached a consensus on the matter of the Star Beast, pretending not to know. The next 2 days passed quickly, and except Chun and Yang Dingtian, no one knew that a powerful Star Beast was about to arrive. On October 3rd, the starry sky was dark, as if a dark shadow was descending. The black shadow was just Chun An's imagination. The starry sky was no different from before. The Star Beast has just arrived at the edge of the star field and has not yet shown obvious directionality, but its information has been captured by the star field network, causing a huge sensation. When he arrived at the cockpit, Chenin asked Fuyao to call up the images while he logged into the star domain network to check. The chat group is very lively. Otto, what the hell is that? It's ridiculously huge. Killian, I've never seen such a powerful star beast. Is it coming for us? Luoda, I have a hypothesis. Could this star beast also be a civilization? It wants to leave through the jump point. Vandal, whatever it is, the most important thing now is what it will do. It won't attack us, will it? In the picture, the star beast has just emerged from the nebula. It is several thousand meters high and looks like the classic Godzilla, flying forward at high speed across the starry sky. Chenin even suspected that there was a thruster installed at the back of it. Otherwise, how could it have such a fast speed? He's coming in. Are we going to intercept? What can we use to stop it? A train. Given the strength of the train, it should be able to hold it off, right? There aren't many spots available for jump points, so there's no reason to let this thing take one up. There was a lack of information in the star domain network, so Chenin withdrew and asked Fu Yao to give more analysis. The Star Beast is at the commander level and should have just been promoted recently. Its height is estimated to be 3,700 meters. Judging from the claws it is placed in front of it, it is indeed the Star Beast that destroyed the Luoyu train. Its speed can reach half of that of the train, which should be the main reason why it arrived half a year later than us. I detected a huge fluctuation of energy crystals, which means that this Star Beast feeds on energy crystals and may have a special energy output channel. Fu Yao said a lot, but Chunin didn't understand much, so he asked, I just want to know if we meet him, can we kill him, or do we have to run for our lives? He's a commander after all. Commander is just a rank title. It does not mean invincibility. A superb orbital cannon that consumes 50 million energy crystals can destroy it. Chunin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could kill him, that would be enough. At this time, the Star Beast had a clear direction of movement and headed towards Galaxy number 115. Galaxy number 115 is the Snake People civilization. When the train conductor discovered that the Star Beast was coming towards him, he quickly asked for help on the Star Network, and other train conductors all offered suggestions. Big size doesn't necessarily mean strong. It's probably just a facade. Blast him. Don't be scared. Quickly form an attack formation. I think this guy will be scared away. Can you share some of the Star Beast meat? It must be delicious. Don't take it lightly. The Star Beasts that can cross the starry sky are not too weak. There are some cautious ones, but most train conductors just watched the show and regarded the approaching Star Beasts as fat sheep. There were even train conductors who regretted that their seats were too far away and wished they could have gotten some Star Beast meat if they were closer. Instigated by these guys, the train conductor of the Snake Civilization was filled with confidence. He immediately released 200 warships of various types and formed an attack formation in the outer circle, ready to attack any Star Beast that dared to come. Chunin watched coldly and even chatted with Yang Dingtian for a few words. According to the prophecy of the other party's prophet, the Star Beast would eventually be killed by the extraordinary orbital cannon, but it was not done by Chunin. These words aroused Chun En's vigilance. He originally wanted to ask Luo Yu to predict once, but after thinking about it, he gave up, as it would happen soon anyway. 2 hours passed quickly, and the star beast finally flew into the circle of galaxy number 115. Seeing the big eye coming, the snake train captain gave the order to charge. All warships are fully charged and laser cannons are ready to fire at any time. When the distance was only 100,000 kilometers, thousands of artillery pieces fired at the same time, creating a spectacular and shocking scene. No other train would be able to withstand this kind of attack power. The Star Domain Network gives affirmation to the Snake People civilization. This kind of firepower is not weak. Not to mention a stupid star beast. Even if there are a group of them, we can kill them. In my opinion, after killing the star beast, their level can be raised to the top 50. That's right, and what's going on? Under their shocked gazes, the star beast moved forward steadily under the laser cannon without suffering any harm. Oh my god, what kind of defense is this? Not good. The battleship's firepower is too weak, and it can't hold up. The train is still not firing. The snake train conductor reacted and quickly ordered the train to open fire at full speed. Laser cannons are useless, but electromagnetic railguns may be able to repel the star beasts. However, what made him despair was that even the electromagnetic railgun could not cause any damage to the star beast. Faintly, there was a layer of blue film shining on the surface of the star beast, and it was this thing that blocked all damage. Turn around and retreat. The train had no time to take the warship away, so it turned around and ran at full speed. However, when the star beast was only 20,000 kilometers away, it opened its mouth and spewed out a huge blue beam of light, hitting the side of the train. The power of the train was instantly disrupted. The speed that had just been gained was interrupted, and it continued to reverse with the thrust. Chapter 82. Tearing down 3 trains in a row, shocking the Star Domain Network. What the hell is this? The Star Network is terribly quiet. They saw the star beast pounced forward fiercely, attacking the train crazily with its claws, and finally tearing open the wall of the train, then taking out the snake man inside and putting it into its mouth as a snack. Perhaps it was not satisfied, so it simply put its mouth on the gap and sucked hard, clearing out all the nearby carriages. Whoever can save me, I will give him all my resources. The snake train captain called for help on the Star Network, but received no response. In the picture, the star beast continued to tear and finally tore the train in half. It must have been quite intelligent, knowing that the core of the train was at the front of the train, and then it began to hit the front of the train violently. But the front of the car was too hard to tear open even with teeth. After struggling for about half an hour, the star beast sprayed energy into it from the broken edge, and blue rays exploded everywhere. The scene was both violent and beautiful. A red light flashed on the Star Network, indicating that the Snake Man was offline, which meant that the train conductor had died. That's when the conversations started to increase. I've learned a lot. There are actually star beasts that could destroy trains. That thing is definitely not simple, at least far beyond our level. What should we do now? What nonsense are you talking about? Let's unite and encircle and destroy this big guy. That being said, except for the few galaxies closest to number 115, the other galaxies are just shouting, but not taking any actual action. The reason is simple. Eliminating some trains will only benefit them and not cause any harm. First, it reduces competitors, and second, it saves energy, which are all benefits. But this cannot be said explicitly. At least some support should be given verbally. 2 hours later, 3 trains joined together and formed a coalition outside the 114th galaxy, preparing to snipe the Star Beast. The Star Beast was currently devouring energy crystals in number 115 and had no interest in them for the time being. Why didn't the other trains come? A mechanical train conductor said angrily in the Star Domain Network. Another train conductor responded, "Don't you consider the distance? It will take us at least 6 hours to get there. And we can only send warships to help. The train must not move. Having warships is better than having none. So nearby galaxies all sent some frigates as a show. Forget about Chunin. His position is too far away and it is meaningless. The big guy seems to be more interested in the energy crystal. Will it stay at 115? The energy crystals stored by the snake civilization are about to be eaten up by it, and it is time to leave. The master needs to understand that the more energy crystals the star beast devours, the stronger it will become. That's a big problem. If it eats all the way to my side, won't it become a giant? The problem suddenly became tricky, but it was not enough to force Chun into change his strategy. He had to continue watching the show. In the picture, the Star Beast sensed the energy crystal aura next door and quickly left the galaxy number 115 and rushed towards number 114. The coalition forces had been prepared long ago and had separated more than 500 warships and placed them throughout the starry sky so that they would not be wiped out by the Star Beasts in one fell swoop. As for the trains, try to gather them together and stay away from the battlefield so that if a situation is not good, they can leave quickly. With the speed of the train, it is no problem to get rid of the Star Beast. Here it comes, get ready to shoot. Countless lasers shot towards the Star Beast, forming a three-dimensional light curtain from all directions, almost completely submerging the Star Beast. At this moment, it seemed as if a small star was about to explode at the location of the Star Beast, and the terrifying energy made people's backs chill even through the screen. Chunin, if I were in there, I would be evaporated in an instant. Master has the absolute protection provided by the train. Is absolute protection really that powerful? This ability was obtained when the train was upgraded to 1 star, but Chunin never used it. As long as the train is not destroyed, absolute protection will always exist. Chunin, there must be a flaw. I don't believe there is such an outrageous ability. The downside is that this ability consumes a lot of energy. The farther you are from the train, the faster the energy is consumed and the shorter the duration. Chunin asked, if I am in the center of the jump point and the train's energy is 100%, how long can it protect me? What level of attack is this? It's the kind that the Star Beasts encounter. Absolute protection will last for 10 minutes. Chunin, it's not too long or too short, it's very reasonable. But if you really encounter an attack of that intensity, you can only guarantee that you will not die for 10 minutes, and you can't guarantee that you can leave safely. This is the main reason why he doesn't dare to run around. He still doesn't feel safe enough. As he was speaking, the picture suddenly turned completely white and the image disappeared. What's going on? Fuyao is trying to get the picture. After a while, the picture reappeared, but the view was raised. The energy fluctuations are too strong, affecting the stability of the star network. Chunin was not interested in knowing this and was watching the Star Beast destroying 3 trains. In just 10 seconds, the big eye traveled millions of kilometers and arrived at the location of the 3 trains. The trains wanted to speed up and escape, but the Star Beasts were very experienced. They sprayed energy to attack the power layer of the trains and used their claws to tear them apart, causing the 2 nearest trains to lose power. The 3rd train ran out, but before the conductor could be happy, he was horrified to see a huge claw appear on the screen. The claw grabbed the rear of the train, inserted its fingers into the inner layer, and pulled it back forcefully. The traction of the train was so strong that it managed to break free even when running at full speed, but the last carriage was torn apart, and the passengers floated into the starry sky like dumplings. The Star Beast roared angrily, raised its head, and the blue light in its mouth gathered wildly. When the blue color enveloped its entire body, it lowered its head and aimed its mouth at the train that had already escaped 100,000 miles. I saw a blue beam of light gushing out, even pushing the Star Beast's body back several thousand meters. The Star Network did not capture the sound, but the train conductors could imagine how shocking it was when the beam of light penetrated the power layer. This guy is incredibly smart. If he shoots the carriages, the train might escape, but if he shoots the power layer, he will definitely succeed. This approach has also opened up new ideas for many train conductors. In the past, we always liked to attack the carriages, but now it seems that in addition to attacking external firepower, we can also attack the power layer to prevent the enemy train from escaping. Chunin had the same idea, but Fu Yao objected. Ordinary energy weapons cannot penetrate the power layer, because the defense of the power layer is similar to that of the carriages. If we want to destroy the power layer of other trains, we must use extraordinary railguns. In this case, it is better to attack the front of the train. Chunin, so it depends on the situation. Now the Star Beasts are rampant. I want to know what they're doing. He certainly wouldn't move, because according to the prophecy, a train would use extraordinary orbital artillery to kill the Star Beasts. This train must be found, otherwise he will not be able to rest in peace. For a long time afterwards, the Star Network was very quiet. The scene was very impressive. The Star Beasts were eating snacks, and they even ate the robots. They accepted everyone. Who's next in the galaxy? White Wind Civilization number 112. Chapter 83. One-shot shoots through the Star Beast. The people in the inner trains were happy to watch the show, as it was unlikely that the war would reach them anyway. The outer trains are facing a serious enemy, but they also have to distinguish the directions. The four main roads divide the star field into four sectors. At this time, only the sector invaded by star beasts is the most dangerous. The train conductors contacted each other and prepared to assemble more trains to keep each other warm. I won't run away. Even the most powerful star beasts have weaknesses. If we really can't win, we'll run inside and involve other trains to see if they can hold their ground. That being said, with so many trains scattered across various galaxies, it is difficult to come up with a suitable strategy in a short period of time, as everyone has their own selfish motives. Some train conductors wanted to delay and retreat, while others were already preparing to retreat. The so-called banding together for warmth was just lip service. China knew all these situations. There's not so much trust between civilizations. Everyone is worried that the other party will suddenly betray them. Just like the three-eyed man who has always been courteous to him, Chinnen will not let his guard down until now. Fuyao, what's their situation now? Most of them are gathering passengers and warships and may temporarily withdraw to the inner circle, involving more star systems. I knew it would be like this. It doesn't matter. We are far enough away anyway. According to the detection, the White Wind civilization, which is closest to the Star Beast, has not taken any action at this time and is still the same as usual. Chun En was surprised. I remember that the White Wind civilization is an amphibious humanoid creature. The train conductor is called Sid. He doesn't talk much on the Star Domain network. Did they give up? No. There must be some special means to keep him calm. Fuyao, focus on observing the White Wind civilization. On the train in Galaxy number 112, the train conductor Sid was enjoying the services of a large number of beautiful women from the same race, feeling very contented. They have toad-like gills on their faces, which puff up when they talk, as if they have a mouthful of soda. Master, that star beast is so scary, let's run. Sid enjoyed the gentle tone of the fat woman next to him. He hugged her in his arms and laughed loudly. Don't be afraid, I will deal with it. On the other side, the star beast had just eaten up all the energy crystals in the galaxy number 113, but still felt it was not enough, so it flew towards number 112. In the Star Domain network, the train conductors were surprised at the calmness of the Bifong civilization. You won't be scared, silly, will you? The star beast has entered the outer circle. Why don't you run away? Where's Sid? Don't you want to come online and say a few words? After arguing for a long time, Sid finally came online and said only one sentence. Star System number 112 sells commander-level star beast meat. It can only be purchased with energy crystals. Reservations are available. These words may sound arrogant to other train conductors, but they sound very serious to Chunin. He immediately asked Fuyao to connect to Sid's communication. When the connection was made, Chunin frowned at the disgusting scene on the other side of the screen. How do you sell it? Sid was just trying to show off, but he didn't expect that someone would actually buy it. He said cheerfully, "You're the first customer. I can give you 10 tons for free." Chunin shook his head. 10 tons is definitely not enough. You name the price. In fact, Sid had not thought about the price. Since Chunin was so serious, he thought about it and gave a reply. 1 unit of energy crystal can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of star beast meat. Okay? It's great and very cheap. Chunin said, I want 1,000 tons of star beast meat. If it's okay, I will send a warship to receive it now. After all, it will take time on the road, so it should be almost there by the time we arrive. Sid was surprised. 1,000 tons of star beast meat is worth 200,000 energy crystals. Are you sure I can beat it? If you couldn't win, you would have run away long ago. Since you dare to stay, it means you have a way to win. After the communication was disconnected, Chunin immediately dispatched 2 destroyers with robots to receive the goods. Commander-level star beast meat can be used for research or as food. This kind of food is extremely beneficial for strengthening the body. Chunin nodded. I actually want more, but I'm afraid Sid will think it through and regret it. In fact, Sid regretted it as soon as Chunin hung up the phone. He suddenly remembered that this kind of star beast meat was not ordinary, but commander level. No wonder Chunin is so enthusiastic. This is his idea. 1,000 tons. Although it hurt, since the deal had already been made, there was no reason for him to change his mind. However, Sid will definitely increase the prices for other trains later. It has increased to 1 unit per pound. No, it has increased to 10 units per pound. After all, it is at the commander level. It is not available in other places. While he was talking to himself, the train's intelligent computer reminded the star beast that was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the inner star circle. Sid braced himself and gave the order to prepare for the attack. During the next half hour as it approached, Galaxy 112 was the focus of all trains. Many train conductors came to their senses and realized that Sid must have some means to stay and fight the Star Beast. They wanted to see what Sid was capable of. The Star Beast has entered the inner star circle and is 500 million kilometers away from the train. What? The train is actually approaching on its own initiative? With 300 million kilometers, both sides are accelerating and may collide with each other. The train will most likely be smashed to pieces. 100 million kilometers. The Star Beast suddenly increased its speed significantly. Such a powerful impact force can destroy the planet. 50 million kilometers. 20 million kilometers. 8 million kilometers away, the Star Beast is flashing blue light. It is about to eject energy. No sound can be heard, but everyone can see the blue beam of light shooting through the starry sky, destroying meteorites along the way. Even a meteor that passes by will be shattered. This beam of light is so powerful that no train dares to withstand it. However, when the train was only 1 million kilometers away, a beam of white light shot out violently from the front of the train. The diameter of the light column was larger, the color was more dazzling, and it even shook the starry sky and caused the surrounding meteorites to tremble. 500,000 kilometers away from the train, the two beams of light collided. Perhaps there should be an earth-shaking sound, but it cannot spread out. It can only suppress the astonishing energy that bursts out and sweeps everything around. Everyone in the Star Domain network was shocked. What kind of weapon is this? I've never seen it before. It may be a special ability gained by devouring the core. What a terrifying power. But can the train withstand it? The energy beams of the Star Beasts are not weak either. Look again, the beam of light has been pushed back. After a brief pause, the white beam of light suddenly flashed and then crushed the blue beam of light forward. When the distance reached 5 million kilometers, the Star Beast stopped emitting energy and stared with its huge eyes, looking stunned. Finally, the white beam of light bombarded the Star Beast, piercing it instantly, and its residual force continued to penetrate several meteorites in succession. At this moment, the Star Network was completely silent. Perhaps only Chun and can remain calm. How many energy crystals did he use? 50 million units. No wonder the power is much weaker. So the defense of the Star Beast is actually weaker than that of the train. My extraordinary railgun has never been exposed, but the White Wind civilization has been exposed. If we have a war, I will have an absolute advantage. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Chun remembered this saying from Earth. Chapter 84: Eating Raw Meat for the First Time. Star Domain Network is very realistic. When Sid demonstrated the extraordinary orbital cannon and killed the Star Beast, the ranking of Baifeng civilization immediately soared to first place, suppressing the Fuyao civilization. Chunin didn't care. It was a good thing to let Baifeng Wenming be the first, so that he wouldn't always be remembered by other trains. 3 hours later, Sid drove the train to the vicinity of the Star Beast's corpse and began to collect the Star Beast meat. The Star Domain Network is very lively, and the train conductors all want to get involved. Sid shouted, "Commander-level Star Beast meat. Only 20 energy crystals per pound. First come, first served. If you're late, it might be gone." It's expensive, but train conductors flock to it, so make reservations quickly. I want 20 tons. I want 50 tons. I want 30 tons. Chunin was astonished. Fortunately, he had grabbed the bargain first, otherwise he really couldn't afford it. It's not that there isn't enough energy crystals, but I can't bear to give them up. Fuyao, have our warships arrived? Already arrived. The White Wind civilization is collecting Star Beast meat. It is estimated that it will take 2 days to fill up 1,000 tons. Okay, tell me when you're full. One more thing. Who took the cores of the 4 trains? If the location wasn't too far away, Chuna would definitely snatch it. After the Star Beast was killed, the 4 cores were picked up by other trains around it and may have been devoured. As long as the White Wind civilization doesn't pick them up, they're already powerful enough. This incident also proves a truth. Don't underestimate any train, because no one knows whether they have any hidden tricks. Chunin is also hiding himself, but he is not playing the so-called pig to eat the tiger. He is being cautious and protecting himself rationally. If he drove a train and drove around with a super railgun, wanting the whole world to know about it, he would probably die without knowing how he died. After that, the star field returned to peace again, But the most lively one was in the number 112 galaxy, with a constant stream of warships coming and going, creating a somewhat harmonious atmosphere in the star field. 2 days later, two destroyers loaded with Star Beast meat returned to Chun An's train. However, after inspection, it was discovered that most of the Star Beast meat was of low quality and consisted mainly of scraps, which ruined Chun An's good mood. Although I still made a lot of money, it's still a loss if it's less than before. Good. Very good. You actually played a trick on me. Chun An put Sid on the blacklist, and his favorability towards him dropped by half. If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. You could have just said so earlier. There's no need to do this. There are more than just scraps. There are even bones in it. 2 hours later, the results came out. There are only 400 tons of Star Beast meat in essence, and the remaining 600 tons are of low quality, of which nearly 100 tons are bones. Master, should we negotiate with Sid? Chun was frying meat in the kitchen at this time. It was rare for him to cook by himself. No need. Sid is now ranked first and is not afraid of me at all. The 400 tons of good meat should be stored well, and the lower quality ones can be put on the market. The price cannot be too low, so that only the top leaders can afford it. First, there is less meat, and second, high-level passengers are more valuable. Chun hopes that they can get more enhancements. Sizzle, there's smoke coming out of the pot. Master, frying meat is very simple. Do you need me to teach you step by step? Chun An's face turned slightly red. I could do it myself. I don't need you to teach me. If I don't fry it well this time, it's because you influenced me with your words. You have to take full responsibility. As long as you're happy. A few minutes later, Chun An carried the slightly burnt meat to the living room and asked the robot to bring a bottle of red wine. Luo Yu was also eating meat, but she ate raw meat and her body turned green after eating. Why are you so green? Luo Yu said happily. This kind of meat contains very powerful superpowers. I feel so comfortable after eating a little bit. It can strengthen me a lot. Chun, you should try it too. Chun was ready to enjoy a good meal. But the meat was too tough, and he didn't fry it well, so it tasted like chewing wax. Master, I suggest you eat it raw. You Purple Star people cook food to improve the taste, and the key is to kill the parasites. The commander-level Star Beasts have no parasites in their bodies, so they are very clean. Chun swallowed his saliva because Luo Yu's meat gave off a strong meaty aroma, which was completely different from fried meat. Okay, I'll try. Xiao Yu, give me some. Luo Yu used a branch to tear off some lean meat and handed it over. Chun didn't hesitate much. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it vigorously for a few times. Then his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. Fuyao, bring me some more. The fresh meat is indeed delicious, tender and delicate, juicy and full of fragrance. It was from then on that Chun gradually changed his bad habit of eating cooked meat. But because of his greed, he ate too much, causing his super energy to expand in his body, and he had to go to the training room for 2 days of seclusion. Not long after he began his retreat, Lingshua Civilization issued an announcement. The Star Domain Network will launch an online auction. Each train can put its unwanted items up for auction online. The auction will officially begin in 3 days. The auction itself is not important. It is just a simple exchange between trains. Almost all trains actively participated and auctioned off the things they got from the fragments of civilization, all of which were waste that they had no use for. Chun came out of seclusion 2 days later and checked the items that had been put online at Fu Yao's suggestion. Luo De is so good at having fun that he actually held an auction. I'll see if there's anything good. There are a lot of things, and they are very miscellaneous. The biological brains of unknown civilizations, data on semi-mechanical civilizations that are off-point in the technology tree, broken components of space patrol ships, and some strange object that cannot be identified and can only be numbered. Fuyao, how many do you know? I can only recognize some of them. Most of the items are not in my database. That's interesting. What can we auction? The expedition team has been exploring for several months and has found good things, garbage, and even more unknown things. In order to increase their enthusiasm, Chun accepted any item that was not available on the train. Fuyao displayed these items on the screen for Chun to choose from. There are broken weapons and strange biological skeletons. Just pick out 10 of them and put them up there. They should be as weird and as useless as possible. The other train conductors probably have the same idea as the owner. This auction may not be fun. Chun An's eyes suddenly fixed, and he smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true." He had just turned to a page where or number 77 was clearly written. Someone wants to auction 500 tons of or number 77. I remember this, or could be used to build space patrol ships, right? The Sky Patrol has very high requirements for the toughness of metals. Or number 77 is the minimum requirement. We have collected 1,700 tons along the way. The more the better. Sky Patrols are more powerful warships that can only be built after the train is upgraded to 2 stars. If you want to have an extrasolar fleet that can stay away from the train, a space patrol ship is essential. Who wants to sell it? The Crystal Worm Civilization. The Crystal Worm Civilization consumes too much energy crystals. It is estimated that the gap is very large, so they have no choice but to sell the ore number 77. Chinna became interested and thought that maybe he could pay more attention to those insects at the auction. Chapter 85: The Cat Girl at the Auction. The auction went on as scheduled, but since it was not held on site, there was no traditional process. Each train conductor can enter his or her own exclusive auction page, but no items have appeared yet. Well, lowbrow interface. If I were to host it, I would at least create a virtual online world. That would be more interesting. Luo Danong's auction website is very low level. Even the former Purple Star people could have made it. He complained for a while and heard Luo start to explain the rules. The auction will last for 24 hours, and all train conductors can bid repeatedly. The final price after the auction time ends will be determined. There's a detailed description of each lot. Please check it carefully. Everyone can communicate with each other and introduce the items they offer on the public screen. This auction uses energy crystals as the basic currency. Please pick up the goods by yourself after the transaction is successful. Star Domain Network is not responsible. The rule is very simple. Just look at the price of goods. Whoever has the highest price wins. By the time Luo finished speaking, the public screen was filled with the conductor's complaints. 24 hours? Does it have to be that long? Go back to bed. Just bid in the last half hour. I think the time is reasonable. There are so many lots, and we have to check them carefully. Amid the noise, Chanan saw many pages appearing on his screen. The items from various trains were mixed together in a mess. He could only know who they belonged to by clicking on them. It's dazzlingly colorful from beginning to end. Fuyao, just click one for me. He squatted in the driver's seat, with robots on both sides bringing snacks and drinks, and he would take a sip occasionally. I guess I'll have to watch it for a while longer today, while I adjust my posture. After making the adjustments, Chunin was attracted by the picture on the screen. That's a leg. Is this the flavor you want right from the start? Chunin was too lazy to read a more detailed text introduction, so he asked Fu Yao to summarize it for him. This is a reproductive organ of a star beast. The introduction says that eating it can enhance reproductive ability. Chunin was shocked. I thought it was a leg. It turns out it is a leg. Now why do we need reproductive ability? Change it. The scene cuts off, revealing a dark picture. This lot comes with a video introduction. Would you like to watch it? Open it. The video is not clear and may be from a fragment of a civilization. You could see robots digging, and in the end the ground collapsed and a large amount of black matter appeared. These black substances will spontaneously combust when exposed to light, emitting brilliant colorful light that illuminates the night sky. The video ended, and Chunin was confused. What's the use of this thing? It is a special substance that will spontaneously combust after absorbing energy. It has no practical effect. If the owner likes it, he can buy it to make fireworks. Forget it, I'm not interested. Let's see which smart guy offers it. It turned out to be an item from the Auto Civilization, with a total volume of less than 1 ton and a price tag of 5,000 energy crystals. As you said before, this auction may not be interesting. Just search for the Crystal Worm Civilization and see what good things they have. The search yielded 30 results. Ranked first is the Crystal Worm Civilization's unique destroyer with an ellipsoidal structure. No way, are you selling this stuff? After Chanin clicked on it, he found that several train conductors had already arrived. Although each train is similar to a battleship, there are differences in function and quality. The Crystal Worm Civilization is a mechanical civilization and has a natural advantage in mechanical manufacturing. Their destroyers must be of high quality. I want this battleship. The price is 500,000 energy crystals. You want to buy a brand new destroyer for $500,000? Are you crazy? I'll give you 800,000. China just took a look and had no interest in bidding. He directly found the number 77, or a total of 500 tons, priced at 200,000 energy crystals. The introduction is very honest. The Crystal Worm Civilization did not know the use of this, so they collected it and stored it as a resource. Chunin asked Fuyao, other trains don't know the function of or number 77? Excuse me, master, if I didn't exist, would you know? Chunin chuckled. That's true. You provided me with a lot of advanced information. But I remember you said you also need to study and can't know too much information. I know some basic information about train development. I see. When will the other trains know the effects of this? Or there are two situations. One is when the train is upgraded to 2 stars and obtains the spaceship manufacturing factory. The other is when the function of number 77 or is learned from other channels, such as picking up information about advanced civilizations or being revealed by a 2-star train. Shonen became more creative and thought that he might be able to take advantage of the information gap to earn these resources. But definitely not now. He looked for a while and then backed out without making an offer. My offer will affect other train conductors. For now, just pretend you didn't see it. Mark it and remind me when the last few minutes come. Chun and looked at other items from the crystal worm civilization. Most of them were key items of that civilization, but they were of no value to Chunin. They don't live like this anymore. Energy crystal is the core of crystal insect civilization. Compared to it, nothing else is important. Nothing could excite Chunin anymore, so he continued to think randomly. The brains of star beasts, the databases of low-level civilizations, some old antiques that have no use at all. Overall, Chunin was only interested in or number 77, and there were a few civilization materials he could bid for, so he would just treat them as collections. Just as he was about to leave the cockpit to rest, the picture that suddenly appeared on the screen made Chun An's heart tremble. Those were a pair of eyes, clear eyes. If you look away, you can see that it is a group of cat people. They had furry ears, were dirty, and lay in the cell with dull eyes. And among all the cat people, only the girl in the corner had hope in her eyes. She stared at the screen with her eyes wide open. Her sight seemed to have passed through dozens of galaxies and billions of kilometers, causing Chun An's heart to beat faster. For yeah, what's going on? In terms of appearance, Zishu is much prettier than the cat person. If you talk about cuteness, you can find a lot of it on Chun An's train. But he just had a kind of spiritual throbbing, wanted to take the cat man for himself. Master just had a spiritual interaction with the cat man. The degree of spiritual compatibility between you two should be very high. Master, don't worry. There are many creatures in the universe that can be spiritually compatible with you. It's not surprising. Chunin frowned and said nothing. He opened the video page and checked the auction instructions. There are a total of 20,000 cat people who are captives of the Mantis people. The starting price is 10,000 energy crystals, and they are sold in bundles. It's quite cheap. I want it. It's a last-minute offer. Chunin looked for a while and found quite a few slave races, almost all of whom were captives or food from the major trains. But the Catman's eyes made Chunin uneasy, and he couldn't forget them. I once had a tabby cat on Earth. I loved its eyes the most, as they seemed to contain the whole world. Later, the cat disappeared, and I was sad for a long time. The kitten is very cute. The owner can keep it. It can accompany you to relieve boredom. Chunin smiled casually, put the past behind him, and spent the rest of his time training in the training room. Chapter 86 Catman Flying Instrument. The color is dim, and a few old chandeliers flicker occasionally, and may go out at any time due to short circuit. At the door, 2 mantis guards were eating jerky and complaining, their faces full of resentment. The old Catman's meat is really unpalatable. It would be much better if I could eat the meat of star beasts instead. It's good to have something to eat. The conductor only gives us food when he needs it. Otherwise, we would go out to work like the other mantis people and end up not earning much food. By the way, those young cat people taste pretty good and are quite tender. The mantis man twisted her bamboo-like body and squinted at the prison inside the house. There was a Catman girl in the corner that she had been coveting for a long time. They must be delicious, but it's a pity that the conductor wants to sell them for energy crystals. I hope they can't be sold. My mouth is watering. Feeling the burning gazes outside the door, he shrank his body, and the golden tail behind him trembled. Unlike the despair of other cat people, she felt hope not long ago. That was a very strange Catman. He had no tail, and his ears were very short and hairless. I even doubted whether he was a Catman at all. He opened her big blue eyes and thought carefully about that face, which surprisingly seemed very familiar to her. He's really handsome. I like him so much. But I know it's all fantasy. Woo, those monsters will eat me. After mumbling a few words, she closed her eyes again, trying to feel some subconsciousness from the starry sky. But this effort made her head feel like it was being torn apart, so she had to give up. You want to keep a cat? Luo, you was surprised. Chunin was tidying up the house downstairs, a very warm and lovely little room. He smiled. It's not a cat, it's a cat person. I originally want to keep her in the pet area, but then I thought that was your territory, so I put her down there. What's that expression on your face? Lu Yu has a human face, which is made of branches and leaves, and looks very rough. At this moment, her expression seemed somewhat surprised and very human. Luo Yu replied, I have seen cats in your movies. They are very fierce. Will she crawl on me? Will she tear my branches? Are you afraid of cats? It's not fear, it's disgust. I heard cats shed hair and are very dirty. Cat people don't shed. You'll see when you see it. And I don't know if I can buy it. He is bored now, so he makes some preparations in advance. Fu Yao suddenly gave a reminder. Master, don't worry. Those cat people have never used energy crystals. They're very ordinary. Other races can only be used as food. They're not even qualified to be slaves. Chunin was surprised. Who would eat cat people? For mantis people, even their own kind can be eaten, let alone cat people. Chunin felt a little sick, but then I felt relieved. The universe is so vast, and there are so many different races. To him, cat people are more like humans, but to some races, both humans and cat people are more like food. Don't worry about that. Just do whatever you want. If I like it, I'll get it. Fu Yao, how much time is left until the auction ends? 4 hours. I'll go to the basement level and take a look. The train currently has 4 floors from top to bottom. Passenger floor, storage floor, power floor, and defense floor. The storage layer, as the name suggests, is used to store things, and indeed it does have this function. But in the train configuration, factories are also considered as storage items, including the products produced by the factories. So the current structure is that factories are located separately, and items are stored in the middle of the factories, classified and generally not in a mess. However, robots also make mistakes and need to be corrected frequently. Fu Yao, can the factory and storage be separated in the future? When a master builds the second level of the train, the factory can be moved there. What's second floor? The passenger level is the first level, and above that is the second level. But the bronze train cannot be built, so the owner doesn't need to consider it for now. We have enough space to use, and there is no need to separate it. That's just talk. Now, let's go inspect the factory, starting with the Robot Manufacturing Center. The factory is run entirely by engineering robots, and there are now more than 1 million of them. The Robot Manufacturing Center is located under carriage number 1, occupying half of the carriage's space and is extremely large. Chunin got on the shuttle and walked in through the open iron gate. Inside was an assembly line that stretched as far as the eye could see. Some production lines are manufacturing energy modules, some are producing heads, and some are producing limbs. On the other side of the assembly line, Chunin carefully studied the various machines and suddenly felt the same pleasure as when he was writing his thesis. Fu Yao, can you make a humanoid robot? One that has human skin. Bionic robots are worthless, but if the owner needs them, some can be customized. Make me a batch of them to take care of my daily life. Although I'm used to seeing the robots before, they're not as good as human senses. If the master needs servants, why use robots? You can buy slaves or recruit them inside the train. Even slaves are not as obedient as robots. Oh, and pull out Zixing's database. Use the faces of female celebrities for all the bionic robots. If they are ugly, forget it. After visiting the robot center, Chunin went to take a look at the meat processing plant. There is enough food, and it can be fully supplied. Add some more flavors to enrich the taste. Fu Yao, can you make those seasonings from Zixing? Can be chemically synthesized. Will it hurt? No difference from natural ones. Then make some. I'm not going to eat it anyway. He still had a lot of supplies that he had transported from Purple Star, and even if he had eaten them all, he could go to Life Star to extract them without having to eat chemical products. When 4 hours were about to pass, Chunin returned to the cockpit. How many minutes left? 3 minutes. Are there any bids for the lot I reserved? Number 77 has been bid twice. The price is now 400,000 energy crystals. The Catman has been offered 5 times. The price is now 30,000 crystals. Unknown technological civilization data has been bid 17 times. The price is now 75,000 energy crystals. What's the status of the stuff we put on shelves? It's not all junk. There are a few pieces of art that you can buy and collect. There are bids, and some even go through several rounds of bidding. Some train conductors may try to curry favor with you and deliberately pay a high price for the product. Let them do whatever they want. I'm not forcing them. Just keep waiting. When there were only 10 seconds left, Chunin asked Fu Yao to make a quote. Number 77's price is 500,000 crystals. Catman's price is 40,000 crystals, and the others will all increase by 3%. When Chunin made his offer, Many train conductors quickly got the news and wanted to know what he was going to buy. But when they saw that they were just a bunch of trash, they were not sure what Chunin was thinking. No matter what, as long as Chunin wants to buy it, we will grab it. So he was in high spirits. He is very wealthy now and is unhappy that Chunin bought a batch of Star Beast meat from him at a low price. So he is waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. However, the intelligent computer gave a reminder. The auction time has expired and we cannot make an offer. Fuck, that boy is such a thief. Chapter 87 Luo Da's Ultimate Plan. The auction has ended successfully. Please abide by the rules and complete the transaction on your own. Chunin took pictures of everything he needed and was in a good mood. Fuyao sent a warship to trade immediately, mainly for ore and cat people. The ore comes from the crystal worm civilization in galaxy number 3, and the cat people come from the mantis civilization in galaxy number 2, which are not far away and are very close to each other. About 5 hours later, 500 tons of number 77 were transported back without any accidents. Fuyao, how much or 77 is needed to build a sky patrol ship? At least 5,000 tons are needed, and the current gap is 3,000 tons. In that case, I'll discuss it with Luo Da. Master, the Catman has also arrived. Just place her as a normal passenger. As for the Catwoman, let her get used to the environment first. I'll observe her. Chunin contacted Luo Da immediately. Luo Da was very enthusiastic, and the colorful light in the background seemed to never change. Chunin asked Fuyao to turn on the filter to filter out that thing. Brother, what did you get this time? It's just SOSO. The main reason is that everyone is too conservative and unwilling to bring out good things. I have an idea. Let's just open a temporary market so that we can trade with each other. Luo Da nodded and agreed. I was planning to do that. The auction is just a test in advance. That's a deal. Let's quickly launch it on the market. I have too much energy crystals now, and I want to spend some. Haha, you are so generous, brother. If you need anything, you can come to me and buy it. By the way, don't forget one thing. There are only more than 2 months left before the jump point opens. The smile on Chun An's face faded, and he asked, do you have a plan? Luo, duh. With our abilities, it's easy to get a spot through the jump point. But are you willing to just go through like this? What you mean is, Chunin smiled again. He had already guessed what Luo Da was thinking. Luo Da said, sinisterly, since only 50 trains are needed to reach the jump point, the rest can be destroyed. TSK, TSK, TSK. It would be a shame to lose so many train cores. Brother, select some trustworthy train captains in the next 2 months, and then we can join forces to do something big. After the call was disconnected, Chunin retrieved the information from the Star Domain Network and asked Fuyao to make a detailed analysis. The telekinetics combined with the Star Network can invade the intelligent brain of any train at any time. The Lingxua people may want to start a war by paralyzing the power of the train. Can he paralyze our trains? With me here, they can never do it. Chunin breathed a sigh of relief. That bastard Luo Da must have had this idea before, but after I scared him once, he changed his plan. But we still have to be extremely vigilant against him and never let our guard down. I've been monitoring the Star Domain Network all day long, not missing any information. That's good. Let's bring up the cat people footage and see how they're doing. Wait, I forgot a question. Do pets take up passenger seats on the train? Pets are the exclusive property of their owners and are not considered passengers. Is there a limit to the number of pets I can have? There are no restrictions, but the cats will be specially marked on their IDs and cannot use passenger seats. Owners don't have to worry. The train now has nearly 100,000 empty seats for passengers, which can accommodate 20,000 cats. Although Chunin took good care of the passengers, they still lost nearly 100,000 people, mostly Vietnamese people. That's good. What did you send the Catman? Car number 20. In the living area of carriage number 20, 20,000 cat people came down from the spaceship, trembling with fear, extremely terrified of the surrounding environment. The structure of human trains is basically the same, so for the cat people, this place is no different from the previous hell. The only difference is that it looks very clean, completely different from the dirty train before. As new passengers, you will receive free watches on the train. The watch is a symbol of the passenger's status. Chunin gave it to him for free a long time ago, so there's no need to buy it anymore. The cats didn't know what was going on and could only follow the robot. Occasionally seeing someone who looks similar to me feels very familiar. Please, where are we going? Fei plucked up the courage to ask the service robot next to her. The robot replied in a gentle tone, "You will be given passenger status." Although he didn't quite understand, Fei knew that this place was definitely different from before, especially the humans around them who looked at them strangely. They were somewhat similar to the faces she had seen in her imagination before. Is he here? Fei muttered in a trance, immersed in fantasy, and woke up after a long time. She got the watch and put it on, which automatically read the purple star text. Anyone who comes on this train must use the purple star language, and the U-Star people are no exception. Then, led by the robots, the 20,000 cat people went to carriage number 20 and got their own seats. The passenger seat is bound to his watch, and only Chun can adjust it. The passenger has no authority to change it. When the cats found out they had seats, they were pleasantly surprised. So we're not food? What? What do we need to do? The robot replied. Open the watch to learn knowledge. Go to the market to borrow money to buy energy crystals. And after awakening, you can join or establish a guild, and then go out to make money to support yourself. The foolish ones are still asking, but the smart ones are already studying the watch. Through the information, we learned that they are now legitimate passengers and have a right to survive and are no longer slaves or food. As the cat people were ecstatic, the train made an announcement. Today, 20,000 cat people joined our train. We hope everyone will accept them as soon as possible and not allow any discrimination. This announcement caused a sensation. After all, only the passengers in carriage 20 knew about it. What does a cat person look like? Shit, is there a cat girl in my dreams? Car 20 is so far away. It's far from Wool Line, and you can get there quickly by taking the free cable car from the observation deck. The observation deck has been developed into many functions. For example, a cable car connecting the various carriages, or a shuttle that flies and stops anywhere. Or it could be a mobile market, where passengers don't have to go to the market all the time and can easily buy food or daily necessities at the observation deck. In short, the emergence of the observation deck enriches the lives of passengers and strengthens the connection between the carriages. Soon, a large number of passengers came to the observation deck of carriage number 20 to watch the fun and were very curious about the Catman. Chun was not very satisfied with this situation and asked Fuyao to temporarily close the cable car leading to car number 20. Cat people need to adapt quickly and not let them bother them. After watching for a while, Chun said, let the robot guide them to awaken directly. I feel that girl is extraordinary. Her spiritual will is too strong. It's not me who is guiding her, but she is guiding me. Just now, Chun established a mental connection with Catwoman again, which was clearer than before. Chun and therefore knew her name. Fei, sound good. Chapter 88, The Sudden Outbreak of the Psychic. Lone Star Coins, purchase energy crystals, and absorb awakening. This awakening process is already quite mature in the train, and the robot can lead each new passenger to complete it quickly. Chun didn't pay much attention to it. He was checking the chaos on each train. Some guys thought the auction was too cheap and refused to pay. To be honest, there's really nothing we can do about it. Most train conductors abide by the rules, and as long as the auction transaction is successful, it will be fulfilled in reality. However, a few train conductors deliberately made trouble and not only refused to deliver the goods, but even detained the energy crystals. The crystal worm civilization was denounced by more than a dozen train conductors. Luo De was trying to be a peacemaker, but the effect was not good. The most disappointing one was the crystal worm civilization, which did not redeem the warships that were originally put up for auction, but instead ate the energy crystals for free. Chun Anil said, they only dare to bully the trains ranked lower. They dare not eat my energy crystals. Who cares? It has nothing to do with me anyway. He brought up the footage of the expedition team and saw hundreds of teams busy. How many fragments of civilization are there left to explore? Star Domain Network estimates that only 1% has yet to be explored. Chun, once the exploration is over, immediately close all exploration missions and let the expedition team return. Can you give me a summary of the resource collection progress of each galaxy? Half an hour later, most star systems have already exhausted their resources. I don't think we will have peace in the last 2 months. How far are we from upgrading to a second star? The number of frigates and destroyers is sufficient. The number of triple extraordinary ships will reach 200,000 within half a month, and the civilized battlefield is only one step away. Chun raised his eyebrows and slid his hand across the screen, which showed pictures of the inner star circles of various galaxies. It's better to have chaos. Otherwise, where can I go to fight the war? As he spoke, a powerful thought suddenly burst out, making Chun shudder. At this moment, the entire train seemed to no longer be a secret, and was seen thoroughly by an unknown existence. Chunin was shocked and jumped up from his chair. Who did it? Only those with psychic powers can do this. Chunin, is Luo going to attack me? Counterattack, quickly. Beep, beep, beep. All sorts of chaotic alarms rang out in the cockpit, but were quickly shut off by Fu Yao. Master, the telekinetic user is inside our train. When he heard that it was an internal matter, Chun An's impatience eased a little. He closed his eyes and seemed to enter a virtual world in an instant. There are flowers on both sides. The starry sky paves the way under your feet, and bright fireworks above your head, blooming one after another towards the distance. Chun took a few steps and suddenly heard a weak greeting coming from behind. You, what's your name? Chunin looked back, his shrunken pupils suddenly relaxed, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a look of realization appeared. Fei. The cat girl clenched her hands together. Her delicate features were covered with sweat, and her furry ears were trembling. The tail behind her seemed not to belong to her, twisting around out of harmony with her body. You know my name? I'm so happy to see you again. By the way, is this train yours? It's so beautiful. She suddenly screamed, and her body began to twist and distort, as if she was being cut by countless blades. Chunin roared softly, "Don't worry about your life, get out." Chunin regained consciousness after being in a trance. He immediately asked Fu Yao to find the cat girl and take her over. Nothing can be hidden from a telepath. There is no benefit in leaving her in the carriage. It is better to bring her here earlier. The newly awakened psychic is very weak. Without the support of the psychic crystal, she will hurt herself if she uses her abilities rashly. While waiting, Chunin asked, I remember that telekinetic users have weaknesses, but I forgot what they are. The consciousness of the telekinetic can expand in all directions to acquire more star systems. If the telekinetic is combined with a network, a wider star network can be created. The disadvantage is that the ability cannot be used to move, and it consumes energy crystals continuously. It's okay to consume energy crystals, but is it absolutely impossible to move? Not absolutely. The inability to move here means that she cannot easily leave the train. She can move inside the train, but if she fully releases her ability, her body will be unable to move except for her consciousness. Chunin, in other words, the telekinetic user is like a signal tower, which can collect signals and also transmit signals outward. Can she completely seize Luo Da's star network? Unless her level is higher than the other party's psychic. Forget it then. Luo Da's psychics are at least triple strength. After chatting for nearly half an hour, Fei was finally taken to Chun An's private area. But she was in a coma and was placed in her own bedroom. Chun went to visit and asked Luo Yu, who was traveling with him, "Is it different from what you thought?" Luo Yu stretched out her branches to touch the girl on the bed. Her chubby face was so cute. It doesn't look like a cat at all, more like a human. It would be better if the ears and tail were changed. Haha. After the change, it looks no different from a human. It looks better this way. Soon after, a robot brought energy crystals. Chunin quickly placed the energy crystals on both sides of the girl, and she would absorb them autonomously, etc. Chunin turned to look at the robot, and his heart tightened. Fuyao, why are you like this? The robot's face resembles a famous movie star on Purple Star, and Chunin has seen many of her films. He originally thought that this would be comfortable to watch, but it did not make him feel very comfortable, and he felt a sense of horror. The owner is already used to seeing mechanical faces around him, and it is difficult for him to adapt to the sudden appearance of unfamiliar faces in a short period of time. Chunin shook his head. These faces look scary when they are changed back. Now that I think about it, the mechanical faces are better looking. How about this? Based on the original mechanical faces, we can make simulation modifications, which should be much more comfortable. Fuyao understands and starts to transform immediately. Chunin asked Fuyao to scan Fei's physical data again. The girl was too thin and weak, and her body couldn't support her own abilities. The outburst she experienced when she awakened almost cost her life. Psychics are very fragile and need protection. Understand. When will she wake up? Within 1 hour. Chunin was too lazy to wait and went out for a walk. Talking about the robot again, Chunin asked, "Is he okay?" "You is the robot that Ling Yu accidentally upgraded." Chunin asked Fu Yao to pay attention to him often. "You can protect Ling Yu to go to the origin star. Everything is fine now." I've always wondered how mechanical life forms can use superpowers to strengthen themselves. They don't have muscles or blood. Everything in the universe has its own path to strengthening. Mechanical life will strengthen its body, energy, and components, which is actually similar to humans. Master, you cannot confuse robots with mechanical life. So, I can take in mechanical passengers? Why not? Chen had talked about this topic for nearly an hour, and Fei Yi finally woke up. She walked out of the bedroom in a daze, looking around like a thief. How did you sleep? Chunin asked with concern, trying to be as kind as possible. Fei Yi was startled. The strange uncle in front of him seemed to have bad intentions. But when she rubbed her sleepy eyes, she realized who was in front of her. Your name is Chunin, right? I like you. Are all girls of different races so direct? Chunin, am I too pure? Chapter 89. Powerful psychic can control the second dimension. Chun and misunderstood. Fei Yi's liking was purely liking, and there was no other meaning. What Chunin didn't expect was that the girl, who looked cute and quiet, was actually a chatterbox. I saw you when I was still there. I thought we would never meet. I'm so glad. It's so beautiful here, just like a fairyland. I thought you would be very strict, but you are actually very kind and amiable, just like my elder. Uncle Chunin, can you take me in? The smile on Chun An's face froze. Call Chunin brother. Fei Yi pursed her lips and said sweetly, Brother Chunin, hey, you're a good boy if you listen to what you say. Are you hungry? She rubbed her belly and swallowed. I'm not hungry. Chunin smiled and asked, what do you like to eat? I liked eating fish when I was in my hometown. But my family was poor, so we often couldn't eat it, and we could only eat wild vegetables. Brother Chunin, do you have anything to do here? You want to do something? Fei lowered her head shyly and said, I want to make money. Cute, shy, independent, and strong. This was Chun An's first impression of her. I do have something to do. Go upstairs and help me clean up the bedroom. Luoyu, take her with you. Are you really afraid of her? Luoyu stood far away, and no one knew where she got such a strong feeling towards cats. In fact, Fei is more afraid of her. Okay, I'll take her up, but don't climb on me, little guy, or I'll punish you. Fei followed him fearfully and turned back to ask Chun and for help. Chun pretended not to see it. Sooner or later, we will get to know each other and understand each other. Fuyao, prepare some food for her, mainly fish. Master plans to keep Fei Yi as a maid. I use this method to help her adapt as quickly as possible. I can arrange some daily tasks for her. Master doesn't use her ability. She's too weak. Let's wait until she reaches the 3rd level. The meal was very sumptuous, and Fei enjoyed it very much. Influenced by her, Chunin felt his appetite develop as well, so he asked the kitchen to prepare more meat. In the following days, Fei gradually adapted, and his relationship with Liu gradually improved. At least they were no longer afraid of each other. With the lively Fei, Chun'an's daily life has become more interesting, and his personality has become more cheerful. Luoyu is not bad, but she's a tree person after all, and it is difficult for her and Chun to have a common language. But Fei can follow Chun'an's preferences and can learn quickly even if he doesn't know how. For example, playing games, chess, reading, or wandering around the carriage. There's only one problem. As a telekinetic user, Fei Yi's spirit is too strong and often pulls out Chun'an's mental strings. So in mid-October, Chun'an, who couldn't help himself any longer, had a spiritual connection with her. Chun'an was able to condense 2 spiritual strings, but Fei Yi could actually condense 4. Fuyao, how compatible are I with her spiritually? 93%. If you can produce 4 spiritual strings, the degree of fit will be higher. According to you, I'm holding her back, right? What abilities have I gained? Based on my data, you should be able to gain telekinetic abilities. Chunin closed his eyes and tried to sense. But after a while, I felt no change. I don't think I got anything. It is recommended that the owner try more. There will definitely be something. Chunin simply called Fei Yi, whose face was flushed, and asked her how to use her telekinesis. Fei Yi, imagination, conception, diffusion. She closed her eyes after she finished speaking, and Chunin teased, has the chatterbox become a riddle teller? Suddenly, he felt a breeze blowing across his body, and Chunin knew that she was dispersing her consciousness. Chunin followed suit, imagining the things around him, conceiving of the original appearance, and then trying his best to disperse his consciousness. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. His consciousness did not disperse, but exploded. At this moment, even with his eyes closed, he could see the surrounding layout clearly, but without the background color, it looked weird. Soon after, he became conscious again and entered the same flower path again. Why am I here again? Fei Yi appeared beside him, smiling and narrowing his eyes. This is my ideal world, but it has not been completed yet. Now it is just a flower path, but in the future, there will be a sea of flowers and a flower city. It will be so beautiful. Chen praised a few words and exited the conscious world. Go and rest when you are tired. Fei, oh. Fiao, what is Fei's so-called ideal world? That is the manifestation of her telekinesis. The most powerful function of telekinesis is not to create a star network, but to create a virtual world. What's the use? When she is strong enough, she can control the internet and a virtual world. Even a virtual world created by other lives, she can control it. In other words, a strong telekinetic user can control the second dimension. Chunin got goosebumps all over his body and asked, "Can she control you?" "Except me." "Why? Aren't you also in a virtual world?" "Because the telekinetic user also has defects. Her body cannot enter the virtual world." "Master, do you remember that there is a special kind of extraordinary person called the Eternal?" "I remember that the Eternals can sacrifice their own lives to transform into spirit bodies, thus allowing the train to upgrade to a star. The Eternals are the biggest nemesis of the psychics. You will know this in the future, Master." After listening to Fu Yao's words, Chen had all kinds of guesses in his mind. "Fu Yao, you are not the Eternal One, are you?" "Hehe, you can continue to guess. Are you a combination of the Eternal and the psychic? You sacrificed yourself to become an intelligent computer to help me?" The Master is so smart that he can come up with such an outrageous idea. After guessing for a while and losing interest, Chen went back to his room to rest. The days that followed were relatively uneventful, but as the exploration of the fragments of civilization was completed, the atmosphere in the star field began to become tense again. Chen didn't care because he was happily collecting resources. The trading market of Star Domain Network has been open for a long time. Chunin took this opportunity to buy up a large amount of number 77 ore and has already collected enough materials for a space patrol ship. By the beginning of November, 2 of the conditions for the train to be upgraded to a star were met, with only a war remaining. Chunin was used to sitting in the driver's seat and swiping the screen to check the situation of each galaxy. Which one can fight? I can't hold back any longer. If he hadn't been worried about the consequences, he would have attacked the Blue Bird Man next door long ago. With my current strength, I can kill the Bluebirds within 3 hours without using the Transcendental Railgun. The Triangle Man can be spared. After all, Eclipse is very kind. He gave me 50 tons of number 77 ore for free last week. As he was mumbling, Fuyao suddenly gave a reminder. Information from the Star Domain Network. The Crystal Worm Civilization has declared war on the Mantis Civilization. Chunin pulled himself together and asked Fuyao to turn on the screen. The screen showed that the train of the Crystal Worm Civilization was entering the outer circle of Galaxy Number 2, and various ellipsoidal warships were released, indicating a battle to the death. Chapter 90 Crystal Worms with Mechanical Repair Abilities. Galaxy Numero 2. In the Mantis cockpit, Fandel couldn't help but curse. Those bugs are here again. Intelligent brain. The train of the Crystal Worm Civilization has just entered the outer star circle and has released warships to form an offensive formation. Contact the Queen immediately and ask her what she means. The call was quickly picked up, and Fandel angrily asked, "What do you want to do? Have I ever offended you?" The Queen insect is in the form of a giant insect, with its body huddled at the rear of the cockpit and countless limbs extended and placed on the operating table. "You haven't offended me, but I'm short of energy crystals and would like to borrow some from you." Vander jumped up and down. "Borrow again? Although I'm angry, it is better to do more than less, especially at this critical moment. How much do you want to borrow?" 50 million. These words immediately dispelled Vander's idea of compromise. 50 million energy crystals would have too much of an impact, causing him serious damage and making him more passive in the subsequent process of competing for a spot. "Since you want to start a war, I will fight you to the end. War is not all bad. First, it helps you get the qualifications to upgrade the train, and second, it gives you a chance to get the core of the train." So Vandal actively prepared for war and summoned back all the warships and Mantis people from various locations. This upcoming war has attracted much attention, and other train conductors are watching, wanting to know the final outcome. The energy crystal resources in the star field have long been exhausted. Those bugs are probably cornered. A civilization that only consumes energy crystals has no need to exist. This time I support Vandal. It's hard for Vandal to win. After all, the crystal worms are very powerful, especially in landing battles. There are many train conductors on the Star Domain Internet who predict the winning rate of both sides, and almost all of them predict that the crystal worm has a higher winning rate, which can reach 70%. Chen also asked Fu Yao to make a prediction. Both civilizations will lose, because no matter who wins the war, they will enter a weak state. At this time, there will definitely be trains that take advantage of it. The closest ones are the rat people and the Ling Shua people. But Luo De has a bigger plan and would never cause trouble before, so it had to be the rat people who took action. It's a pity that we are too far away, otherwise I would really like to wipe them out at once. Looking up at the screen again, the train of the crystal worm civilization was entering the inner star circle and the picture was interrupted. Fu Yao continued to give the picture. Invading the Mantis network through the star domain network. Invasion successful. Inner star circle screen restored. Currently, only he and Luo De can see the war status, and other train conductors can only see the alien circle images. The fleets of Crystal Zerg and Mantis Man gradually approached, forming a classic offensive formation. Chen frowned. Is Vanderlane too stupid? Or am I thinking too much? Why should he attack when he has the home advantage? The master's idea is right. It's just that Vandal is too stupid. He can actually abandon his position and fight around, because the crystal worms only need energy crystals and other resources are useless to them. I told you, a head-on collision is the worst way to fight, but it's the most beautiful way to fight. Good things cannot be shared alone. So Chen went to the living room and called Fei Yi and Luo Yu to watch the fight. Fei Yi pointed at the Mantis Man's train and exclaimed, "That's where I was originally." She panicked, the pain of the past coming back to her. Chunin, forget the past as soon as possible and see how the Mantis Man died. When the distance between the two trains was only 500,000 kilometers, they finally stopped. Fandel had already made his position clear, and he gave his final advice. You can go to the outer space circle to find a weaker train. Why come here to touch the stone? The Queen Insect said, the closer you get to the outer layer, the less energy crystals there are. You are in the second star system. I know you have a large amount of energy crystals. 50 million is not a lot. You can afford it. Just give it to me, and I will leave immediately. Vander slapped the console, cutting off the communication. Fire. In an instant, thousands of cannons were fired at the same time, and neat energy beams formed a continuous light curtain. The crystal worms fought back in the same way, and the two sides began to exchange pieces, and the frigates were scrapped one after another. Not to mention Vander. Even Chunin fell heartbroken just watching him. As the war progressed, Chunin discovered a problem. It seems that the crystal worm's warship can recover automatically. What's going on? In the picture, the crystal worm's warship will withdraw from the battle sequence after being damaged, and will be able to repair the damage in the rear for a while and return to the battle sequence. It seems that the losses of the crystal worms are far less than those of the Mantis people, and the combat power of the two sides will gradually be widened. Fu Yao, zoom in on the picture. When the picture was enlarged enough, Chunin saw that on the return trains, there were many light golden bugs scratching at the gaps in the warships, repairing them at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are those crystal worms? It is indeed a crystal worm. They have strong mechanical repair capabilities. Chunin became interested. If I could only get these bugs. Many thoughts came to his mind. He now hoped that the crystal worm could defeat the Mantis Man and not be destroyed. The war situation thereafter was just as Chun and had expected. The Mantis people became increasingly weaker and were gradually unable to cope with head-on battles. Vandal still had some knowledge of tactics. He hit his destroyers in the rear and brought them out at the critical moment, causing a considerable blow to the Starworm's front line. Even many warships that were being repaired were completely destroyed. But even so, they couldn't defeat the crystal worms, and the gap in firepower between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. We can't fight back. Let's withdraw. Vander was smart for once and drove the train off the track. Those bugs want energy crystals, but all the energy crystals of Galaxy number 2 are in my car. He has to come after me. When the Queen Insect saw the enemy train withdraw from the battle, she hurried to follow. But the battleship could not keep up with the speed of the train, so it had to be left behind temporarily. So for the next 5 hours, the two trains chased each other around the star, consuming each other. Chunin was tired of watching and asked Fu Yao, have they used any special abilities? I haven't seen it yet. It may be an ability that cannot be demonstrated. For example, the observation deck that Chunin obtained has no offensive or defensive capabilities and cannot be used in war. I'm going to play with Fei Yi. Tell me the result if you get it. Another 2 hours passed. Fu Yao reminded Chunin. The Mantis have begun their counterattack. They have stopped the crystal insect train and are launching a landing operation. Chen became interested and asked Fu Yao to play the picture. The two trains were seen jamming together, orbiting the star at the same speed without losing power. Countless mantis people drove shuttles into the crystal worm train, and the two sides fought fiercely. The crystal worms are not strong in close combat, and the mantis people are better at legionary combat. The train was almost a one-sided massacre by the mantis people, as the insects themselves were too weak. That won't work. If the crystal worms are gone, it will be difficult for me to obtain their technology. Chen was ready to help Jing Chong, but at this moment, Fu Yao called up another picture. In the picture, a black train is approaching from outside the system very cautiously. That's the Ratman's train. Chen frowned and thought for a while, then asked Fu Yao to send a message to the queen insect to tell it about the rat people's participation in the war. It's not so easy to get a bargain. Chapter 91. Ratman intervenes. Mantis is destroyed. The queen insect was surprised when she received the communication from Chunin. She was not surprised that the rat people would join the war, but she was surprised why Chunin helped her. There is no friendship between the two parties. But the situation is complicated now, and she doesn't have time to think too much. Activate indiscriminate clearing mode, train retreats. After the order was issued, a large number of laser beams suddenly burst out from the carriages in the train, launching indiscriminate attacks on the creatures inside. Whether it was the crystal worms or the mantis people, they were killed in batches. When Fandel learned of this, he stamped his feet in anger. Withdraw the troops. Although they retreated in time, the mantis people still suffered heavy losses. Soon after, the power was restored and the crystal worms' train gradually retreated, leaving the mantis people's track. Vandal ordered a pursuit. We have come this far. I will definitely not let you get away. We must fight to the end today. However, not long into the chase, Vandal learned the bad news that a Skaven train was entering the galaxy with ill intentions. Those rats are as hateful as bugs. Where are they? Intelligent brain. The rat men are approaching the inner star circle. I suggest resisting their attack first. It was very frustrating, but Vandal had no other choice. He couldn't lose his base camp because of chasing the bugs. Everyone prepare for defense. Kill the rat men. In the rat train, Killian was a little stunned. He originally wanted to sneak in, wait for the crystal worms and mantis people to be defeated, and then suddenly attack, so as to have a chance to obtain the two cores. However, just as they received the information, the crystal worms actually escaped from the inner star circle, and the mantis people were building a defense line for themselves. What's going on with the crystal worm train? The intelligent computer replied. Based on the analysis of the existing information, it is known that the loss of the crystal insect civilization may reach 60%. Killian opened his mouth wide, and his yellow fangs reflected the arc light of the signal light, making him particularly bright. The crystal worms have always been strong. Since we were able to drive them away, it means the mantis man has paid a greater price. We can't waste time. We have to go in immediately and kill the mantis man first. Killian was in high spirits and drove the train into the inner star circle. He did not release any warships, only a train, and entered the mantis people's encirclement openly. This behavior not only surprised Chenin, but also dumbfounded Vander. What does the damn rat want to do? You think you can eat me with just the train? Haha, you are indeed a brainless creature. Looks like I'm lucky today. I'll kill the rat man first and then go after the bugs. Vandal's confidence soared, and he commanded the remaining 100 or so warships to form a siege formation. As long as the rat man train completely enters the encirclement, the mantis train will immediately attract firepower, and the surrounding warships will then rush forward to destroy the external firepower of the Ratman train as much as possible. No matter how you look at it, Vandal has a huge advantage. However, the actual situation is that when the two sides exchanged fire, a golden film appeared on the surface of the Ratman's train, ignoring any attacks. But the rat train can counterattack the surrounding warships with fierce firepower. This situation attracted Chun An's attention, and he asked Fu Yao, "What is this special ability?" It goes without saying that the Ratman's train gains strong defensive capabilities after devouring the core, not an electromagnetic shield. This ability is unknown, very powerful, but must consume a huge amount of energy crystals. I want to see how long the Ratman can hold out. What surprised Chun and was that the Ratman's train did not shoot indiscriminately from a distance, but instead rammed head-on into the Mantis Man's train. Fandel was planning to engage in close combat, so he did not retreat, but instead took the initiative to move forward. Come on, as long as we start the landing battle, we Mantis people can crush you. Order all soldiers move. As soon as the hatch opens, charge out and cut those dead rats into pieces. On the screen, the Ratman train was getting closer and closer and was about to crash into them. According to normal logic, both trains would reduce power at the same time and fit together to enter the star orbit. Then you can start a landing battle at will, and whoever has more soldiers will have the initiative. At this moment, the intelligent brain issued a fierce warning. We have run tens of thousands of simulations based on the information we have, and we cannot accept a collision. Fandel was annoyed and yelled, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? How are we going to leave now?" On the screen, the Ratman's train was like a sharp arrow piercing the Mantis Man's train's waist. Bang! The sound of the collision traveled along the walls of the train to the cockpit, making Vander's scalp tingle. What terrified him even more was that the screen showed that his train was knocked away from the 10th carriage. This is unscientific. Chen also thinks it is unscientific, but this is the reality. The Ratman's train was like a sharp knife, cutting the Mantis Man's train in the middle very neatly. In the picture, both trains are in strange postures, expressing different situations. Fuyao, give me a detailed description. The Mantis Man's train was cut off from the 10th carriage, the overall defense collapsed, the power layer collapsed, and energy leaked. The Ratman train was too powerful and continued to rush towards the star after cutting off the Mantis Man train. Fortunately, it had braked. The golden shield on the train was canceled. Comprehensive analysis. Mantis Man was defeated. Ratman won. Chunin casually opened the screen and found the image of the crystal worm civilization. The queen had been watching the battle near the inner circle. When she found out that the Ratmen were so powerful, she turned around and ran away, with no intention of continuing to participate in the battle. I don't know where they are going. Keep a close watch on them. Chunin brought up the battlefield scene again and saw that the Ratmen had started a landing battle. The Mantis people were fighting desperately, but they no longer had enough combat power. When the train's overall defense collapsed, many Mantis people died from the pressure of space, and the Skaven didn't need to make any effort at all. Beep, beep, beep. Luo just sent a call, and Chunin picked up it. You watched the battle just now. The Ratmen are quite powerful. I plan to recruit them into the team. Chunin, it's up to you. I don't care who it is, as long as we have enough people. Luo, duh, haha, it seems that my brother is stronger than I thought. That's it, nothing else. After hanging up the phone, Chunin went back to the rest area to eat something. 3 hours later, news of the Mantis destruction reached the Star Domain network, causing a sensation. Although they didn't know the details, they knew it was the Ratman who did it. Client is very cunning. It's a good bargain, but the loss should be big, right? Facing the ridicule of other train conductors, Killian responded arrogantly. If you are unhappy, you can come to me. It would be great if you can kill me. There will definitely be no trains going there, but undercurrents are beginning to surge, and friction is gradually appearing between many galaxies. The next day, not long after Chunin woke up, Fu Yao gave him a piece of news. The crystal worm civilization did not stay in the original galaxy, but flew outward, possibly to the outer layer. Chunin, the queen insect wants to find a weakling, but there are no weaklings now. The crystal worm train will pass right in front of our galaxy in 5 hours. Chunan's face immediately turned cold, his eyes narrowed, and all kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. Chapter 92, Hunting for Crystal Worm Civilization. Star Domain Network. Where are those bugs going? Don't they even want their own galaxy anymore? They're probably looking for an easy target. Interesting, aren't they easy targets themselves? I've been annoyed with bedbugs for a long time. If they dare to come here, I'll crush them all to death. A few months ago, the crystal worms blackmailed most trains and stole a round of energy crystals, so no train has a good impression of them. Even Otto was insulting the crystal worm and wished he could destroy it. What about Chunin? I remember that he was the only one who didn't give the insect energy crystal. Insects only bully the weak and fear the strong. Sid, let them come to me, I'll take care of it. Killian, do they dare? The queen saw clearly the ridicule about the Star Domain network. But she doesn't care, the survival of the tribe is more important than anything else. Intelligent brain, how long can our energy crystals last? The intelligent computer replied, it can only last for 10 days. It is recommended to increase the energy crystal reserve within 5 days. Okay, according to the previous plan, the target is set as the galaxy after number 50. Although they have less energy crystals, they can still be used in an emergency. After saying that, The queen insect grabbed a handful of energy crystals and stuffed them into her giant mouth, making a crisp sound. For other civilizations, collecting energy crystals is to strengthen the body and use special abilities. But for crystal worms, the main purpose of energy crystals is food. Without food, they'll starve to death. Intelligent computer, we are about to pass through the meteorite area of Galaxy 17. Please release the reconnaissance ship to expand the reconnaissance range. The meteorites will limit the detection capability of the radar. The Queen doesn't care. Chen had provided information about the rat people's participation in the war yesterday. They may want to form an alliance with me and will not attack us. Speaking of which, the Fuyao civilization is the most mysterious right now. I wonder how many energy crystals they have stored. The queen insect's eyes lit up and she drooled with greed. The starry sky is dark, and the trains passing through it look like an ancient painting. 200,000 kilometers ahead is the meteorite zone, which contains dense meteorite clusters. The train could take a detour, but that would waste more time. It would be better to rush straight ahead and crush those fragile meteorites. If the queen was more cautious, she might be able to discover that behind some large meteorites, there were warships in absolute silence. Further away, Chun'an's train was wrapped with a simple electromagnetic shield. The electromagnetic shield has an important function, which is to block radar detection, which is the key to his ability to ambush. Fuyao, is the simulation ready? I have simulated the war 100,000 times and found the most suitable time and location. The probability of error is 1 in 5,000. This war is simple. There is no need to waste the extraordinary railgun. All we need to do is destroy the crystal worm's trained firepower, and then it will be an easy annihilation battle. In order to ensure that his own losses were minimized, Chenin asked Fu Yao to find the best solution possible. Master, don't be nervous. Crystal worms are vulnerable to us. I'm not nervous. I'm excited. After this war, my train will be able to upgrade to 2 stars. I wonder what 2 stars will look like. 2-star trains are likely to have more passenger quotas and more firepower. Stop. I can guess it myself without you telling me. Transfer all your calculations to the war and don't talk to me. In fact, talking to you does not waste any computing power. I said waste it, so just focus. How long can our electromagnetic shield last? 5 minutes. That's enough. About 3 minutes later, something unexpected happened. The queen insect was not stupid. When the train was about to enter the meteorite area, she actually slowed down significantly and sent out reconnaissance ships to investigate. This emergency situation was within Fuyao's simulation, so she immediately adopted the backup plan and let the train take the initiative. Hidden by the electromagnetic shield, the train quickly approached the crystal worm. When the distance was only 5 million kilometers, the electromagnetic shield failed and Chun'an's train was completely exposed. Warning, warning, unknown train spotted. The queen insect was shocked and asked the intelligent computer to provide the detection results, and found that it was Chun'an's train. What does he want to do? The queen insect quickly sent a message to Chun'an, but the other party refused to answer. I thought there would be a train trying to intercept it, but I didn't expect it would be him. As expected, any alien race cannot be trusted. The train speeds up and drives out of the meteorite area at full speed, leaving this damn place. She didn't dare to confront Chun'an head-on. However, when the Queen's train entered the meteorite area, the warships ambushed in various places were released one after another. Under Fuyao's precise control, these warships opened fire at full power, targeting the laser cannons of the crystal worm train. Of course, the train will fight back and smash Chun'an's warships one by one. Chun'an didn't care. It was cost-effective to use battleships to weaken the firepower and speed of the crystal worm train. After all, his train was chasing behind. As long as you catch up, you win. After about half an hour of chasing, the straight-line distance between the 2 trains was only 50 kilometers. Finally, Chun'an's train opened fire at full force and completely destroyed the firing point on top of the crystal worm train. Fuyao hit the train and destroyed the opponent's power. There was no need for Chun'an's guidance. Fuyao had already given the orders. The train was like a meteor, rushing into the meteorite area at an oblique angle from a higher angle, intercepting the other train very accurately. Familiar collision, familiar posture, the 2 trains are closely connected and the power is cut at the same time. Continue to attack and impact the opponent's power layer. The crystal worm's train has enough energy and there is still a chance for power recovery. Fuyao used the dumbest but safest method, which was to let the full firepower of the train and the warship attack the power layer. The powerful impact destroyed its internal structure, making it difficult to repair in a short period of time. Master, the crystal worm train has been completely intercepted, and the landing battle can begin. Okay, let me see the power of the Black Thorn. After the hatch was opened, 500,000 Black Thorn robots rushed out in shuttles and easily entered the enemy's train. Compared to the petite crystal worms, the Black Thorn is like a giant, crushing and killing. Chun was watching Black Thorn's combat mode and gave Fu Yao some suggestions for improvement. Most of the Black Thorn's battles take place on trains, so they need to be more flexible, so they don't need to be so big. The movements are a bit stiff in close combat, so we can teach them the fighting techniques of the Purple Star people. Are they waterproof? After watching for a long time, Chunin still didn't receive the Queen Insect's request to surrender. What's going on? Is she still trying to turn the tables? The Crystal Worm civilization will not surrender. The Queen will fight to the death with her people. Hearing this, Chunin was moved for a moment. But only for a moment. Okay, give them enough respect. Chunin opened the Star Domain network, which was already noisy. Most of the comments were praising or flattering him, and insulting the crystal worms. These remarks may sound harsh, but in fact, most civilizations are not as good as crystal worms. Chunin exited the Star Domain network, closed his eyes, and waited for the result. 5 hours later, the war was over, and he boarded the spaceship to the crystal worm train. The inside of the carriage was covered with dead insects, crystal clear. I always thought that crystal worms were mechanical creatures, but after a closer look I realized that they were not. They are more like crystal structures. The word crystal in crystal worm means crystal structure. Ahem. Collect as many corpses as possible, take them back for research, and try to find out the principle of how the crystal worms repair the train. Chapter 93 Train Star Upgrade in Progress. Standing in front of the huge corpse of the queen insect, Chunin felt too small. The insect is the size of a palm, but the mother insect is as big as a small mountain. Fuyao, is this corpse worth studying? High research value. If it's valuable, take it back. He then went to the cockpit to take out the train core and left with satisfaction. On the way back, Fuyao reminded that the train met the conditions for star upgrading. Reminder to the owner that the train has met all the star upgrade conditions. 1. All passengers awakened to extraordinary levels, and there are more than 200,000 triple ascendants. 2. The train has participated in 5 civilization wars and won. 3. The train's war capability is rated as second class. In summary, the train can be upgraded to 2 stars at any time. Reminder, this star upgrade requires all passengers to leave the train. Chun was surprised. No one is left on the train. It seems that this time the changes are mainly inside the train. Can a star upgrade time be postponed? There is no time limit. You can start at any time. Okay, let's collect the resources from the crystal train first. Chun returned to the train, entered the cockpit immediately, and swallowed the core. It wasn't long before the train gained new abilities. Automatic repair. When the train is damaged, it will automatically start to repair itself. This process consumes energy. Chun nodded and shook his head. It's a pretty useless ability. After all, it's hard to damage a train. If there's a problem with the train, a simple repair will definitely be useless. But trains are bound to bump into each other, so this will have some effect. For example, the previous collision between 2 trains caused slight dents on the outer shell. The images provided by Fu Yao show that these dents are being eliminated. Repairing a train not only refers to the exterior, but also the interior. Chun An's eyes lit up. If the interior can be repaired as well, it won't be bad. In addition to daily wear and tear, the interior may also be invaded by foreign forces. From the wars that Chun had experienced before, it can be seen that once the interior of the train is invaded, it will definitely cause great damage. Hurry up and collect the main resources of crystal worms. Leave the secondary ones alone for now. 5 hours later, the train returned to the star orbit of galaxy number 17 and officially prepared for the star upgrade work. Chun gave a series of commands. All passengers, including patients and children, head to the origin planet. I don't want other trains to know that we are upgrading stars. Resource collection is going on as usual. We can send more warships to the outer space circle to make a gesture of increasing defense. Luoyu, Fei, you can go to the origin star play. But Luoyu must be careful about her condition. After various orders were issued, the passengers quickly left on the spacecraft, grouped by guild. As for children and patients, robots can provide appropriate assistance, to ensure that no intelligent life is left on the train. 2 hours later, Chun was the only one left in the train, and the carriage was empty. Master, you need to go out too. I'll be right out. But I have a question. Does the train have enough resources to upgrade its star now? Chun remembered that when the train was upgraded to 1 star, it entered the nebula and obtained a large amount of extra resources. Please rest assured, the resources in this galaxy are sufficient for the train to upgrade to a star. After Chun left on his exclusive spaceship, the train plunged into a star and disappeared without a trace. Fuyao, are you there? Fuyao is always there. The train is rebuilding its body. It is estimated that the star upgrade time is about 2 days. Well, why do I always feel scared? His spaceship will not go to the origin star for the time being, but will remain in orbit under the protection of a group of frigates. After half an hour of making sure there were no changes, he headed for the origin star. I heard that there have been a lot of changes on the origin star. The passengers built several cities on the origin star. When the picture was shown, Chun laughed happily. This is not a city, it's clearly a tribe. Guilds also trade with each other, and for convenience, they simply set up bases and stay together. Over time, a large number of guilds gathered together to form settlements, which are what Chun called tribes. Some guilds built simple wooden houses, and some guilds set up tents. Where did the tents come from? Make it yourself. If they are given enough time, they may be able to build a city. Fuyao, when December comes, you should tell them that the jump point has been opened. There is no need to waste time. According to the time calculation, the train will leave in a month, but the passengers don't know this. Half an hour later, Chun appeared in the settlement in the northern hemisphere. The number of people here has exceeded 400,000, including 250,000 passengers who arrived not long ago. Because of the sudden increase in population, the settlement seems particularly crowded. Chun was walking on the middle avenue, feeling particularly curious. Passengers have developed transactions outside of the train. Should this be corrected? Chun actually found quite a few shops along the way he just walked. Some sell food, some sell handicrafts, and some even resell train merchandise. Some passengers will stay on the origin star for a long time at a time, and when they need train items, they prefer to buy them from second-hand dealers so that they won't lose much. There's no need to stop it. I think it's good. They can't really get out of the train business. They just make some extensions on this basis. Chun strolled around and even bought some interesting handicrafts, which gave him the illusion of visiting a scenic spot. As expected, craftsmen will never starve anywhere. Just as he was sighing, his shoulder was suddenly tapped. Turning around, it was Zishu. She was wearing a light armor, with 2 big swords slung around her waist. She had a smile on her face and looked very majestic. Does this look good on me? Chun shook his head. You are dressed like an ancient female general, but the 2 guns on your back are too abrupt and ruin the overall beauty. Zishu rolled her eyes at him. You're so cool. You came out empty-handed, without even a weapon. Chun put his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed, and asked her, do you have a mission? Zishu nodded. Prepare to go to the number 1 advanced area. Hasn't it been explored long ago? There is a very powerful triple-star beast whose trace has not been found yet. The reward for the mission is very high. I have nothing to do and want to try my luck. Why don't you lead the team? It seems that your red son has gone too. Hearing this, Chun became interested. I'll go with you to take a look. He sent a message to Zhou Jiang to inquire about the situation and learned that all 30 people from Hongri had gone. After several months of development, the total number of Hongri members has exceeded 30, which is cause for celebration. After the call was disconnected, Chun's arm sank, and Zishu threw a knife at him. I won't give you a gun, just a knife. You should still carry a weapon when you go out in the future, in case of any emergencies. Chun returned the knife and said casually, there seems to be a store selling weapons in the back. I can just go and buy 2. Zishu, those are second-hand dealers who add 1/10 to the price. If it's not a special occasion, don't buy it. Isn't it good to save a few star coins? By the way, I found a problem. Why is there no news about you in the train network? Even Zhou Jiang has become a celebrity. Chapter 94. Encirclement and Suppression of the Quadruple Star Beast. The train has its own local area network with complete functions. Chun had never noticed that Zhou Jiang had a very high reputation in the local area network, even higher than him as the president. What about being invincible in killing star beasts and being the best in the world? All these are Zhou Jiang's titles. But Chun didn't care, he just thought it was interesting. Zhou Jiang is very enthusiastic about the extraordinary, unlike you. There is no need to compare with each other. Let's go, where is the spaceship? After a while, Chun got on Zishu's small spaceship. My guild now has 3 exploration ships and a large number of small spaceships. What about yours? Zishu was very proud. I only have 1 exploration ship, no other ships. Haha, 30 people are enough. Chun liked seeing Zishu laughing so heartily, which was no different from before on Zixing. To be honest, Chun is still quite nostalgic. Zishu's presence will prevent him from losing himself and make him realize that he was once pure. Master, rest assured, you are not yet dark and are still pure. If you can't speak, you can shut up. After responding to Fu Yao in his mind, Chun inquired about Zishu's recent developments. He no longer paid attention to the development of the guild. After all, it had already formed its own system. Our Science Guild is second, and the Hope Guild is first. We have 4,000 third-level extraordinary people, and the rest are all second level. In addition to the 3 exploration ships, we also bought a lot of shuttles and locomotives to meet all scenarios. Our guild star coin balance has exceeded 1 million. How much do you have? Chun Anil laughed and said, it seems to be only tens of thousands. Zhou Jiang can't save money. He spends it as soon as he has it. I usually don't care much. Zishu frowned. That won't work. We still need to save money to deal with emergencies. Since you don't have time to take care of it, I can help. Forget it. Let Zhou Jiang deal with it on his own. He has his own ideas. While chatting, the spacecraft quickly flew over the primeval forest and slowed down and stopped abruptly shortly afterwards. It seems we've arrived. The star beast is in the forest. Whoever finds it will be lucky. It's worth 100,000 star coins. 100,000 star coins? Chun asked Fu Yao, what kind of star beast is so expensive? It is a quadrupole star beast, located in a cave 50 kilometers to the north. Since the star beast could not be strangled repeatedly, the mission rewards continued to increase. 100,000 is already the limit. 4th level? Announce the information immediately. We can't let them die in vain. Chun himself is at the 4th level, and he knows how much suppression the 4th level has on the 3rd level. When did you reach the 4th level? 2 nights ago. That's not bad. The intensity is not high. Increase the mission reward to 150,000 star coins, and we can divide it equally. As the new announcement was released, all guilds were excited and quickly sent experts to Area 1. It's actually the 4th level. That's great. Zhou Jiang rubbed his hands excitedly, the big knife in his hand eagerly waiting. A teammate reminded, the train has given its location. The star beast is 200 kilometers away from us. I'm afraid it will be too late. We still have time. I don't believe that others can eat the quadrupole star beast so quickly. The spaceship will be at full speed and will arrive in 200 kilometers in a moment. The spaceship was indeed fast, and they arrived at their destination in a few minutes. When we arrived, there was the sound of artillery fire, and the battle was extremely fierce. Will the star beast be killed by the explosion? The 4th level is already strengthening its bones, so it's not that easy to be blown to death. Bring up the picture. After seeing the scene, Zhou Jiang was speechless. In the center of the picture is a mountain, surrounded by a circle of spaceships, which are bombarding the mountain indiscriminately, preparing to raze it to the ground. What kind of fighting style is this? Brother Jiang, please read the mission instructions carefully. This time the reward can be divided equally. Zhou Jiang was helpless. The average distribution will definitely depend on the contribution value. Those guilds want to make up the contribution. We have to open fire too. We can't fall behind. In the spaceship not far away, Zishu was very dissatisfied with Chang'an's tactics. This is too much trouble. It would be better to send someone into the cave to lure the star beast out. Chang'an looked relaxed as he sat aside drinking tea. It's not a big deal if we can solve the problem with heavy firepower. I know more information than you do. The star beast can't be killed by the explosion, so now we have to force it out. By the way, what kind of tea is this? It tastes very sweet. Wild tea from the origin star is sold in the settlement. Zishu continued to mutter, but the problem is more and more guilds are gathering, and the rewards we get are getting smaller and smaller. Chinen, haha, let's not talk about the reward first. It's good enough that you can kill that guy. He is not going to make a move this time, otherwise the suspense will be lost. In the next 10 minutes, hundreds of spaceships gathered and blasted the 100-meter-high mountain into 50 meters. As the base of the mountain cracked, a terrifying roar was heard, and a dark figure emerged from the cave and jumped towards the nearest shuttle. A muffled sound could be heard, and the shuttle that was hit by a huge force and pushed backwards rapidly, crashing into a large area of forest. Roar, roar, roar. When the shuttle braked, The others finally saw clearly that it was a hybrid species that resembled a gorilla and a cheetah. It has the hair and limbs of a cheetah, but its facial features are like an orangutan, and it can walk upright or run on all fours. The star beast was in a state of extreme anger, its hands like iron fists, fiercely attacking the shuttle under its feet. Bang, bang, bang. The harsh sound of the beating spread, making people's teeth ache. With the strength of a gorilla and the speed of a cheetah, nature is truly amazing. Zishu exclaimed. Chunin, there's more to it than that. You can continue reading. The gorilla blasted dozens of times with its fists, and when it found that the shuttle was not damaged, it jumped down angrily, holding the tip of its head tightly with both hands. Although the shuttle is not big, it weighs about 10 tons. However, in the hands of the gorilla, it was like a toy, which he easily picked up and threw far away, breaking countless trees. Many people were stunned at this moment. Even Zhou Jiang swallowed his saliva because he knew he couldn't win. Chunin said to Fu Yao, it's comparable to the strength of an ant and the jumping ability of a frog. This guy has combined the advantages of many species. Zishu suddenly had an idea. Could it be a biochemical beast synthesized in a laboratory? Have you watched too many movies? Where's the laboratory here? Zishu pointed to the sky mysteriously and whispered, could it be the train that did it? Chunin reached out and patted her shoulder, which touched her armor and felt very cold. Don't let your imagination run wild. The train conductor has no interest in biochemical beasts. You'll go out and fight later. The guy will need a group of experts to surround him and kill him. You're not going out? Chunin raised his hand to drink tea. The best masters always have to appear last. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. After Zishu left, Chunin asked Fu Yao, is there any progress in the biochemical beast? Master, do you need it? After thinking about it, Chunin shook his head. I really don't need them. At this stage, we have robots. When the robots are eliminated in the future, we will have passengers to support them. They are the core. As for the garbage like biochemical beasts, forget it. Chunin was in the cab at this time. He turned on the live footage and saw more than a dozen top masters preparing to join the battle. Zhou Jiang, Xiao Zhen, Xiaofeng, quite a few people came. Chapter 95, Upgraded New Train. The battle against the quadruple star beast was fierce and lasted for a full half hour. Chunin did not participate in the battle. He was observing the fighting style of Zishu and others. I found that many people only rely on brute force to fight, and they're not familiar with fighting techniques. Fu Yao summarizes all the fighting techniques from ancient times to the present and puts them all on the internet so that they can learn them themselves. It is recommended that the owner publish learning tasks. You can do this. Give me a specific plan. Oh, why do I feel like an old father? I'm so worried. The star beast finally died under Zhou Zhang's knife, but the price was that he was almost torn open. The wound on his abdomen was 2 fingers long, and his intestines were almost visible. I'm still trying too hard, and my body isn't strong enough. At the end of the mission, Zhou Jiang ranked first in contribution and received 30,000 star coins. Chunin received his communication. Inch, I killed the star beast easily. Do you want a souvenir? Take it easy. Zhou Jiang didn't know that Chunin was at the scene. Just bring me a tooth. Is it hurt? Haha, just a minor injury. After the communication was disconnected, Zishu excitedly returned to the spaceship. How did I do? She was sweating, her body was covered in blood, and there were scratches on her arms. Chunin lifted her sleeve, and the wound was solidifying. Hee, it's not a big deal, it just hurts a little. It's not a big deal, just go take a shower. Most of those who participated in the battle were injured, but being injured was commonplace and not surprising for them. From then on, Chunin and Zishu wandered around, occasionally sightseeing. After spending 2 days in this carefree manner, the train finally completed the star upgrade. In the starry sky, the train was parked on the star track, and its overall size expanded by nearly double. Chunin was on his way back and was not very satisfied with the appearance of the train. The color hasn't changed, it's still bronze. How come it's gained so much weight? Fu Yao, what good food did my train eat? If the previous trains were slim and light, the current trains look a bit bulky and fat. Rather than saying that the train has become fatter, it is better to say that the train has become stronger. Okay, give me detailed data changes. Train Fu Yao, Intelligent Brain. No de 1314. Level, Bronze, 2 stars. Level 0.5, Extraordinary Civilization. Master Chin, Superhuman. Load 5, 000,000 people. Actual load, 1,920,368 people, excluding conductors. Defense level 2. Firepower level 2. Power level 2. Energy 100% remaining. Status 100% perfect. What follows is a detailed description of Fuyao. The overall defense of the train has been upgraded to level 2. The effect is that the body is thicker and of better quality, and it has an excellent energy dissipation effect on energy weapons. In addition, the train's external firepower has been protected. However, please note that during combat, the laser cannon and electromagnetic railgun will be temporarily shut down for protection. The train's firepower has been upgraded to level 2, and it is still reflected on the outside. The laser cannon on the body has been upgraded to a matrix laser cannon, with 4 barrels and 4 times the damage. The electromagnetic railgun on the top has increased power and range. The power of the train is upgraded to level 2. The speed is increased by 30% from the original level, and the acceleration process is reduced by half. The train's energy reserves have doubled, and more energy is needed to support train consumption. The train's radar has been upgraded, and the detection range has increased to 3 billion kilometers. The train has no additional carriages, but the interior area and height have been greatly expanded. Now, each carriage can accommodate up to 250,000 people. Your private area will also expand. You can raise more pets. Fuyao only talked about some general changes, but there are actually more differences in details. For example, the shape of the train has become sharper and more three-dimensional, especially the front of the train, which looks like the tip of an arrow and is particularly sharp under the light of the stars. There is also an observation deck, which has also been expanded. Now larger spacecraft, such as exploration ships, can be docked under the observation deck. Chunin suspected that if the train continued to grow, these places would even be able to accommodate warships. Wait, I have another question. What exclusive abilities did the train gain after it was upgraded? The rules are clear. The train devouring the core will give the train more comprehensive capabilities. However, if the ability is obtained by upgrading the train stars, it is more closely related to the train conductor. The last time he was upgraded from 0 stars to 1 star, Chunin gained absolute protection. No new abilities were gained, but the absolute guard has become stronger. It can now protect the target you specify. Chunan's eyes lit up. Oh, this is possible. There is actually no need to absolutely protect him. After all, he seldom goes out. If key figures like Zhou Jiang or Zishu are caught in a dead end in the future, perhaps they can be saved. Soon, the spaceship flew in from the train's hatch. Let's go to the market first. Located in market number 1, Chunin took a smaller shuttle to patrol along the way. It's a very wide avenue. The market and entertainment area can be expanded towards the middle. The overall area has been nearly tripled, allowing for the addition of more buildings. After passing through the market and entering the carriage, Chunin found that all the seats had been refurbished. It's not just been renovated, the spacing seems to have increased as well. A diagram of the passenger seat appears on the screen in front of you, and you can now fold it flat. Passengers actually have always had a problem, which is that they can only sleep in their seats, which is very inconvenient. This transformation is very humane. The carriage is much more spacious than before, and there are a lot of new seats. Fuyao, give all passengers the right to change seats once, and each guild can make their own arrangements. The rules have been informed to passengers. They will soon select a new position on their watches. The higher the ranking on the extraordinary list, the higher the priority. Okay, just take care of these things. Chunin then returned to his private area and found that the space had expanded nearly twice as much. Especially on the first floor, there are more than a dozen unused rooms. It's too empty. You can put more collectibles in it for decoration. Going upstairs via the suspended ladder, the living room did not change much, except that there were a few more empty rooms around it, which Chunin could arrange freely. The cockpit has not changed and has the same layout as before. Chunin felt more comfortable sitting in the driver's seat. If we fire at full force, can we penetrate the other people's trains? A 2-star train can break through the defense of a 1-star train. That's good. At least I won't be promoted in vain. As can be seen from the screen, a large number of spacecraft are returning, and passengers will come back to feel the changes in the train and determine their own positions. It is important for the guild to be located close to the living area. Where are Luoyu and Fei? Tell them to come back quickly. Just when the footage of the two of them was about to be displayed, Fuyao suddenly interrupted with an emergency. The jump point emitted a flash 6 seconds ago. No useful information has been received yet. Just one bunch. No, another beam was sent out just now, 8 seconds apart. Over the next 3 minutes or so, a total of 30 flashes were emitted from the jump point, but no information was given. Chunin opened the star domain network, and the train conductors were also discussing this issue. In the end, there's only one conclusion, which is a warning before the jump point is opened. This warning may become more intense, so everyone should be prepared. Chapter 96. Selecting passenger seats, flying instrument breakthrough. Is this the new train? In the exploration ship, Zishu was stunned. The train had been upgraded before, when 10 more carriages and firepower were added, but there were no more noticeable changes. But this time it's different. The train as a whole has expanded a lot. It's like replacing a small detached building with a large villa. It looks more majestic and gives people a strong shock. Yang Yuan exclaimed in her ear, "Sister Shu, will the train be upgraded to a giant, even bigger than a planet?" It's entirely possible, but I'm curious. Can he still maintain his previous speed at such a large size? If you can't maintain the speed, it's not called upgrading, it's called downgrading. Don't worry about it. Just open the train network and see which positions we can choose. The watch can turn on a virtual light screen, but it's not as good as the screen on the expedition ship. When the screen was turned on, other members of the guild gathered around and gave their opinions. Go to carriage number 1. It should be the best there. Number 1 may not be suitable. I think number 10 is the most comfortable. Hurry up, other guilds are also selecting. The screen shows a perspective view of the train, with all seats from car 1 to car 20 having unique variations. These positions were originally white, but are gradually turning red, meaning that other guilds are choosing them. Zishu said, firmly, "Stay at number 10, in the same position as before, and take up 10,000 seats immediately." Sister Shu, how about asking Lao Chun and the others to come over as well? Yang Yuan's suggestion made Zishu's tense face bloom into a gorgeous beauty. "You are still smart." She immediately sent a message to Chunin. Chunin was studying the flashes of the jump points in the star network. According to the information obtained not long ago, the fragments of civilization have been completely wiped out, and a white vortex has appeared in the center and is slowly expanding. At the current speed, it will take a month for the train to be fully operational. After receiving Zishu's communication request, Chunin answered the voice call. "What's wrong? Hee, do you want to be closer to me? Miss me a lot?" Chunin teased. Zishu was afraid that others might hear it, so she quickly covered her watch and walked away. "Have your Red Sun Guild move to carriage number 10, so we can stay together for a long time. I originally want to go to carriage number 1, but my guild is too big, so it would be easier if you moved over." "Hey, why aren't you talking?" Chunin replied. "That's great. I'll let Zhou Jiang change seats later." 5 minutes after hanging up the call, Chunin ordered Fuyao, "Let everyone choose again, and add a rule that the guild cannot change the carriage. The announcement has been issued. All position pre-selections have been reset." "What? Guild positions can't be changed? What kind of weird rule is this?" Zishu complained. Chunin, "Yeah, I don't know what the conductor is thinking. I feel like he's targeting me on purpose." Zishu said anxiously, "Don't talk nonsense. The boss's decisions are all correct. Don't come over. Let's go to the same place tonight." Chunin agreed. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well go and practice. On the other side, when Zishu was about to park the exploration ship on the apron, the train gave a special reminder. The observation deck provides berthing services for expedition ships, and no berthing fees are charged. It is recommended that you try it. Zishu was surprised. The observation deck can actually accommodate an exploration ship? How big would that be? She turned the spacecraft and did not enter through the train door. After flying along the edge of the train for a while, Zishu discovered that the observation deck was now much larger, probably more than 500 meters wide. Yang Yuan exclaimed, "Is this an observation deck? It's clearly an observation car. There are many parking spots, and it's probably big enough to park the A106. The large F399 is probably not good enough. Sister Shu, let's go over and try it." Following the electronic sound prompt, the exploration ship successfully docked in the empty space. The cabin door opens, and after you go out, there is an escalator that will take you to the observation deck above. Looking up at both sides, I saw that other guild were also parked here and did not go to the train gate. This is much more convenient. Zishu leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. The endless starry sky made her feel lonely. But thinking about the changes between the past and the present, she is full of hope. The trains are getting better, the guild is getting better, and so will I. A subordinate exclaimed from the back, "Sister Shu, come in and take a look. The carriage is ridiculously large now. My God, there are more seats, a larger area, and much more space between seats." When they learned that the seat had a stretching function, many people tried it immediately. Sister Shu, the seats need to be rebound. Which one do you want to sit in? Zishu found a corner near the observation deck, which was the quietest place. Front of the car. Luo Yu showed a difficult expression of joy on her face, which was not easy for her. Wow, that's a lot of extra space. I can grow more plants. Her private area was converted from a pet area. It was originally just a small, long, and diagonal space, but now it is twice as big. There are many beautiful flowers on the origin star. Shall we pick some? Fei Yi lay on Luo Yu's shoulder with a lazy look. She looked less like a cat person and more like a cat at this moment. Luo Yu, she said, "Okay, we will go right away." But before they could set off, Fei Yi felt unwell all over and looked around for Chunin. "The master is in seclusion. What's wrong with you?" Chunin could not be found, and it was Fu Yao who noticed that Fei Yi was strange. I felt my body tense, but also like there was energy about to explode. It wasn't very comfortable. "You're about to break through. I will give you energy crystals immediately." Fei Yi got the second-class energy crystal and returned to his bedroom, trembling with fear. She always felt that her breakthrough was different from others, as if there was a power about to burst out. 2 hours later, the train had an accident. "What's going on?" "The watch doesn't work." "Mine works, but it doesn't function properly." "Could there be an accident on the train?" "I didn't see any special announcement." The functionality of the watch relies on the train network. But just when the flying instrument was promoted to the second level, the network function was disrupted. However, the chaos did not last long. Fu Yao made emergency repairs and woke up Chun, and who was in seclusion. Chapter 97, Upgrading to Level 2 Guild. In the bedroom, Fei Yi faced Chun An's curious eyes and said weakly, "I don't know what happened. At the moment of breakthrough, my mind energy entered the network and I couldn't control it." Chun An asked, "What can you do? What have you done?" "I went to a very chaotic world. The endless information scared me. I'm sorry, I did some wrong things when I was panicking. Are you okay now? The chaos on the train has ended. Did you use the train network as a springboard to invade the star network?" Fei Yi said blankly, "I don't know. I was very scared at the time, so I ran as hard as I could. Suddenly, I found a bigger world, so I went in. I didn't know it was even scarier outside, so I ran around and finally found a way back. But before I could fully wake up, I was awakened by Fu Yao." Her voice gradually dropped, then continued to rise as she said, "Although the time was short, I saw a lot of interesting information. Chunin, tell me everything, don't leave anything out." "I don't mean to blame you, you are right." Fei Yi felt relieved, and the tail behind her was shaking around uncontrollably. Chunin really wanted to hold her down. "I saw the triangle men, the ones with triangular heads. They looked funny. They killed people on the train. They killed a lot of people." Chunin was surprised. "Who to kill?" "Triangle people kill triangle people." Chunin immediately asked Fu Yao to check the information of the Triangle Man through the Star Domain Network, but it was not very clear because no matter how strong Fu Yao was, she could not break through the internal defense of the train. The Triangle people may be in a civil war. Previous information has already shown such signs. "Let be a civil war, Fei, just continue." "Fei, I also saw the Bluebird people. They were so ugly. Their trains were very dirty and messy. I didn't look at them for long. I also saw a group of giants. Their trains were different from ours, with very few seats." Fei Yi said a lot of information, but most of it was useless information that Chun already knew. However, there was one item that caught Chun An's strong attention. The Lingshua people and Otto have a deep relationship. They were talking about something very important, but I didn't dare to get close so I couldn't hear it. Chun obtained key information and asked Fu Yao to take notes. "Have you been discovered?" Fei Yi said proudly. "I was very cautious and was not discovered. If I were allowed to go again, I would be able to see more." Chun let her rest, then asked Fu Yao. She just reached the second level. How could she invade the Star Domain Network? Invasion and control are two different things. The other party has spread the network too much, causing the local defense to become weak, and Fei is like a needle piercing from the weak point, which is difficult to be noticed. But difficult does not mean impossible. For the time being, it is not recommended that Fei continue to invade unless I protect him. Chunin, okay, try to be as cautious as possible. It would be great if she had the third level of cultivation. After leaving Fei's room, Chunin went down to the bottom defense layer of the train at Fu Yao's reminder. Is the Sky Patrol ship easy to build? After the train was upgraded to 2 stars, a large factory for manufacturing space patrol ships appeared in the defense layer. The Sky Patrol is the core of the fleet in the early stage. With our current resources and technology, it will take at least 2 months to build. 2 months is too long, but there's nothing we can do about it. He headed for the main plant, which looked like a giant shipyard. From the information given by Fu Yao, we learned that the main factory is only a small part, and more factories will jointly manufacture various components of the patrol ship and finally assemble them. Chenin checked the entire process and could only describe it in 4 words. Super complicated. The spaceship has a complete attack and defense system and supply system. During long-distance voyages, it can replenish energy and supplies for frigates and destroyers. The spaceship is equipped with a particle accelerator, an electromagnetic railgun, a spaceship-level engine system, an interstellar remote sensing system. Chunin, stop. Don't recite to me. I'm too lazy to listen. Let me ask you, can the train carry such a large thing? Also, where should it stop? Although it has not been manufactured yet, Chunin always feels that the train cannot accommodate the space cruiser, which is more than 10 times larger than a destroyer. 5 dedicated parking aprons for space patrol ships are specially provided when the train is upgraded. Each apron can only accommodate 1 space patrol ship. In other words, a 2-star train can only produce 5 space patrol ships at most. Chunin nodded to show that he understood. He pulled out a virtual screen in front of him, showing the overall style of the patrol ship. If frigates and destroyers are more shuttle-shaped, then space cruisers are elliptical, with laser cannon components surrounding them everywhere, so their firepower is definitely not bad. You can start manufacturing, but it's not the current priority. Don't let it affect your business. The factory was too big, so Chenin walked around on the floating platform and then left. On the way back to the cockpit, Fu Yao gave a reminder about the guild. I hope that the total points of the guild will exceed the limit. Do you want to open a second-level guild? Open it. Also, add some content to the living area according to the previous plan. Soon after, various announcements were made, causing a stir among the passengers. I hope that the total points of the guild will reach 50,000 and officially be promoted to a second-level guild. Second-level guilds have a membership quota of 30,000 and have the right to trade freely in the guild trading area. A training room has been added to the living area. Currently, there are only martial arts and military-related training courses, which passengers can purchase as appropriate. A guild trading area has been added to the living area. Guilds can rent shops for internal transactions, and the service fees generated during the transaction process are halved. After the announcement was made, Hope Guild immediately became a hot topic, and Chen Guoyang's popularity reached an unprecedented level. Chen Guoyang was very calm and immediately went to the guild trading area. Since he could rent a stall, he had to do it as soon as possible. Ever since Chun and regulated private transactions last time, guilds or individuals can set up stalls in the living area, but they have to pay high service fees. Now, second-level guilds can open shops and appear more formal. These changes stimulated other large guilds, leaving them no time to rest and rushing to continue completing tasks in an effort to increase their points. As a result, Zishu led the guild members to the Origin Star, leaving Chun and to train alone. In the following days, several guilds with similar points upgraded one after another, and the Hope Guild did not fall behind too much. Chunin also proved to Zishu his length, which was true and even exceeded expectations. 5 days later, the playful Fei Yi accidentally invaded the Star Domain network again. You said Ling Shuo and Ao Tu will be promoted to 2 stars. Fei Yi said happily. I didn't act rashly this time. With the help of Fu Yao, I put on a coat, which is what you call a virus. I saw the most secret information of the Ling Shuo people. It turns out that they can already upgrade to 2 stars, and the same is true for Ao Tu. Also, they will immediately make it public after upgrading to 2 stars, trying to attract other trains to join. This is the information data they scattered during communication, and I ate it. Brother, am I doing this right? Chunin smiled and stroked her head, then asked Fu Yao, is this method of invasion safe? It is relatively safe. Fei cooperates with me and can go to places that we couldn't go to before. But we still have to wait until Fei is at his most energetic. Chunin thought for a moment and gave an order, announce the star rating of the trains, and get ahead of them. Chapter 98, Electromagnetic Storm from the Jump Point. In the Lingshuo train, Luo Da was in high spirits. Everyone leave as soon as possible. In 2 days, we will have our first 2-star train. Various spaceships flew outward, and Luo Da was in a good mood. As long as his train is upgraded to 2 stars, he will be invincible. At the moment, it seems that neither Ao Tu nor Baiphone can pose a threat. Instead, Fuyao can threaten me. He didn't care what weapons Chunin had, nor did he care how many cores he had swallowed. What he cares about is that among all the current civilizations, only he and Chun and have telekinetic users. There is no doubt that a telekinetic user is powerful. There cannot be a second one within my control. In fact, he didn't know that the telekinetic power Chun and had obtained was only for a short time and was not very strong. After the second star, I can control the information of all trains with the help of telekinesis, and there will be no rivals anymore. Just as I was enjoying my fantasy, the intelligent computer suddenly gave me a reminder. The Fuyao train broke through the 2-star mark not long ago. The smile on Luo Da's face suddenly froze, and her face kept changing under the colored lights, like a clown. He immediately opened the star domain network and found it very lively. It has to be Chun and who quietly rose to the 2nd star level. If he hadn't taken the train out to collect resources, we wouldn't even know. Why are the trains getting fatter? Shouldn't we continue to add carriages? Who says we have to add more carriages? Is a thin bamboo pole strong? If it's not wide enough, it's too long and more vulnerable to attack. After watching for a while, Luo Da adjusted his expression and sent a video application to Chunin. The call was connected quickly, and the screen showed Chunin eating in the lounge area. From this perspective, Chunin's face has been modified by Fuyao and looks mediocre overall. His appearance would definitely not be revealed easily. Whenever he came into contact with outsiders, Chunin would correct it and sometimes even make it more outrageous. I heard you were promoted to 2 stars. Congratulations. Chunin smiled brightly. Just barely. I feel that the 2-star is very ordinary, just a little bigger in size and a little stronger in firepower. Do you know that a 2-star train can break the defense of a 1-star? Luo, duh. How can I know if I can't upgrade to 2 stars? The previous plan remains the same. I am still studying more details and will let you know when the time comes. After a few words of small talk, the call was disconnected. After that, Chunin kept receiving communications from train captains, some of whom secretly sought asylum, and Chunin basically agreed to all of them. After counting, the number is not large. Most people are watching how the situation changes and are not in a hurry to take sides. Let them do as they please, and we just need to continue to strengthen ourselves. But what Chunin didn't expect was that the second person to be upgraded was not Ling Shua and Aotu, but Bai Feng. When Bai Feng was announced to be promoted to 2 stars, the stir it caused was even bigger than that caused by Chunin. Outer trains are all supporting Bai Feng, and there is a possibility of a large-scale alliance now. Chunin, that's right. After all, I am in the first circle. In the eyes of the train conductors outside, I am more like an outsider. It is normal for them not to want to form an alliance with me. Stay tuned. Another day passed, and Ling Shua and Aotu made breakthroughs one after another. The noise they caused was greater than that of the white wind, and many train conductors sought shelter. In this way, a 4-way balance of power was formed in the star field. Relying on the first mover advantage, Chunin attracted 15 trains, but this was probably his limit. Among them are 3-eyed people, wolves, triangle people, bluebird people, and so on. Master, according to the information Fei and I obtained, Ling Shua has gathered 29 trains, Aotu has gathered 19 trains, and Bai Feng has gathered 49 trains. Why are there only 9s? Never mind, I won't complain about this. Where are the remaining trains? The rest are still watching and may not intend to get involved. Master, should we let Liu make a prediction? Chunin shook his head. Don't worry. The shorter the time, the more accurate Luo Yu's prediction will be. If the prediction is made too early, the future will lose its variables. I heard that the research on crystal worms has produced results. Please wait a moment, Master. A few minutes later, a robot brought a crystal worm sample to Chunin. Just this big. Chunin placed the crystal bug in the palm of his hand, about the same size as his thumb. The insect looks like a cicada. Its body is crystal clear and feels cool to the touch. This crystal worm can devour energy crystals and repair any mechanical equipment, but it cannot repair trains. Chunin frowned. Swallowing energy crystals? The interest that was finally aroused suddenly disappeared. Thinking back to the characteristics of the crystal worm itself, Chunin couldn't afford to raise it even if it had the best abilities. We have improved and upgraded the crystal worms. They do not need to consume energy crystals to survive. They can be in a silent state like mechanical equipment at ordinary times and will only be activated when the warship is damaged. Give it a unit of energy crystal, and it can work continuously for 3 days. After testing, Equipping the Black Thorn robot with 10 crystal worms will allow it to self-repair without damaging the energy center, which will greatly increase the utilization rate of the Black Thorn. Shannon became interested. So, the little bugs are quite useful. Can you estimate how many crystal bugs are needed and how much energy crystals are consumed if all the warships and robots are equipped with them? 500,000 Black Thorns require 5 million crystal insects. Each crystal insect initially provides 1 energy crystal, so a total of 5 million energy crystals are required. Each frigate or destroyer requires at least 10,000 crystal worms to ensure basic maintenance work. We currently have 216 frigates and 50 destroyers, which require a total of 2.66 million crystal worms, or 2.66 million energy crystals. If it is during wartime, the maximum number of crystal worms can be equipped is 100,000. After hearing this, Chenin took a breath. This is just the initial setting. If wars are frequent, more crystal insects and energy crystals will be needed. According to what you said, the energy crystals consumed by the light crystal insects may reach tens of millions at any time, or even more. How many energy crystals do we have in reserve now? The reserves of first-class energy crystals are 420 million units, and the reserves of second-class energy crystals are 3 million units. If all are converted to first class, the total reserves are 700 million units. A smile broke out on Chenan's face. Then let's do it. All the crystal insects will be equipped according to the plan. Master, rest assured, the energy of the crystal worms will not be released all at once. After each repair is completed, they will fall asleep as soon as possible and will not continue to consume energy crystals. Not bad. It meets my expectations. I will try to complete it within half a month. For nearly half a month, the star field was unusually quiet, with only the fixed flashes at the jump points every day being the most irritating. On December 15th, the flashes suddenly intensified. It was as if a light was placed at the jumping point, and someone was continuously flipping the switch. But this time was different from before. The flash was accompanied by a powerful electromagnetic storm that swept across the entire star field within a few minutes. This process was very scary because the star network was interrupted and the internal networks of each train were completely disrupted. What's going on? The jump point is in the latter half of its opening and will release electromagnetic storms regularly, and they will become stronger and stronger. According to my estimation, the electromagnetic storms in the final stage may directly destroy the one-star train. In other words, only the two-star train may be able to pass through. This inference was not only made by Fu Yao, but also by the intelligent computers of other trains, causing the atmosphere in the star field to suddenly become tense. For most trains, there's basically only one of the 3-star up conditions left to be completed, which is the number of civilization wars. Chapter 99. From Major Train Alliances, Find a Traitor. On the 15th, shortly after the flash ended, Luo De contacted Chun Un and told him the complete plan. I plan to use the Star Domain Network to paralyze other trains, causing their networks to become chaotic and attack each other. We can take advantage of this opportunity to gain an advantage. We were originally planning to start on the 27th, but due to the uncertainty of the electromagnetic storm, I am worried that we won't be able to protect the star network, so we are planning to move it forward to the 22nd. Our targets are the Otto Civilization and the White Wind Civilization. After we destroy them, the total number of trains in our 2 alliances will be less than 50, and they will all be able to pass. Chunin interjected, "You should know that the one-star train may be eliminated." Of course I know that. Because of this, if other trains want war, we can deal with it calmly. If you have no objection, the plan will be like this for the time being. In a few days, we will bring in the allies for a general meeting. I agree. December 17th. After the impact of the conventional electromagnetic storm, the trains on the outer layer could no longer sit still and set sail for the inner layer. In the Star Domain Network, Sid made a statement. The system can accommodate multiple trains. We will occupy the vacant trains number 2 and number 3. I hope everyone will not think too much about it. How could he not think about it? Sid brought 50 trains this time, and the momentum was so huge that even Chunin was on edge. Half a day later, the Ratmen of number 1 could no longer bear the pressure and directly gave up the galaxy and moved into Ling Shua's number 4 galaxy. Sid was happy with it and occupied numbers 1, 2, and 3. Later, the trains in the 2nd and 3rd circles also abandoned their own galaxies and rushed into the 1st circle. In order to avoid conflict, at the suggestion of Chun and The three-eyed people gave up galaxy number 5, and the serious people gave up galaxy number 6 and gave it to the Lingshu Alliance. Fuyao, take back the warships and passengers. From now on, do not collect resources. Focus on preparing for war. The train will gradually enter a state of war. After the announcement is made, passengers will be surprised but will comply. On the origin star, Zishu asked Yang Yuan to pack up quickly and take away all the property left on the planet. Sister Shu, will it be just temporary? Zishu sighed. I've been following the train news. The flashes have been getting more intense recently, which means the time is almost up. Does this mean that we have to leave the origin star forever? That should be it. The passengers have been on the origin star for a year and are somewhat reluctant to leave. When this kind of talk spreads, the mood is generally low. After Chun learned about this, he asked Fuyao to give some incentives to boost their confidence. We will often encounter similar situations in the future. It is normal to last for 100 years, not to mention a year. The owner does not need to intervene. Just let the passengers adapt themselves. Well, give them some more time. We can also let the robots help with the transportation. In the second half of the day, a large number of spaceships travel between the planet and the train, carrying supplies back to the train. The originally bustling origin star gradually became quiet, and the star beast became active again. On the 18th, the three-eyed man and the serious man entered the 17th galaxy, and Chun assigned them orbits. As for other trains in the Alliance, they can be stationed in number 16 or number 18. In this way, a total of 120 trains in the star field were divided into camps. The Alliance centered on Fuyao has 16 trains. The Lingshu Alliance has 30 trains. The Auto Alliance has 20 trains, and the Bifeng Alliance has 50 trains. The remaining 4 ships are non-aligned and are temporarily killing time in the second circle. In order to welcome his allies, Chun specially held an online meeting. In addition to the races he was familiar with, there were also giants up to 15 meters tall, more types of bird people, and strange humanoid creatures. Brother, you have the final say on how to proceed. Yang Dingtian said generously. He has always shown enough support for Chun, and even if Chun is wary of him, he will still reciprocate and give him respect. Not much useful information was discussed during the meeting. We just got to know each other. The day passed in chaos, and on the 19th, a bigger meeting was held. The meeting was chaired by Luo De and Chun, and the location of the meeting was in the Star Domain Network, which could be under absolute control. Have all the conductors arrived? The meeting scene is very simple. It is a heavily encrypted chat group. Outsiders can't even get in, let alone find it. The rat man Killian replied, 46 train conductors are here. Don't dawdle. Let's get started. There are virtual avatars flashing in the group, which means that all the train conductors are online. At the same time, Luo De asked the telekinetic user to narrow the control range to ensure that the meeting would not be eavesdropped or detected. After ensuring it was safe, Luo De said, everyone knows the current situation, so I don't need to explain it. At present, only 4 two-star trains can stably pass the jump point. As for the other trains, whether they can pass depends on the current situation. But you certainly don't dare to gamble on the current situation, but need to obtain qualifications in advance. Therefore, we are holding a meeting here to upgrade as many trains as possible to 2 stars. Killian interrupted. Just tell me how to do it. I fully support it. Next it was Chun An's turn to speak. Our plan is very simple. We will start the war on the 25th and attack the Auto Alliance with all our strength. The positions are very clear now. If we take Lingshuo as the starting point, the clockwise order is Auto, Fuyao, and Bifeng. In other words, Auto is in the middle of us. They can't escape if we attack them from both sides. A train conductor questioned, why not deal with the White Wind Alliance first? Chun replied, Bifeng has too many trains. If we fail to capture them for a long time, we will be easily disturbed by Auto. Therefore, it is better to kill the weak ones first. As for the specific method, let Luo De tell us. Luo De, the method is very simple. We don't need to use battleships. All the trains can be gathered together and rush forward to bombard each other. Chun will contain Auto's 2-star train, and I will be with you. He spoke at length and in great detail. After that, everyone added some comments, and the meeting was over. Actually, it wasn't over because Chun and Luo De resumed their private meeting. Do you think there's a traitor? Chun asked. Luo De had a very smart look on his face and was certain there must be a traitor. Let's use the meeting as a cover today and try to catch the fish. That's right. They told a lot of lies in the previous meeting. Because there was a serious problem, They were worried that other trains would mutiny. If such troublesome things happen at a critical moment in the plan, there will be no time to correct them later. Wait. This wait lasted 2 hours. Finally, 2 hours later, a special message was intercepted by the Star Domain Network and appeared on the screens of Luo De and Chunin. The content is very simple. It is the details of their overall plan. When he saw the source of the information, Chunin didn't quite believe it. Triangle Man Eclipse? This guy is usually very gentle. When did he get together with by phone? Luo De. They may have contacted them a few months ago. Brother, it is up to you to decide how to deal with the Triangle people. Our plan remains the same. We will not tell other trains for the time being and continue to observe whether they will rebel. After the call ended, Chunin called Yang Dingtian and asked him, how many conditions do you need to upgrade to the second star? Yang Dingtian replied, we still need 2 civilization wars and a train corps. Can you kill the Triangle Man? Yang Dingtian was a little confused. Chapter 100 The Power of the Star Domain Network shocked Chunin. In the Triangle Man train, the lights are bright, the wine is drunk, and the singing is seductive. The beauty, in cool clothes, is wandering around, with brightly colored stripes on her triangular head, looking quite free and easy like willow catkins blowing in the wind. Deep inside the huge ballroom, Eclipse pushed the beauty away and casually pulled out the virtual screen. Has the message been sent? Ji now replied, it has been sent to Sid. He should give a response soon after receiving it. Do we need to leave early? How can I be the insider if I leave? I just need them to fight to the death. When both sides are defeated, I can pick up the core in the chaos. As long as our train is upgraded to 2 stars, I'm not afraid of anyone. By the way, send 1,000,000 energy crystals to Chunin tomorrow. Continue to maintain a good relationship and strive to hide in the rear during the war. The intelligent brain hesitated a little and asked, do we have such a powerful ability to control the situation? Eclipse stared at the slanted eyes on his forehead, and the pupils in them were dark green. Remember, you're only assisting my intelligent brain. I am a decision maker. Understand, intelligent brain, I am giving you a suggestion. You don't have to accept it. What should we do with the Triangle people who rebelled earlier? Eclipse grinned grimly. Let the factory grind all the meat into meat patties and feed them to our soldiers. We just happen to be short of food. This matter needs to be kept secret so that no one can know about it. Looking back at the Triangle figure in the dance hall, Eclipse breathed a sigh of relief. In order to maintain his absolute rule, he needed to cultivate a group of confidants and divide the passengers into classes. It does not appear to be successful at the moment. Otherwise, there would not be a rebellion. Only when you become a train conductor can you understand how difficult it is to rebel. Brain, I'm going to implement a more intensive rule next time. You make a plan for me. However, at this moment, the intelligent brain issued an emergency warning. An unknown train has entered the alien circle, and the situation is unclear. Not all intelligent computers are as powerful as Fuyao. If they want to get more information, they need reconnaissance ships and radar detection. Eclipse didn't care much, because as the Alliance gathered, there were already 5 trains in his system, spread out on various tracks. What does Chun mean? Sending another ship to me? Connect with Chun and immediately. However, to UCS surprise, Chun refused. What's going on? After being rejected several times in a row, Eclipse immediately returned to the cockpit. On the way, he learned more surprising information. Other trains in the galaxy had temporarily left their tracks and headed for the outer star circle. This isn't right. I need more information. I opened the Star Domain Network, but there was no information. Using the reconnaissance ship in the outer circle, it was found to be in silent mode and without response. Just now, all his reconnaissance ships were silently disabled. Eclipse panicked. Could it be that Shannon intercepted the message I sent? Fuck, I said it can't be sent through the internet. It should be sent directly by the spacecraft. The intelligent brain was very straightforward and reminded, I have reminded you before, but you still insisted on your own ideas for the sake of convenience. Shut up. You idiot. Can't you figure out the other train's information? He wanted to communicate directly, but the other party refused. The unknown is the most frightening thing. Intelligent brain. It is recommended that the train prepare for war. Of course I know. Assemble the warships quickly. At the same time, Chunin was watching the situation in his train. Master, are you willing to give the Triangle Man's train corps to Yang Dingtian? It's a good thing to let him owe me a favor. I'm optimistic about the future of the three-eyed man. Besides, don't be greedy for small gains. The real big deal is coming. Let me ask you, Are the abilities gained from devouring train cores of different star levels the same? Two stars are definitely stronger than one star. That's right. Raising pigs is also important. In fact, I hope the three-eyed man will turn against me in the end, otherwise I won't have the nerve to steal his core. Chunin smiled cunningly, and Fu Yao also smiled sweetly. Where did you learn to laugh? Chunin felt so sweet inside. It's a pity that Fu Yao is not human. I learned this from Fei Yi. Her laugh is very nice. Chunin, you can laugh more in the future, but you can't let outsiders hear it. Otherwise, I always feel that I will suffer a loss. Let me ask you a question. If two trains attack the Triangle people at the same time and break through the trains at the same time after the war is won, does it count as the two trains completing the civilization war together? The rules won't let you get stuck. According to the master's instructions, 20 trains can attack the Triangle people at the same time, so that 20 civilization wars can be completed. In fact, there are many ways to determine civilization wars. If it is just a train attacking, then destroying the enemy will be the victory, no doubt. If multiple trains attack at the same time, whoever gets the train core wins. If there are special circumstances, that is, if no core is obtained, it depends on the degree of contribution. In short, the number of civilization wars cannot be shared. Chunin already knew about this kind of setting and was just asking. He then linked to Luo Da's communications. Yang Dingtian is preparing to attack. Can you let your star network assist and test its ability to damage the train? Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to trust your plan. Luo Da agreed. Your idea is very interesting. It can indeed be tested in advance. I will do it right away, just watch. After waiting for a long time, Chunin saw that the distance between the two sides was only 1 million kilometers and they could enter the war zone at any time. Luo Da sent a message to Chunin, saying that the Star Domain Network had launched an attack. And then, it feels no different. Fu Yao could see it and reminded Chunin. 10 seconds ago, the Star Domain Network broke through the internal network of the Triangle Man train and temporarily gained control. The AI tried to take it back, but it will take at least 10 seconds. 9 seconds ago, the Triangle People's internal network was paralyzed, and the intelligent computer was unable to transmit the conductor's orders to the entire train. 8 seconds ago, the Star Domain Network issued a new order asking all Triangle people to rest, and the war state was canceled. 7 seconds ago, the Star Domain Network was almost repelled by the AI. The Psyker joined the battlefield, regained control, and issued a self-destruction order to the train battleship. Because the order violated the basic rules, the battleship intelligence refused to execute it. 6 seconds ago, the train shut down the power layer. All factories self-destructed. The order was executed. 5 seconds ago, all weapons on the train were charged, targeting the warship that refused to follow orders. 4 seconds ago, all the doors of the train opened, but soon closed again. The intelligent computer regained some authority. 3 seconds ago, the robots inside the train received a killing order and launched an indiscriminate attack on the Triangle Man. The Triangle Man resisted. 2 seconds ago, the intelligent computer regained 90% of the control and immediately changed the order. 1 second ago, the intelligent computer regained full control, but many commands could not be changed in time. Under Chun An's shocked gaze, the laser cannons and railguns on the Triangle Man's train fired indiscriminately in all directions, while the battleships were unable to fire the train and could only passively destroy it. Chun took a deep breath and asked Fu Yao, "Does Luo Da have any backup plan?" "Unclear, no information. Bring Luo Yu here." Chun originally thought that the Star Domain Network invasion mentioned by Luo Da was just a simple network interference, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful.